Chapter 191. Is it possible that Evil Shark killed Halong first? It's not important. If Evil Shark has that ability, we admire him, but for us, we can still claim the mission rewards. Although the Soul Rat leader didn't get the other 400 billion, getting 200 billion without doing anything was fine. The Soul Rat leader is right. No matter how they killed Halong, we still get the mission rewards. However, apart from the Black Tiger Mercenary Legion, none of them noticed the approaching Evil King's ship-slaying mech. T4 Black Tiger Legion Flagship. Report. 8 warships detected, including 2 space fortresses, 1 industrial ship, and 5 T4 class Orc warships. According to intelligence, this is Halong's Vulcan warship fleet. Excellent. Issue the order. Vanguard Fleet, attack. Kill. Black Tiger smiled calmly. Having picked up 600 billion along the way, he was naturally happy. Vanguard Regiment, form ranks. Charge. 50 warships surged forward, their heavy cannons radiating energy in all directions, ready to fire at any moment. Heavy artillery barrage. Upon reaching the fortress warship's attack range, Zhuge Liang calmly waved his fan and issued the order. Whoosh! 8 heavy cannons vanished rapidly, leaving faint white trails before disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Halong had already begun mass-producing secret weapons on the industrial ship. Ding! Alarm! Detection of 8 heavy cannons firing. Intercept at this distance. What? Such a distance? Quickly, all artillery to intercept. The Vanguard commander of the Black Tiger Mercenary Warship Regiment, though surprised by the fortress warship's heavy cannon range, quickly issued the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous anti-aircraft missiles rained down, filling the sky. However, it was all in vain. Now, with the enduring skill boost, Zhuge Liang's space fortress heavy cannon surpassed the destructive power of a T4 heavy cannon. Furthermore, based on the reconnaissance aircraft's location data, the heavy cannons fired with exceptional accuracy and devastating force. The enemy couldn't even find a trace of them. How could they possibly intercept them? The next second, the system voice rang out. Ding! Interception failed. Please strengthen defenses. Boom! Boom! Before anyone could react, 4 T4 aircraft carriers exploded. Looking at the 2 rows of 4 carrier wreckage behind them, the Vanguard commander trembled, his eyes filled with terror. How could the power be so great? Are these still T1 warships? Also, the interception system didn't even detect the shells, let alone lock onto them. The Vanguard commander's face was grave. He waved his hand. Send out fighters. Send out all mechs. Kill! This place not only restricted large-scale battles, but also prevented both sides from disengaging from combat. The loser would be completely annihilated. Weiing, we use the skill, Eternal Love, Zhuge Liang said softly to Huang Yueying in the projection. Completely devoid of his previous commanding and spirited demeanor. Only tenderness and love remained. Okay, skill, Eternal Love. Huang Yueying nodded fiercely, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. But why are the corners of her mouth turned up so high? Haha, I really am a match made in heaven with Brother Liang. The meaning behind our combined skills is profound. Whoosh! Zhuge Liang's space fortress and Huang Yueying's industrial ship erupted with massive white light. All the plate armor and armor, including external armor, of the space fortress were stacked forward, forming a huge protective shield, exposing the space fortress's control room in the middle. The industrial ship behind it, however, had its main entrance wide open, rushing forward to encircle the space fortress's control room and connecting seamlessly with it, forming a massive bulldozer-like warship. This is the Eternal Love fusion skill? Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Not only were Halong and his group dumbfounded, but even the Black Tiger mercenary army was completely bewildered. What kind of skill was this? It looked incredibly powerful and imposing. But the more imposing the space fortress appeared, the more terrified they became. Eternal Love fusion skill. When Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueying's warships are within 10,000 miles of each other, they receive a 3x skill boost. Active skill. When Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueying activate their skills together, they can increase their defensive capabilities by 18 times, including warship shields, and their attack capabilities by 8 times, lasting for 3 hours. Industrial Fortress Ship, charge. This time, Zhuge Liang was anything but calm. He gripped his fan tightly in his right hand and waved it, issuing the attack order. So what if there are fighter jets? So what if there are mechs? I just blocked the entire passage. Roar! The industrial fortress roared, accelerating to maximum power and ramming forward. The combined power of 2 behemoths, along with their combined abilities, meant it wasn't simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, it equaled dozens. Boom! The industrial fortress's massive bulldozer collided with Black Tiger's mercenary fleet. Screech! Screech! A deafening metallic scraping sound rang out as the 6 Black Tiger mercenary fleet ships at the forefront were rapidly crushed into flattened shapes, pushed backward by the industrial fortress. Boom! 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 Overwhelmed, the 6 warships exploded, leaving behind a pile of space debris. Meanwhile, the industrial fortress only lost some shield energy. Industrial fortress ships charge. The rest of the warships follow. Zhuge Liang waved his fan again. It's coming! Retreat! Fire immediately to prevent them from getting close. The Black Tiger Vanguard commander panicked. What kind of skill is this? It's terrifying. Is it too late to escape now? Boom! Boom! Soon, 50 warships were annihilated. Hao Long and his group also encountered the Black Tiger Mercenary Army's 2nd Warship Regiment. Industrial fortress ships charge. Fire as soon as you lock onto a target. This time, Zhuge Liang was calm, lightly waving his fan, his words deciding the enemy's fate. At this moment, at the entrance to the Yangtze River's first line of sky behind them, over 2,000 warships had gathered. Dozens of mercenary commanders held a meeting via projection, ultimately deciding by drawing lots to dispatch their warship formations in sequence. Within half an hour, all 2,000+ warships lined up and squeezed into the first line of sky. Boom! The Black Tiger Mercenary Group's 3rd Warship Regiment was annihilated, and an endless array of enemy warships lay before the industrial fortress. Brother Liang, the mercenaries behind us have all entered the narrow pass. They're only half an hour's journey away. Report, strategist. The commander-in-chief has sent word that he's ready. The plan is underway. Black Tiger Mercenary Flagship. Bang! The Black Tiger commander slammed down his water glass, roaring. 3 warship regiments, 150 warships, all wiped out. Not a single enemy warship was damaged. Chapter 192. Now that things had developed this far, he was starting to regret it. More than anything, he was terrified. He really couldn't win. For 600 billion, his Black Tiger mercenary group had lost 30% of its combat strength. No, he had to leave. He couldn't afford the losses. But how? The Yangtze River's narrow passage was only so wide. Could he really take the transport fleet and the 2 fleets behind it with him? Commander, the 4th fleet has already destroyed over 20 warships. At this moment, Chief of Staff Jing Hai walked in and reported to Black Tiger. What? It hasn't been long and 2 more fleets have been lost. Quickly, order the 4th fleet to fight and retreat, by as much time as possible. The 5th, 6th, and 7th fleet regiments to establish defensive positions. Also, order the 9th and 10th fleet regiments to retreat quickly, and order the transport fleet to follow us in the retreat. Black Tiger was completely terrified, issuing several orders at once. His intention to flee was obvious. Space Fortress Ship. Strategist, reconnaissance reports that the Black Tiger Mercenary Legion is retreating. The plan must be activated. Launch a full-scale attack and support the commander. Zhuge Liang stopped fanning himself and issued the order. His eyes couldn't help but gaze ahead, his worried expression impossible to hide. Heavy artillery bombardment. Boom! The Black Tiger 4th Battleship Regiment was annihilated. Accelerate! Zhuge Liang ignored the remnants of the annihilated force. They posed no threat whatsoever. Above the flagship of the Black Tiger Transport Battleship Regiment, a faint spatial ripple emanated. Phantom Mech, Phoenix Flame Mech, follow me. Hao Long, piloting the Phoenix Flame Mech, was the first to swoop down from the sky. Use skill, Mech Flame Dragon. Boom! Hao Long's Phoenix Flame Mech rapidly expanded, a black flame dragon-shaped mask reappearing on its face, and the Aurora Blazing Sword transformed into a giant dragon flame axe. The next moment, 20 Phantom Mechs and 800 Phoenix Flame Mechs descended from the sky. Whoosh! Alarm! Enemy Mechs detected. Strengthen defenses. What? How is this possible? Quick, request reinforcements from the Legion commander. A large-scale enemy mech invasion. The transport ship commander panicked. Because the transport warship Legion was located in the center of the Black Tiger Mercenary Legion, there were only about 200 mechs stationed there. Even destroyers would be terrified of being hit by mechs at point-blank range, let alone transport warships. Boom! Seeing the enemy mechs emerging from the transport Legion, Hao Long piloted his Phoenix Flame Mech directly towards them, firing a single shot that exploded one of the enemy mechs. Kill! Hao Long then charged forward, wielding his Dragon Flame Axe, cutting down enemy mechs in his wake. Boom! Boom! The mech slain by Halong didn't even react, while the remaining mechs were stunned, wondering how the enemy had gotten so close. Quick, kill him! The Black Tiger mech, having recovered, immediately tried to pursue Halong. Fire! Seeing someone trying to kill Halong, the Phoenix Flame mechs following behind couldn't stand it. They had already set up their cannons and locked onto their targets. Boom! Boom! Kill! 800 Phoenix Flame mechs charged, only to find that 200 enemy mechs had already perished. Don't stand there, raid their base. No, raid the transport fleet. Halong casually swung his Dragon Flame axe at the cockpit of the transport flagship, amusedly watching the Phoenix Flame mech swarm. Yes, sir! The Phoenix Flame mechs roared in unison. Wow, my commander is something else. We only managed to kill nearly 100 enemy mechs with 800 mechs, and you killed nearly 100 with just one giant axe? Are you playing the balance game? Black Tiger flagship. Report, Legion Commander, the transport fleet has been infiltrated by over 800 mechs at close range. Requesting backup. What? Over 800 mechs? What are you doing? How did they sneak in? Black Tiger was shocked. These mechs all have stealth capabilities. By the time they were detected, they were already face to face. The Chief of Staff wiped the cold sweat from his face. Deploy all mechs. Never mind, let's retreat. Black Tiger's sudden change of heart almost made the Chief of Staff break down. Instead of sending mechs to eliminate the enemy, they're thinking of running away, even abandoning the transport fleet. Black Tiger shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Let's retreat. Otherwise, we'd be next. We won't have the money to spend then." It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the rescue, but what if the enemy's stealth mechs came right up to their flagship after they sent the mechs? Report, Legion Commander, a projection of evil King Mingfei. Bring him in. Black Tiger straightened his disheveled appearance, regaining his fierce expression. Greetings, Legion Commander Black Tiger. Evil King Mingfei greeted him casually with a cupped hand salute. Having been routed by Halong, the Black Tiger Mercenary Legion was nothing special. If it weren't for the fear of someone else getting to Halong first, he wouldn't have wanted to cooperate with Black Tiger. Mingfei, get to the point. I have important matters to attend to. Black Tiger's face darkened, his tone becoming impatient. He feared Halong, but he wasn't afraid of Mingfei at all. You don't need to retreat. Open the passage and let me through. After killing Halong, we split your bonus 70/30ths. After reclaiming the transport team supplies, it'd also be 70/30ths, Mingfei said confidently. Me 3? Black Tiger's face grew even more ferocious. Calm down. Your 5th fleet is almost gone, and soon after, the 6th and 7th fleets will be gone too. In less than 10 minutes, the transport fleet will be gone as well. Without cooperating with me, do you think you can kill Halong? Mingfei smiled, analyzing for Black Tiger, his eyes radiating confidence. Report, Legion Commander, the transport fleet has been captured by the enemy. At this moment, a voice boomed like thunder. The transport fleet has been captured? Mingfei exclaimed. Are you kidding me? It hasn't been that long. Are the transport fleet's defensive mechs made of clay or water? Sword-slaying evil king, you're late. But cooperation can continue. 20/80th split is no problem. Black Tiger said, pouring himself a drink and toasting Mingfei. Let you show off, offering 70/30 right off the bat. Watching the Tigers fight might yield unexpected gains. Having obtained the supplies, Halong was even more formidable, but he wondered about Mingfei's strength. No, it's best to stay away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Then please open the passage, Commander. Let's see how we kill the enemy. In mech combat, I, the evil king, have never feared anyone. Mingfei glanced contemptuously at Black Tiger. If Black Tiger is crippled, it will be the time for me, the ship-slaying sword evil king, to rise to fame. Fine. Black Tiger waved impatiently. Since someone was going to their death, he wouldn't stop them. Ship-slaying sword mechs move out. Mingfei waved, leading 800 mechs past Black Tiger's 10th and 9th warship regiments with great fanfare. They even passed Black Tiger's flagship warship regiment without greeting him, displaying pure arrogance. Of course, this arrogance was backed by strength. The title of ship-slaying sword evil king wasn't self-proclaimed, it was earned through leading over 1,000 ship-slaying sword mechs in battle. Evil king, the enemy has clustered their transport ships together, they're afraid of us. Mingfei's mech commander laughed heartily. Then what are we waiting for? Charge. Seize the transport ship fleet. Mingfei waved his hand, and 800 mechs roared into action. Chapter 193. But just then, a violent tremor occurred in the sky. Thousands upon thousands of stealth bombers swooped down, countless cruise bombs raining down from above like a dense downpour. Quick, anti-aircraft. Ming Fei's expression changed drastically. He was terrified. How could he dodge these attacks in this terrain? How could he engage cruise bombs at such close range? Even if he could, it would be useless. The enemy was trading bombers for his mechs. Black Tiger was a complete liability. He hadn't even detected so many enemy bombers. This was a death trap, and he had walked right into it like a fool. Finally, when Ming Fei fired a missile that detonated a cruise missile, a massive chain reaction of explosions began. Boom! Boom! A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the powerful shockwave blasting away the fully loaded transport fleet, shattering protective shields, and even cracking the armor of the warships. Phoenix Flame Mech Squadron, attack! Hunt time! Haolong, piloting the Dragon Flame Mech, led the charge, using a beam rifle to finish off enemies from a distance. Haolong, I fight you to the death. Ming Fei was filled with grief and rage. His evil King Mech squad was gone. Before even engaging, they were wiped out by the enemy. If you're going to kill me, you better be prepared to die. Haolong, piloting his Dragon Flameclad Mech, instantly sliced through Ming Fei's evil King Mech. Ming Fei didn't even have time to utter a second word before his mech was sliced in two, and he himself was cleanly split in two. Boom! Kill! Annihilate the surrounding mechs. Establish a perimeter. Haolong didn't even turn back to give the order, completely disregarding Ming Fei as an opponent. Commander, the entire evil King mercenary group has been annihilated. Chief of Staff Black Tiger rushed in to report, his eyes filled with boundless panic. Too fast. The moment they made contact, the evil King mercenary group's 800 mechs were obliterated. If the Legion commander had ordered mechs to recapture the transport ship, the consequences would have been retreat. Retreat quickly. Black Tiger panicked. Was this bounty legitimate? What kind of prey was that? It was clearly a devouring beast. Boom! Boom! After an hour of fighting, Zhuge Liang, having fought his way through Black Tiger's 6 warship regiments, victoriously joined forces with Haolong. Commander, I have fulfilled my mission. Zhuge Liang, accompanied by Huang Yueying, entered Haolong's versatile transformation workshop, meeting the busy Haolong. Strategist, you worked hard. Now we can proceed with the next part of the plan. Haolong smiled calmly, pointing to the large number of T2 Rhino shields already manufactured in the workshop. Leave it to me, Commander. I guarantee everything will be arranged properly. Zhuge Liang cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, holding a fan. The Black Tiger Mercenary Group's flagship. The Black Tiger Mercenary Group had almost retreated to a spacious area, but that area was already filled with warships, at least nearly 1,000. The projected Soul Rat proactively invited Black Tiger, how about we cooperate? Black Tiger forced a calm demeanor. How? In reality, he was panicking. Currently, his Black Tiger mercenary group only had about 250 warships left. In just 1 hour, over 250 of his warships, plus a transport fleet, had been destroyed. However, the Black Tiger mercenary group was currently sandwiched between the Haolong and Soul Rat joint mercenary groups, in a very dangerous position. To evacuate, they would need to borrow passage from the Soul Rat mercenary group. Let's form a mixed organization, and everyone will contribute, Soul Rat said confidently. This method was devised by all the mercenary group leaders. Everyone would contribute, and the commissions would be split. Okay. Black Tiger hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Having already lost so many warships, he'd really be at a huge loss if he didn't kill Haolong and get his commission. Besides, he already incurred Haolong's wrath, and he was worried Haolong would seek revenge later. Thinking of the monstrous firepower of Haolong's warship fleet, he was terrified and simply didn't have the courage to face Haolong alone. Report. Haolong isn't advancing. He's deploying a large number of shield walls, intending to defend. Soon, the reconnaissance report came through. Commander Black, what is Haolong trying to do? Soul Rat asked Black Tiger. The other dozen or so commanders also looked at Black Tiger. Among the mercenaries present, only Black Tiger had ever fought Haolong. I don't know, but he must be plotting something. Could it be that he's planning to hold out for reinforcements? That's for sure. Haolong is currently trapped from both sides, like a turtle in a jar. He can only rely on the terrain, and the ample supplies from his transport fleet to hold his ground, and wait for reinforcements. Report. Commander, the Dark Mercenary Council has gathered information that Haolong has reinforcements, the guard force of the Blades affiliated military academy. They're rushing here. So Haolong really intends to hold out. Black Tiger shifted his gaze to Soul Rat and the others. Then let's act quickly, lest something unexpected happen. Soul Rat made a firm decision. Yes, we don't have much time either. His reinforcements will arrive in 7 days at most. The other commanders nodded in agreement. How could they possibly give up the reward that was almost within their grasp? As long as they killed Halong, the Blades-affiliated military academy wouldn't keep targeting them. Okay, then let the first fleet set off to attack Halong. Also, contact the Black Fang commander who's blocking Halong's back. Tell them to push forward too. The Soul Rat commander is brilliant. This will trap Halong in a pincer attack and prevent us from suffering too many casualties. Commander, they're here. Zhuge Liang projected himself into the room as soon as the mercenaries made a move. Understood. How's the defensive wall preparation going? Halong was very calm, showing no regard for the mercenaries. He was currently surrounded by over 3,000 T3 and T4 warships. All installed? We're just waiting for them to walk right into our trap. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, a confident smile on his face. If the plan succeeds, those mercenaries will be in big trouble. Alright, proceed as planned. Halong nodded, but without much excitement. A hint of worry flashed across his face as he constantly scanned the starship map, trying to find a faster shortcut. Yes. Zhuge Liang cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, disconnected the projection, and began issuing orders to hold the line. Soon, the mercenaries swarmed in. Boom! Boom! A pincer attack. A barrage of artillery fire and missiles began bombarding the protective wall. Fire! Concentrate fire and counterattack. Zhuge Liang waved his fan, issuing the order. The space fortress's heavy cannons, amplified fivefold, opened fire, unleashing 19 massive beams of light. Boom! Boom! The mercenaries' 3 T3 warships were blasted to pieces. How can this space fortress be so powerful? Soul Rat said, still shaken, glancing sympathetically at Black Tiger. So Halong's fleet of warships was this powerful. No wonder they could quickly break through Black Tiger's 6 warship regiments. Luckily, he hadn't been overconfident, and had chosen to form an alliance with over 20 mercenary regiments. Otherwise, his warship regiment would have been completely wiped out in less than half an hour. Chapter 194. Blade Military Academy, Vice Principal's Office. Quan Li angrily rebuked, Li Macho, you disappointed me greatly. Teacher, it was my carelessness. I didn't expect a freshman to have a jamming device. Li Macho readily admitted her mistake. What puzzled her most was why Zhou Zhilan had a jamming device. That was something only T4 warships and above possessed. Even among T5 warships, a considerable number didn't have jamming devices. However, jamming devices weren't invincible, it was just that they were too close at the time, and the jamming device hit her squarely as soon as it was activated. A jamming device? I have someone buy 2 for you. I hope you won't disappoint me again. Quan Li understood Li Macho's words. Indeed, a T1 warship with a jamming device could easily wipe out a T3 warship without one. She wanted to improve Li Macho's win rate, so she had to equip her with jamming devices, no matter how expensive. Thank you, teacher. Li Macho quickly thanked her. Zhou Zhilan, prepare to die. I won't let you get away with this. Zhilan, Li Macho will definitely cause trouble during the mission. We all need to be careful, Tao Yanfei projected, advising Zhou Zhilan. She had been studying at Blade's Edge Academy for over a year, and naturally understood the competition and cruelty within the academy. I know. I be on guard at all times. If she really dares to come, I have some surprises for her, Zhou Zhilan said proudly, showing no fear whatsoever. Alright, I understand. I will fully cooperate with you, Tao Yanfei said with a relaxed smile. It's really comfortable having someone else to cover for you. To be honest, the main force for attacking the Zerg camp wasn't the academy's students, but rather the elite warship army of Blade's Edge Fortress. They were merely supporting units, dealing with scattered Zerg units. The camp contained numerous T3 and T4 Zerg warships, along with defensive positions second only to the fortress. She was completely incapable of leading another fleet to wipe out a complete T3 Zerg warship regiment. At the Blade Fleet's second fleet meeting, Blade Fleet Commander Chu Xiong said, Commander Zhang, you will lead the fleet, responsible for commanding the student fleets from Blade Academy's classes 1 to 5, scattered around the Zerg area, hunting down Zerg fleets, and conducting reconnaissance. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Commander Zhang stood ramrod straight and saluted. This was a challenging task, protecting the student fleet while honing their combat skills, and also a test for Commander Zhang's fleet. If Commander Zhang achieved outstanding results in this training, he would be promoted to commander of the Fleet Legion. Conversely, if he causes numerous student casualties in this training exercise without achieving any results, he will find it difficult to advance in his career. Commander Liu, command classes 6 to 10. Commander Du, command classes 11 to 15. Commander Yang, command classes 16 to 20. Yes, sir. The 3 commanders accepted the orders. This time, the 4 commanders were competing against each other. Comparison breeds resentment. In the morning, Li Macho led Lu Hai's warship regiment to the assembly point in a flurry. Upon entering the meeting room, she encountered Commander Zhang. She proactively approached him. Commander Zhang, long time no see. Li Macho is here to report for duty. Yesterday, she was thrilled to learn that Commander Zhang was leading them. Last year, it was under Commander Zhang's guidance that they completed the Zerg camp mission. An old acquaintance. You know me? Commander Zhang sized up Li Macho, feeling a sense of familiarity, but unable to quite place her. I led the Overlord Flower Battleship Regiment in a mission against the Zerg camp last year, and it just so happened that I was under Commander Zhang's command then, Li Macho quickly explained. She was secretly overjoyed. Zhou Zhilan, you just wait. Once I take command of the Academy Army Group, you be sorry. Oh, it's you. Commander Zhang nodded, finally remembering the outstanding T3 Overlord Flower Battleship Regiment from last year. Commander Zhang finally remembered me. After your training, our Overlord Flower Battleship Regiment has even reached the top among the second-year students this year. Li Macho was overjoyed that Commander Zhang remembered her. That's all thanks to your own hard work. I look forward to your even more brilliant achievements in this mission. Commander Zhang was also pleased that the student battleship regiment he had led had made such great progress. I will. Since last year, I received guidance from my teachers, allowing me to command battleships in over 10 actual combat operations. I'm sure I can better cooperate with this camp mission. Li Macho continued to push her own advantage. She was determined to gain command of the student battleship regiment. Then good luck. Commander Zhang nodded in satisfaction. It seems Li Macho is a rising star. If no one else is as outstanding as her, the command of the student warship force should be handed to her this time. Yes, the student council will do its utmost to achieve the best. Li Macho was overjoyed inside, but remained outwardly calm. Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Then I take my leave. Li Macho saluted Commander Zhang. Wow, Li Macho seems to know Commander Zhang. Then the command this time is definitely hers. Who says otherwise? I heard Commander Zhang led us on a camp mission last year too. Oh, it's an acquaintance. I heard that last time only Li Macho was a freshman, and she achieved very high results. Only one freshman, and she achieved good results? She's definitely a standout. If I had to choose, I choose Li Macho too. Who says otherwise? The worst off right now is probably Class 5. They went head-to-head with Li Macho yesterday, and now that she's in power, they're probably going to retaliate. No way, with the Annihilation Warship Army monitoring them, she can't just do whatever she wants. That's because you're too young. The battlefield is dangerous. Sometimes a simple order can plunge your entire warship regiment into utter ruin. Then Class 5 is doomed. They're coming. We better stay away from them to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yes, you're right. Zhou Zhilan and Tao Yanfei walked in, chatting and laughing, while everyone around them quickly moved away. Zhilan, what's going on? Have we offended them? Tao Yanfei was bewildered. Don't worry, you find out soon, Zhou Zhilan said calmly. She wasn't worried at all. Currently, Li Macho was her only enemy, so the problem must have originated with her. Oh, I thought the people from Class 5 weren't coming? Zhou Zhilan entered the meeting room, and was about to sit down, when Li Macho sarcastically remarked. Looks like discipline isn't working. We have to ask the teacher to help discipline them more in the future, Zhou Zhilan replied with a smile. You? Zhou Zhilan, don't be so arrogant. Wait until I get command, then you be sorry. Li Macho sneered. She had already decided that once she gained command, she would make Zhou Zhilan and Tao Yanfei wish they were dead. We see when you get it, Zhou Zhilan said fearlessly. Class 5, Commander Li has already internally decided on the command of the warship corps. You can't afford to mess with her. In my opinion, you better apologize. Chapter 195. Yes, apologize. Only then will Commander Li let you off the hook. Those around Zhou Zhilan urged her, fawning over Li Macho. What if I don't? Zhou Zhilan remained nonchalant. Then we see. Li Macho looked at Zhou Zhilan with disdain. Offending her wasn't something that could be easily forgiven with a simple apology. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Regimental Commander Zhou? Seeing the newcomer, Zhou Zhilan was surprised. "Greetings, Regimental Commander Tai Shong. It really is you, Regimental Commander Zhou. That's wonderful. Since we last met, the commander has been mentioning you and Commander Hao." Tai Shong stood at attention and saluted, his face full of respect and enthusiasm, as if he had met a superior. "Brother Long also often mentions Commander Zhang and the other regimental commanders to me, and he's also looking forward to fighting alongside Commander Zhang." Zhou Zhilan quickly returned the salute. "I'm also looking forward to it. Where is Commander Haolong? I haven't seen him." Tai Zhong looked around but couldn't find Haolong. "He's currently at the Blade's Edge Military Academy." Zhou Zhilan's smile remained, but her eyes revealed longing. "I see. Come on, I take you to see the commander. He knows you're here and wants to personally greet you." Tai Zhong's bracelet beeped. A message from Commander Zhang had arrived. "Commander Zhang Zizhong? Is Commander Zhang Zizhong leading us in this operation?" Zhou Zhilan was surprised. She hadn't expected to encounter Commander Zhang Zizhong on this camp mission. "Yes, it's our commander." Tai Zhong smiled broadly and gestured for her to proceed. "Commander Zhou, please." "All right, senior sister, let's go." Zhou Zhilan pulled Tao Yanfei along, not even glancing at Li Macho. Watching Tai Zhong respectfully lead the way, and the composed Zhou Zhilan walk away, the crowd erupted in commotion. What's going on? Why is Regiment Commander Tai Zhong so respectful to her? Didn't you hear? Zhou Zhilan and Commander Zhang know each other, and they're quite familiar. Then the command? No doubt, command might fall into Zhou Zhilan's hands. Zhou Zhilan. Li Macho thought bitterly, her command about to be snatched away by Zhou Zhilan. That's not necessarily true. Commander Zhang is always fair and just. Zhou Zhilan is only a freshman, how could she command us? That's right, then command will most likely remain with Regiment Commander Li. Hearing the others' discussions, Li Macho quickly said loudly, Commanders, Zhou Zhilan is just a freshman, she definitely hasn't commanded a warship in combat before. If she gets command, we're in danger. She was trying to unite the various warship regiment commanders to prevent Zhou Zhilan from gaining command. Yes, we support Commander Li. Me too, we support Commander Li. Commander Zhang, long time no see. Entering the office, Zhou Zhilan greeted Zhang Zizhong proactively. Commander Zhou, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. Zhang Zizhong laughed heartily. He hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan to participate in the mission to attack the camp. Are all freshmen these days so amazing? Of course, Li Macho was an exception. Her qualifications last year had many irregularities, but he couldn't be bothered with it. But Zhou Zhilan's situation was an exception. It was real combat, and she had killed 10,000 T3 Zerg warships in just half a month. I was appreciated by the teacher and barely made it into the camp mission, Zhou Zhilan said modestly. That's still very impressive. In all these decades, no freshman has ever made it like you, Zhang Zizhong praised with a smile. Previously, the selection of freshmen for the camp mission was often heavily influenced by luck. I was lucky to make it. I need your guidance, Commander, Zhou Zhilan replied. Commander, the evaluations for all the regimental commanders are out, the deputy captain reported to Zhang Zizhong. Let me see, Zhang Zizhong said, receiving the data. Zhou Zhilan's name was at the top, followed by her information. Regimental Commander Zhou, let's go to the meeting. Okay. Zhou Zhilan followed Zhang Zizhong to the meeting room. After Zhou Zhilan sat down, Zhang Zizhong announced, Commanders, after our comprehensive evaluation, Zhou Zhilan will serve as the commander of the Student Warship Corps. Commander, Zhou Zhilan is just a freshman. She's only been in school for less than 2 months. How can she be the commander? Li Macho was the first to stand up and object. This Zhou Zhilan is really capable. She actually got command. Luckily she prepared in advance. Yes, we disagree too. Commander, we disagree too. Quiet, this is an order. If you disagree, you can appeal after the battle. Tai Zhong's loud voice rang out, drowning out the voices of the student commanders. The camp mission began, and the Student Warship Corps were also soldiers. They had to obey orders. Commanders, whoever is most qualified to serve as the Warship Corps commander has undergone strict review and evaluation by the military headquarters. So what if she's a freshman? As long as she has combat achievements, has served as a Warship Corps commander, and has participated in the T4 Warship Group's operations, she can serve as the Warship Corps commander. Commander Zhang Zizhong spoke earnestly to the group of regimental commanders. Commander, what are Zhou Zhilan's achievements? She's a freshman. When has she ever participated in army-wide operations? Li Macho stood up and retorted. She never expected that the military headquarters would exaggerate to promote Zhou Zhilan to commander. Participated in army-wide operations? Just her T1 warship squadron, or even a T1 warship regiment. Just a month ago, Zhou Zhilan was still in a T1 warship squadron. A T1 warship squadron would be cannon fodder against an entire warship regiment. In army-wide operations, she wouldn't even be cannon fodder. Of course you have achievements. Doesn't saving my Annihilation warship army count? While saving me, you consecutively destroyed 3 Zerg T3 and T4 warship regiments, leading my Annihilation warship army through 4 Zerg and Orc warship armies. Doesn't that count as participating in army-level combat? Zhang Zizhong stared at Li Macho coldly and said, and it's true that she killed 10,000 Zerg T3 warships, entirely on her own, unlike you last year, who relied entirely on luck. Li Macho was speechless. She hadn't expected Commander Zhang to be so confrontational. She hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan to have such achievements. She hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan to have saved General Zhang Zizhong. She hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan to have participated in army-level combat. That was army-level combat. T3 warships were cannon fodder. And you, a T1 warship, could have such achievements? Is this for real? I don't believe it. Li Macho shook her head violently, unwilling to accept this reality. Wow, so she's a big shot. Her strength is incredible. No wonder dealing with Li Macho was like child's play. She's got real power. Of course, she can destroy 3 T3 and T4 Zerg warships. Destroying Li Macho is a piece of cake. By the way, has she really participated in group combat? Chapter 196. There's no doubt about it. Commander Zhang has always been fair and impartial. He wouldn't lie about this, nor would he need to. No wonder Regiment Commander Tai Zhong was so respectful to Zhou Zhilan earlier. She saved his life. Alright, quiet down. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhang Zizhong's eyes swept over the crowd. He wanted to see who else dared to object. Seeing that none of the regimental commanders spoke, Zhang Zizhong asked, Li Macho, do you have any objections? Commander. I have no objections. Li Macho answered, bowing her head. She was going to die. She had already admitted defeat, and the commander was still using her as an excuse. Lu Hai, what about you? No objections. I will follow Commander Zhou's. No, Commander Zhou's orders. Lu Hai quickly replied. He hated Li Macho. Why was he being dragged into this mess she caused? Alright, in that case, Zhou Zhilan will be the army commander. Yes, we obey orders. The various regimental commanders responded in unison. Even Li Macho dared not remain silent. Tai Zhong was already standing behind her, looking ready to settle scores at any moment. Zhang Zizhong proactively asked Zhou Zhilan, Army Commander Zhou, what suggestions do you have for this operation? His humble, inquisitive manner surprised the other regimental commanders. Didn't you give the orders, and Zhou Zhilan directed our coordination? Why do we need to ask Zhou Zhilan's opinion? You should know that the mission to attack the camp has always been primarily ordered by the Blade Fleet Army, with the Academy Fleet Army providing support. Zhou Zhilan calmly said, break up the operation. This operation is different from previous ones in terms of terrain. Large-scale operations are not suitable. Zhang Zizhong nodded. Indeed, the terrain this time is complex, easy to defend but difficult to attack. Only dispersed operations are suitable. So what's the arrangement? My Annihilation Warship Corps will carry out Commander Zhou's orders. This operation is different from the past. Due to the terrain, the Group Commander-in-Chief has ordered that the objective of this operation is only to clear out the area around the camp, not to capture the camp itself. Of course, capturing the camp would be even better. No! Why are you following orders? The regimental commanders were stunned. What's going on? Just now they were asking for suggestions, and now they're following orders? One warship regiment will lead 2 Academy warship regiments to ambush and clear out any passing Zerg warships. Wait for the opportunity, and advance slowly. Zhou Zhilan didn't mince words, pointing to the 4 eastward-bound channels. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Zizhong was the first to applaud. Zhou Zhilan's order was the same as the one discussed at their group commanders' meeting. Without a better option, they could only proceed cautiously. And the specific arrangements? The Rock Warship Regiment will lead Regiment Commander Li Macho, while Regiment Commander Lu Hai will hold the second route. Zhou Zhilan smiled at Li Macho. The second route is the largest, suitable for small to medium-scale operations, but it carries considerable pressure and is the most dangerous. The regimental commanders looked at Zhou Zhilan, their hearts pounding with fear. This was blatant retaliation, but they had no evidence. Alright, anything else? Commander Zhang Zizhong looked at Zhou Zhilan with great appreciation and continued to ask. A blatant and above-board attack and retaliation. First, establish authority. Zhou Zhilan kept pointing at the map. The Mountain Artillery Warship Regiment will serve as a mobile force, providing rapid reinforcement if necessary. The Machine Gun Warship Regiment is the third route. The Commander's Anti-Japanese Warship Regiment is the fourth route. The Heavy Mechanized Warship Regiment, along with my and senior sister Tao's Warship Regiment, will encircle and annihilate the first route. Zhou Zhilan stood proudly and issued the orders. Alright, then we execute Commander Zhou's orders. From this moment forward, Commander Zhou is the Supreme Commander of the Annihilation Warship Army and the Academy's Warship Army. All warships must obey orders. Those who disobey will be subject to military law. Zhang Zizhong issued the order with utmost seriousness. Yes. The Heavy Machinery Regiment Commander, Tai Zhong, the Artillery Regiment Commander, the Machine Gun Regiment Commander, and Panzer Regiment Commander all responded. Yes. The other 9 regimental commanders from the Academy could only echo this. Disobeying orders was unacceptable. Even the Annihilation Warship Army obeyed, so what reason did they have not to? Legion Headquarters. Report. Commander Liu of the South has concentrated his main elite forces on the largest shipping lane and has already penetrated the Zerg's 5th defensive line. Commander Du of the West's method is a point-to-point breakthrough, concentrating the vast majority of his forces to break through from one shipping lane, and he has also entered the 5th defensive line. Commander Yang of the North, blockade 2 shipping lanes, and have the forces on the remaining 2 shipping lanes occupy the Zerg's 5th defensive line. And what about Commander Zhang of the East? Chu Xiong asked curiously. Commander Zhang's side has made very few moves. They haven't even attacked the Zerg's defenses yet, only setting up ambushes along the 4 flight paths. Ambushes? Chu Xiong asked, puzzled. As a relatively young commander, Commander Zhang always exuded youthful energy and drive, along with calm confidence and composure in every battle. This time, however, he was completely unpredictable. He only wanted to give him some experience, so why was he just giving up? He knew that this eastern offensive was the most difficult, 3 times more difficult than the other 3 fronts, and he had already foreseen Zhang Zizhong's final fate. A bottom-ranking performance. Keep a close eye on Commander Zhang. Chu Xiong waved his hand, instructing the vice-captain to make the arrangements. Received. The vice-captain saluted and went to make arrangements. Commander, when do we make our move? Tai Zhong watched the Zerg T3 warship regiment approach, attempting to enter the Zerg camp. All warships, attention. Do not fire. Let them in. Zhou Zhilan shook her head and ordered them to proceed. This T3 warship regiment looks very elite. Letting them in will definitely strengthen the Zerg camp's combat capabilities. Tai Zhong asked, puzzled. I need them in to carry out a plan. Zhou Zhilan said confidently with a smile. I understand. I will follow the commander's orders. Tai Zhong nodded. He didn't ask about any plan, clearly trusting her completely. Zhou Zhilan then issued a special order. Send word to the Rock Battleship Regiment. Without my order, their second-line warship regiment cannot attack. They must remain in hiding indefinitely. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to military law. Yes, I will relay the order immediately and also inform the commander. Tai Zhong's expression was serious. He knew the importance of this order. Headquarters. Report. Intelligence from Commander Zhang of the Eastern Army. He has delegated command to Zhou Zhilan, the commander of the Academy's Warship Corps, and he is personally setting up an ambush on the 4th route. What? Who is this Zhou Zhilan? Chu Xiong was shocked. What was Zhang Zizhong up to? I told you to hone your skills, not to give up. Isn't this setting me up for failure? According to intelligence, Zhou Zhilan is a prodigy, and a freshman at that. A prodigy? What kind of prodigy? What are her achievements? Chu Xiong became interested. He rarely saw the vice-captain use prodigy to describe someone. She led a T1 warship squadron to destroy 3 T3 and T4 Zerg warship regiments, and also participated in Army group operations. What? She destroyed 3 T3 and T4 Zerg warship regiments, while commanding a T1 warship squadron? And she participated in Army group operations. Chu Xiong couldn't help but exclaim. A single battleship flotilla, 5 times the number of warships of a full battleship regiment, coupled with the generational difference in class between T1 and T3/T4 warships. Not only did she win, she utterly annihilated them. And she even participated in army-wide operations with a T1 battleship flotilla, and survived? Keep in mind, A T-3 battleship regiment in army-wide operations is merely cannon fodder. What kind of strength is this? Is this the trust Zhang Zizhong placed in her? Chapter 197. Commander Zhang really dares to use a T-2 warship regiment to command a warship corps, Chu Xiong thought, still somewhat incredulous. Commander Zhou's warship regiment is still T-1 class, the vice captain quickly explained, though he himself was equally bewildered when he heard it. And that's not all. That battle occurred when the orcs and Zerg ambushed Commander Zhang. The vice captain added another piece of information about Zhou Zhilan. So it was her. In other words, she's Commander Zhang's savior. Chu Xiong's heart skipped a beat. When Commander Zhang reported it, he had only briefly mentioned Zhou Zhilan's role in that battle, mistakenly believing that Zhou Zhilan's warship formation only played a supporting role. He hadn't expected such a big surprise here. What kind of monstrous warship formation is this? Can a T-1 warship formation even do this? Chu Xiong frowned slightly, as if remembering something. Yes, but there was another person who fought alongside us at the time. That person was Haolong, and he and Zhou Zhilan are lovers. The vice captain, observing Chu Xiong's expression, knew what Chu Xiong was worried about. It was that girl Chu Ling. Go on. Chu Xiong awkwardly straightened himself, glaring at the vice captain. What? Want to see me make a fool of myself? Currently, Commander Zhou seems to have some plan to send a T-3 class Zerg warship regiment into the Zerg camp. Send a T-3 class Zerg warship regiment in? Chu Xiong carefully examined Zhou Zhilan's arrangements, but couldn't figure out what her plan was. Release the restrictions and let her do it. I want to see if she's really that amazing. Chu Xiong ultimately gave up, unable to come up with anything. Yes, sir. Southern Front. Commander Liu, we have successfully breached the Zerg's 4th defensive line and are currently clearing out the remaining enemy. Good. Send back our message to the Commander-in-Chief. Commander Liu was overjoyed. According to the intelligence from the commander, he should be the first to capture the 4th defensive line. The west and north are slightly behind, and Zhang Zizhong in the east failed to even take the 5th defensive line, a very poor performance. Western Commander Du, quickly, increase the attack intensity. We must take the 4th defensive line as soon as possible. Northern Commander Yang, order the attacking troops not to be greedy. Conduct thorough reconnaissance. This might be a century-old Zerg camp, it won't be that simple. Eastern 4th Route. Commander Zhou hasn't given any orders yet. We only ambushed 2 T-3 Zerg warship regiments. Isn't that too few victories? On the flagship, the deputy captain asked Commander Zhang. No rush. Our eastern route is the toughest nut to crack anyway, a direct assault isn't advisable. We're not worried about the battle results either. As long as the other 3 sides put pressure on the Zerg, we have an opportunity to exploit the situation. Zhang Zizhong leisurely observed the situation on the 4 flight paths, comfortably sipping his tea. I understand. The vice captain saluted. No wonder he's a general, that composure, that calmness. Commander Zhou is also impressive, he possesses the same unhurried calmness. Headquarters. Commander, the southern route has breached the Zerg's 4th defensive line, and is currently converging on the 3rd, preparing to launch an attack. The western and northern routes are also clearing out the remaining enemy forces on the 4th defensive line. This attack on the Zerg camp went quite smoothly. Keep them on their guard. Chu Xiong reminded them. Turning to the east, he asked, what about the east? Any movement? Nothing. They're still lying in wait. The Zerg have also detected their presence. The Zerg inside the camp haven't come out again, but many who tried to enter were annihilated. Many Zerg who tried to enter were annihilated? How many? Chu Xiong looked at the vice captain with suspicion. 15 Zerg warship regiments, 3 of which were T-4 warship regiments. The vice captain quickly flipped through the records, somewhat incredulous. How could Zhou Zhilan's ambush be so effective? The time difference, and the communication cutoff in the south, west, and north, caused all the returning Zerg warship regiments to detour eastward, obediently entering her ambush. Chu Xiong, as expected of a legion commander, quickly understood Zhou Zhilan's operational strategy. Commander, how did she manage to deceive the Zerg? The vice captain asked, puzzled. This was something he hadn't understood. Have Commander Zhang provide Commander Zhou's specific orders, and you understand. Chu Xiong said calmly. He himself was also very curious. But he couldn't show it so obviously in front of his subordinates. All right. The vice captain hurriedly began operating the controls. Destroy the Japanese flagship. Commander, the commander has given us orders to relay Commander Zhou's specific instructions. Will this cause any problems? The vice captain, Having received the order, asked Zhang Zizhong. The commander still found out. Commander Zhang smiled. Found out what? Commander, we can't betray Commander Zhou. The female vice captain panicked and quickly advised. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? No, wait, what betrayal? We haven't done anything illegal. Zhang Zizhong laughed and cursed. Is this deputy captain someone else's? Why is she so nice to Commander Zhou? Is she planning to switch sides? No, I mean, Commander Zhou's orders. Do we need to polish them a little? No need. Just transmit Commander Zhou's orders word for word. Zhang Zizhong understood the deputy captain's meaning. Some of Zhou Zhilan's orders seemed to be aimed at suppressing Li Macho. However, a clear conscience fears no accusation. These orders, seemingly suppressive, were actually a calculated move. I'm openly suppressing you, and it's even beneficial to the war effort. That way, no one can find any fault. The deputy captain said with some doubt. Understood. Sai, don't you understand? The second route, the Rock Battleship Regiment, is a path Commander Zhou deliberately allowed to open, to let those Zerg know that the east is unobstructed, but the other three routes are dead ends. Commander Zhou revealed the plan behind Zhou Zhilan's orders. So far, it's been a resounding success. 18 Zerg warship squadrons were wiped out without any casualties. That's right, 18 Zerg warship squadrons. Just now, 3 more were killed. He had never imagined that killing Zerg warship squadrons could be so easy. And the spoils were incredibly rich. No fewer than 30 T3 contract hearts and 3 T4 contract hearts. A feat he had never achieved before. He definitely needed to cooperate more with the Fire Phoenix warship squadron in the future. That way, the purchase of equipment, the modification of warships, and compensation for crew casualties wouldn't be a problem. I see. Then arranging the Rock warship squadron this way was absolutely correct, the vice captain chuckled. Li Macho was badly screwed over. She might not even get a chance to participate in the battle until the very end. Chapter 198. That's correct, but if the Rocky Battleship Regiment blocks the way, Li Macho's 2 battleship regiments won't be a problem. Zhang Zizhong clearly told the vice captain that this was Zhou Zhilan's intention. The other platoon's battleship regiments would reap substantial benefits, with verifiable achievements, while only the 2 regiments of Platoon 1 would be trapped. This cunning strategy was so effective that he applauded. Clearly suppressing you while genuinely creating merit, everyone would have to bow their heads. Go submit all of Commander Zhou's orders. Without changing a single word, Commander Zhang emphasized again. Received, guaranteed to be transmitted clearly and unambiguously. The vice captain saluted solemnly. Headquarters. Commander Zhang has already transmitted the specific orders. The vice captain hurriedly reported loudly. This is a big deal. He hadn't expected Commander Zhou to be such a genius. Oh, this isn't like you. Why are you so excited? Chu Xiong looked at his vice captain in disbelief. He hadn't seen him so excited in years. You see when you see it. The vice captain teased him, handing him Zhou Zhilan's detailed orders. This open strategy is brilliant. I never expected Commander Zhou to be such a genius. Chu Xiong was deeply shaken. He never imagined that Zhou Zhilan's plan would annihilate more Zerg warships than any of the other 3 factions, and without suffering any losses herself. Go, investigate Commander Zhou's background thoroughly. I need to know her situation. Chu Xiong's talent was on full display. If her background was without problems, he should strike first and recruit her into his warship legion. It won't matter who comes then, Chu Xiong said. I already checked. She's the youngest daughter of Zhou Zhinan, the former commander of the Blazing Fire Group Army, the deputy captain said gravely. Everyone knows Commander Zhou Zhinan's reputation, and the Blazing Fire Group Army is a top 10 warship group army. If it weren't for that incident, he might have advanced even further. Who? Zhou Zhinan, the commander-in-chief of the Blazing Fire Group? Chu Xiong jumped up. He hadn't realized Zhou Zhilan's background was so terrifying. He'd been delusional. If her father was Commander-in-Chief Zhou, then her abilities were unquestionable. A daughter of a general, and even surpassing her father. Southern battlefield, boom! Boom! Countless warships bombarded the Zerg warships, making the Zerg camp's third line of defense extremely precarious, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Kill! Warships, use your skills. Tonight, I break through the Zerg's third line of defense. Commander Liu, his eyes bloodshot, felt the Zerg's third line of defense was nothing special. Currently, the Southern Warship Army, led by him, and the Academy's Warship Army, is driving the Zerg back in defeat. Although the kill count isn't high, easily capturing the 5th and 4th lines of defense is a significant achievement, indicating the Zerg's weakness. The reason might be that they are being attacked from 4 sides. No, from 3 sides, creating immense pressure and causing significant losses to their warships. Boom! Boom! The cannons roared, countless fighter jets and bombers took off, and various amplification skills were unleashed. The Zerg's third line of defense was utterly devastated, with countless Zerg warships suffering heavy casualties. Warship Army, attack! Commander Lu, watching the projection from the front, was filled with excitement. It's done! Breaking through 3 Zerg defense lines in one day, his fame will resound throughout the world today. Boom! Boom! The main forces of 3 warship regiments moved swiftly, unleashing a barrage of main guns and missiles. The Zerg warships that had been stubbornly resisting were being blown to bits, some even fleeing in panic. Soon, the Zerg's third defensive line entered its clearing phase. Quickly, relay the message to the commander. Our southern warship army has captured the Zerg's third defensive line. We will definitely take the Zerg camp within a day. Commander Lu cheered loudly, immediately ordering his vice captain to relay the message. After this battle, Lu Fang was a renowned general. Headquarters? What? Commander Lu used a skill to forcibly capture the Zerg's third defensive line? Chu Xiong's mouth gaped open. He never expected Lu Fang to be so audacious. This is a cardinal sin in warfare. The Zerg warships haven't suffered many casualties, and you're already trying to seize the third defensive line with your skills? Are you kidding me? Pass on my order. Commander Chen should move south. If Lu Fang encounters danger, immediately provide support. Chu Xiong shook his head. This Lu Fang is utterly hopeless. Yes, sir. Western battlefield. Commander, why don't we press our advantage? The vice captain asked. Currently, they've driven the Zerg into a retreat. It should be a good opportunity to press their advantage. While they might not be able to capture the Zerg's third defensive line, they shouldn't let the Zerg retreat so easily. We captured 2 lines, but we haven't killed many Zerg warships. On the contrary, our fleet has suffered considerable losses. It's not advisable to continue the forced battle. Commander Du shook his head. Are Zerg camps so easy to conquer? It would take at least 10 days, if not half a month. And the losses will certainly be substantial. Northern battlefield. Rest and prepare for defense. We fight again later, Commander Yang ordered. Yes. Eastern battlefield. Sitian Ingjun Sihua, how are your preparations? Zhou Zhilan carefully checked the surrounding flight paths, then looked up at the 3 people in the projection conference and asked. Commander, we're ready and can launch an attack at any time. Good, then we wait for the right opportunity. Zhou Zhilan nodded. She began reviewing the camp's battle situation compiled by the vice captain. Currently, the southern battlefield is being too aggressive, triggering a Zerg counterattack. The western and northern battlefields are keeping a low profile. With no immediate plans to attack the third line of defense, everyone is focusing on rest and recuperation. Commander, our infiltrated reconnaissance aircraft have detected large-scale Zerg activity. At this moment, Peng Yingjun stood up and reported to Zhou Zhilan. So soon? Zhou Zhilan asked in surprise. Commander, when do we move? Ma Xiaoling stood up, revealing her long, white legs. No rush, let the dust settle, but it shouldn't be long. Zhou Zhilan said confidently. The moment the Zerg make a move, their opportunity will arrive. However, the battlefields in all 4 directions were not isolated battles, but rather interconnected, with each move affecting the entire battlefield. When orders came down, they too had to act. Southern battlefield. Commander, the Zerg warships have withdrawn en masse. Our 3 warship regiments have reached the second line of defense. The vice captain waved his right hand excitedly. Their warship force had achieved remarkable results on the southern battlefield. Excellent. Have those 3 warship regiments set up defensive positions. We attack after we clear out the remaining Zerg warships. Lu Fang was overjoyed. His heart could finally settle. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, countless flame bug cannons rained down, and countless Zerg warships surged out, firing wildly at the 3 warship regiments. In space, countless Zerg fighters and bombers swarmed in. They bombarded the 3 warship regiments indiscriminately. Chapter 199. Quickly, send 2 more warship regiments to support us. We can hold them off. Commander Lu was in a state of panic. He hadn't expected the Zerg to retaliate so fiercely. Indeed, after sending 2 warship regiments, the Zerg's warship regiments were held back. But Lu Fang seemed to have forgotten one thing. Their warship regiments had already used their skills, while the Zerg hadn't used any. Use your skills. This time, I annihilate the entire human army. They never dare to set foot in my camp again. A large, fat-headed Cerebrate flagship transmitted the command via sonic waves. The Zerg warship's artillery fire, amplified by their skills, fiercely pierced through the human warship's shields. With the added boost from their skills, the lurking Zerg bombs already planted underground also began to rise. Quickly counterattack. Don't let the Zerg warships get close. Boom! Boom! Lu Fang's 3 warship regiments opened fire, trying to stop the Zerg warships from approaching. But they didn't notice that numerous lurking insect bombs had already sprung up underground. Lu Fang, horrified upon discovering this, shouted, "Quick, quick, make them retreat." Boom! But it was too late. With the massive self-destruction of the lurking insect bombs, over 150 human warships across 3 fleet regiments exploded. Even the 2 fleet regiments sent to reinforce were affected, suffering nearly half their fleet losses. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" Lu Fang cried out in terror, immediately leading the retreat. His life was far more precious than anyone else's. Headquarters. Report. Commander, something has happened on the southern battlefield. The insected warships are launching a massive counterattack, and Commander Lu's fleet has suffered heavy casualties. What? What are the specifics? How long can they hold out? We can't hold on any longer. Commander Lu has already led the retreat, and the Zerg warships are going berserk. The vice captain was sweating profusely. On the southern battlefield, it could almost be described as total annihilation. Lu Fang's warship army first suffered 3 regiments destroyed, followed by 2 more severely damaged and destroyed, leaving them virtually powerless to fight back. Have Commander Chen block the 5th line of defense and rescue the Academy's warship army. Have Lu Fang lead the remaining troops to rebuild the defense line, or else he will be charged with treason, Chu Xiong said coldly. The Zerg are truly cunning. They attacked after only capturing the 3rd line of defense, routing Lu Fang's forces. In truth, Chu Xiong wasn't unaware that Lu Fang's actions were risky, but he hadn't expected the Zerg to be so insidious. They had planned this all along, intending to wipe out an entire warship army of his. Western battlefield, northern battlefield, boom! Boom! Countless Zerg lurking bombs erupted, swarming towards the Terran warship fleet. At this moment, the Zerg warship squadron also charged out, unleashing a fierce barrage of artillery fire, forcing the Terran warship fleet into a relentless retreat. Quickly, request reinforcements from headquarters. Commander Du and Commander Yang simultaneously requested support. They couldn't win, they truly couldn't win, the Zerg warships were too frenzied. The greatest threat was the lurking Zerg emerging from the ground. They were already in the center of the warship fleet, and even a casual self-destruction could damage the warships. Headquarters. Report. Commander, the western and northern battlefields are requesting reinforcements. They have also been ambushed, and are completely unable to resist the Zerg warships. The vice captain's face was filled with terror. This was a huge problem. The Zerg had deliberately laid a massive trap for them. Once they entered the 4th line of defense, it would be certain death. Order Commander Fang and Commander Lu to support the western and northern battlefields. Chu Xiong's face darkened. It seemed he had truly fallen for the Zerg's trap. But the Zerg were certainly willing to spend so much, acquiring so many T4 class stealth bombs. What about the eastern battlefield? How are they? Chu Xiong inquired. Currently, the southern battlefield was suffering heavy casualties, while the western and northern battlefields were struggling to hold on. He didn't want the eastern battlefield to also fall into a bitter struggle. No reply yet. The vice captain shook his head. He had also inquired about the situation on the eastern battlefield, but there was only silence. Continue to maintain contact, and make sure they provide intelligence as soon as possible. Chu Xiong nodded. Without an immediate reply, the eastern battlefield might have entered a state of combat silence. The commander has arrived, they are requesting naval support. Send Commander Ma to provide support. Chu Xiong didn't even look up, speaking while continuing to check the situation on the southern battlefield. Actually, he was still quite disappointed. The eastern battlefield also needed support. Alright, now we need to mobilize the warship legion, rescue the besieged warships from all sides, and complete the retreat. Yes, sir. The vice captain hesitated, but finally issued the order immediately. Eastern battlefield. Zhang Zizhong asked, Commander Zhou, the commander has already dispatched reinforcements. What should we do? Besides the Rockstone warship legion on the 2nd route, the Annihilation warship regiment, the Mountain Gun Warship Regiment, and the Machine Gun Warship Regiment should all move towards my side. The route will be held by the Academy Warship Regiment, awaiting reinforcements. Zhou Zhilan continuously issued orders from the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Annihilation Warship Regiment received. Proceed to assemble immediately. Upon hearing Zhou Zhilan's order, Zhang Zizhong was the first to respond. Mountain Artillery Regiment, machine guns received. Proceed to assemble immediately. Academy Warship Regiment received. The various warship regiments of the Academy responded in quick succession, none daring to lag behind before the battle. Senior Sister Tao, your warship regiment, and my remaining 4 warship squadrons will remain here, awaiting reinforcements. Commander Zhang, I have scouted the Zerg traps along the 5 defensive lines, as well as their warship deployments. This is my plan. They are already filled with my stealth bombers and fighters. As soon as the battle begins, our entire warship force will need to fight and charge, completely breaching the 3rd defensive line, eliminating the threat of lurking Zerg bombs. As for the 2nd and 1st defensive lines, we can take them in one battle as well. Zhou Zhilan stated her plan calmly. Perhaps having fought together before, none of the regimental commanders of the Annihilation Warship Force objected to the plan. They simply awaited Zhang Zizhong's orders. How did your stealth fighters infiltrate? Zhang Zizhong asked curiously. Commander, do you remember the 1st Zerg Warship Regiment? That's when my stealth fighters infiltrated. Zhou Zhilan explained with a smile, unhurried, confident that Commander Zhang would eventually agree to the plan. Impressive. So, after we break in, how do we deal with the lurking Zerg bombs behind us? Destroy them. I already scouted it out. The lurking Zerg are only on the 4th and 3rd lines of defense. As long as we quickly break through to the 2nd line, the lurking Zerg bombs will be sitting ducks. Clap, clap, clap. Good, then the Annihilation Warship Corps is willing to obey orders. Zhang Zizhong clapped, and then saluted. He was amazed. He hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan to have this in mind. We are willing to obey orders, the other regimental commanders echoed. Chapter 200. Alright, let's go. Zhou Zhilan waved her hand, issuing the order. Skill, Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens, Zhou Zhilan. Fire Phoenix Aircraft Carrier, Xia Sitian. Long-Range Missile Ship, Peng Ing Jun. Hive Aircraft Carrier, Pang Sihua. Hive Aircraft Carrier, Whoosh. Whoosh. The Fire Phoenix Warship Formation launched, followed by the Annihilation Warships. On the Fire Phoenix Aircraft Carrier, Zhou Zhilan issued the order. Long-Range Missiles. Break through the Zerg's 5th line of defense. Skill, Long-Range Missile Strike. Xia Sitian's eyes widened, directly activating the 5-fold missile strike capability. 700 heavy tonnage missiles ascended, rapidly piercing through space. That's an alarm. The Zerg alarm had just lit up. Boom! 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 Under the cover of long-range missiles, 2 Zerg warship regiments were annihilated, and the 5th line of defense was captured. This is... Tao Yanfei, who was still standing there, was greatly surprised and involuntarily shrank back. She was scared. They took it already? Tai Shong and the others were also dumbfounded. The plan was to bombard with long-range missiles first, then have the machine gun-equipped warship regiment follow up. These Zerg warship regiments were all destroyed. Why would they need to replenish them? Commander Zhou, I discovered that fighting with you is so easy. Commander Zhang Zizhong smiled helplessly. So this was Zhou Zhilan's strength. No wonder she dared to weave through the massive armies of orcs and Zerg. Commander Zhang is too kind. My warship squadron might not be able to break through the 4th line of defense. I have to trouble the regimental commanders then, Zhou Zhilan said modestly. These were all her seniors. It was best to keep a low profile. Don't worry, we're already prepared and will provide artillery support at any time, Zhang Zizhong nodded. The Phoenix Battleship Squadron led the way into the Zerg's 4th defensive line. Zhou Zhilan looked at Pang Sihua. Sihua, welcome. Sihua, yes, order, stealth bombers drop cruise bombs. Order, Phoenix bombers drop cruise bombs. At the command, nearly 1,000 stealth bombers swooped down from the 4th defensive line, instantly dropping 6,000 cruise bombs, completely covering the entire Zerg 4th defensive line. Boom! Boom! 3 Zerg battleship regiments were successively destroyed. Only a few warships managed to escape, but they were terrified and frantically fled towards the 3rd defensive line. Zhang Zizhong looked at Zhou Zhilan in surprise. Commander Zhou, what kind of cruise bombs are these? They're so powerful. The presence of stealth bombers was one thing, but the power of the cruise bombs was hard for him to accept. Were they really this powerful? Specially made, dedicated cruise bombs, Zhou Zhilan replied with a smile. These were all specially made for her by Halong. Used in conjunction with her skills, their power was even greater. 1/10 had already been used. Specially made? How much would that cost? Tai Shong and the others exchanged glances. They couldn't afford specially made cruise bombs. Brother Long made them specially. It didn't cost money, just the cost of materials. Zhou Zhilan said proudly. That was her brother Long. Complete and devoted love. Brother Long? Commander how long? Tai Zhong asked tentatively. Yes, all our warships, fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, everything was provided by Brother Haolong. Xiao Luluo quickly looked up, as if she had a big brother. Commander Haolong is truly a genius. Zhang Zizhong exclaimed in admiration. Peng Yingjun didn't hesitate, immediately using her skill, triple transformation. Stealth bomber drops cruise bombs. The Zerg's third line of defense began to riot, rapidly deploying nearly 1,000 fighter jets, fearing that stealth bombers were also hovering overhead. Unfortunately, their reaction was too late. 2,400 bombers swooped down, dropping countless cruise bombs. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of cruise bombs, all the Zerg screamed in despair. Their only thought now was bombs. A sky full of cruise bombs. Boom! Boom! A massive secondary explosion shook the entire Zerg camp. Boom! The underground lurking bombs also detonated. The third line of defense was instantly blasted into a deep crater. All the Zerg warships vaporized, leaving not even a single contract hard behind. Zhang Zizhong opened his mouth, but no sound came out. And so many bombers? How was this Fire Phoenix warship fleet built? Tai Zhong and the others were even more astonished. If they were enemies with Zhou Zhilan, those 10,000 bombs would have vaporized them too. Move quickly, the underground lurking bombs are about to emerge. Zhou Zhilan immediately gave the order. Lolita had already relayed the message to her. Her radar had detected the underground lurking bombs. Yes, sir. Immediately, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, leading the Annihilation warships, headed towards the 3rd defensive line. Sihua, detonate the bombs on the 5th defensive line. The lurking bugs over there have emerged. Zhou Zhilan received the reconnaissance information and immediately gave the order. The lurking bombs were extremely powerful. Her own remaining fleet and Tao Yunfei's fleet couldn't withstand them. Roger. Boom. Boom. The Fire Phoenix carrier crossed the 3rd defensive line, and the lurking bugs on the 4th defensive line were also detonated. Boom. Commander, reconnaissance indicates 2 Zerg warship regiments are heading back to the 1st defensive line. At this moment, the vice captain reported. All warships, full speed ahead. Once the long-range missile ships are within range, open fire immediately. Zhou Zhilan immediately issued the order. Once the most fortified 1st defensive line is breached, the Zerg camp leader will have nowhere to escape. Yes, long-range missiles activated. CS Sitian, beautiful and taciturn, locked onto targets and immediately opened fire. Whoosh, whoosh. 120 missiles roared out, instantly piercing through space and disappearing from sight. Zhou! Boom! Boom! Commander Zhou, can missiles really travel this far? Tai Zhong stared blankly at the direction of the missiles, now undetectable. He had never seen such a long-range missile strike before. Could they even hit their target? Yes, someone play the projection. Zhou Zhilan instructed the vice captain to turn on the projection, and the Zerg's 1st defensive line came into view. The 1st line of defense was now engulfed in smoke and dust, indicating it had just been bombed. Sitian, after you cool down, fire another salvo. I want the 1st line of defense completely wiped out of Zerg warships, Zhou Zhilan declared confidently. Yes, sir. CS Sitian began preparations, her missiles spreading out to lock onto the remaining Zerg warships. Fire! 2 minutes later, the missiles were reloaded, and Sitian gave the order to fire. Whoosh, whoosh! 120 missiles roared out again, carrying CS Sitian's hopes as they streaked through space, disappearing from sight in an instant. This time, the radars of the Annihilation warships could barely detect the Zerg's 1st line of defense. The missiles easily evaded the Zerg warship's medium and long-range missile interception, dancing gracefully before the storm of close-range machine gun fire, accurately striking the Zerg warships. Boom! Boom! The remaining Zerg warship squadron was completely annihilated. Chapter 201. Commander Zhou, these missiles aren't specially made either, are they? Tai Zhong's voice was rapid. All specially made missiles. How could anyone compete? Yes, they're all specially made missiles. Zhou Zhilan smiled sweetly. Brother Long had plenty of specially made things. Awesome. Tai Zhong could only give a thumbs up. Who would spoil their girlfriend like this, giving her everything specially made? Brother Long's basic operations. Let's quickly take control of the 1st line of defense. Next, we need to find the Zerg leader who left the camp. Zhou Zhilan smiled shyly, but said with a hint of pride. Indeed, Her boyfriend was so capable, and receiving praise from others, how could she not be proud? That's right, everyone charge. Zhang Zizhong was also filled with heroic spirit. Watching the Fire Phoenix warship fleet crush everything in its path, he was already itching to fight some Zerg warships himself. Yes! The various regimental commanders issued orders with great enthusiasm. 210 warships accelerated their charge, rushing towards the Zerg's first line of defense. At that moment, a Zerg warship regiment also appeared, but Xie Zetian's long-range missiles soared into the sky again, instantly and accurately destroying them. Commander Zhou, captains, leave some, let us participate too. Looking at the Zerg warships that were no longer available, Tai Zhong pleaded almost desperately. Now they realized that being a spectator alongside Zhou Zhilan was enjoyable, but participating wasn't so great. They couldn't even get their hands on Zerg warships to fight. Commander of the Machinery Regiment, Commander of the Heavy Machinery Regiment, you defend here. Commander Zhang, Commander of the Mountain Artillery Regiment, come with me to pursue the Zerg leader. After arriving at the first line of defense, Zhou Zhilan's reconnaissance aircraft quickly located the Zerg leader's whereabouts. On the second route, it's definitely trying to break out as quickly as possible. Roger. The regimental commanders received the order. Headquarters. Report. Commander, the situation on the southern battlefield has stabilized. We're currently defending the fifth line of defense. The deputy captain reported to Chu Xiong. 2 support warship armies had been deployed to the southern battlefield, finally stabilizing the situation. What about casualties? Chu Xiong asked, his face pale. Heavy casualties. Lu Fang's warship army, plus 2 academy warship armies, were almost completely wiped out. The supporting warship armies also lost 2 regiments. Hearing of such heavy losses, Chu Xiong felt a pang of pain. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have given the Lu family face, and let the useless Lu Fang participate in this battle. Now the biggest problem is also laid out. If he doesn't capture the Zerg camp, he won't be able to escape responsibility. But with such heavy losses, capturing the Zerg camp won't be so easy. How are the western and northern battlefields? Chu Xiong asked again, wanting some good news to give him some confidence. The losses on the western and northern battlefields are less, but Commander Du and Commander Yang's naval forces have lost more than half their ships, as have the Academy's naval forces. The vice-captain's voice trailed off. Such losses were indeed heavy. Hearing the vice-captain's words, Chu Xiong's face turned ashen, devoid of any hope. He roared, "What about the eastern battlefield? What are the casualties?" "We can't contact Commander Zhang, and Commander Ma just arrived to provide support. There's been no news yet," the vice-captain replied, sweating profusely. He already had a bad feeling. They had suffered a major defeat. Chu Xiong said angrily, "Have Commander Ma send back intelligence as soon as possible. Tell me how many losses were on the eastern battlefield." Suddenly, the vice-captain checked the intelligence report. "Commander, great news. Commander Ma has sent word of a major victory on the eastern battlefield." "Losses? A major victory?" Chu Xiong asked incredulously. "A major victory? What kind of major victory?" "Commander Zhang." "No, Commander Zhou. She led the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet to violently tear through all the Zerg's defenses. Then, she led Commander Zhang's battleship straight in and successfully captured the core of the Zerg camp. They are currently capturing the Zerg leader." "Good. I didn't expect Commander Zhou to give me such a big surprise. Commander Zhou deserves the greatest credit." Chu Xiong laughed heartily. Difficult? He was in a very difficult situation. The other 3 sides were too difficult to manage, almost completely wiped out. Fortunately, there was Zhou Zhilan in the east. "Tell Commander Zhou, tell Commander Zhang how many casualties they suffered. I prioritize replenishing them." "Commander." "According to the reports, there are currently no casualties on the eastern battlefield, not even a single crew member." The vice-captain checked the casualty log. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He wasn't mistaken, there were indeed no casualties. Not a single warship was lost, not even a single crew member with minor injuries. Chu Xiong quickly opened the log himself. Indeed, there were none. Let's go quickly. I want to see for myself how Commander Zhou fights. What kind of divine battle is this, to be so beautifully fought?" Chu Xiong was going crazy. He just couldn't understand how Zhou Zhilan fought. Compared to the other 3 battlefields, well, those 3 battlefields were practically suicide missions. Only Commander Zhou's side was actually fighting a real battle. The Zerg seemed to be standing there taking hits, without any power to fight back. Eastern battlefield, boom! Boom! Zetian, the Zerg flagship is over there. Open fire. I want it alive. Zhou Zhilan issued the order with heroic spirit. They finally caught up with the Zerg leader at the 4th defensive line. Roger. Whoosh. Whoosh. 120 missiles were fired simultaneously, shaking the entire camp. Boom. Boom. Zerg warships were blown to pieces, with only a few escaping. The Zerg leader's flagship was hit twice, suffering significant damage. You hold them off, I'm retreating first. The Zerg flagship issued the order, activating its skill and speeding towards the 5th defensive line. Pursue. Zhou Zhilan calmly ordered. Whoosh. Suddenly, a silver-white warship appeared, intercepting the Fire Phoenix warship formation. Brother Yun? Ma Yun exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought that Zhao Yun, who had followed Haolong to the other side, would appear before them? Zhao Yun. The other captains also shouted joyfully. Zhao Yun has arrived. Is Haolong far behind? Zhao Yun's projection entered, and he immediately saluted Zhou Zhilan. Madam, the commander sent me to protect you. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Zhao. Zhou Zhilan returned the salute, then asked, where is Brother Long? Zhao Yun. The commander is still behind. He sent me ahead to protect your safety. My safety? What happened? Zhou Zhilan asked, puzzled. How could Haolong, thousands of miles away, know that he was in danger? I don't know the specifics. The commander didn't explain. I only know that when we were about to capture the Orc fortress, the commander suddenly said that it was dangerous for Madame to participate in the Zerg camp, and then immediately retreated, sailing rapidly here. The Zerg camp is in danger? The Zerg leader? Zhou Zhilan looked at the Zerg flagship that was already fleeing towards the 5th line of defense. Now, the only threat was the Zerg flagship. Chapter 202. Zhang Zizhong volunteered the task. Leave the Zerg flagship to me. Where is Brother Long now? Zhou Zhilan continued to ask. The Zerg flagship was nothing compared to Haolong to her. It might take some time before he arrives, Zhao Yun said gravely. He knew something about Haolong's ambush, and as for who ambushed him, he could roughly guess. Hung Li. Just say it, did Brother Long encounter trouble on the way, and then had to send you first? Zhou Zhilan was incredibly clever, and easily guessed the whole story. Yes, when I arrived, it seemed like a dark mercenary group ambushed the commander, Zhao Yun said truthfully. He had considered returning to help, but out of trust in Haolong, he had no choice but to carry out the mission of rescuing Zhou Zhilan first. Zhang Zizhong chimed in, Commander Zhou, I have someone investigate immediately. Commander Haolong has been trapped in Yixianshan for 3 days. He's surrounded by nearly 3,000 dark mercenary ships, all T3 and T4 warships. Because of the great commotion surrounding Haolong, the vice captain quickly found out the general situation. What? Trapped in Yixianshan? Zhou Zhilan quickly snatched the data. It contained information about Haolong's 3-day ordeal. Commander Zhang, help me. Zhou Zhilan solemnly saluted Commander Zhang. What kind of help do you need? Just ask. Zhang Zizhong agreed without hesitation. Use the skill of the Mountain Cannon Regiment Commander to send my Fire Phoenix warship fleet towards Yixianshan, as far as possible. Okay, Mountain Cannon Regiment Commander, use the skill immediately, and do your best to teleport Commander Zhou. Zhang Zizhong immediately agreed and issued the order. Received. Zhao Yun, you come with me. After the teleportation, don't wait for me, head straight for Yixianshan. Zhou Zhilan said murderously, dare to harm my brother Long? I kill you all, even if it's to the ends of the earth. Yes. Sensing Zhou Zhilan's killing intent, Zhao Yun quickly responded. Commander Guo Shanpa, please initiate the teleportation. Okay, skill, 1,000 miles away. A light screen enveloped Zhao Yun's True White Horse warship and Fire Phoenix warship formation, then disappeared from the spot. We pursue the Zerg flagship. Pass the order, be extremely careful of its skills, and prepare countermeasures in advance. Zhang Zizhong issued the order. With the Rock Battleship Regiment and Commander Ma's warship reinforcements ahead, the Zerg flagship had no chance of escape. The only worry was that the Zerg flagship's final trump card might not cause even greater damage. He was also curious about the Zerg flagship's trump card. What could have made Commander Haolong worry about Commander Zhou's safety? Boom. Boom. The pursuit of the Annihilation warship fleet resulted in the last 3 Zerg warship regiments being surrounded. Kill! Fire! Don't give them a chance to retaliate. Zhang Zizhong, piloting the flagship, led the charge, with Tai Zhong close behind. The commander was no pushover either. Knowing the danger, he still charged forward. We attacked too. Li Macho, seeing the Zerg flagship shields destroyed, knew her chance had come. Alright, skill, Divine Speed Navigation. Lu Hai used his skill, leading Li Macho in a charge towards the Zerg flagship. Good timing. Skill, one-on-one. The Zerg leader smiled cruelly, expecting to be limited to a single ordinary warship, but someone had unexpectedly delivered themselves to their doorstep. The one-on-one skill directly locked onto Li Macho's Tyrant Flower warship. Skill, shifting flowers and grafting trees. Li Macho was shocked and quickly transferred the lock-on connection to the nearby Lu Hai warship. Liamo. Before Lu Hai could finish speaking, the Zerg flagship had already connected it to the dark arena. Lu Hai roared, Li Macho, you die a horrible death. Human leader, when you go crazy, you're quite pathetic, being used as a scapegoat. The Zerg leader toyed with Lu Hai. There was no way to escape. Surrounded by humans outside, it couldn't escape. It was fortunate to have captured a leader to play with. Then let's fight. Fire! Lu Hai ordered, firing the cannons. Boom! Boom! In less than 2 rounds of fire, Lu Hai's warship had become trash in the arena. A black light appeared, enveloping the Zerg flagship and teleporting it away. Outside, Li Macho, who had been lying in wait, was overjoyed and ordered a concentrated barrage of fire. Suddenly, a swarm of enormous black shadows enveloped her warship. Capture it. Suddenly, hundreds of mechs broke through the Zerg flagship and headed straight for the Zerg leader. You? Before Li Macho could speak, a familiar scene unfolded. Dozens of massive cannons locked onto her flagship, while nearly 100 jamming aircraft blocked the surrounding area. Bombers and fighters swarmed out, spreading out in a dense, overwhelming display. Zhang Zizhong hurriedly shouted, "Stop! It's one of our own!" Actually, he didn't need to shout. The other Annihilation warships had already tacitly stopped, because those jamming aircraft, bombers, and fighters were all too familiar. Suddenly, the air rippled, and 21 mechs appeared atop Li Macho's warship. The leading mech, Yanlong, said, "Commander Zhang, long time no see. You're as dashing as ever." "Commander how long?" Zhang Zizhong thought he misheard and asked doubtfully. "That's right, it's me." Haolong projected from within the mech. "It really is you. How did you get out? Weren't you trapped in the one-line sky?" "Haolong, I got someone to teleport me out." "I see. But you two are truly a match made in heaven." Zhang Zizhong chuckled helplessly. "What kind of situation is this?" Commander Zhou teleported to rescue people, and Commander Haolong had already teleported over. "Are you kidding me? Haolong, Commander Zhang, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor." "It's about Commander Zhou, isn't it? Don't you know where Commander Zhou went?" Zhang Zizhong teased. "Commander Zhou. Commander Zhang, are you referring to Shilan?" Haolong asked, puzzled. "It's her, and she just left." "Where did she go? Tell me, I go find her." Haolong immediately perked up, asking impatiently, even abandoning his manners. "In the direction of Yixianshan, haha." Zhang Zizhong finished speaking and laughed first. Yixianshan? Haolong covered his face in disbelief. "I came, but she left, going back to where I had just arrived." "What kind of situation is this?" "Commander Zhang, could you please move those cannons? I'm a student of the academy, not an enemy." Haolong was chatting happily with Zhang Zizhong, but Li Macho, standing beneath Haolong, was not having an easy time. Seeing that they intended to continue the conversation, she directly invoked the academy's name. "Come on, step on me. I'm a student of the Blade Military Academy." "You're not only a student of the academy, but also a teacher of a vice dean, and your skill in using the substitution technique is extremely refined. I will report your glorious achievements to the academy," Zhang Zizhong said cryptically. He had just witnessed what happened. Someone used their companion as a shield to save their own life. Chapter 203. "Commander Zhang, the situation was critical just now. I didn't want it to turn out this way either. I'm also heartbroken. After all, I've been with him for 2 years, and we have feelings for each other." Li Macho sobbed, trying to sound completely innocent. "Commander, the Zerg flagship has been captured." At this moment, a mech flew out from the Zerg flagship and reported to Haolong. "Commander Zhang, this Zerg flagship. You captured the Zerg flagship. It's your responsibility to deal with it." Zhang Zizhong waved his hand dismissively, showing no reluctance to leave the Zerg flagship. "Commander Zhang, since everything is alright here, I'd be leaving now." "Go quickly. Commander Zhou might be in danger," Zhang Zizhong reminded her. "Right now, the first line of sky is full of mercenaries who want to kill Haolong. If Zhou Xilan goes there like this, it's like a lamb entering a tiger's den." "Danger? What do you mean? Does anyone want to hurt her?" Haolong instantly became murderous. Anyone who dares to hurt my Jilin will be killed without mercy. Isn't Yixianshan dangerous? Zhang Zizhong was stunned. How could Haolong be so reckless? Yixianshan was a gathering place for a large number of mercenaries hunting him down. Zhou Jilin was so close to him, it was hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't use her against him. Yixianshan has 3,000 mercenary warships. I've blown them all up. Commander Zhang, please tell me, who else wants to harm her? I kill her immediately. Haolong's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Zhang Zizhong. If he revealed who else wanted to harm Jilin, he would eliminate her without regard for the consequences. What? You blew up 3,000 mercenary warships? Zhang Zizhong was shocked. He admired Haolong's ruthlessness immensely. Even more, he admired his ability. 3,000 ships were equivalent to half an army group, and these were mercenaries who roamed the space battlefield. They were all ruthless characters, even more ferocious than an average warship army group. You actually had the ability to blow them all up. Even Commander Chu Xiong, upon hearing this, would at least give you a 70% discount. What? Blow up 3,000 mercenary warships? Impossible. Can a human do that? He must be lying to himself. Li Macho, standing at his feet, shuddered upon hearing this. Was he a devil? No, that was a lie, he was deceiving people. Commander, what he said isn't false. We just received news that the entire first-line sky has been detonated, and it's estimated that 3,800 mercenary warships there will be destroyed. The Dark Council has announced, from now on, they will not accept any missions from Haolong, including those associated with him. At this moment, the vice captain beside Zhang Zizhong panicked and immediately reported. A truly ruthless man. Others wouldn't even dare to dream of it, yet he did it, and afterwards, he chatted casually with the commander, as if he had wiped out a colony of ants. From now on, we must be careful not to offend his faction, or we won't even know how we died. A formidable young man indeed. Upon receiving the confirmed news, Zhang Zizhong was also stunned. He was actually telling the truth. I thought it was an exaggeration, but it turned out to be much less. This time, Commander Chu should be terrified of you. You're a ruthless tyrant. These are minor matters, Commander Zhang. Tell me, who else wants to harm Jilin? Haolong said earnestly. He wanted to see how much suffering his Jilin had endured here. Don't worry, her teacher is Chun Ruru, the commander of AT-7 level army group. Basically, no one dares to bully her. Zhang Zizhong looked at the murderous Haolong and felt a headache coming on. This ruthless demon needed to be restrained. I understand. AT-7 level army group? Haolong muttered to himself. Zhang Zizhong was thunderstruck by these words. T-7 army group? What did that mean? The tone was calm, as if he just killed someone. Li Macho, standing at his feet, trembled violently. What kind of killing star was this? There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Had he gone mad? T-7 was different from T-6, it was a huge dividing line. How dare he? Commander Zhang, then I take my leave. Now that he knew Zhou Jilan's whereabouts, Haolong didn't linger. After all, finding the girl who haunted his dreams was the most important thing. Alright, take care. See you next time, Zhang Zizhong said politely. Watching the man leave like the wind, Zhang Zizhong shook his head with a bitter smile. He was a good man, deeply affectionate, but his affection was too strong, he became obsessed. Headquarters? Commander, good news. Good news from the eastern battlefield. The Zerg flagship has been captured by Haolong, and we're now clearing out the remaining Zerg warships. The vice captain excitedly reported to Chu Xiong. Great. Commander Zhou and Commander Zhang fought well. Chu Xiong shouted with joy. He had been devastated when the other three sides were routed, but unexpectedly, the tide had turned in the blink of an eye. Who captured the Zerg flagship? I reward him handsomely, Chu Xiong asked. It was Haolong. Haolong? Whose subordinate is he? How could he be so brave? Chu Xiong asked curiously. He seemed to recognize the name. Commander. This Haolong is an unparalleled ruthless man. He just detonated the entire first-line sky, destroying over 3,800 mercenary warships. Clearly, the vice-captain had also checked Haolong's information. What? How is this possible? 3,800 mercenary warships. If we really clashed, even our entire fleet would have to avoid them. How dare he? Chu Xiong was astonished. He had never seen such a ruthless person. Commander, it's true. The Dark Council has announced that they will no longer accept Haolong's missions, including any related ones. Where is he now? Chu Xiong's first thought was to get him out of there as soon as possible. According to Commander Zhang's message, He went to Yixianshan. Commander Zhang Zizhong? They know each other? Chu Xiong was surprised. The two shouldn't be connected. Haolong, Commander Zhou's lover. He was also there when Commander Zhang was rescued. So it's him. No wonder I vaguely remember him. Chu Xiong nodded, looking enlightened. Then what's the matter with him going to Yixianshan? Is someone after him? Chu Xiong asked, unsure. It's because Commander Zhou went to Yixianshan, so he went to find Commander Zhou. Good that he's gone. We deal with the remaining Zerg warships, and then return to our base, Chu Xiong ordered. This trip was terrifying enough, he just wanted to return to base to rest. Commander, there's one more thing. The Zerg camp discovered a primitive star mineral. According to regulations, the warship corps that achieves the first merit receives 30% of the share. Commander Zhou is undoubtedly the first to achieve this. How should we handle this? The vice captain brought up a major issue. In previous camp missions, the Blade Army group was always the main force, and the first merit always went to someone within the group. This time, however, Zhou Zhilan was an additional member. Commander Zhou and Commander Zhang each received 15% of the share. Chu Xiong waved his hand, making an unprecedented promise. Even the academy students get a share. Commander is wise. Should we talk to Commander Zhang first? The vice captain suggested. All right, have a good talk with Commander Zhang. After all, the capture of the camp, this time was entirely thanks to Commander Zhou. Tell him that Commander Zhou must get a share, Chu Xiong said decisively. If it weren't for Haolong's affair, he could pretend he didn't see how the internal distribution was done, but the situation is different now. He doesn't want to provoke Haolong, that killer. Chapter 204. System, reclaim all contract hearts and exchange them for a T4 class lightspeed supply ship. After sailing for 10 minutes, Haolong looked back and saw that they were far from the Zerg camp. He had also scouted the surroundings and found no one. He smiled at the projected three-tailed white fox and said, Daji, your new warship has arrived. He had only managed to escape from the narrow pass thanks to the three-tailed white fox's, Daji's, skill, time travel. Now that her skill was on cooldown, he could use it again once she was on the lightspeed supply ship. Of course, to satisfy Daji, he had to pay a heavy price. With less than 2 million star coins left, he could only smile bitterly, back to square one. Warships are money-devouring beasts. Lightspeed supply ship, Ice Sculpture Jade Carving, Warship Tier, T4, Skycrossing Class, Special Abilities, Super Cooldown, Reserve Skill Cooldown Count, 2 halves, accelerates friendly skill cooldown by 50%, Extreme Speed Supply, capable of long-range spatial delivery of supplies, supply ship space increased by 800%. Overall armor strength, star degree. Battleship shield energy, star degree. Cruising speed, 2,200 kilometers per hour. Supply capacity, 550.8 million tons. All-purpose healing pods, 1. All-purpose supply pods, 8. Engine, Hercules Engine X-18. T4 radar, ultra-long range full control radar. Length, meters. Mass, 4.8 million tons. Staff, 180. Battleship weapons. Rapid-fire Fortress heavy cannons, 8,600 mm caliber, 30-second cooldown. T4 5-star super missile launchers, 18. T4 4-star close and weapon system, 200. T4 space fighter jets, 80. T4 radar reconnaissance aircraft, 20. T4 cruiser mechs, 80. Commander, where is the warship you specially prepared for me? Daji's red lips drew near, alluring and tempting. Her figure was graceful, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, yet also carrying a hint of cunning and allure. Her voice was soft and melodious, like heavenly music, radiating endless charm and temptation. Watch your behavior. Zhuge Liang nearly dropped his fan, quickly regaining his composure. It's all right. Without a witch in your heart, your sword will naturally be drawn. Haolong simply waved his hand gently. This Daji possessed innate allure, not something that could be controlled by human effort. Commander, a divine warship has arrived. It's marked as one of our fleet ships. The vice captain suddenly exclaimed. She couldn't help but exclaim, for the warship was entirely sculpted like jade, its energy swirling and translucent. It was too beautiful. Judging by its appearance alone, it was a divine warship, the kind no one would trade for. Not only her, but even Haolong was stunned upon seeing it. Zhuge Liang, initially unimpressed, glanced at it and dropped his beloved fan, ignoring it completely. Huang Yueying was even more visibly awestruck, practically drooling. The crimson-faced Spider Queen, Huang Sime, also wore a burning gaze and an expression of infatuation. He was going crazy. Halong himself hadn't expected this light-speed supply ship to be so eye-catching. If Jilan saw it, would she ask him to get her one too? Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Halong suddenly snapped out of his daze. Dodgy, if I said this warship wasn't for you, would you believe me? Thank you, Commander. I accept this warship. From now on, I do whatever you ask, including... Dodgy quickly thanked him, even abandoning her current transport ship, and immediately set off at full speed in her shuttle towards the light-speed supply ship. Dodgy, I want to abandon our agreement. That warship really wasn't for you. Halong made a final attempt to salvage the situation. I can't give up. I'm extremely satisfied with your warship. According to our agreement, I work for you from now on, my personal maid. The shuttle's smoke thickened. Dodgy, that warship really wasn't for you. I get you a new one, I get you a new one. No need to change, this is it, or I leave. Then. No, you won't let me go. This warship is mine now. Dodgy said stubbornly. Life is precious, freedom is more valuable, but for the sake of the warship, both can be abandoned. At this moment, the shuttle had already plunged into the high-speed supply ship. Halong knew, it's over, this supply ship is gone. Ha ha ha, this warship is so beautiful, a jade-carved warship, mine, forever mine, no one can stop me. Hearing Dodgy's words, Halong's heart felt like it had fallen into the underworld. Forget it, let it be destroyed, there's no hope. Commander, what should we say to the madam? Zhuge Liang picked up his fan with a pained expression, trying to shift his gaze away from the light-speed supply ship. Strategist, this problem? Halong's eyes lit up, as if he had found a lifeline. Commander, I don't know either. I go arrange things. Hearing Halong's question, Zhuge Liang bowed and slipped away. Girl. Halong looked at Huang Yueying. Brother Halong, I can't help you unless you can find another similar warship. Huang Yueying continued to stare at the light-speed ship, drooling. A similar warship? Halong's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. The entrance to the one-line sky. Even before entering, the reconnaissance aircraft had already transmitted numerous reconnaissance images. Deep within the one-line sky, hearts of contracts were everywhere, like trash, and no one seemed to bother to collect them. Commander, we scouted the entire first line of sky, it's all mercenary warships. There's no ship commanding them. The vice captain reported, clearly unable to find Halong. Continue expanding the search area. Find Brother Long at all costs. Zhou Zhilan frowned as she gave the order. What exactly happened here? Where did Brother Long and the others go? Had the ferry supply ship retrieved the heart of contract? She believed Halong was alright, but her worry lingered. Commander, there's spatial fluctuation. We don't know if it's friend or foe. The Lolita warship reported to Zhou Zhilan. Be on alert. Prevent a sneak attack. Zhou Zhilan ordered. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix warship formation went into defensive stance, guns moved to aim, and bombers and fighters concealed themselves in the air. Just then, the white light dissipated, revealing 4 super-large warships and a silver-white warship. It's the commander and the others, the vice captain exclaimed. Boom! Everyone's hearts trembled, their protector had arrived. The commander-in-chief is here. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Halong flew towards the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier in the shuttle. Ding-dong, Halong requests projection. Connect quickly. Zhou Zhilan was incredibly excited, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice filled with tenderness. Finally, she saw him. His safety was all that mattered. Zhilan, long time no see. You become even more beautiful, even more charming. In the projection, Halong also gazed tenderly at the even more captivating, graceful, yet slightly slender woman. But a tidal wave of emotion surged within him, a wave of pain washed over him, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Brother Long, you kept me waiting so long. The aircraft carrier's door opened, and Zhou Zhilan threw herself upon the robust man, who seemed to radiate boundless light. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, flowing freely. Her hands, clasped tightly around Halong, were bulging with veins, as if afraid he would leave. A strong sense of security washed over her, and Zhou Zhilan felt that she could finally rest for a while, gradually drifting into a warm and safe dream. Chapter 205. In her dream, she was once again the little girl protected and pampered. Brother Long, Brother Long. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Zhilan woke up, looking at the empty bed where she was alone, and called out a few times. It was just a dream. I'm here, charming little girl, wake up. At this moment, Halong entered from outside. Thump! Before Halong could finish speaking, Zhou Zhilan pounced and landed directly in his arms. She clung tightly to Halong again, as if afraid he would leave. "Don't worry, I always been here." Halong hugged her, while stroking Zhou Zhilan's head with one hand. "Brother Long, you messed up my hair again." After a long while, Zhou Zhilan finally pushed Halong away. "Haha, I'm used to it." Halong waved his hand awkwardly. Just then, Xiao Luolu's urgent voice rang out from outside the room. Sister, are you up yet? We have something important to tell you. Get up quickly." Halong jolted awake. Had he been caught? It wasn't surprising he thought that way, ever since they saw the Lightspeed supply ship yesterday. The captains of the Fire Phoenix crew seemed mesmerized, spending 5 hours just studying the Lightspeed ship's deck, and constantly touching and examining its interior, almost as if they wanted to steal it. The captain's bandit-like behavior terrified Daji, who was truly afraid they would dismantle the Lightspeed ship. "Little Luoluo, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Zhou Zhilan asked softly, looking at the energetic little girl with doting eyes. Little Luoluo was now everyone's darling, innocent, lively, pure-hearted, and could never be spoiled. And she was incredibly capable. Sister, ask Brother Halong if he has any more warships decorated with white jade carvings. We want to get one too." Little Luoluo tugged at Zhou Zhilan's hand, shaking it and asking in a childish voice. That Lightspeed supply ship was simply too beautiful. Anyone who saw it would be mesmerized. A warship adorned with white jade? Are there warships like that? Zhou Zhilan was bewildered, looking at Halong for a question. Yesterday, her eyes were only on Halong. She hadn't bothered to examine other warships, even those that were very white and dazzling. "Yes, I show you. That warship is perfect for Daji to pilot. It's because she can use her skills multiple times that I was able to find you so quickly." Halong quickly added, frantically wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. "Brother Long, I believe you. Let's go! I'm really curious about that warship." Zhou Zhilan grabbed Halong's hand, radiating confidence. "Has someone forgotten something?" "Okay." Halong sounded slightly unsure. That warship was too eye-catching. Anyone who saw it would be confused. "Zhilan, you have to hold on, be more reserved." "That's... Wow, so beautiful. Brother Long, I want one too." The moment Zhou Zhilan saw the Lightspeed supply ship, she forgot everything else, ran over quickly, and began to touch it all over. Hao Long stood there in astonishment, his feet rooted to the spot. "Damn it, I run out of star coins. Where am I going to get another warship?" She watched for a full 2 hours before finally getting off the Lightspeed supply ship, still wanting more. "Brother Long, when will my warship fleet be upgraded?" Zhou Zhilan asked softly. But her eyes kept glancing at the Lightspeed supply ship. "Upgrades can be done anytime, but I spent all my star coins, so it might take some time." No need. I have plenty of star coins stored up, and a lot of various upgrade materials. Look." Zhou Zhilan proudly showed Halong the data on the Heart of Contract and her star coin account. "Wow, she's a rich woman," Halong exclaimed, looking at the hundreds of Hearts of Contract and nearly 700 billion star coins. He was deeply impressed and felt a surge of affection. "Thank you for your hard work. Leave the warship upgrades to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Okay, let's go back to school then." At that moment, Zhou Zhilan smiled radiantly. "If only we could stay together forever." Blade Academy. Under the big tree, the two girls began to chat. "Have you heard? In this competition to attack the Zerg camp, Zhou Zhilan from Class 5, a year ahead of her, was the top contributor. She commanded the eastern battlefield from the very beginning, and ultimately stormed the camp, capturing the Zerg flagship. You only heard a small part of the story. Do you know anything about it?" "Know what? Is there anything I don't know?" "Yes. Do you know how devastating the battles on the other 3 fronts were?" "How devastating?" "I heard that the eastern battlefield only lost a few thousand fighters after breaking through the Zerg camp, maybe a dozen or so warships at most." "A dozen or so warships? Warships? Are you kidding me?" The other 3 battlefields suffered heavy losses, especially the southern battlefield, which lost 3.5 naval fleets, a total of over 1,800 warships destroyed. "What? How many warships?" "Over 1,800, not even counting the severely damaged ones that weren't destroyed." "How is that possible? Were they lined up to die?" "That's unclear, but there are rumors that the eastern battlefield set a trap for the other 3 battlefields, causing them to suffer heavy losses, while the eastern battlefield reaped the benefits." "Wow, Zhou Zhilan is so cunning." "Exactly. We already organized a boycott of her. Do you want to come?" I want to. We have to boycott her, or we be next. Report. Commander, madam, rumors about you are circulating at Blade Academy. They even formed a special organization to boycott you. On Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, Zhuge Liang connected to the projection and came to report. Have you found out who it is? Halong asked with a faint smile, sitting in his chair. But the cold glint in his eyes was almost tangible. It's implicated by Kwangli, the vice dean and teacher of Class 1. She's mainly spreading rumors about Li Macho. Zhuge Liang waved his fan. He had already investigated the matter thoroughly. Watching Halong and Zhuge Liang talk so confidently, Ma Yunlu couldn't help but ask strategist, when did this happen? The Fire Phoenix warship fleet was currently on its way back to the school, and she hadn't received any news yet. 15 minutes ago, the boycott began in an hour. We still need 3 hours to get back to the academy. Zhuge Liang calmly fanned himself, uttering these boastful words. 15 minutes ago? Ma Yunlu was utterly astonished. Did he even want to hear what he was saying and doing? He investigated everything so clearly and thoroughly in just 15 minutes. He hadn't even received a whisper of it. Brother Long, what are you planning to do? Zhou Zhilan, sitting beside him, asked. Halong looked apologetically at Zhou Zhilan. First, have someone help you prove your innocence. As for the score between Kwangli and Li Macho, we settle it later? Zhou Zhilan interjected. Kwangli wielded considerable power in the academy. It wasn't wise to confront her directly. Even if they held on to this matter, it wouldn't have any real impact on her. It was better to settle it later. Chapter 206. Alright, as you wish. Halong looked at Zhou Zhilan with doting eyes. Then, strategist, this matter is entrusted to you. Zhuge Liang, holding his fan with both hands, said confidently, yes, Commander. Although we cannot allow their strength to be diminished, we can make them suffer the consequences first. Good, I'm very satisfied. Then I leave it to you, strategist. Halong stood up and patted Zhuge Liang's shoulder. Zhou Zhilan stood up and thanked him, saying, thank you, strategist. It's good that you're here. Brother Long, you're an amazing strategist. After Zhuge Liang disconnected the projection, Zhou Zhilan exclaimed sincerely. Of course, but don't worry, I already had the strategist establish an intelligence network at Blade's Edge Academy. You won't be so clueless in the future. Halong nodded with a smile. Since Zhuge Liang was around, he didn't have to do many things himself. That's great, thank you. Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan gave Halong a quick kiss. Halong smiled happily. When it comes to being awesome, it has to be him. He gets the reward for his strategist work. Then, Commander, what do we need to do? Ma Yun asked. Nothing needs to be done. Go back and rest. The meeting is in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Roger. Commander, there's news about what you assigned. At this moment, Zhuge Liang sent a message. Then it's up to you. Take them down. How Long replied mysteriously. Brother Long, be honest, who are you after this time? Zhou Zhilan asked How Long with a smile. Her hands were naturally clasped together, as if she was thinking about something. How Long quickly grasped Zhou Zhilan's soft hands and said timidly, it's a gift for you. Let's see if the strategist can succeed. Fine, you win. Zhou Zhilan smiled sweetly. But what she truly desired was How Long. As long as How Long was there, she felt she had everything. 3 hours later, nearly 1 million students had marched outside Blade Academy. Expel Zhou Zhilan. We don't want classmates who used us as scapegoats. Expel Zhou Zhilan. We don't want classmates who used us as scapegoats. Expel Zhou Zhilan. We don't want schemers. Expel Zhou Zhilan. The banners they held up were all for Zhou Zhilan's expulsion. Inspired by those with ulterior motives, they were all fiercely determined, seemingly ready to tear Zhou Zhilan apart. Zhou Zhilan, this is the consequence of offending me. This time, you will have no way to defend yourself. After you're expelled from Blade Academy, I kill you to vent my hatred. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Li Macho stood there, looking at her triumphant masterpiece, unable to help but laugh wildly. Just then, 2 fleets of warships approached. Commander Chu Xiong of the 2nd Blade Army Group has arrived. Commander Zhang Zizhong of the Annihilation Warship Corps of the 2nd Blade Army Group has arrived. The arrival of the Army Group commanders sparked speculation among the students. Why is the 2nd Blade Warship Army Group here? Are they here to arrest Zhou Zhilan? Someone like her needs to be arrested and sent to a military court. Exactly. Not arresting her isn't enough to quell our anger. Arresting her is the right thing to do. As the 2 fleets of warships from the 2nd Army Group approached, the Academy's bells suddenly rang wildly. Whoosh! The Blade Academy's escorting warship Legion activated, arriving from all directions and immediately sealing off the surrounding area. Suddenly, a T-8 warship emerged from the vast army, and an aged voice rang out from within. All students, please be quiet. The commander of the 2nd Blade Group and Commander Zhang are here to promote a hero, to promote a classic battle. You only need to watch and listen quietly. Anyone who violates the rules will be expelled from the academy. Serious offenders will be sent to a military court. Wow, that warship belongs to the dean. It's the dean we haven't seen in years. Shoo, keep your voices down. You want to be expelled from the academy? Quiet, the old dean roared. Looking at the million students who had once made him so proud, he was utterly enraged. Just a few words, and he'd been completely manipulated. How humiliating. Now, please welcome Commander Zhang to project a classic battle for us. After the projection, we will also present awards to our best students. Boom! The projection began, displaying a series of commands. Soon, in the ambush along the 3 flight paths, the Zerg warships were like lambs to the slaughter, wiped out 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Ultimately, the 3 airborne routes resulted in the complete annihilation of 25 Zerg fleets without any losses. Next, the unexpected takeover of the other 3 battlefields revealed a series of disastrous defeats. Furthermore, the various unbelievable tactics employed on the eastern battlefield, including the classic breach of Zerg defenses, ultimately leading to the capture of the Zerg camp. Subsequently, the recorded orders were retrieved, and their functions were added. These included orders to allow Zerg fleets into the camp, facilitating the infiltration of their own aircraft. Orders to ambush the Zerg, inflicting heavy casualties, and paving the way for the subsequent attack on the fortress. The final series of rapid breaches laid the foundation for victory. The curtain falls. Commander Zhang Zizhong projected the scene, roaring, "What are your thoughts after watching? Is there any conspiracy theory in it? That Zhou Zhilan framed the other 3 battlefields? Where's your evidence? Show it." "Wow. How could this be? You're lying to me. Why are you slandering Zhou Zhilan?" "No, I didn't. I only told you because he said so." "Quiet. We be showing another projection of the battlefield from that time," the dean said angrily. Seeing this classic battle again, he felt a surge of excitement, followed by anger and heartache. Then, a spectacular projection played. A classmate shielded me from a knife. Li Macho's skill in shifting blame was masterful, elegant, and effortless. The students, however, were sweating profusely. "Oh my god, so that's who it was. It was her. She was the one who told me first. Li Macho told me first." She said Zhou Zhilan used underhanded tactics to frame the other 3 battlefields. What the hell? The 4 battlefields are so far apart. Even communication is blocked. How could she frame anyone? Exactly. It's more like she colluded with the Zerg. Zhang Zizhong stood up. "Everyone, quiet down. The award ceremony is about to begin. With the approval and verification of the Commander-in-Chief of Blade Planet, Zhou Zhilan deserves the highest merit for this attack on the Zerg camp. Reward, 100 billion star coins. And a 15% share of the raw ore from the Zerg camp." Boom. Wow, such a generous reward. A 15% share of the raw ore, how much money is that? Isn't that a benefit only warship fleets get? Are you stupid? They conquered the entire Zerg camp. A share as a reward is normal, isn't it? That's true. Without Zhou Zhilan's heroic efforts, this camp would never have been taken. Zhou Zhilan, a war goddess. Zhou Zhilan, a war goddess. Zhou Zhilan. Chapter 207. You two, what's your decision? On another teaching building, Zhuge Liang asked the excited twin sisters beside him. We're willing to join. The twin sisters nodded hurriedly, afraid that Zhuge Liang would object. The space factory on the outskirts of the academy. Brother Long, Dean Blade, and the warship commander and Commander Zhang, how did they help me get back on track? Zhou Zhilan asked curiously, clinging to Hao Long's arm. This little female war god is underestimating herself, isn't she? Hao Long affectionately pinched Zhou Zhilan's nose. One battle at the Zerg camp will make you a god. Tell me, which academy would let you go? Even if they did, the princess's faction would go crazy. Hao Long's tone was full of pride, but his hands were clenched tightly. The more outstanding they were, the deeper they would be drawn into the factional struggles of the empire. The title of war god has its advantages and disadvantages. Brother Long, we get another 100 billion star coins, and a 15% share of the raw ore. Zhou Zhilan said excitedly. Commander, they agreed to join. At this moment, Zhuge Liang requested to project his message. Good, bring them over to meet us. Zhilan, I suggest selling 15% of the ore share to the princess's people in exchange for the materials and resources we need now. Halong said to Jilan. The original ore share takes a long time to process. It's better to directly exchange it for the resources we need. Okay, then, Brother Long, you arrange it. Zhou Jilan shook Halong's hand. The strategist is in your hands. Halong patted Zhuge Liang's shoulder again. Yes, Commander. Zhuge Liang shook his fan and bowed, accepting the task. Halong, who will the strategist bring? Zhou Jilan asked. It's a secret, I tell you later. This is a gift from me, and they become our ultimate weapon. Halong smiled mysteriously. These two were a crucial piece of information for him. Humph, I don't want to hear it if you don't tell me. Okay, then I tell you first. Brother Long, you're amazing. With them, we... Zhou Jilan excitedly hugged Halong. Finally, her expectations were about to be fulfilled. She wouldn't be fighting alone anymore. After we meet, have them strapped to your warship. If there are no problems, they officially join us. Now let's discuss what kind of T2 warship you want, and list out all your upgrade requirements. It's time for me to show off my real skills. Halong said solemnly, his serious expression almost making Zhou Jilan laugh. You don't need to tell me that. After every major battle, they always raise their demands. Now it's really up to you. If you can't meet their demands, they won't recognize you as their commander, and that's not my problem. You spoiled them yourself, so handle it yourself. Zhou Jilan said playfully, transmitting the requirements of each warship to Halong's bracelet. Don't worry, I handle it myself. These are minor issues. Even if they want to install T3 weapons, I find a way. Halong couldn't back down now. Upgrading and modifying warships was nothing. He wasn't afraid of anyone. You really know them well. Every warship has a T3 weapon requirement. Good luck. Zhou Jilan glanced at him and realized, goodness, I knew it. These captains are serious. She could only watch Halong's predicament with a half-smile. No problem, I take a look. Halong began to examine the weapon seriously, and quite quickly at that. You finished looking at it all? Are you serious? Zhou Jilan's smile froze. Halong's demeanor was too relaxed. I finished looking at it, and I completely understand what they mean. Halong nodded with a smile, speaking very seriously. It's just that each warship chooses one T3 weapon, and that's all under the premise of overall warship formation coordination. It directly doubles the warship formation's firepower, reconnaissance capabilities, long-range attack capabilities, defensive capabilities, interception capabilities, endurance, resupply capabilities, communication capabilities, stealth capabilities, etc. Zhou Jilan was stunned upon hearing Halong's summary. My god, they really dare to dream. A 60% improvement in warship upgrades is already the limit. Are they trying to make Halong push the limits even further? And Halong, listen to what you're saying. What do you mean? It's just double the improvement. Is this even humanly possible? Tap tap tap. Brother Long, what are you doing? Zhou Jilan asked curiously, seeing Halong's hands moving with incredible speed, typing furiously. This is a list of materials needed to upgrade the warship, Halong replied without stopping. Beep beep beep. Looking at the list of materials for the long-range missile ship, Zhou Jilan was stunned. Was this a T4 or T2 upgrade? Brother Long, are these rare T3 materials for real? Where am I supposed to find them? When Zhou Jilan saw the materials marked in yellow, she clenched her hands and asked softly. Don't worry, I already know someone who can provide them. Who? Your teacher, Chen Ruru, Halong said confidently. Who? My teacher? Zhou Jilan couldn't help but jump in surprise. Yes, it's her. She's a famous rich woman, and the commander of the T7 warship group. She can easily get her hands on some rare T3 class materials. We don't take them for free, we pay her. Halong said casually. His knowledge was incredibly detailed. You know all this? Zhou Jilan was dumbfounded. What kind of intelligence department was this? They even knew everything about her teacher. Otherwise, if we didn't know this, do you think our strategist is just a useless person? No, strategist, you're so capable. Didn't you tell me before? Zhou Jilan clenched her small fists, wanting an explanation from Halong. Well, I thought you knew. Halong explained guiltily. How could I possibly praise someone else in front of you? That would just make things difficult. Humph. Then how am I supposed to tell the teacher? Zhou Jilan looked at the busy Halong, still reluctant to interrupt him, so she changed the subject. It's easy. Just say, you need some T3 grade rare materials to upgrade your warship fleet, and you want to buy them from her. That's it? Zhou Jilan asked innocently. Of course, Some T3 grade rare materials are easily given to excellent students by Teacher Chen, who is at the T7 level. Then you quickly plunder her inventory. Halong's words became increasingly absurd, from taking some to clearing out the entire inventory. Is this even human language? Brother Long, aren't you afraid the teacher will settle scores later? Zhou Zhilan realized that Halong wanted to take this opportunity to retaliate against her teacher. Don't worry, she definitely knows what Li Macho and Quan Li did, but she didn't help. She has her own agenda. She wants me to break with the princess, completely pulling me into their neutral camp. Zhou Zhilan quickly understood her teacher's intention. Yes, she wants you to see reality clearly. The princess won't expend too much power to save you, and naturally, she won't save your father either. Then the appearance of the dean, Commander Chu, and General Zhang can't be that simple, can it? Zhou Zhilan smiled at Halong. He wasn't telling the whole truth. Chapter 208. Halong shook his head awkwardly. Explaining too much had dragged him into it. Are you hiding something from me? Zhou Zhilan looked at Halong with bright eyes. I found the dean. Commander Chu and Army Commander Zhang wanted to win you over, so the strategist just had to persuade them. Halong had no choice but to tell the truth. The dean? How could you get the dean to agree? Zhou Zhilan asked suspiciously. I had someone pass a message saying you're transferring to the Blade's Edge affiliated academy to team up with me. That's it? Zhou Zhilan didn't believe it. That's indeed it. You personally took down the Zerg camp, that's a fact. The truth will come out easily, and it won't cause much trouble for long. But after the truth comes out, you already be in the affiliated academy, which is a blatant slap in the face to the academy. So our strategist just said a few words, and that old fox Dean had no choice but to hastily join the game. That's power. Brother Long is awesome. You got the Dean completely under your thumb. Zhou Zhilan gave him another kiss. Halong was overjoyed to receive the reward. Thank you, strategist. You did the job, I deserve the reward. The Blue Planet Conference. Planet Commander, the Commander-in-Chief shouldn't have made such a rash decision regarding that 1 trillion star coins. That's for the planet's garrison warships. Without that money, how will our garrison warship army replenish the lost warships and crew? Heng Yuan, the deputy commander of the Blue Planet Garrison Army, questioned firmly. He had long coveted the position of garrison commander-in-chief, but unexpectedly Zhao Tu, a confidant of the newly appointed planet commander, suddenly appeared. This time, Zhao Tu transferred 1 trillion to Halong, showing him an opportunity to bring him down. Yes, planet commander, this money must be recovered. I agree. Our garrison suffered heavy losses in this battle, and must be replenished, otherwise the planet is in danger. Me too. And me. Apart from Ing Zheng, Zhao Tu, and the commander of Ing Zheng's elite force, all the other garrison commanders echoed his sentiments. Is this what you all think? Then do you think Commander Halong is worth the price? Ing Zheng surveyed the commanders and asked calmly. The garrison commanders remained silent. They dared not speak. They were certainly willing to hire Halong as commander-in-chief and dared not object. After all, a person's reputation precedes them. Halong's fame was widespread within their garrison army. Especially after the Battle of Yixianshan, he was practically revered as a military genius by the captains of the garrison army. But the special funds were meant to replenish the garrison army. Without these star coins, how would their garrison army replenish its warships and crew? Vice Commander Hung, what about you? Do you think Commander Halong isn't worth 1 trillion? Ing Zheng stared coldly at Hung Yuan, asking domineeringly. Yes, absolutely worth it, but the special funds cannot be touched. That's the lifeblood of the garrison army group. If the planetary commander insists, then don't blame us, the entire garrison army group, for opposing him. Hung Yuan withstood the pressure, rallying the entire garrison army group to confront Ing Zheng. I made the appointment, and I signed off on that sum of star coins. Planetary commander, this is against regulations. That's a special fund for the garrison warship army group to replenish warships and crew. Hung Yuan was overjoyed to see Ing Zheng take the blame so readily. As long as he damaged Ing Zheng's prestige, it wouldn't be impossible to sideline him later. Wasn't that trillion specifically for the garrison's fleet army? Ing Zheng glanced at the assembled garrison commanders, remaining calm as he spoke. That's impossible. If it wasn't a dedicated fund, where did that trillion in star coins come from? Hung Yuan stood up, questioning coldly. Funds allocated by the Ministry of Finance, specifically for hiring the commander-in-chief of the planetary garrison army. I specifically signed the agreement for the garrison army. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Hung, do you have a problem with that? Ing Zheng sneered at Hung Yuan, then immediately decided, Since Commander-in-Chief Hung has a problem, then I will take back the funds. Planet Commander, you can't take back the funds. I support your decision. I also support you, Planet Commander. We also support you. They were joking. How Long's power was undeniable. Currently, the orcs still showed signs of large-scale gatherings. With him around, they felt reassured. Since it wasn't a dedicated fund for the garrison army, they certainly had no reason to refuse. Since there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned, Ingzheng said coldly. Planet Commander, most of the garrison commanders are siding with Hing Yuan. What should we do? Zhao Tuo's face was ashen, as he watched the commanders escort Hing Yuan away. Ingzheng frowned deeply, finally sighing helplessly. The orcs are currently watching us closely. We can't touch them. Thinking of Haolong, he instantly regained his confidence. However, we can make some preparations. Perhaps the Commander-in-Chief can break the deadlock when he returns. Blade Military Academy. Teacher. Zhou Xilan entered Chen Ruru's office and greeted her respectfully. Xilan, you did a very good job this time. Tell me, what reward do you need? Even if you just want a T6 level engineering master to upgrade your warship, I will do my best to get it for you. Chen Ruru looked at Zhou Xilan with great satisfaction. This disciple was truly a genius, a wonderful surprise. The engineering master for the upgrade and modification is already in place, but we need some rare T2 and T3 grade materials. I was wondering if you have any connections in this area, teacher, Zhou Xilan said obediently. Your materials are all in your inventory. Just pick what you need. That's great. Teacher, I like to buy some. Don't say buy, just pick what you want, Chen Ruru said, feigning reproach. Teacher, I better pay for it, otherwise, it won't look good. Just give me the original price, Zhou Xilan chuckled. Asking for so much without paying wouldn't be right. Alright, I reward you with 200 billion for this battle at the Zerg camp, Chen Ruru nodded. She also thought Zhou Xilan's words made sense, and was even more pleased with this seemingly obedient disciple. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Xilan quickly bowed. Another 200 billion in rewards. With the money in hand, the materials couldn't be far behind. Soon, the materials were rapidly transported to the space factory, and Haolong worked overtime to begin upgrades and modifications. The first to receive all the materials was the long-range missile ship, which was quickly upgraded. Long-range missile ship, sky-piercing class special ability, long-range strike 12 missile firepower coverage, increased range by 100%, attack power by 300%, and speed boost by 30%. Ship grade, T2 forward hull armor strength, 2,000 stars side hull armor strength, 1,500 stars ship shield energy, 2,000 stars cruising speed, 2,200 engine, 15 T3 large violent engines length, 2,500 meters mass, 2.6 million tons crew, 120 T3 4-star heavy missile launchers, 260, 1 round every 90 seconds. Medium interceptor missiles, none. Close and weapon system, none. Contract attribute, hidden 20% increase in all ship attributes. Brother Long, you really fused the T3 engine into it? Zhou Xilan jumped up excitedly. While the previous long-range missile ships boasted formidable firepower, their significant drawbacks were their low speed and lack of naval shields. Haolong's successful upgrade this time made her realize what a monstrous genius truly was. Commander, is this real? Xie Sitian was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Her request was simply to double the speed of the long-range missile ships, but she never imagined Haolong would triple it. Even the firepower had doubled. At this moment, she truly wanted to say, who else can compare? Even a T5 warship might not be able to withstand a concentrated barrage of her attacks. Chapter 209. This warship is far more powerful than you imagined. Haolong looked at the last hidden attribute shocked. Wow, so a full contract level 200 has this effect. Brother Haolong, my warship needs to be this powerful too. Little Luluo quickly reached out. Okay, then I upgrade yours first. Haolong checked the materials and patted little Luluo's head. The others also wanted to upgrade their own warships first, but they were too embarrassed to compete with little Luluo. Seeing that the materials were almost all there, they decided on the order themselves to avoid hurting feelings. The ferry supply ship's main upgrades are significantly enhanced special abilities, machinery enhanced by 5 times, medical skills enhanced by 2 times. Speed doubled, 2,500 kilometers per hour. Supply capacity increased to 2.8 million tons, all-around healing pods 3+2. Engine, 12 XT3 large Hercules engines. Length, 3,800 meters. Warship weapons. 20x T-3 5-star super missile launch baskets. 20x stealth radar reconnaissance aircraft. 20x T-2 fighter jets. 20x T-2 bombers. 20x cruiser mechs. Contract attribute. Hidden 20% increase in all warship attributes. Wow, little Luo finally has missiles and cruiser mechs too. Little Luo doesn't need her sister's protection anymore. Little Luo jumped up and down. Before, other warships always sent mechs to protect her, which made her very sad. Now she finally didn't have to. When on the battlefield, her warship could also launch missiles and send out fighter jets to play around with. Ha, you just spoil her. Zhou Zhilan looked at Halong speechlessly. A child playing with missiles and fighter jets. You're just putting this up for Luo to play with because you're worried she'd be bored. If you like it, that's fine. I'll get you some more high-end ones next time, Halong assured her, patting his chest. Sure enough, men dote on little girls. Thank you, brother Halong. Luo happily kissed Halong before going off to play. Come on, next ship. Under Zhou Zhilan's watchful gaze, Halong quickly began upgrading and modifying the ship. While Halong was busy, Chenroro finally received a message. What? Most of the rare materials for T2 and T3 have been moved? Chenroro exclaimed. Didn't they only need a few? How come they're all gone? Track the materials for me. If she's using them herself, that's fine, but if... Chenroro suppressed her anger and slowly issued the order. Commander, all the materials have been transported to the space factory. Currently, only the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet has entered the space factory. Continue to monitor them. When the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet comes out, let me know, and I go there personally, Chenroro instructed. Zhilan, I like to see if your judgment matches your talent. She didn't care about the rare T2 and T3 materials. They could easily be replenished. However, she disliked the careless waste. So, are you satisfied with the upgraded warships? Halong asked the captains with a smile. Satisfied, satisfied, very satisfied. The captains responded loudly. How could they not be satisfied? Extremely satisfied. Good, that's good. Now only the Fire Phoenix needs upgrading. Seeing the satisfied crew, Halong nodded happily. Commander, we're still missing a T4 grade material. According to our intelligence, the ladies' teacher has it. Zhuge Liang said to Halong. Who? Is Zhilan's teacher again? Halong asked in surprise. This is troublesome. He just finished dealing with her, and she must be extremely angry now. Zhilan, go ask her first. If that doesn't work, try trading with her. Okay, I try. Zhou Zhilan cutely shrank back. They already used up all the T3 materials. They hadn't expected to need T4 materials. What did you say? You need T4 level materials? Zhou Zhilan, listen to what you're saying. T4 level materials can fit into your T1 warship? Unsurprisingly, Chenroro erupted in fury. Teacher, it's a T2 level warship, Zhou Zhilan weakly explained. She knew how absurd this was, but she trusted Halong, so she bravely asked Chenroro to try. You said it's a T2 class warship, so using T3 class materials is fine. I think that's acceptable, but requiring T4 class materials is just ridiculous, isn't it? Chenroro looked at Zhou Zhilan with a disappointed expression. She wouldn't let it go without a reasonable explanation. Teacher, although it's a bit exaggerated, it's reasonable. After all, the Fire Phoenix carrier is an illogical entity. Zhou Zhilan tried to explain to satisfy Chenroro. What an illogical entity. Then have Halong show me an upgraded warship. If I'm satisfied, the T4 materials are yours for free. If I'm not satisfied, return all those T3 materials. Chenroro said, both amused and annoyed. She was almost driven mad by Zhou Zhilan. How could a T2 warship be equipped with T4 class materials? That would be utterly stupid. You couldn't use it anyway. Alright, please come in, teacher. Zhou Zhilan immediately straightened her back, just waiting for this response. What a joke. Brother Long's upgraded warship is a monster. It could easily take on a T3 class warship single-handedly. So confident? Chenroro stared blankly at Zhou Zhilan, wondering what she was up to. Could that Halong really be a genius? She didn't know much about Halong. The most shocking thing was the first line of Sky incident, which directly wiped out 3,800 warships. Even now, she didn't know how Halong did it. She also knew he was a T2 class engineering master, and there was also a T4 class engineer, the Crimson-Faced Spider Queen. As for what happened to him at the Blade's Edge affiliated academy, She had sent people to investigate, but there had been no reply. Teacher, please give me a chance to take a look. If you're not satisfied, I send you the supplementary materials. Zhou Zhilan quickly pulled Shenru away. The opportunity had arrived. She refused to believe her teacher wouldn't be satisfied. Come on, launch the long-range missile ships. Whoosh! Whoosh! 120 heavy missiles soared into the sky, slamming into the T-3 warship target. Boom! Boom! Ding! Vaporization destruction. Missile attack power reaches T-3 top standard. Recommended to use T-4 warship target for testing. This is Halong's upgraded warship? Shinru stood up in surprise. Are all T-2 class warships this powerful now? But clearly not. She had taught T-2 class trainees, and she had never seen any warship with such high attack power. Furthermore, this warship clearly had hidden strength. As for how much hidden strength, she didn't know, but such a warship already satisfied her. Shilan, if other warships also meet the standard, I give you T-4 class materials, free of charge. Shenru finally showed a slight smile, but also made a condition. Okay, I have them test it for you right away. Zhou Zhilan nodded repeatedly. Such a good thing, free of charge. Chapter 210. No rush. Let's try again after their warships are upgraded. Chunru waved her hand casually, feigning magnanimity. Teacher, their warships are already upgraded. Only my aircraft carrier remains. Zhou Zhilan replied with a cupped hand. What? Upgraded so quickly? Chunru was astonished. She checked her bracelet. It was true. Only 6 hours had passed since the materials were moved. You're telling me all the other warships are upgraded. Is this really possible? She was almost going crazy. She hadn't expected Halong to upgrade his warships so quickly. He had even used up all those extremely rare T3 materials. Teacher, I'm not lying to you. I show you through a test. Zhou Zhilan nodded confidently. Now, Brother Long's space factory had been upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. It was a T7 level fully automated mechanical factory. Its efficiency was off the charts. Little Luo, it's your turn. T2 warship target. T2 warship target? Shenru looked at Zhou Zhilan strangely, her anger rising again. Boom! Boom! However, when she saw it was a supply ship, her expression turned to astonishment. Since when could supply ships instantly kill warships of the same class? Teacher, the supply ship's strength is a bit weaker. Its missiles are just for fun, but its main function is supply and medical care. What did you say? Teacher knows. Shinru was a little confused. Missiles that could instantly kill warships of the same class were just for fun. Are you satisfied? If not, I ask Brother Long to revise it again. Zhou Zhilan asked in a slightly weak tone. No need, it's already very fast. Next ship. Shinru quickly said. Still changing it. The biggest role of a supply ship is resupply. You can easily defeat other ships of the same class. How could I not be satisfied? Boom! Boom! The subsequent ships performed spectacularly, tearing the T3 ships to shreds and easily completing the test. But Shinru was unhappy, feeling like she'd been fooled. Those ships had amazing performance, yet the captains had been hoarding it. How could she be happy? Teacher, are you satisfied? If you're not satisfied, tell us, and we make immediate changes, Zhou Zhilan said softly, patting her chest. The materials have already been sent over to you. Shenru glared at Zhou Zhilan and walked away irritably. But secretly she was pleased. This student was truly excellent. And Halong, you really are a genius. Brother Long, it's done. It's all thanks to the strategist's brilliant plan. Zhou Zhilan praised Zhuge Liang to Halong. Of course, my personal strategist is amazing. Halong quickly boasted. I know you're the best. Zhou Zhilan gave Halong a sweet smile. The Phoenix upgrade begins. Over 200 billion resources were transported into the workshop, along with newly arrived T4 grade materials. This upgrade is incredibly massive. Zhou Zhilan and the others were dumbfounded. What was Brother Long doing? An hour passed, and the upgrade was finally complete. Phoenix heavy-duty cruiser mothership, 5-star sky-piercing class special skill, iron wall protection. When activated, it adds 20 shields to the warship, shield strength x10. All 20 shields can be stacked on one warship. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Battleship tier, T2. Overall armor strength, 5,500 stars. Battleship shield energy, 5,800 stars. Cruising speed, 2,600 revolutions per minute. Engine, Phoenix Twin Star Super Engine X20. Radar, Ultra-long-range full-control radar X8. Length, 2,500 meters. Mass, 2.6 million tons. Staff, 150. Armaments, T3 5-star Super Phoenix Flame missile launchers, 12. T3 5-star Heavy Phoenix Flame missile launchers, 60. T3 5-star medium-range interceptor missiles, 120. T3 5-star close-in weapon system, 200. T3 4-star and 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame fighter jets, 200. T3 4-star and 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame bombers, 200 units. T3 5-star Stealth Super Powerful Phoenix Flame Mechs, 200 units. T3 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Reconnaissance Aircraft, 60 units. T3 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Jammers, 60 units. Possesses stealth capabilities, disrupts enemy communications. T3 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Communication Aircraft, 60 units. Strengthens friendly communications protection. Can also monitor and collect enemy communications information. T3 Fiery Phoenix Heavy Cannon, 4,800mm caliber, can fire 5 layers of Fiery Phoenix cannons, pre-charges, 12/12ths, can be installed at a lower level, contract attribute, hidden 20% increase in all warship attributes. Brother Long, are all the missiles on this aircraft carrier T3 level? Zhou Zhilan stared at the upgraded Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, her mouth agape in disbelief. It's clearly a T2 level aircraft carrier, yet you equipped it with T3 missiles, T3 heavy cannons, and T3 fighters. There's no other way. The Fire Phoenix carrier has such a good foundation, it would be a waste not to use it, Halong said, feigning helplessness. Commander, don't worry, we won't compete with the regimental commander, and we can't compete anyway, Pang Sihua joked. The special privileges should be reserved for Zhou Zhilan. They all understand that. No, I'm serious. I'm not lying to everyone, Halong explained seriously. Not every warship can be as powerful as the Fire Phoenix. The most important thing is its good foundation. Of course, you still have to be willing to spend money. Commander, starting today, 18 warship armies have entered Blade's Edge planet, Zhuge Liang reported. Do you know why? Halong's expression hardened, and he frowned as he asked. The sudden arrival of so many warships must mean something's up. The captains listened quietly. Zhuge Liang explained, the reason is that the princess has requested permission to fight, to change the planetary commander-in-chief, and is preparing to sweep through the Zerg's lair to compete with the crown prince and his faction. The princess can't sit still anymore, she's no longer holding back, and has decided to enter the fray early, Halong said coldly. If it were before, she wouldn't have entered the fray so early, but now, with the lady's reputation as a military genius, she's bound to be tempted. Zhuge Liang analyzed, the princess wants to use Zhou Zhilan's influence to quickly win over most of the students at Blade Academy. If things develop steadily for a year or two, then Blade Academy and Blade Planet will be the princess's backyard. If she wants to use Zhilan, we have to see what price she's willing to pay, Halong calmly and methodically planned. Strategist, it's up to you. She wants to use Zhilan, but we can use her back. The most important thing is Commander Zhou's matter, get her to help us. Commander, you're brilliant. Commander Zhou's matter is our most important issue, yet it's also where we're powerless. Zhuge Liang stopped fanning himself and bowed in praise. Now, let the commander perform well in front of his wife. Future upgrades and modifications to the warships won't be a problem. Brother Long, what do you need me to do? Zhou Zhilan's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked. Rescuing her father was what she had always wanted to do most. You're too worried. What can a small, newly formed T2 warship regiment do? Halong grinned. Understood. I just need to cooperate in recruiting a large number of trainees, and then hand them over to them. Zhou Zhilan realized what he meant. Wait, Brother Long, is this title of military god something you and the strategist pulled? Chapter 211. The strategist only pushed things along. The main reason is that the princess saw an opportunity, and thought she could take over the entire Blade planet with just a small cost. Halong truthfully explained when Zhou Zhilan asked. Brother Long, you're amazing. You throw me into this mess. Zhou Zhilan looked at Halong with hostility. Zhilan, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. You are Commander Zhou's daughter, and you were forced to join the princess's faction. Especially after the battle at the Zerg camp, you were exposed to the public eye and completely drawn into the imperial struggle. Since you're already involved, you can only demonstrate immense value so that the princess's faction will protect you to the death, while we can take the opportunity to strengthen ourselves. This was a desperate plan Halong and Zhuge Liang had devised together. Zhou Xilan had already made a name for herself. Secretly developing her power was impossible. Thank you, Brother Long. I know. You're the one who worries about me the most and dislikes me taking risks the most. Zhou Xilan smiled and took Halong's hand. Don't worry, everything is under my and the strategist's control. Halong said firmly. Strategist, who is the new commander-in-chief of the Blade Fleet Army Group. Halong's eyes gleamed. He wanted to seize the initiative and ensure Zhou Xilan's safety to the greatest extent possible, so the new commander-in-chief was his target. Xiang Yu, commander-in-chief of the Western Chu Overlord Army Group. Xiang Yu? I remembered he was a neutral party, controlling the planets of Western Chu and Wujiang. Yes, it's Xiang Yu. His wife, Yu Ji, is seriously ill, and the princess happens to have a very skilled physician among her staff. Zhuge Liang fanned himself with his fan, his tone certain. This wasn't hard to guess. Xiang Yu is a powerful regional governor with autonomy over his planet. He wouldn't easily accept the princess's arrangements. Since he accepted, there must be a deal to be made with the princess. Brother Long, strategist, leave this to me, Zhou Xilan volunteered, raising her hand. Then it's up to you. Halong nodded with a smile. Zhuge Liang also nodded, agreeing that Zhou Xilan was the best choice. Now that things here are settled. Yes, you can go back. I can handle things here. Zhou Xilan's face showed reluctance, but her tone was forced to appear strong. Who said I was going back? Halong said, both amused and distressed. Then what you just said. I said, now that things at the academy are settled, the star coins are almost used up, and your warship fleet has been upgraded, it's a good time to go out and practice. Halong softly said what Zhou Xilan needed most. Then this humble woman will go and prepare. I heard you even ate bear paws before. I'm looking forward to it. Zhou Xilan ran off, blushing slightly. So embarrassing. It's all Brother Long's fault. He didn't even speak clearly. Although she complained in her mind, she felt an unusual sweetness in her heart. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xilan made a large-scale purchase of missile and artillery shell materials, attracting the attention of those who were interested. This was what Halong had told her, to specially manufacture some more powerful missiles and heavy artillery shells, which could save lives in critical moments. Move out. Zhou Xilan waved her hand, and 4 warship formations, positioned before, behind, to the left and right of the Fire Phoenix, advanced towards Area 8000. Wow, how magnificent are those warships. There are quite a few special warships. What kind of warships are they? What are their functions? The appearance of Halong's 4 warships, and Zhou Xilan's warship formation instantly caused a stir among the surrounding warships. Especially Daji's warships, which attracted the attention of many women. This gave Halong another headache. The Lightspeed supply ship alone was dazzling. Huang Yuehuang's heavy hammer industrial ship and Zhuge Liang's space fortress ship were both enormous warships. Adding to this the exaggerated modifications and upgrades of the Fire Phoenix warship fleet, a closer look would reveal their extraordinary nature. Commander Zhou's warship fleet has been deployed, causing a sensation among passing warships, Tai Zhong reported to Zhang Zizhong via projection. Commander Zhou's warships were upgraded so quickly? Zhang Zizhong checked the time and asked in astonishment. They were still collecting materials the day before yesterday. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, or even less, the entire warship fleet was upgraded. Yes, and the performance assessment is as high as 70%. Tai Zhong was also dumbfounded. Are engineering masters all this powerful now? Actually, they had seriously underestimated the capabilities, which was intentional on Halong's part. Commander, what about our situation? Since Commander Halong and the others need to go out, let's wait until they return. Our preparations are still insufficient. Zhang Zizhong shook his head. He had been slowly preparing before, but now it seemed he should underestimate Halong's abilities. Somewhere on Blade's Edge planet, young clan leader, Halong and Zhou Xilan have led the entire Fire Phoenix fleet away from Blade's Edge Academy, heading towards Area 8000. It seems they intend to test their newly upgraded warships. Have the clan's T4 class warship legion set sail, fully cooperating with the T4 class suicide warship legion to encircle and annihilate them. In the darkness, the young clan leader coldly issued the order. Deep within the academy, in the vice dean's office. Li Macho, you disrupted the master's plans, it's time to deal with you. Kill Zhou Xilan, or you won't need to come back, Quan Li said with a sinister look. Yes, I made thorough preparations this time. 2 T4 class warship legions from my family have secretly arrived, specifically to eliminate her, Li Macho replied menacingly. On the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, Zhuge Liang's image was projected. "Commander, madam, news has arrived. 2 forces are plotting against us in this operation." "Strategist, besides Li Macho, who else?" Zhou Zhilan asked. "The Bailey family. They joined forces with a mysterious force, forming 2 warship legions." Zhuge Liang projected the information he had received. "This voyage trial is quite lively. Strategist, keep a close eye on them. We need to find opportunities to strike them down step by step." Hallam carefully examined the images. For warship legions totaling 20,000 warships, quite a large-scale operation. However, the warship legions that have already been discovered pose little threat. What they need to guard against are the hidden enemies. The battle at Zhou Zhilan's Zerg camp had affected the interests of too many people. Too many wanted her dead. "Commander, I understand," Zhuge Liang nodded. "Order the warship squadron to accelerate. We need to disrupt their predictions." Immediately, the Fire Phoenix warship squadron sped away. "Commander, 2 Zerg T-3 warship squadrons spotted ahead." After nearly 2 days of sailing, the cloaked reconnaissance finally reported the news. The Fire Phoenix warship squadron dispatches cloaked jammers, fighters, and bombers to ambush them. The remaining warship squadrons form their own battle formations. Zhou Zhilan issued the order. Apart from the Fire Phoenix warship squadron, the other 4 warship squadrons were less composed, as this was their first direct confrontation with a Zerg T-3 warship squadron. However, they dared not disobey Zhou Zhilan's orders, so they could only nervously deploy their warships. Chapter 212. "Commander, 2 Zerg warship squadrons have entered our preset ambush zone," the vice captain reported shortly after. "Fire! Shoot out all the Zerg warships without a contractual bond." Whoosh! Whoosh! Enemy attack! The 2 Zerg warship squadrons reacted quickly, launching interceptor missiles as soon as they detected the incoming shells. "Chief, Terran T-2 warship squadron detected." "Small Terran T-2 warship squadron, wipe them out." Ding dong, missile interception failed. "What? So many T-2 missiles failed to intercept?" Boom! Boom! Don't panic. Small T-2 class shells and missiles have limited damage to our T-3 warships. We retaliate. The Zerg leader calmly issued the order. He had wiped out many Terran T-3 warship squadrons. Why would he fear a single T-2 warship squadron? Report. Chief, the enemy's heavy artillery and missiles are dealing high damage. In the last artillery barrage, our forces lost 30 warships. The Zerg vice captain hurriedly reported. It was afraid. In just one artillery barrage, very few heavy artillery pieces and missiles were successfully intercepted, yet its own fleet had suffered 30% losses. What was the point of continuing? Return fire. Open fire. I want a volley of artillery fire to destroy those despicable Terran warships. The Zerg chieftain roared in fury. This was outrageous. A mere T-2 warship squadron had inflicted such heavy losses on them. But he firmly believed that under the barrage of his T-3 heavy artillery and missiles, the Terrans would be annihilated. Whoosh! Whoosh! 70 Zerg warships retaliated, a barrage of artillery fire suddenly bombarding the Fire Phoenix warship squadron. Activate all long-range and mid-range interceptor missiles. Open fire. Zhou Zhilan remained calm under pressure, effectively directing the warships to intercept artillery and missiles. The most dazzling force was the Matrix Destroyer, which launched interceptor missiles like a storm. In a short instant, the airspace was completely covered, directly destroying most of the Zerg missiles. Very few managed to reach the shields of the Fire Phoenix battleship squadron. All warships, get close and fire. Open fire. The Zerg's artillery fire failed to penetrate the anti-aircraft network, greatly boosting the morale of the remaining 4 warship squadrons. Regaining their composure from the earlier panic, they followed orders and began shelling the Zerg warships. The Zerg, however, were somewhat panicked. Their artillery and missiles had failed to penetrate the Terran T-2 battleship squadron's defenses. Boom! Boom! Numerous Zerg warships were destroyed. Zhou Zhilan commanded, using the Fire Phoenix battleship squadron as the spearhead, leading 4 other warship squadrons to suppress the Zerg warships. After 2 rounds of shelling, the 2 Zerg warship squadrons had lost more than half their strength, which terrified them. Their formations began to falter, and many ships even showed signs of retreating. Don't panic. Fire! The Zerg leader roared. Leader, it's best to avoid the onslaught for now. These Terran T-2 warship squadrons are too powerful. They're definitely using abilities. Let's retreat temporarily, and come back later, the Zerg vice captain hurriedly advised. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Just 2 salvos, and they lost a warship squadron. Was this really a Terran T2 warship squadron? Or could it be a T4 warship squadron in disguise? Quickly, we retreat, the Zerg leader exclaimed, realizing it was indeed the case. Since they were retreating, they needed to hurry. The Terrans' third round of shelling was about to begin. As for a counterattack, would it be useful? The previous round of shelling hadn't even penetrated the Terrans' anti-air defenses. Trying to escape? Too late. Fire! Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly, easily subduing 2 T3 Zerg warship squadrons. Boom! Boom! The third round of fire arrived as expected, turning all the Zerg warships without contract hearts into fireballs, leaving behind 10 Zerg flagships with contract hearts. Hunting time! Jammers, cruise mechs, deploy. Zhou Zhilan issued the order with a heroic air. Halong, watching from the side, watched with great interest, his eyes gleaming. Soon, the Fire Phoenix warship squadron successfully cleared out the surrounding Zerg, also harvesting 10 contract hearts. Proceed, advance towards Area 8000. With a bountiful harvest, Zhou Zhilan smiled. Finally, she was starting to recover. The warship upgrades over the past few days had been painful. However, the star coins spent were well worth it. Now she could easily annihilate 2 T3 warship squadrons without taking any damage. Area 9885. Boom! Boom! A human T4 warship army was relentlessly pursuing Zerg warships throughout this area, while countless reconnaissance aircraft flew low to the ground, seemingly searching for something. Commander-in-Chief, we searched the entire area, but haven't found any trace of the 10,000-year blood ginseng king. On the flagship of the Warship Legion, the vice captain reported to Xiang Yu in the command room. Continue searching until we find it, Xiang Yu ordered firmly. Although Area 9000 was vast, it couldn't deter his determination to find the 10,000-year blood ginseng king. Brother Yu, forget it. Why risk ourselves? If we stay too long, the Zerg will surely launch a frenzied attack on us. At this moment, the young and beautiful Yu Ji, sitting next to the commander-in-chief, advised. Ji, give me 1 more hour. If we still haven't found it, we retreat. Xiang Yu gently assured him. Turning his head, he sternly issued the order. Intensify the search with reconnaissance aircraft. Search the last remaining area within 1 hour. The vice captain, Roger. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Commander-in-Chief, 5 T4 Zerg warship armies have emerged from deep within the Zerg Hive's main base. They're coming for us. The vice captain opened the reconnaissance information and immediately reported to the commander-in-chief. Brother Yu, let's retreat. Don't make a pointless sacrifice for me. Yuji grabbed Xiang Yu, her voice pleading. She didn't want the entire Western Chu warship army to be surrounded by Zerg because of her. Although this warship army was the elite of the elite, the Zerg warships were numerous. She would be the one to suffer in the end. Fine, I promise you. Xiang Yu looked at Yuji beside him, finally nodding reluctantly. Order them to form battle formation and retreat. Do not engage the Zerg warships. Soon, the powerful human warship Legion unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, routing the Zerg forces and forcing them to flee. The human warship Legion seized the opportunity to regroup and quickly retreat. Commander-in-Chief, are we just going to give up like this? We're only a short distance away. The vice captain looked unwilling. They were just a little short of time. Brother Yu, the Zerg warships are advancing en masse. For the sake of the Warship Legion, we cannot risk anything more. Yuji hurriedly tried to stop her. She glared at the vice captain. Although she was also unwilling, the situation did not allow it. Besides, even if she obtained the Blood Ginseng King, she might not be able to hold on until they returned. Because of her physical condition, she knew this was her last trip with Xiang Yu. She wanted Xiang Yu to make one last effort for her. Retreat! Xiang Yu looked at the swarming Zerg warships, and had no choice but to obey Yuji's words. However, he did not recall the reconnaissance aircraft that had already been dispatched. Chapter 213. Boom! Boom! The Fire Phoenix fleet once again annihilated 3 Zerg fleets. This was their 5th time destroying Zerg fleets. Along the way, they bypassed 3 Zerg camps and advanced into Area 8977. After advancing here, according to reconnaissance reports, the number of Zerg fleets had increased. Brother Long, we're almost at our destination for this test flight. Zhou Zhilan smiled at Halong beside her. I plan to circle around to Area 9004 and then return from the other end. Okay, as you wish. Halong nodded. This voyage had been long enough and yielded considerable gains. They had even captured a Zerg transport ship along the way. Captain, there's a situation. The stealth reconnaissance aircraft detected a fleet army group. They've been surrounded by a Zerg fleet army group. At this moment, the vice captain suddenly reported. Send out the communications aircraft to confirm which fleet army group it is? Zhou Zhilan asked curiously. Those in the 9,000 area are all elite warship legions. She needs to first determine whether this warship legion is friend or foe. Commander, it's the Western Chu warship legion. The communicator quickly relayed the information. Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu? What's he doing here? Zhou Zhilan and Haolong asked, puzzled. The Western Chu warship legion is Xiang Yu's elite legion. Usually, wherever he is, the Western Chu warship legion is there too. Brother Long, what do we do? Attack! Kill those Zerg warships first. Haolong didn't think much of it. If they weren't enemies, then the Zerg were the biggest enemy. Okay, contact Commander-in-Chief Xiang and prepare for battle. Commander-in-Chief, according to the information from the last reconnaissance aircraft, the 10,000-year blood ginseng king is there. When they were almost back in Area 8998, the vice captain excitedly reported to Xiang Yu. What? Found it? Xiang Yu quickly opened the intelligence report. It really was there. If they had been given a little more time, they would have had the 10,000-year blood ginseng king. As for being surrounded by the Zerg warship army, that was because he hadn't planned to leave. Order the Western Chu warship legion. Brother Yu, there's not enough time. Don't do this for me. Yuji stopped him again. At this moment, her face was pale, she was panting, and blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. Searching that area would take at least an hour, and the Western Chu warship legion would suffer countless casualties. Besides, the 10,000-year blood ginseng king could only keep her alive for half a year. That was only a temporary fix. Yuji. Xiang Yu held her tightly. Commander-in-Chief, a commander of the Fire Phoenix Warship Regiment, Zhou Zhilan, has requested a projection. The Fire Phoenix Warship Regiment? It's her? Zhou Zhilan? Xiang Yu was surprised. He heard of Zhou Zhilan quite a bit lately, and even had detailed information about her. Ignore her. Madam's illness has flared up again. We need to retreat quickly. Xiang Yu had no time for her. Brother Yu, answer the call. You be colleagues from now on, Yuji urged. She knew of Zhou Zhilan's reputation. She even researched her yesterday. Meeting her now was a kind of fate. Commander-in-Chief, this is Zhou Zhilan, commander of the Fire Phoenix Battleship Regiment. Zhou Zhilan and Haolong's projection entered. Commander Zhou, I'm sorry, I have important matters to attend to. We talk another time, Xiang Yu said heavily. In the current situation, he had no interest in talking to Zhou Zhilan. Madam, what's this? Commander-in-Chief, quickly let Madam into our ferry supply ship. There's a universal healing pod there. Seeing this, Zhou Zhilan immediately exclaimed in alarm. It's useless. The universal healing pod has very little effect. We already tried it, Xiang Yu shook his head. It works. That universal healing pod is an upgraded version. Although it can't fully cure Madam's condition, it should help her by half, Haolong said confidently. The ferry ship's universal healing pod was a system product, and with Xiao Luolu's skill amplification, it should have no problem treating Yuji's illness. However, Haolong was a bit of a naive guy, always keeping a backup plan. What? Really? There's an upgraded version of the universal healing pod? Xiang Yu was dumbfounded. In all these years of treating Yuji, he had never heard of an upgraded version of the universal healing pod. Moreover, there aren't many universal healing pods on the market, only a few people possess them. Even he didn't have one. How did they get one? Enough talk. Madam's condition is getting worse. Let's meet up quickly, Haolong urged hurriedly. Yes, order the entire army to fight their way out. Xiang Yu, still holding Yuji, remained majestic. Upon receiving the order, the Western Chu Warship Legion erupted, forcefully using its skills to try and create an opening in the encirclement. But the Zerg warships were tenacious, stubbornly blocking the attack of the Western Chu Warship Legion. Fire Phoenix, attack! Bomb the enemy ships! Zhou Zhilan also gave the order. The stealth bombers, already prepared, roared down, dropping numerous cruise bombs. Boom! Boom! The numerous cruise bombs exploded, forcefully blasting open the gap, allowing the Western Chu Warship Legion to easily break through. Commander Zhou truly lives up to her title of military genius, easily breaking through the Zerg encirclement. Yuji and Xiang Yu looked astonished. Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix Warship Legion is indeed formidable. This was a breakthrough. They hadn't even used their skills. Without the Commander-in-Chief's army holding them off head-on, my sneak attack wouldn't have succeeded so easily, Zhou Zhilan said modestly, waving her hand. Soon, the two sides met up midway. Quickly, Escort Madam to the treatment pod. Commander-in-Chief Haolong, can my wife's condition really be half-cured? Xiang Yu looked at Yuji, who had already entered the ferry supply ship, and turned to Haolong to ask. As for Haolong's glorious deeds, they had already begun to spread throughout the military. Yes, it's possible, even better. Haolong nodded affirmatively. Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, was indeed a devoted lover. Wasn't this an opportunity? With Yuji's favor in hand, many things would be easier. What if we add the 10,000-year blood ginseng king? Could it be completely cured? 10,000-year blood ginseng king? Haolong's eyes lit up. That was a 10,000-year blood ginseng king, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Yes, it's the 10,000-year blood ginseng king. Sure, but the treatment will take quite a while. Haolong nodded again, giving Xiang Yu a definite answer. As for the treatment time, it certainly can't be cured too quickly, otherwise, there will be big trouble. Really? That's great. Xiang Yu shouted excitedly upon hearing this. This tough man was already on the verge of collapse. Now, upon hearing this good news, he couldn't hold back his excitement on the spot. As for the treatment time, does that matter? Not at all. Such a serious illness can easily take 2 or 3 years. Commander-in-Chief, where is the 10,000-year blood ginseng king? It hasn't been collected yet. The thing is, hearing Haolong's question, Xiang Yu had no choice but to explain. Haolong's mind raced, and he had already figured out a way to obtain the 10,000-year blood ginseng king. Chapter 214. At this moment, Zhuge Liang's projection came in. Commander, urgent intelligence. 2 warship legions from the Bailey family have appeared in Area 8713, and 2 warship legions from the Li family have appeared in Area 8726. They're coming for us. The Bailey family and Li Macho's Li family? Haolong checked the intelligence. Yes, Commander, it's them, Zhuge Liang answered truthfully. However, they were talking calmly, but Xiang Yu was extremely surprised. You must know that this is Area 9004, which means Haolong's reconnaissance range is close to 30,000 kilometers. And the Western Chu Warship Legion's reconnaissance range is 25,000 kilometers, and that's after sending out special reconnaissance ships. Commander-in-Chief, what do you think? Haolong didn't rush to deploy, but instead leisurely asked Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu shouldn't be an enemy, but his attitude still needs to be tested. If they really come to ambush you, it's perfectly reasonable for you to fight back. It's their own fault, Xiang Yu said coldly. He hated those who only cared about fighting amongst themselves. If they weren't incompetent in external warfare, but skilled in internal warfare, how could the Zerg and Orcs have been so arrogant, driving the human race into a series of defeats? I'm relieved to hear the Commander-in-Chief's words, Haolong nodded with a smile. This was exactly the attitude Xiang Yu wanted. Brother Long, Commander-in-Chief, Madam has woken up. Her condition is under control. With continued treatment for 3 months, she should recover about 60%, and then with 2 years of gradual treatment, she should be fully cured. At this moment, Zhou Zhilun's projection came in, bringing good news. What? She can really be cured, and without the 10,000-year blood ginseng king? Xiang Yu jumped up exaggeratedly. It can't be fake. Yuji will know as soon as she returns and examines it. But what kind of treatment pod is this? He had previously spent a huge amount of star coins to have Yuji use the universal treatment pod once, but the effect was minimal. It really works. Commander-in-Chief, please bring Madam back first. We treat her after we return to Blade Academy. Then how will you deal with those 4 warship legions? Xiang Yu asked curiously. Using a borrowed knife to kill. Haolong smiled confidently. He had many ways to annihilate the discovered assassins. Oh, then my Western Chu Warship Legion is willing to be at the Commander-in-Chief's command. Xiang Yu's pride surged. He had heard about Commander-in-Chief Haolong's charisma from some friends in the military. Alright, I won't be coy. Haolong nodded and began assigning tasks. The flagship of the Li family army. Commander-in-Chief, according to our tracking, Fire Phoenix is advancing towards Area 9000. On the projection screen, during a meeting of the Li family warship group, the deputy captain reported to Commander-in-Chief Li Xiangtian. Li Macho was also present, though she sat at the very back of the meeting. Pass down the order, using warship legions as units, spread out a wide net, and hunt down the Fire Phoenix Warship Legion. Commander-in-Chief Li Xiangtian issued the command with an air of authority. Although both of their warship legions were T4 level, the reputation of the Fire Phoenix Warship Legion forced him to proceed with caution. A direct confrontation would be futile against 1 or 2 T4 level warship legions, so they had to operate on a warship legion by legion basis. Commander-in-Chief, also, the Prince Party, and the Bailey family have both dispatched warship legions to encircle and annihilate Fire Phoenix. Should we cooperate with them? At this moment, the vice captain raised another question. Oh, is that so? Then of course we should cooperate. Our target is the Fire Phoenix fleet, the flagship of the Death Squadron. Commander Bailey, have you tracked the Fire Phoenix fleet? The Death Squadron commander asked the commander of the Bailey family's legion. We have. The Fire Phoenix fleet has advanced into Area 9000. Bailey Gongwei quickly replied. We also discovered that the Lee family has sent 2 fleet legions to encircle and annihilate the Fire Phoenix fleet. Should we join forces with them? Of course, we're all going to kill the Fire Phoenix fleet. Cooperation is no problem. The Death Squadron commander replied in a hoarse voice. Commander, Li Xiangtian, the commander-in-chief of the Li family, requests instructions via projection. Receive. On the Fire Phoenix fleet. Captain Zixing reported to Halong via projection. Commander, the Zixing fleet is ready and can depart at any time. Go, be careful. Call for support at any time if you encounter danger. Halong said solemnly. Roger. Captain Purple Star saluted Halong. Brother Long, is Purple Star part of your fleet? What kind of warship is she? Why didn't we know about her? Watching Captain Purple Star leave, Zhou Zhilan couldn't help but ask. She had seen Halong had a Purple Star warship. Her name is Cheng Zi. She's one of the 2 Twin Star, Purple, Blue, Spacetime communication warships that recently joined us. The captain of the Blue Star warship is her twin sister, Cheng Wan. Twin sisters? Zhou Zhilan glared at Halong. Cheng Zi is very beautiful. If she also has a twin sister, then it's a double treat. Can Halong handle it? Is this how the strategist tests his officers? Yes. Halong nodded earnestly, then pulled Zhou Zhilan into his arms. Are you curious about where their warships are? Yeah, where are their warships? My Fire Phoenix warship fleet has been maintaining a wide alert range. Zhou Zhilan asked. Yes. Halong didn't say it explicitly, but simply tapped Zhou Zhilan's cute nose. Even if they can remain invisible, it's impossible on the ground or in space. Zhou Zhilan quickly realized that the Purple Star warship had just projected onto Halong's image, so the distance shouldn't exceed 30,000 kilometers. And within 30,000 kilometers is the coverage area of the Fire Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft. It's impossible for them not to detect the Purple Star warship. Even if she were invisible, following them would easily create loopholes. So their warships can travel in the upper reaches of space. Yes, the 2 sisters pilot the Twin Star Spacetime Communication Warship, a long-range spacetime communication vessel with stealth capabilities. Halong said with a smile. The Purple Star battleship will follow you from now on. Long-distance communication? How far? Zhou Zhilan instantly grasped the key point. Before, she and Halong were too far apart, making it difficult to know anything about his situation. If the Twin Star battleship could, the entire Empire will be fine. Halong nodded firmly. Actually, communication within the Empire wasn't as difficult as imagined, but the communication facilities were controlled by the Imperial family, and they wouldn't open them to other forces. Wow, that's great. Then we can talk often from now on. Zhou Zhilan was overjoyed, hugging Halong and crying. No one knew how worried she was without news of Halong. Now, the Twin Star battleship's long-distance communication completely solved this problem. Do you like it? This is a special gift I prepared for you. Halong asked softly. You're so naughty. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have worried for so long. Zhou Zhilan playfully punched Halong with her little pink fist. My bad, I was just trying to surprise you. Halong quickly apologized. Indeed, perhaps he should have told Zhilan sooner. Chapter 215. Anything else you're hiding? Confess quickly, or you be treated leniently. Zhou Zhilan stretched out her witch-like hand. Yes, it's that during communication between the 2 star warships, the 3-tailed white fox can perform long-distance space-time teleportation. Halong told Zhou Zhilan word by word. What? Really? Zhou Zhilan exclaimed in surprise. She had never imagined it could be done like this. The dual space-time communication warships, combined with the 3-tailed white fox's space-time travel, could directly perform long-distance teleportation. Of course it's true, but currently the furthest distance is probably from Water Blue Planet to Blade Edge Planet. Further distances might be possible after they upgrade. That's wonderful. We can see each other more often then. Zhou Zhilan was overjoyed. Strategist projection request. Shuge Liang. Commander, madam, the plan to use a borrowed knife to kill is ready. We can proceed now. Good. Let's hold a meeting with the Commander-in-Chief and begin the operation. Commander-in-Chief, the time is ripe. let's begin executing our plan to use a borrowed knife to kill. At the meeting, Halong told Xiang Yu the entire plan. Then my Western Chu army will obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Xiang Yu once again relinquished command. Then I thank the Commander-in-Chief for his trust. Brother Yu, the Commander-in-Chief and Commander Zhou are both extremely capable commanders. They are a perfect match. Yu Ji, sitting in her wheelchair, had regained her composure. Actually, news of Zhou Zhilan's promotion to army commander had already arrived, but the official document hadn't been issued, and they hadn't mentioned it. Indeed, they are only 21 years old now, yet they can command an army group with ease. Back then, we were just captains of a warship fleet, diligently learning the command knowledge of a warship regiment. Xiang Yu sighed. So, what do you plan to do regarding the princess's orders? Yu Ji's mood turned heavy. Because of her, Xiang Yu had already accepted the princess's assignment, essentially tacitly joining her ranks. The princess's ambitions were immense. Since she wasn't going to remain silent, the Starfall battlefield would be her domain. What made her no longer willing to remain silent was Zhou Zhilan, the female military genius she had thrust into the limelight. The conferred God War had a profound impact, largely because the insected camp had been attacked for nearly a century without achieving any significant results. Furthermore, the existence of that camp severely restricted the resources of Blade's Edge Academy. Therefore, Blade's Edge Academy had primarily focused on fighting this camp for the past few decades. Assisting Commander Zhou. Since the princess has placed her on the forefront, I must naturally cooperate with her and help her grow, Xiang Yu said domineeringly. Although he hadn't yet fully investigated the Yu Ji incident, it was definitely related to the imperial family. Assisting Zhou Zhilan and allowing her to grow would be entirely beneficial to him. As for the princess's desire for him to massively redeploy warships from the Western Chu and Wujiang planets, that was impossible. He was resolute, but not stupid. On the Fire Phoenix carrier, Halong quickly issued the order, missile ships, space fortress ships, open fire. The current battlefield situation was that the Fire Phoenix, leading an elite Western Chu warship force, was relentlessly bombarding the Zerg from behind, infuriating 5 Zerg army groups. As for the Fire Phoenix's 4 warship squadrons, they had already left with Xiang Yu's other warships. Upon receiving the order, the long-range missile ships and space fortress ships opened fire. 120 missiles pierced the sky, and the fortress's heavy cannons unleashed massive shells, radiating low-pitched shockwaves. Boom! Boom! The closest Zerg warships were destroyed one after another, the explosions causing the entire Zerg fleet to pause in shock. Chief, we're being kite by the Terrans. The vice captain reported to the Spikebug leader, reviewing the casualty report. The Terrans, relying on their overwhelming firepower and numerous hidden space mines, had inflicted heavy casualties on the Zerg, slowing their movement. They become easy targets. Keep chasing. Once they get here, the Terrans will be completely encircled. They won't be able to escape. The Spikebug leader's massive eyes flashed with a fierce light. The 5th Fleet of Western Chu opened fire. Target, open area in front of the Zerg. Halong's order reached the flagship of the 5th Fleet of Western Chu. Immediately, the already prepared warship cannons and missiles opened fire. Countless shells bombarded the Zerg warships. Intercept missile launch, reduce speed. The Zerg commander on the flagship of the Zerg Legion angrily ordered. This Zerg warship legion had already been bombarded by Halong no less than 30 times, each time losing 1 or 2 warship squadrons. Every time they tried to attack, Halong and his forces were already far enough away, beyond the shelling range. Boom! Boom! This bombardment, while not causing much damage to the Zerg, had still increased the distance between Halong's warships and the enemy. Quickly pursue. Sail at full speed. Instantly, a dense swarm of Zerg warships swarmed forward, chasing after Halong in the direction he had retreated. Commander, there's a Bailey family warship blocking the road ahead. Zhuge Liang reported. Commander, what do we do? The Zerg are catching up quickly. The Western Chu commander asked urgently. This was the first time the 5th Warship Army of Western Chu had been ordered by outsiders, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Deploy space mines to slow down the Zerg's pursuit, Halong ordered calmly, his brow furrowed. Yes, sir. The Western Chu commander had no choice but to relay the order. The strategist should negotiate with them. Our warship army is currently engaged in fierce fighting with the Zerg. Please ask them to clear a path. Halong intended to use diplomacy first. Commander, they replied, ordering us to stay here and fight the Zerg to the death. Since that's the case, then it's not our fault. 5th Warship Army charge. Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron, provide fire support. We must break through them quickly. Halong gave the order reluctantly. Faced with the Zerg, he still wanted to prioritize dealing with them. This? Commander-in-Chief, should we take a detour? The Western Chu commander hesitated. If they couldn't quickly break through the intercepting warship army, they would be attacked from both sides. We have no choice but to obey orders. According to reconnaissance reports, there are even more Zerg warships in the other two directions, each numbering at least 2 legions, Halong calmly explained to the Western Chu commander. His words, however, sent chills down the commander's spine. They were surrounded by Zerg on 3 sides, and there were even warships blocking their path ahead. Commander of Western Chu, do you have any more questions? No, my 5th warship fleet is determined to break through the enemy's warship defenses. Knowing the situation, the Western Chu commander roared with unwavering resolve. Good, charge forward with confidence. The Fire Phoenix warship squadron will provide fire support, Halong reaffirmed. Yes, sir, the Western Chu commander replied. But he didn't believe the Fire Phoenix's firepower could breach the warship's defenses, and his expression remained one of tragic determination. Commander, the Fire Phoenix battleship formation has appeared on our flank. They're being surrounded and attacked from 3 sides by the Zerg. Quickly, the battleships must take defensive positions and report to the commander-in-chief. Commander Bailey was overjoyed and immediately ordered the deputy captain. Although he didn't know why the Fire Phoenix was being chased by the Zerg and had even reached his flank, blocking them was a major achievement. Chapter 216. The flagship of the Bailey Group Army. What? Fire Phoenix was surrounded on 3 sides by the Zerg Group Army, and then blocked by my 2nd fleet? Commander Bailey jumped up. Such a good thing? They discussed for half a day yesterday, but couldn't come up with a plan to surround and kill Fire Phoenix. Unexpectedly, she delivered herself right to their doorstep. Quickly, order all warships to provide support. Charge forward. Notify Commander-in-Chief Li Xiangtian to also surround her and share in the hunting feast. Yes, sir. Soon, the Bailey Group Army, the Death Squad Army, and the Thule family army groups surrounded Halong and his men. Boom! Boom! Commander, the warships in front are using defensive skills. Our army can't break through it all. The Western Chu warships use skills to launch a volley, damaging only a few of the blocking warships. I go request heavy firepower support. The Western Chu commander looked at the unmoving warships in front and said helplessly. Just then, a low whistling sound came from behind. Those were heavy artillery shells and heavy missiles. More than 10 Phoenix Flame heavy artillery shells and nearly 400 Phoenix Flame heavy missiles slammed directly into the defensive positions of the 100-mile warship army. Boom! Boom! The city wall defenses, which had been as solid as a fortress just moments before, snapped in 2 in an instant. The 100-mile warship army's warships exploded one after another, suffering the loss of more than 200 ships. The Western Chu army commander was stunned. What kind of firepower support was this? It was like a direct missile barrage. As for the 100-mile warship army under attack, they were even more terrified, some already swooping down to escape in their warships. They had no choice but to flee. If they waited for the second bombardment, they would be completely annihilated. What are you waiting for? Western Chu warship army, charge! At this moment, Halong's projection entered, looking at the still stunned commander and roared. Yes, charge! The Western Chu commander snapped out of his daze, and immediately issued the order. Boom! Boom! Instantly, the Western Chu warships unleashed their elite momentum, routing the already Bailey warships. Halong also led the Fire Phoenix warship fleet, rapidly breaching the Bailey warship's defenses and plunging forward. Commander, a large number of warships have appeared ahead, approximately the size of 4 army groups. At this moment, the deputy captain of the Western Chu commander's flagship reported in alarm. Commander-in-Chief, we're surrounded. The commander hurriedly projected his message to Halong. I know, no rush, wait for the Zerg. Halong remained calm and collected. Commander-in-Chief, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to break out. The Western Chu commander was stunned. He hadn't expected Halong to remain so calm even at this point. Commander, the Zerg have surrounded us from the rear. Commander, 4 army groups have also surrounded us from the front. The reconnaissance reports came back quickly. This, Commander-in-Chief, what do we do? The Western Chu commander was desperate. Wait, let them get a little closer. Halong responded with a smile. Wait, do we have reinforcements? The Western Chu commander asked. No, but we have a plan. Halong smiled mysteriously. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of landmines exploding came from the outer perimeter. Bullets of white smoke billowed, covering the area around Hao Long's fleet. Three-tailed white fox, let's go, Hao Long said. Suddenly, a flash of red and white light appeared, and Hao Long and his forces appeared directly in a canyon. We're out? The Western Chu commander was dumbfounded. An entire fleet could be teleported. Of course. Hao Long nodded to Xilan and the three-tailed white fox, his expression approving. Commander, their troop strength and location maps have been scouted. At this moment, Zhuge Liang received the report. Opening the space map, he saw the locations of 4 warship armies and 5 Zerg warship armies marked. Boom! Boom! They were now engaged in fierce combat. The Zerg's target was, of course, all humans, no matter who they were all the same to them. The Zerg warships fought with increasing ferocity, leaving Li Xiangtian, Commander Bailey, and the commander-in-chief of the Death Squad completely bewildered. Their target was the Fire Phoenix. They hadn't intended to fight the Zerg to the death. Just moments ago, they were blocking each other, but after a smoke bomb, it was them fighting the Zerg. Moreover, the Zerg were fighting with fury, ignoring their projections and relentlessly attacking them. Boom! Boom! Army Group Joint Meeting. Commander-in-Chief, those Zerg have gone mad. They used all their abilities. They want to fight us to the death. Commander-in-Chief Li, what do you think? The Death Squad commander asked Li Xiangtian. Kill! We can't escape now, Li Xiangtian said, his face turning ashen. They had no choice but to fight. The Zerg were already engaging in close combat. If they dared to retreat, the Zerg would ride the wave of their attacks, crushing them and causing even greater casualties. This battle was unavoidable. Alright, let's form a joint command. Kill! Boom! Boom! The Li family, the Bailey family, and the Death Squad joined forces and engaged the Zerg in fierce combat. As for the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, they couldn't care less about that now. Boom! Boom! A decisive battle ensued. Commander, the Purple Star warship has taken care of everything, Zhuge Liang reported to Hao Long, who was watching the final battle. Good. Let her keep it safe for now. We reward her when we return. Hao Long nodded in satisfaction. The 10,000-year Blood Ginseng King was in his possession. He had previously sent the Purple Star warship to search for the 10,000-year Blood Ginseng King. Of course, it was only because Yuji no longer needed it that Hao Long wanted to keep it for himself. It would be a real shame to let such a treasure slip away. Commander-in-Chief, while they're still fighting, shouldn't we retreat first? The Western Chu army commander asked. Although they seemed safe now, both sides would gradually withdraw after a certain point in the battle, unless one side was confident of defeating the other. Then, after they finished fighting, their side would be in danger. Retreat? No rush. Since they won our lives, then I take theirs, Hao Long said murderously. They came to kill Xilan. How could they let them leave alive? We only have one naval fleet. A sneak attack won't work, the Western Chu commander warned in alarm. The strategic disparity was immense. Their naval fleet, plus the Fire Phoenix fleet, numbered only 514 ships. Their 4 naval legions totaled 20,000 ships. No matter how they fought, a sneak attack was futile. Don't worry, I have a plan, Hao Long said calmly. Strategist, begin the deployment. Boom! Boom! The battle raged for a full 6 hours, with both sides suffering over half their casualties, before the fighting began to subside. Commander, we can begin the operation, Zhuge Liang reminded them. The Western Chu commander was still completely bewildered. What had they just prepared? He didn't understand a thing. Attack! Suddenly, above the 4 logistics warship regiments of the Li family legion and the 4 logistics warship regiments of the Death Squad, turbulent waves surged. Nearly 3,000 stealth bombers appeared, immediately dropping countless cruise bombs. Chapter 217. Boom! Boom! 8 logistics warship regiments exploded. Fire! Fire Phoenix warship regiment! Li Macho exclaimed. It's the Fire Phoenix warship regiment's stealth bombers. She quickly recognized the stealth bombers. It's her again. How come her warships are so powerful? First, there were jamming aircraft that even T-4 warships might not have, then a massive number of stealth bombers. Not to mention a T-4 warship regiment. Even a T-5 warship regiment would fear her sneak attack. What? The Fire Phoenix warship regiment? Stealth bombers? Li Xiangtian roared through gritted teeth. She wanted to annihilate her 2 Li family warship regiments. How dare she? Wasn't she afraid of completely offending the Li family, and that they would retaliate fiercely later? Boom! Boom! The Zerg saw an opportunity, and immediately launched a fierce attack. Without the warship regiments, The human warship regiments wouldn't last long. Retreat immediately. Commander Bailey reacted instantly and issued the retreat order. Without logistical support, continuing the fight would mean total annihilation. His Bailey family couldn't afford that. Bailey, retreat quickly. The commander-in-chief of the Suicide Squad hadn't expected the Bailey family to retreat without even a warning, leaving his own legion to fend off the insectoid attack alone. He was so angry he wanted to kill. Boom! Boom! Commander-in-chief, retreat quickly. The Bailey family has retreated. Lee Macho cried out in terror. The Bailey Legion, the Suicide Squad, had retreated. How would Hurley family withstand the insectoid attack? What? The insignificant Bailey family, you dared to betray me. Retreat! Commander-in-chief Lee roared. He hadn't expected the small Bailey family to not only fail to hold off the insectoids for them, but also be the first to retreat. In an instant, the 4 remaining warship legions collapsed like a mountain, relentlessly pursued by the Zerg warships. Trying to escape? Raise your shields. How Long said calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. Soon, 5 lines of shield walls rose, blocking Bailey and his group's path. Since they had tried to block him, he had no choice but to retaliate. Western Chu Warship Legion, Fortress Formation. Block them at all costs. The Western Chu commander wasn't intimidated. Although he didn't know How Long's plan, he still chose to obey orders. Because their Western Chu Warship Legion possessed the courage to fight to the death. How Long couldn't help but give his commander a thumbs up, truly a battle-hardened elite force. Charge! Commander Bailey ordered. The rear was filled with Zerg. If they couldn't break through, they would die. It seemed How Long's side had the easier time breaking through. Boom! Boom! The Vanguard Warship Legion charged, but before long, a violent explosion occurred, causing the warships behind to come to a halt. As they stopped, How Long's long-range mine layers began laying mines frantically, each one disappearing instantly into space. These were stealthy catapult mines. After being launched into space and becoming invisible, they would move a distance before being laid, making them undetectable to the enemy. Medium and short-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Clear those mines. 18th Fleet Regiment, charge. Commander Bailey ordered. Laying mines right in front of him, even stealthy mines were useless, because their locations were already marked. Under the barrage of medium and short-range missiles and close-in weapon systems, a series of explosions echoed in space. Charge. Bailey Legion's 18th Fleet Regiment charged. They sped off, their main guns and missiles locking onto the first defensive wall. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the charging warship regiment. Landmines had been triggered. Hidden mines nearby were launched, colliding with the regiment and exploding. Mine-laying ships, keep reporting mines. Block them completely. How Long laughed. They probably won't get through today. Why are there still mines? Quickly, order the 19th Warship Regiment to charge. Keep firing along their path. Clear a way for their advance. Commander Bailey, a veteran of countless battles, quickly devised a countermeasure. Charge. The 19th Warship Regiment. Boom! Boom! Not long after, another mine was triggered, and the entire regiment was wiped out again. 20th Warship Regiment charge. Commander-in-Chief, the front is riddled with mines. 3 charges have failed, and we haven't even damaged the enemy's protective shields. The vice captain reported to Commander Bailey in alarm. What? How could this be? Commander Bailey roared. In just 6 hours, their retreat was cut off. Negotiations with them. We're at war with an alien race. Please let us leave. Commander. We already negotiated, but since we didn't move aside before, they won't either. They also said, let us fight the Zerg to the death. If we win, they let us go. The vice captain's face was ashen. What a turn of events. He was the one blocked so quickly. Boom. Boom. Bailey, why did you stop? Do you want to fight the Zerg to the death? Soon, the Suicide Squadron arrived, bombarding Bailey's fleet. Commander, it's bad. The Fire Phoenix fleet is blocking our way. They want us to fight the Zerg to the death. The victor lives. Commander Bailey hurriedly reported to the Death Squad commander. What? Charge. Attack them. The Death Squad commander roared. We can't break through. There are landmines everywhere ahead, and 5 rows of city wall shields. We can't break through them in a short time. Boom! Boom! The last of the retreating Lee family legion arrived, and another fierce barrage of fire ensued. What's happening? Commander Lee, don't fire. Our path has been blocked. Commander Bailey quickly reported the situation. What? A decisive battle with the Zerg? Commander Lee exclaimed. Yes, the victor lives. Fighting the Zerg now is suicide. We must fight to the death. The Death Squad commander looked at the two more city wall shields rising, his tone softening. Boom! Boom! From behind, the Zerg attacked. Gentlemen, I Haolong, keep my word. Those who repel the Zerg live. Haolong's projection appeared, uttering these words before leaving. Kill the Zerg! Li Xiangtian ordered helplessly. A direct confrontation with Haolong would mean certain death if their backs were exposed to the Zerg. Repelling the Zerg offered a sliver of hope. They could escape from the Zerg's direction. Kill the Zerg! Shouted the Death Squad commander. Kill the Zerg! Cried Commander Bailey. This encounter with Haolong was truly unfortunate. Without supplies, and no way to retreat, they had no choice but to fight the Zerg warships head-on. Boom! Boom! Kill! Nearly 10,000 warships charged forward, colliding with the pursuing 20,000 Zerg warships in hand-to-hand combat. Since there was no way to retreat, the Zerg's direction was their only escape route, only killing mattered. Like cornered beasts, they actually began to force the Zerg to retreat steadily. Chapter 218. Kill! But the Zerg warships were no pushovers either. Already embroiled in fierce fighting, they too launched a fierce barrage. In an instant, both sides suffered massive casualties, 5 times the rate of previous losses. However, without supplies, numerical superiority, or terrain advantage, the human alliance ultimately couldn't withstand the Zerg's relentless bombardment. Kill! The Death Squad commander roared, leading the remaining 1,000 warships in a final charge. Kill! Commander Bailey did the same, leading the remaining 800 warships in a charge. Kill! Li Xiangtian led the remaining 3,000 warships in a charge. Boom! Boom! The strongest battle of beasts had begun. In an instant, the Zerg suffered heavy casualties. Truly tragic. The Western Chu commander exclaimed. Boom! Boom! Kill them! Those are the human elite. The Zerg commander-in-chief, also a clear-headed Zerg, shouted. The remaining ships are all elite human warships. They must be killed. It would be a great achievement. Boom! Boom! The half-hour-long battle of beasts finally came to an end, with Li Xiangtian and the Death Squad commander successfully breaking through. 8,000 Zerg warships remain. On the Fire Phoenix warship, Haolong ignored the two who had fled, instead looking towards the Zerg direction. Our turn, attack. The stealthy flying mines, already in ambush, charged forward, instantly penetrating and striking the Zerg flagship. Boom! Boom! A series of massive explosions left the Western Chu commander stunned. What kind of warships are these? Instantly penetrating the Zerg legion, then exploding into chaos. Whoosh! Whoosh! Long-range missile ships and space fortress ships opened fire. Boom! Boom! Numerous missiles bombarded the area, obliterating nearly 200 unshielded warships. Attack! All cannons and missiles, attack! The Zerg leader roared. With only 50-odd warships, they dared to challenge over 8,000 Zerg warships. They were courting death. Whoosh! Swoosh! Upon receiving the Zerg leader's order, countless Zerg soldiers unleashed a barrage of cannonballs and missiles upon entering firing range, raining down on Haolong and his forces. Quickly, launch interceptor missiles. Close and weapon systems, fire. The Western Chu commander was horrified. He couldn't withstand the bombardment of nearly 2,000 Zerg warships, not to mention the nearly 6,000 Zerg warships behind them. The next moment, numerous interceptor missiles from the Western Chu naval fleet were launched. Matrix destroyers, fire. Haolong remained unfazed, showing no intention of dodging. He was determined to withstand this barrage. Fire! Huang Silin remained calm and composed. She had already devised multiple interception plans as the Zerg launched their missiles. Whistle, whistle, whistle. 120 quadruple long-range strike missiles fired simultaneously, weaving through the Shichu army's missiles in an S shape. Then, 360 octagonal medium-range interceptor missiles were also launched. But they seemed to teleport, instantly bypassing the Shichu army's missiles and heading straight for the Zerg missile rain. Just as the missile rain was about to arrive, 480 long-range missiles exploded, countless smaller missiles covering the entire space. Boom! 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 Countless large and small missiles collided, creating a massive secondary explosion in space, forming a brilliant display of fireworks. Most of the Zerg's missiles were detonated. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Amidst the fireworks, many more missiles survived, piercing through the smoke and continuing their flight towards Haolong and his group. Whoosh! 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 Boom! Boom! The interceptor missiles of the Western Chu army arrived, successfully intercepting many missiles, but their effectiveness was nowhere near that of the 480 missiles fired by the Matrix destroyer. Keep in mind, they were a fleet of 500 warships, yet their interceptor missiles were outnumbered by a single destroyer. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Defensive formation, close and weapon systems prepare to fire. Seeing that many missiles remained, the Western Chu commander ordered. Just then, hovering outside the smoke and fire, the 2,880 medium-range missiles of the Matrix destroyer seemed to be activated, swiftly and accurately pursuing the surviving Zerg missiles. Boom! Boom! In an instant, more than half of the remaining Zerg missiles were consumed, leaving less than 100 successfully fired at Haolong and his group. The Western Chu commander stared at the few remaining missiles, a look of astonishment on his face. What kind of warship is this? First, a barrage of long-range missiles, then medium-range precision missiles, and does it even have close and weapon systems? The enemy has 8,000 warships, and it can intercept most of the missiles. What threat can the remaining few missiles pose? Are they just scratching the surface of the shields? Brother Long, is this the Matrix destroyer you specially upgraded? Zhou Zhilan looked at the impressive results. She couldn't help but be astonished. She knew Haolong's upgrades would be excellent, perhaps even 1 or 2 times better than others. But she didn't expect him to go to such extremes. This is the trillion-dollar warship upgrade plan he mentioned. The results are truly impressive, almost scaring everyone to death. Otherwise? You think a trillion-dollar upgrade only doubles or triples? Haolong said, pretending to be very serious. The Western Chu army commander, who had been listening to their conversation, silently extinguished his desire for Haolong to upgrade the warship. A T2 class warship costs hundreds of billions, so how many star coins would his T4 warship upgrade cost? Hundreds of billions? Even trillions? He couldn't even come up with hundreds of billions, let alone trillions. The upgrade was just a dream. What? The Zerg leader was horrified. It never expected the enemy destroyer's interception capabilities to be so strong. Before even getting close, nearly 100,000 missiles were all intercepted. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Fong Ling's Rhino frigate pushed forward, and the remaining missiles all exploded on the frigate. After the smoke cleared, the frigate was still intact. Even its shields were normal, completely fearless. How can this warship's defense be so strong? The Western Chu commander was once again stunned by the Rhino frigate. He had never seen such an excessively powerful frigate. Is this another warship upgraded with hundreds of billions? Just how wealthy are Haolong and his men? Continue the attack. The Zerg leader roared, but a barely suppressed fear seemed to emanate from within him. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 fleets of warships emerged from behind the Zerg, the Western Chu Imperial Guard led by Xiang Yu. Their attack was fierce, quickly destroying a large number of Zerg warships. Counterattack. Open fire. The Zerg commander-in-chief panicked. He never expected the humans to have an ambush. He still had 8,000 Zerg warships, but they had been fighting for a long time and desperately needed resupply. Boom! Boom! The Zerg warships at the front, mostly lacking energy and ammunition, could only take the hits. Quickly rotate shifts. Ships lacking supplies returned to resupply immediately. The Zerg commander-in-chief was furious. The Zerg warships that had been so valiant just moments before had become sitting ducks because they couldn't resupply. Commander, those Zerg are low on energy. Don't let them rotate shifts. The Western Chu commander, also a skilled warrior, immediately understood the Zerg situation. Chapter 219. Alright, increase the bombardment, let more of those Zerg die. Haolong, heeding advice, immediately gave the order. Boom! Boom! After 2 rounds of bombardment, the Zerg warships, lacking supplies, finally managed to rotate shifts, but suffered heavy losses. Kill! Don't let them go back to resupply. As the commander-in-chief of Western Chu, Xiang Yu was naturally aware of the Zerg's situation. Taking advantage of their weakness, he launched a direct and fierce attack on the Zerg warships. Boom! Boom! Hold on, once they resupply, we still have a chance to counterattack. The Zerg commander-in-chief looked at the 2,000 elite warships that had successfully returned for resupply, and he felt reassured. This war was not over yet, they still had the strength to fight. 7,000 ships against 3,000, our side has the advantage. Brother Yu, what a pity. These Zerg warships are all elite, we actually let them retreat successfully. Yu Ji, in her wheelchair, sighed. Such a good opportunity had slipped away. That's unavoidable. The other 2 sides haven't closed in yet. It's going to be a tough battle. Xiang Yu clenched his fist. The battlefield is ever-changing. Since the Zerg have successfully resupplied, a full-scale attack is the only option. The casualties will be much higher, but even with the greatest losses, we must fight. Because the hearts of contracts scattered across the battlefield are dazzling. After driving the Zerg away, they will be his and Haolung's. Soon, the Zerg's 10 supply fleets, totaling over 2,000 warships, gathered. Looking at the warships returning like birds to their nest, Haolung immediately gave the order, Fire Phoenix warship formation, launch bombers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The whooshing sound of dive bombers echoed above the Zerg supply fleets. That was Haolung and his team's pre-prepared plan. Attacking only the supply fleets was too boring. Bombing both the supply fleets and the warship fleets together was much more satisfying. Those are heavy cruise bombs. The first to spot them were the battle-hardened Zerg warships. They looked up in horror, watching the bombers swoop down, dropping a rain of cruise bombs. A single word flashed through their minds. It's over. What is that? The Zerg commander-in-chief was horrified, a scene of utter despair. He saw numerous heavy cruise bombs being dropped over 10 supply convoys. This scene was so familiar, he desperately shouted no. Boom! Boom! The 10 supply ships exploded simultaneously, shattering the Zerg commander-in-chief's hopes, and causing him to collapse under the weight. Bomb! It exploded? Yu-Ji was stunned. She never imagined that Fire Phoenix bombers were lurking above the Zerg. Haolung had been waiting for this moment, to destroy them along with 2,000 elite Zerg warships. Boom! Boom! This time, Haolung also paid a heavy price. Those bombers were also destroyed, not a single one returning. It's easy to imagine the immense power of those transport ships exploding together. Kill! 2 more fleets of warships emerged from the left and right flanks of the Zerg, completely surrounding them. Kill! Haolung, seeing the encirclement complete, gave the order to annihilate them. The Zerg warships, already engaged in prolonged battle, were further weakened by the lack of supply ships, their firepower dwindling until even their shields could no longer hold. Haolung Shinjo flying thunderships thrived, frequently weaving through the Zerg warships, throwing the Zerg into chaos and weakening their resistance. Soon, entire Zerg warships were destroyed. The number plummeted from over 7,000 to just over 1,000. Pass on my order, seize fire on the Zerg flagships, and destroy the remaining Zerg warships, Haolung suddenly commanded. This puzzled Xiang Yu, but he obeyed Haolung's order nonetheless. Boom! Boom! The remaining 1,000 plus Zerg warships were annihilated. Just then, 200 jammers descended from space, directly interfering with the remaining 63 Zerg flagships. Commander-in-Chief, you're a genius. With these 200 jammers, the remaining Zerg flagships are like turtles in a jar. 63 complete T4 class contract hearts. That's a fortune in star coins. Yu-Ji's eyes gleamed as she looked in Haolung's direction, like a devoted fan. After all, Xiang Yu knew nothing about earning star coins in Western Chu. The burden had to be placed on her. Luckily, they had 2 planets to rely on, otherwise, how could they have grown stronger? I can do that too. Xiang Yu patted his burly body, indicating that he had already learned it. The next battle would surely yield even more. Yes, you should have learned it by now, Yu-Ji said, both amused and exasperated. You destroyed so much stuff leading the army in battles, and only now you realize you learned it. You're so cowardly. When Haolung and Zhou Zhilan's projections appeared, Xiang Yu said proactively, Commander-in-Chief, you led this battle, and you captured those contract hearts. They should rightfully belong to you. Commander-in-Chief, let's split those contract hearts 50-50. Your warship legion contributed significantly, but also suffered damage to nearly 100 warships. I can't take more. Haolung quickly waved his hand in refusal. If he really took them, how could they cooperate in the future, and how could he command the Western Chu Legion? We already obtained quite a lot, more than we gained in all the battles to come, Xiang Yu said sincerely. He was serious. In a battle involving nearly 45,000 warships, aside from over 1,000 that escaped, the rest were left behind. How much would the heart of the contract be in return? He commanded numerous battles involving 100,000 warships, but the combined casualties were only 20,000 to 30,000 ships, and the final gains were minimal. Because regardless of which side achieved an overwhelming victory, they would prioritize reclaiming the heart of the contract. Therefore, he never fought such a bountiful battle before. This was what he learned. Fight more annihilation battles, and the heart of the contract would surely increase. Commander-in-Chief, if I really take them like this, how will I face them in the future? Haolung repeatedly urged. Then tell us, can we accept those hearts of the contract? Xiang Yu quickly pulled officers of regimental commander rank and above into the projected meeting. We can't accept them. Without the Commander-in-Chief's strategic planning, our losses wouldn't have been so small, and our gains would have been greater than the entire previous year's battle. We can't be too greedy. We still need the Commander-in-Chief to lead us in future battles. The Western Chu Army commander was the first to stand up and express his opinion. Subsequently, all the commanders of his entire warship corps agreed. Are you kidding? This battle, from beginning to end, was commanded and planned by Halong. Who dares to take a share of his spoils? What if he doesn't include them in his plans later? This battle made them realize that it wasn't just the god of war who was powerful, the legendary commander-in-chief was even more formidable. The other 8 commanders of the Western Chu Legion also realized this, and unanimously agreed. The main point was that they couldn't accept those 63 contract hearts. Alright, but I cover your Legion's compensation and warship losses, Halong said firmly. Okay, it's settled then. This time, Xiong Yu didn't refuse. After all, the compensation for those losses wasn't much. If Halong wanted to pay, then he would. As long as Halong was happy. Chapter 220. Ding dong. Emergency mission completed. Zhou Zhilan rescued successfully. T4 Zerg leader eliminated. Fire Phoenix battleship fleet upgrade completed. 5 talent skill upgrade cards obtained. For symbols formation skill acquired. At this moment, a system notification appeared in Halong's mind. Ding dong. Due to the excellent completion of the battleship upgrade, an additional 10 talent skill upgrade cards are awarded. I didn't expect this extra reward. I originally spent such a huge amount of money to improve the combat power of Zhilan's Fire Phoenix fleet. Halong thought happily. The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet consists of 9 battleships, all worth hundreds of billions, and was tailor-made for Zhou Zhilan by Halong. Her skills only have 9 amplifications. Without powerful individual battleships, how can they unleash their full potential? The 4 symbols formation skill, however, left Halong undecided, whether to use it himself or give it to Zhilan. However, those 15 talent skill upgrade cards greatly enhance the strength of the other captains of Fire Phoenix. Halong checked his attributes. Host, Halong. Technology. T3 level Engineering Master Technology. Stealth Design Technology. T2 level 7-star Cyclone Engine Technology. Items. Skycrossing Class. Hive Aircraft Carrier Blueprint. Skycrossing Class Vulcan Battleship Blueprint. 15 talent skill upgrade cards. For symbols array diagram skill. Space. Virtual Combat Space. Equipment. Super God level Universal Toolbox. System skills. Super God level Reconnaissance skill. Costs 10 million. Material Purification skill. 10 million/ton. T3 level Engineering Master Technology. T2 Super God level Engineering Master skill. T3 Super God level Repair skill. T3 Super God level Modification skill. T3 Super God level Upgrade skill. T3 Super God level Enhancement skill. Talent skill. SS level Heavy Cannon talent. Increases fleet attack speed by 200% and attack power by 300%. Heavy Cannon Soul. SS level passive skill. The commanded warship gains the Heavy Cannon Soul buff, increasing attack by 300%. Damage to enemy ships grants a shield equal to 30% of the enemy's damage and 10% energy absorption. Heavy Cannon Skybreaker. SS level combines all commanded main cannons into a single strike, increasing attack damage by 5 times. United Hearts. Super God level Unknown. S level Mech Flame Dragon skill. After using this skill, transforms into a Mech Flame Dragon, gaining a 10x attack boost and 20x speed for 2 hours. The commanded mech warriors will also gain a 5x attack boost and 10x speed. Dragon's Reverse Scale. Passive the Dragon's Reverse Scale. Touch it and you die. When attacking, gain a 10% chance of a 99x attack speed critical hit. SS rank talent skill. Divine Speed Transformation. Increases sailing speed by 10x, attack speed by 3x, and attack power by 2x, effective for all warships and mechs under command. After activating the skill, speed surges by 100x, allowing for instant transformation, rendering enemy artillery fire ineffective for 1 hour. Contracted Beasts. Lilies, T4 4-star Engineer, T2 Engineering Master. Lolita, T4 3-star Lieutenant General, Commander-in-Chief. There's one more thing we need to discuss. Xiong Yu dismissed the projection meeting. He personally went to the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier to meet with Halong and Zhou Zhilan. What is it? Halong also dismissed everyone else from the command room, leaving only Zhou Zhilan and Zhuge Liang. The Empire has issued an order for the princess to personally oversee the expansion of the Starfall battlefield. You and I will both be participating in the battle at some point. Xiang Yu's words were startling. It was an order from the Empire, which he had just received. The princess is truly shrewd, making her decision so quickly, Hao Long exclaimed in admiration. Only 2 hours had passed since they began their encirclement of the Zerg, and Princess Dis had already taken action. In truth, Zhou Zilan's forceful seizure of the Zerg camp was merely to strengthen her control over Blade's Edge planet, putting her into a power-building phase. Unexpectedly, Hao Long's battle with the Western Chu Legion had solidified Dis's resolve. She's in a hurry. The Crown Prince has successfully expanded one planet in the wilderness battlefield and is poised to attack a second. And the Prince's faction is advancing rapidly, having already captured the enemy's planetary fortress. Taking the planet shouldn't be too long. Xiang Yu analyzed. The current situation was very unfavorable for Princess Dis. If she didn't take action soon, those families who supported her would gradually defect to the Crown Prince or the Prince's faction, completely depriving her of any competitive advantage. Then I have to ask Commander-in-Chief to take good care of Zilan from now on, Hao Long said to Xiang Yu. Commander-in-Chief, are you going back to the Blade's Edge Military Academy? Xiang Yu asked. That's right, but I also serve as the Commander-in-Chief of Blue Planet. The situation there isn't optimistic either, Hao Long said, his face showing helplessness as he mentioned Blue Planet. Having Tang Jisheng as the Commander-in-Chief of Blue Fortress is practically handing it over to the Orcs. According to predictions, the Orcs' second offensive is already underway and will return soon, perhaps even stronger than before. The fortress is in grave danger. Didn't the Blue Water Fortress get reinforced with 2 additional army groups? Even if the Orcs come again, they shouldn't gain any advantage, right? Xiang Yu asked, puzzled. Indeed, it was reinforced with 2 additional army groups, but Tang Jisheng's abilities are questionable. A single strong attack from the Orcs will cause the Blue Water Fortress to fall. What? Even with all that, they can't stop the Orcs' advance? What kind of commander-in-chief is he? Xiang Yu was furious. He had never seen such a useless commander-in-chief. Hao Long calmly commented, Tang Jisheng is only good at opportunism and flattering superiors. He has absolutely no ability to command troops. Then Blue Water Planet is in grave danger. Brother Long, then why did you go back to be the commander-in-chief? Zhou Zilan asked. Since it's so dangerous there, she didn't understand why Hao Long would take on that job. Don't worry, Blue Water Planet isn't beyond saving. Planet Commander Ing Zheng is a great talent. He offered me $1 trillion to go back. Hao Long said with a nonchalant smile. 1 trillion. Yu Ji, Xiang Yu, and Zhou Zilan were all astonished. They never imagined Ing Zheng would be so ruthless. Yu Ji was the most surprised. She knew very well the difficulty of managing a planet and mobilizing 1 trillion star coins. Ding Dong. Triggered a development mission, becoming a planetary leader, obtaining T4 level engineering master technology, and obtaining T3 level engineering master skills. Ding Dong. Triggered a mission to protect the Blue Planet, time limit 5 years, obtaining T5 level engineering master technology, and obtaining T4 level engineering master skills. After discussing with Xiang Yu how to deal with the impact of Princess Dis's arrival, Hao Long and the others returned to Blade's Edge planet together. Zhou Zilan's strategy was basically set, focus on development, and quietly expand military power. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, would demonstrate his strong abilities and wield greater power, avoiding being constantly controlled by others. Upon arriving at Blade's Edge planet, Hao Long and the others encountered Commander Zhang Zizhong. No, now he should be called Commander Zhang Zizhong, who had been promoted to Commander of the Warship Legion. Chapter 221. Hao Long, the main reason I'm here is to ask you to help me refit a batch of warships, Commander Zhang said bluntly. His purpose was clear. He was interested in Hao Long's powerful refitting capabilities. Sure, I complete the refitting for you as soon as possible, Hao Long agreed, seeing that it only involved refitting 1 T3 warship regiment. These were likely special warships from the Annihilation warship fleet, but unfortunately, their levels couldn't keep up with T4 warships, so they had to be refitted first to avoid falling behind in strength. In the following days, Hao Long rapidly refitted the Annihilation warships. He also mass-produced bombers, missiles, cruise bombs, and various special warships and naval weapons for the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. When Yuji came to treat him and learned that the Annihilation warship regiment was being refitted here, she secretly regretted not having Hao Long do the refitting earlier. Frankly, her own refitting master was too rigid and lacked Hao Long's powerful refitting capabilities. The warships, even after modification, didn't see a significant increase in strength incomparable to those modified by Hao Long. No way, next time Hao Long returns, we must have him modify the warships for the Western Chu Legion. And indeed, as Yu predicted, the warships modified by Haolong, after being inspected by Commander Zhang, were nearly at the level of T4 class warships. If they hadn't known Haolong had a compelling reason to leave, both Commander Zhang and Yu would have wanted to force him to help with the modifications. After the modifications were completed, Haolong bid farewell to Zhou Zhilan. Thanks to Baidu's time travel ability and the Twin-Star time-space communication warship, there wasn't as much sadness this time. Water Blue Planet Office. Report. Planet Commander, urgent report from the fortress. The fortress has fallen. The vice captain rushed to report to Ying Zheng. Before Haolong could return, the fortress had already fallen. What? What happened? How did it fall? Where is Tang Jixing? Ying Zheng roared. Damn it! The frontline fortress hadn't sent any news, and suddenly it had fallen. When the Zerg attack was detected, the fortress's defensive shields didn't rise. The fortress's 6 warship armies were routed in one blow by the Zerg. Tang Jixing and his army are nowhere to be found. The vice captain reported, his voice tinged with despair. It was too frustrating. Their elite guards had defended the fortress for years, and now the Zerg had captured it so easily. Order the elite guard armies. Order all fully equipped armies to return to their posts, and immediately enter the established planetary space defense line. Ying Zheng issued the order with a heavy heart. He had thought that even if Tang Jixing was a pig, he could at least hold out for 2 months, but unexpectedly, he hadn't even held out for a single day. At this point, he understood that Tang Jixing was merely a pawn in someone else's power struggle for the throne. However, this man's intentions were extremely ruthless. To seize the throne, he first offered up a planet. Has the commander-in-chief returned? Ying Zheng asked again. Without Haolong, he had no confidence in defending this planet. According to the information received, he's already on his way back, and should arrive in about a day, the vice captain replied. Long-distance communication was inconvenient. They could only rely on analysis. Notify me immediately when the commander-in-chief returns, Ying Zheng nodded, specifically instructing the vice captain. Ding! Space Fortress Ship Haolong requests projection. Just then, Ying Zheng's bracelet rang. The commander-in-chief is back. Ying Zheng was extremely excited, and quickly connected to Haolong's projection. The projection on the bracelet usually couldn't be too far away, which meant Haolong had already returned to the blue planet. Planet Commander. Haolong greeted him as he entered. Commander-in-chief, your return is too timely. The fortress has already fallen. Ying Zheng quickly told Haolong the situation. The fortress has fallen. There's no point in us going to reinforce it anymore. Only by fortifying the planet into an impregnable fortress is there any chance of survival. Haolong was also astonished. He hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Many defensive facilities hadn't been built yet, making it even more difficult to defend later. Have the orcs yet left the fortress? Haolong asked. Ying Zheng also looked at the vice captain, waiting for his answer. No, the orcs haven't immediately left the fortress. Instead, they reinforced it first, as if they're afraid we attack them. The vice captain also looked puzzled, wondering what the orc scheme was. Planet Commander, what do you think? Haolong asked. The orcs are scared of us, and are starting to advance cautiously, Ying Zheng said confidently. That's very disadvantageous for us. The orcs have fortresses, easy to defend and difficult to attack, while we can only rely on our weak space defenses, the vice captain worried. Indeed, but their cautious approach is good too. We can prioritize dealing with the internal problems of Blue Planet, which will give us a fighting chance. Haolong agreed with the vice captain's idea. The orcs are now much more troublesome. However, it's not without its advantages. It gives them more time to prepare, and they don't have to fight with a burden on their shoulders. Commander-in-chief, shall we convene a military meeting? Ying Zheng asked. Okay, but we can prepare first. Haolong briefly mentioned a few issues, which were also urgent problems for Planet Blue. Alright, even if I lose my position as planetary commander, I will eliminate these people. Hearing Haolong's words, Ying Zheng patted his chest and guaranteed. At the military conference. Commander-in-chief, I heard your strategic plans are as profound as the sea. How should we deal with the current situation? As soon as the meeting started, Heng Yuan pretended to praise Haolong. Of course I have strategies. Although the orcs have the advantage of terrain, they can't control the timing and the people. Haolong smiled calmly. What timing? What people? Please explain in detail, Commander-in-chief. Heng Yuan frowned. He hadn't expected Haolong to answer like this. It sounded very philosophical, but he just couldn't understand it. I will definitely explain in detail, but you probably won't hear it, Haolong said with certainty. I can't hear it. What can't I hear? Heng Yuan stood up angrily. Planetary Commander, I'm reporting that Heng Yuan embezzled a large amount of money during his 5 years as Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Zhao Tua suddenly stood up and said loudly. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Planetary Defense Command, reporting Heng Yuan, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, was enough for him. Zhao Tua, without evidence, don't speak recklessly. Heng Yuan was terrified, but quickly calmed down. None of the entire defense commanders were innocent. If Yingzheng dared to act recklessly, they wouldn't be leaving the blue planet. This planet was still under his control. Commander-in-Chief, isn't this a misunderstanding? Commander-in-Chief, this might be a misunderstanding. Commander-in-Chief, a misunderstanding. The commanders were all startled. Heng Yuan watched as most of the commanders stepped forward, inwardly laughing. Ignorant brats, I'm not someone you can touch. Commander-in-Chief, find out how many others are embezzling. Yingzheng's face was ashen, but he maintained an air of selfless impartiality. Not yet. If you give me a few months, I should be able to find many more. Zhao Tuo's lips curled up as he looked at all the defense commanders, appearing confident and in control. Chapter 222. All the garrison commanders were startled. Most of them could be bound to some degree, very few were unharmed. If Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tuo or the planetary leader conducted a thorough investigation, none of them would escape. What do you say, Commander-in-Chief? Yingzheng asked How Long. The commanders also looked on with worry. How Long's reputation was invaluable. They were still maintaining their rationality because of him. A few days ago, they might have dared to risk overthrowing him, but with How Long back, he would definitely be prepared, and they had no confidence. I trust the other commanders. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Heng Yuan is the mountain holding them back. Corruption won't reach them, How Long replied confidently. This was something Yingzheng and Zhao Tua had agreed upon. They would suppress Heng Yuan, while he would keep the other commanders in check. Since there's no such thing, then let it go. Commander-in-Chief, close this case as soon as possible. The orcs are currently mobilizing warships. Another major battle is expected within 6 months. Our garrison army will be united in its resolve, but this situation must never happen again. Yingzheng spoke to Zhao Tua with great authority, his gaze sharp as he looked at the assembled garrison commanders. Planet Commander, I report that Deputy Commander-in-Chief Heng has been indiscriminately killing civilians to claim military merit. Planet Commander, I also report that Deputy Commander-in-Chief Heng has colluded with a dark mercenary group to murder the former Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Planet Commander, I report. Corruption, and you too. Heng Yuan cried out in terror. It's all over. Zhao Tua kill. Yingzheng ordered calmly, not waiting for Heng Yuan to say anything more. No. Heng Yuan cried out in shock. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? Only the ringleaders are punished. Bang! Zhao Tua, who was already prepared, fired a shot, striking Heng Yuan squarely in the forehead. Gentlemen, Heng Yuan embezzled public funds, killed civilians to claim credit, colluded with a dark mercenary group to murder the former Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and resisted arrest after being discovered. He was shot dead on the spot. I hope you all will learn from this, and from now on, let us work together to protect the blue planet. Yingzheng said, enunciating each word clearly. He knew the former planetary commander was a corrupt official, and the various garrison commanders were not clean either, but he needed a stable garrison army. This meant he wouldn't pursue the past, as long as they didn't repeat the same mistakes. After all, replacing them all was unrealistic. Their backers weren't so easily shaken. He had to make an example of them first. We will obey the planetary commander's orders, and defend the blue planet to the death. The other commanders breathed a sigh of relief. They all understood Yingzheng's words. Only the first to stick their necks out should be punished. Moreover, the commander-in-chief was willing to stand by them, and past transgressions would be forgiven. Immediately, the elite legion acted, arresting the entire Heng family, a complete confiscation of their property. Now, let's begin the formal military meeting. Yingzheng said formally, seeing that things were settled. First, I want to say that the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief will be concurrently held by the Commander-in-Chief. What do you all think? I agree. I agree too. The commanders all agreed, not daring to voice their disagreements. Yingzheng looked at the sensible crowd and nodded in satisfaction. You all understand the current situation, right? Tell me how you plan to defend Planet Blue. Planet Commander, we will continue to strengthen our space defenses. Planet Commander, we will issue a summons to the planetary forces. Planet Commander, we will recruit soldiers from the affiliated military academy to form a larger warship army to help us defend our satellite planet. These are already being done. Any other suggestions? Ingzheng nodded and continued to ask. Seeing that no one spoke up, Ingzheng asked Haolong. Commander-in-Chief, what's your opinion? Haolong circled several key points. I personally reinforced the space defense line. It should improve performance by 50%. The mobilization order will be issued as normal, but the compensation will be doubled. Each garrison army group must upgrade and modify its warships to adapt to high-intensity combat. The one with the best performance in this defensive battle will be appointed as Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Upon hearing this, the commander's minds immediately became active. Commander-in-Chief, my family is willing to strengthen my army group's warships and add numerous warship weapons. Does this count as my achievement? One commander asked, while the others listened attentively. Yes, of course it counts. Making the warship army group stronger will allow us to kill more enemies. Commander-in-Chief, my Xing family can provide 100 billion star coins, as well as numerous warship weapons. Commander-in-Chief, my Yang family can also provide 100 billion star coins, as well as numerous energy sources and advanced materials. Commander-in-Chief. The garrison commanders all chimed in. Some of them received funding from their own families, while others, having heard the news, were willing to invest in a particular commander. They were simply participating for the sake of excitement. Ingzheng was pleased to see the commander so proactive. It really took the commander-in-chief to take the lead. If he were in charge, he wouldn't have achieved such results. This time, funding and materials were plentiful, and the commanders were all highly motivated. The planet's defense seemed promising. Commander-in-Chief, besides all this, what else do we need to do? Ingzheng asked directly. Send an elite warship force from each legion to blockade the orcs' routes to the planet. Eliminate small groups of enemies, and when encountering orc legions, fight and retreat. I want to prevent the orcs from receiving any messages from us. Commander, this is very difficult. There are people on our planet who are colluding with the orcs, Xiao Tu explained. Although different races, quite a few people have secretly sided with the orcs for profit. Tang Jisheng is one such example. Those people don't matter. Even if they pass on the information, we have to make the orcs believe it, Hao Long said confidently. There was something else Hao Long didn't say. If someone did leak information, he could use it against them. I understand. I take charge of this, Xiao Tu nodded, taking the initiative. Remember, tell all the warships not to be too reckless. Preserving strength is paramount, Hao Long solemnly instructed. He was simply using the warships to draw the orcs' attention to plan something. Of course, this would also make the orcs as easily frightened as birds startled by a mere twang of a bow, hindering their actions. Soon, the defense system of Planet Blue began to operate, and the various garrison legions launched their warships according to orders. Seeing the gradually thickening space defense wall, and the numerous warships joining the ranks, the panic on the entire planet eased. Ingzheng also intensified his propaganda, declaring that he and the entire Ing family were sworn to coexist with the planet. This included the specially invited Commander-in-Chief Haolong, who also served as Deputy Commander-in-Chief, as well as many garrison commanders and their families or those supporting them, all spreading the message. The entire Planet Blue was filled with calls for battle. This was the power of the people. Planet Blue Fortress, Orc Command Center. Chieftain, according to the message from the Blue Wild Dogs, Human Commander-in-Chief Haolong has returned. His return has caused a major upheaval in the entire garrison army. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Hing Yuan has been killed, and his family has been raided. Chapter 223. As expected, we clashed with him again. Is there any other news? Tian Jiaohu said through gritted teeth. But a hint of panic lingered in his heart. Haolong was truly too powerful, so powerful that just hearing his name made him involuntarily uneasy. Yes, after the military conference, all the garrison commanders, including Xiao Tu, Planet Chief Ingzheng, and Haolong, declared they would live and die with the planet, thus inspiring the entire human race on the planet to join. Those with money contributed money. Those with manpower contributed manpower. The entire planet is filled with calls to join the war. Anything else? Tian Jiaohu asked, his eyes red. He never imagined that Haolong's power was so great, drawing the entire human race on the planet into this war. While Haolong was away, he easily captured the entire fortress, and the blue planet began to fall into chaos, with countless humans packing up and fleeing. Even the planetary garrison army began to waver. Desertion was inevitable. Who would have thought that just because of Haolong, things would change so drastically? Yes, news has come from over there that Haolong has personally built a space defense line and has already entered it. Quickly, send out reconnaissance warship squadrons to gather intelligence on the human race's space defense line. Tian Jiaohu was shocked. A defense line built by Haolong. Why did he feel a sense of unease? He asked himself, could he break through Haolong's defense line? Chief, I have already dispatched 10 elite reconnaissance warship squadrons. I believe we will receive news soon, the vice captain immediately reported. Thankfully, I'm as clever as I am. I knew the chief would be more concerned about Haolong. You done a good job. Tian Jiaohu nodded. This half-fox understands me best. Commander-in-Chief, something terrible has happened. We just received news that all 10 reconnaissance regiments have gone missing. It's confirmed they've been completely annihilated. At this moment, the intelligence staff beside him frantically reported to Tian Jiaohu. What? Tian Jiaohu stared at the vice captain in disbelief. He couldn't understand how 10 reconnaissance regiments could be wiped out so quickly. What happened? Commander-in-Chief, news also comes that Haolong has dispatched many more warships specifically to intercept and kill our reconnaissance regiments. What? Tian Jiaohu looked at the vice captain incredulously. Had Haolong planned this far ahead? He anticipated everything he was thinking. What would he do now? After a long silence, Tian Jiaohu instructed the vice captain, strengthen reconnaissance around the area. Don't let the enemy find an opening. He was afraid it was the previous piecemeal tactics that had given Haolong an opportunity. Now it was better to play it safe, reinforce the fortress, and then they could calmly advance into the blue planet. Even if they can't break through, they can maintain a long siege, thus gaining access to a vast expanse of undeveloped mineral resources behind them. Once Water Blue Planet is nearly exhausted, they can launch a full-scale attack and take it over. Meanwhile, turmoil is brewing on Blade Planet. Since Princess Dis's arrival, she has begun to sideline the planet's power center and has started recruiting soldiers at Blade Academy. Princess, intelligence from Water Blue Planet. On the Princess's flagship, the vice captain reported to Princess Dis. What's happening on Water Blue Planet again? Princess Dis inquired. The deputy commander of Hengyuan on Water Blue Planet, due to corruption, murder, and collusion with a dark mercenary group to murder the former deputy commander, has been killed on the spot by the current commander-in-chief, Xiao Tuo. What? Who gave him that power? Dis was astonished. The Hengyuan family was her supporter, bringing her immense wealth. Unexpectedly, upon her arrival, Hengyuan was killed, and the entire Hung family was imprisoned. What was going on? Tell me, what did Hengyuan do? Dis quickly regained her composure. From the moment she took over the mission, the entire planet Water Blue had spiraled out of control. First, Tang Jisheng abandoned the fortress, then Hengyuan was killed. She needed to understand what had happened. Intelligence shows that Deputy Commander-in-Chief Hengyuan wanted to sideline Planet Commander Ing Zheng, repeatedly humiliating him at military meetings, and even attempting to rally the entire garrison army to suppress Ing Zheng. Fool! If Hengyuan were a competent commander-in-chief, wouldn't I fight for him? Now that the orcs are attacking, he still wants to seize power. Even if he gains military power, can he defeat the orcs? Dis laughed in anger. If Hengyuan weren't so incompetent, she would have already promoted him to commander-in-chief or even planet commander. Why force Ing Zheng and Zhao Tuo to power? Princess, according to intelligence, there's another important reason that prompted the planetary leader to take action. What reason? Commander-in-Chief Haolong has returned to Blue Planet from Blade Planet. You mean Haolong wants revenge, so he wants to eliminate the Hung family, including Hengyuan? Princess Dis asked. However, she quickly dismissed her question. It's Hengyuan. He shouldn't be thinking of undermining Ing Zheng at this time. Princess, isn't it Haolong who wants revenge against Ing Tian, Heng Li, and the Hung family? The vice captain asked, puzzled. That's part of the reason, but normally they wouldn't touch Hengyuan. If they did, Ing Zheng would have to give the Empire an explanation. Princess Dis was now absolutely certain. She knew the whole story. Since taking action against Hengyuan is so troublesome, why did they have to? The vice captain still couldn't understand. That's because the orcs have already seized the fortress, and there's even a precedent like Tang Jisheng, so Ing Zheng and Haolong are both wary of Hengyuan. Since Hengyuan has completely hindered them, he must be dealt with, either leave or die. In the end, Hengyuan will be dead, and his death will be worthwhile, right? Dis finally asked the vice captain. Princess, you are wise. Since Hengyuan's death, the Blue Ocean Defense Force has immediately mobilized, and even enlisted the help of various families on Blue Ocean Planet. The entire space defense line is now very tight. The planet's leader has also increased propaganda, consolidating the planet's strength, preparing for a desperate battle with the orcs. The vice captain sincerely praised Princess Dis's intelligence for guessing the outcome so quickly. Excellent. A perfect example of eliminating only the ringleader, Dis said angrily. Although she knew Hengyuan deserved to die, he was also her backbone. Without him, it was like cutting off a vital source of income. This source of income was enough to keep an entire army group running. Now it's gone. Princess, what do we do? Should we confront Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tu of Water Blue Star? The vice captain asked. That's inappropriate. Everyone knows Heng Yuan is a corrupt official, murdering civilians to claim credit, and assassinating the former vice captain. If I confront him, I'd be an accomplice, and my reputation will be severely damaged. Dis swallowed her anger. She couldn't and dared not touch Zhao Tu and his group now. This matter would have to wait until later. Princess, although we can't touch Haolong, Zhou Zhilan is on Blade's Edge planet. We can have her make up for those losses. The vice captain's mind raced, and an idea came to her. Chapter 224. Alright, I heard Commander Zhou is very wealthy, with warship upgrades starting at hundreds of billions. I'm quite envious. Disagreed without hesitation. She couldn't feel any goodwill towards Zhou Zhilan. The Fire Phoenix was the beginning of her humiliation, yet it was allowed to emerge out of nowhere and achieve remarkable results under Zhou Zhilan's command. Then what was she? A clown? However, Zhou Zhilan was a good pawn. She could use her to make money first, and later as political capital. She was incredibly useful. As for the title of military goddess, it was just a name she needed to win over her students, and Zhou Zhilan happened to be there. Princess, rest assured, I know how to arrange it. The vice captain smiled slightly, and immediately gave the order. What? The princess ordered me to seize the insected held or mine. Zhou Zhilan's face darkened upon receiving the order. Was the princess targeting her? Her warship fleet had just been formed, and it was already short-staffed, with weapons and supplies not yet fully replenished. Was this how she was assigning a mission? What, Commander Zhou, are you unwilling? The princess's guard asked arrogantly. I am willing, but the warship fleet is newly established, lacking warships, weapons, supplies, and crew. Under these circumstances, we are simply incapable of seizing the insected or mine. Furthermore, our army needs training and coordination, otherwise, setting out would be suicide. Commander Zhou, this is the princess's order. If you disobey, General Zhou's affairs will be in trouble. The guard threatened coldly. You're threatening me. Zhou Zhilan glared at the guard with eyes like knives, instantly frightening her. I said I am willing, but if we fail to seize the ore mine, it will ruin the princess's plans. The princess's guard was speechless. How could she have forgotten that Zhou Zhilan had too many new recruits, and many things weren't fully equipped? She had no choice but to quickly relay the message back to Princess Dis. Upon learning this, Princess Dis gritted her teeth and immediately ordered, equip her everything, then have her depart immediately to seize the mines. Paying expenses before even earning any money was going to sting her. She wouldn't have felt the pain before, but everything changed after learning that the Fire Phoenix warship fleet had undergone upgrades and modifications worth hundreds of billions. Just as the guard was about to leave, Zhou Zhilan suddenly said, also, please tell the princess that it's time to reopen my father's case. Don't worry, the princess will take this to heart, the guard replied casually. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu rushed in with Yu. Commander Zhou, how could you agree to this so easily? Even the princess wouldn't dare to force you if you didn't want to. That's right. The Zerg must have received the news by now, and they're also gathering a large number of Zerg warships. Approaching Area 9000 now is like stirring up a hornet's nest. You inevitably be besieged by numerous Zerg warships. Yu also became worried. Whether for public or private reasons, she didn't want Zhou Zhilan to take any risks. Currently, it's no secret that Princess Dis's 20 army groups have entered Blade's Edge. The Zerg are also making a great stir, and their assembled warship army groups will undoubtedly be even larger, perhaps even double the size of the princess's army groups. This is no joke. There have been cases like this before. The Zerg have plenty of everything except numbers. If their warships weren't slightly inferior to those of the humans might not have been able to hold Blade's Edge now. Commander-in-Chief, madam, thank you for your concern. This is a deal between me and the princess. If I seize a large number of Zerg or mines for her, my father's case can be overturned, Zhou Zhilan said resolutely. Isn't that too risky? Yu wanted to dissuade her further. I have to go, even if it's risky. Princess Dis has another reason for doing this. Blade Planet is in chaos right now, and she needs to make an example of someone. Zhou Zhilan said, word by word. And since it wasn't her faction's power, losing it wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, the title of War God isn't for nothing. She wants me to lead from the front, forcing me to capture another Zerg camp to boost morale. I see. So, even if you don't want to go, the princess will find ways to make you go. Yu was completely stunned. So, The seemingly unassuming Princess Dis is actually terrifying. What do you need my help with? Xiang Yu nodded in agreement after hearing Zhou Zhilan's words. It seems Princess Dis is even more cold-blooded and ruthless than he imagined. They're all just pawns to be discarded at any time. Spread the word for me. I owe the Commander-in-Chief a favor. Say, for my father's sake, I'm willing to go to the Zerg and seize the urgently needed ore mine for the princess. Zhou Zhilan looked at Xiang Yu seriously. This was a choice that would offend the princess. All right, madam, this is your responsibility. Have someone spread the word immediately. Xiang Yu agreed immediately and turned to Yu to give the order. Okay. Yu nodded in agreement. This was the only thing they could do for Zhou Zhilan. As for offending the princess, it wasn't actually that serious. To aid the princess, the Western Chu Kingdom had dispatched 2 entire warship armies, a force beyond the reach of ordinary forces. Even the princess herself would treat them with utmost respect. Fire Phoenix Warship Army, depart. After replenishing its crew and receiving substantial supplies, warships, weapons, and resources, Zhou Zhilan issued the order with a valiant air. Whoosh! 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 500 warships sped along, as if afraid of encountering any further trouble. For Zhou Zhilan, missions in the wilderness were far preferable. After all, Blade's Edge planet was currently a chaotic place, with numerous local forces crashing there in recent days for all sorts of bizarre reasons. Needless to say, everyone with eyes could see it. Princess Dis wanted to completely control Blade's Edge planet, and Zhou Zhilan, as the flag bearer of the princess's emerging power, would be caught in the middle if she remained on Blade's Edge planet. This was also a pawn effect planted by Princess Dis beforehand. Haolong and the strategist had informed her in advance, prompting her to prepare numerous countermeasures. During the voyage, Zhou Zhilan began inspecting the various warships with the Fire Phoenix cruiser mech, interacting with many crew members, learning about their situations, and silently taking notes. After inspecting all the warships, there were a staggering 200 people with large red names, and over 80 with yellow names. 12 of them were even captains and vice-captains. Back on the Fire Phoenix flagship, Zhou Zhilan contacted Haolong and asked, puzzled, Brother Long, why did you choose the Zerg camp at 9133? The Purple Star warship had already scouted the entire 9000 area, marking over 200 Zerg camps on the star map. Many other suitable Zerg camps were also marked. She didn't understand why Haolong had specifically chosen the Zerg camp at 9133. First, that camp is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Once we take it, your safety is guaranteed. Second, there's a T4 level planet-destroying mine nearby, and deeper underground, there's a super large T3 level rare star crystal mine. Brother Long, you're interested in the star crystal mine? It's very useful. Zhou Zhilan was clever, and immediately understood. It's just about finding the ore the princess desperately needs on the surface, while secretly mining the ore they themselves require, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Zhou Zhilan had no qualms. Anyway, they weren't on Princess Dis's side. In the eyes of Princess Dis's imperial family, they were just pawns. As for the 3rd bird, she believed it would soon be realized. Chapter 225. That's right, its function is incredibly powerful. It can be used to create a propulsion system suitable for T2 warships, yet its efficiency is top tier for T3 class. If all the fighter jets used it, with the performance I created, chasing down T4 fighters would be a piece of cake. As for jammers, using it, even T5 warships could be easily dealt with. With Haolong's exaggerated descriptions, Zhou Zhilan was stunned. She hadn't realized such a rare T3 class ore existed. She was determined to get this star crystal ore. Brother Long, what's the specific plan? How do we take down this Zerg camp? Zhou Zhilan asked urgently. As for figuring it out herself, there was no need. Since Haolong had already chosen the target, the battle plan should already be in place. What battle plan? I don't have one. Haolong's answer was a blow to Zhou Zhilan. You don't have a battle plan? She asked incredulously. Indeed, there isn't. There are also requirements. You can research the specific battle plan yourselves. Haolong said very seriously. This young lady needs more discipline. She can't be spoiled. What are the requirements? Zhou Zhilan asked, puzzled by Haolong's intentions. A T4 level elite fleet support force. I already assembled them in Area 9400. Remember, they can't be known to your Fire Phoenix fleet. The elite fleet's presence here was indeed inappropriate to let others know. Without the Lightspeed supply ship, the 3-tailed White Fox's time-space travel, and the combination of 2 time-space warships, they couldn't possibly have arrived here silently. That's it? Nothing more? Zhou Zhilan looked at Haolong, who had stopped talking and couldn't help but ask. That's all. What else do you want? Haolong shrugged, indicating he really had nothing more. Your Vulcan battleship squadron. Zhou Zhilan stared at Haolong, her expression suggesting he'd be in trouble if he didn't agree. While the Vulcan battleship squadron was small in number, its space fortress ships, heavy hammer industrial ships, and light-speed supply ships were truly impressive. And then, there was Brother Long's Vulcan battleship and its skills. It was incredibly satisfying for assaults. How could she forget that? If she had to choose between the elite fleet and the Vulcan battleship squadron, she would choose the Vulcan squadron without hesitation. You really know how to choose, Haolong smiled. Just tell me, are you going to give it to me or not? Zhou Zhilan blinked her beautiful eyes, a smile on her face. Fine, I give it to you. Haolong surrendered, finally agreeing to Zhou Zhilan's request. Captain Haolong, when will the Vulcan battleship squadron arrive? They've been waiting in District 9400 for quite some time. Please give the order, Commander. Haolong replied seriously. Fine, you win. Zhou Zhilan smiled sweetly, looking at Haolong with satisfaction. That's settled then. You guys wait here. I'm going to devise a battle plan. Zhou Zhilan immediately abandoned Haolong and ran off. Although they were still a day away from their destination, she needed to come up with a plan as soon as possible. She didn't want to disappoint Haolong. Commander, you're really bold, taking a break from your busy schedule to help the lady solve her problem. Zhuge Liang watched from the side, sweating profusely. The blue planet was already in dire straits, with orcs ready to attack at any moment. Haolong's actions, given his personality, seemed extremely risky. I already had people gather materials. This isn't taking a break, it's genuinely taking a break. And you need to be more confident. Being overly cautious isn't good, it might cause you to miss some opportunities. I'm giving the orcs a chance, but they wouldn't dare come now, Haolong said confidently. Zhuge Liang was speechless. The orcs were utterly useless, they'd been terrified and were busy building fortresses. Commander, don't we really need to help the lady with her strategy? Zhuge Liang asked worriedly. You think she's incapable? No, the lady is incredibly intelligent, and her tactical and strategic skills are exceptional. I'm just worried we don't have enough time, Zhuge Liang quickly replied, afraid of causing any unnecessary misunderstanding. It won't be long. She knows the situation on Blue Planet, so this plan is very aggressive, Haolong said with certainty. Very aggressive? How aggressive? Does the lady intend to? Zhuge Liang suddenly realized. There was only one place where the Zerg could launch a powerful attack. If that was triggered, the Zerg would surely charge in like madmen. No way, the lady wouldn't go that far, would she? That would kill people. Brother Long, come here, my battle plan. Soon, Zhou Zhilan projected her plan into the screen. Following the projection were 10 captains, all from the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Strategist, what do you think? Haolong's eyes lit up as he looked at the detailed plan. As expected of his little woman, her move would surely scare even the strategist. Madam, are we really going to do this? Zhuge Liang glanced at Haolong, then at Zhou Zhilan, and finally asked cautiously. Like attracts like. You two are both crazy. Is this really necessary? Isn't this plan good? As long as preparations are complete, the 9133 Zerg camp will be taken down in one fell swoop. It's good, but isn't it risky to let the commander take such a risk? The strategist, Zhuge, was very loyal and quickly reminded his wife. This plan is excellent, perfectly suited to our current situation, Haolong quickly approved. The strategist is just too cautious. Sometimes, taking risks is necessary. Don't worry, this is your execution plan. After we capture Area 9133, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet will move in, targeting it. Zhou Zhilan boldly pointed to that spot. Strategist, let me tell you something, all 15 skill upgrade cards have been used, Haolong reminded Zhuge Liang. All used? All for Madam's battleship fleet? Zhuge Liang asked in surprise. If that's the case, then it's no wonder Madam is so bold, she has someone backing her up, giving her the resources to fight like this. Although the danger has been minimized, if our battleship fleet doesn't pose a threat to it, then the other Zerg battleships won't fall for it. Zhuge asked again, there was no way around it, the strategist's mind was just too sharp. Strategist, you're overthinking it. It's precisely because I was afraid it wouldn't pose a threat that I sent Brother Long, Zhou Zhilan said, immediately silencing Zhuge Liang's concerns. Commander. Then there's no problem. Zhuge Liang suddenly fell silent upon hearing Commander. It wasn't that he hadn't considered Haolong, but as the strategist, all his plans prioritized Haolong's protection often using him as a last resort. Only his wife would treat the commander like a beast of burden. Since the battle plan is ready, let's set off, Halong said swiftly. He wasn't unconcerned about the blue planet, but Zhou Zhilan was his top priority. The projection disconnected, and Halong issued orders to the elite warship fleet, giving them a pep talk. Chapter 226. Commander Wang Jian, the elite fleet is heading towards Area 9555. If you encounter Zerg warships, cripple them, don't annihilate them. Also, tell all soldiers that the pay for this battle will be increased tenfold, all borne by me. How long? The spoils will definitely satisfy you, Commander Wang. Yes, we are willing to fight for our Commander-in-Chief. Wang Jian's eyes gleamed. How Long was the Commander-in-Chief, who single-handedly turned the tide at the Blue Fortress, fighting a desperate battle to defend the fortress against the orcs. If it weren't for the Commander-in-Chief seemingly encountering trouble, the orc fortress would have been captured long ago. Of course, this was a secret known only to elite fleet commanders and above. As for the spoils, that was even more of a surprise to Wang Jian. The Commander-in-Chief had previously amassed a huge amount of spoils. However, there were too many people at the time, and due to How Long's departure, half had to be handed over to the Empire. The remaining half was divided in two and placed in the fortresses and planet's treasury. It was that spoils of war that gave the planetary leader sufficient resources to accelerate his control over the planet. Move out. Halong loudly gave the order. Boom! 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 Over 500 warships activated, shaking the entire space valley. The T-4 Zerg warship fleet in the distance was also startled and quickly scattered in all directions. They needed to return and report as soon as possible. A powerful warship army had infiltrated the vicinity. Fire! Halong commanded the morphing Vulcan battleship. After the screen locked on, he ordered the cannons to fire without hesitation. This ultra-long-range strike was all about momentum. Whoosh! A deafening whooshing sound rose up, shaking the entire 9,000 square meter area. All the Zerg looked in terror towards the direction of the whooshing sound. The direct blast triggered the dragon's reverse scale, a lucky devastation. Boom! Boom! A massive shockwave formed, instantly tearing apart the previously scattered Zerg warships, creating a vast zone of true energy. Commander's attack is so insane. Didn't you say you wouldn't annihilate them all? You wiped out the scattered Zerg warships in one fell swoop. Wang Jin said aloud, but inwardly he was screaming, Awesome! Awesome! Commander, the effect you created is truly amazing. Zhuge Liang stammered, the power of this blast comparable to, or even surpassing, the T9 main gun. Forgive his limited experience, he didn't know how to describe it, so he could only guess. This blast also caused Zerg warships from Area 9000 to frantically converge on Area 9555, leaving only a few warships in each camp, some even abandoning most Zerg warships. For the Zerg, without Area 9555, they are nothing, and they cannot sustain themselves there. Brother Long, what happened? Zhou Zhilan hurriedly projected in. She had just ordered the Fire Phoenix warships to advance into Area 9133, but as soon as they started, she heard a huge explosion. Startled, she quickly requested a projection from Halong. Passive skill, Dragon's Reverse Scale, 99x critical hit. Halong smiled, revealing 8 teeth. He hadn't expected it either, he just wanted to be aggressive, but he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming power. Not only were the Zerg terrified, but even his own people were shaken. Brother Long, you're really something. Next time you fire your cannons, be careful not to damage your own ships. Zhou Zhilan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. When it came to cannon firepower, Brother Long was the best. At this moment, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan, Commander, the intelligence gathered by the reconnaissance aircraft indicates that almost all the Zerg in Area 9133 have withdrawn. Good, now we don't even need to attack the Zerg camp in Area 9133, we can just go and take it over. Despite the size, Zhou Zhilan's orders were swift. Then all ships, proceed at top speed. Immediately occupy the Zerg camp in 9133, and then immediately set up defensive positions. We'll be staying there for a year and a half. Commander, what do we do now? Should we still go to Area 9555? Zhuge Liang was also stunned and started rambling. What do you think? Halong asked impatiently. This was like delivering goods to their doorstep. Now that all the Zerg were gathered in Area 9555, going there would be suicide. My apologies, I think our mission is complete. We don't need to go to Area 9555. We can withdraw or hunt down those Zerg warships that have rushed here. Zhuge Liang suddenly realized his mistake and quickly tried to salvage the situation. He knew that Haolong would prefer a coordinated hunt, giving his wife enough time to deploy the camp's defenses. No, we won't use a coordinated hunt, but rather guerrilla warfare, specifically targeting the Zerg warships with a contractual heart. I want them to learn to make choices. Haolong spoke with a gentle tone, uttering the most decisive words. His actions put the Zerg in a difficult position, torn between the 95-55 area Zerg hive and their elders or leaders. Haolong also had another intention. If he could capture most of the Zerg flagships, their strength would be greatly diminished without enough flagships, significantly weakening their ability to attack Zhou Zhilan's 9133 camp. Brother Long, your plan is ruthless. It wipe out the insect infestation. Zhou Zhilan boldly commented. Only she dared to say that. Anyone else would probably get a beating from Haolong. Then, Commander, we must move out immediately. Soon, the insectids here will gather in greater numbers, Zhuge Liang suggested. No, we weave through from here, letting the insectids go crazy. That'd be the most effective, Haolong said, swiping on the virtual screen, creating a navigation path. Isn't this too risky? Wang Jian couldn't help but ask. His fragile heart couldn't quite handle Haolong's audacity. No, I understand what you mean, Commander. As long as we forcefully infiltrate and are fast enough, those insected flagships along the way won't be able to escape. Zhuge Liang, as expected of a top strategist, immediately understood Haolong's meaning. The bold will thrive, the timid will starve. Haolong's appetite was enormous. This voyage seemed dangerous, but the Zerg didn't know their true strength. As long as Haolong was nearby, Area 9555 would continuously urge other Zerg to come to his rescue. The more it stirred its nerves, the weaker the returning Zerg would be, ultimately benefiting Haolong. Proceed, target still Area 9555, Haolong ordered. Boom! 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 Over 5,000 warships started up again, rapidly flying towards Area 9555. Commander, Zerg warship group spotted on the right, many large ships, Zhuge Liang quickly reported. Lock onto those Zerg flagships, don't let them escape, fire. Never mind, you all fire. Haolong reluctantly lowered his hand from ordering his warships to fire. Yes, fire. Chapter 227. The approaching Zerg warships locked onto the Zerg flagship and opened fire. Boom! Boom! The Zerg flagship was quickly rendered disabled. After dispatching harvester ships to swiftly collect contract hearts, they ordered, continue sailing. Boom! 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 The 500 warships continued their frantic advance, relentlessly attacking the flagship whenever they encountered a Zerg fleet. Of course, some entire Zerg fleets resisted, but they were quickly swallowed up by the barrage of fire. Commander, we encountered 2 more Zerg fleets. What are you waiting for? Attack! Take them down, Haolong declared confidently. They had already defeated 8 Zerg fleets, a tremendous victory. Quickly, lock onto the targets and fire. Wang Jian's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He had never fought such a thrilling battle before. After this, he could boast about it for the rest of his life. Boom! 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 2 Zerg warship squadrons. No, it was the Zerg flagships, who were unlucky enough to encounter Haolong and his team. Soon, the Zerg were scattered with almost no resistance, but none of the Zerg flagships specifically targeted were able to escape. They were captured in one fell swoop by Haolong and his team, ultimately transformed into hearts of contract. Commander, we encountered a Zerg warship fleet ahead. They're rapidly heading towards Area 9555, Zhuge Liang reported. If it were just a warship squadron, he could directly bombard and stop the Zerg flagships, but a warship fleet was different. Looking at the virtual screen, the 500 Zerg warships formed a tiger formation, hurriedly rushing towards Area 9555. After careful observation, Haolong issued the order. Intercept and kill their 2 warship squadrons first. If they don't retaliate, then devour them. Roger that. Hearing Haolong's order, Wang Jian and his men snapped out of their frenzy. This time was different. It wasn't just about charging in and killing. Fire! Shell the last 2 Zerg warship groups. Wang Jian commanded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swish! Swish! Countless main cannons and missiles rose, firing at the Zerg warship fleet. Circular formation, medium-range missile interception, close-in weapon system, CIWS, fire net, main cannon counterattack. The Zerg leader issued a series of orderly commands. Instantly, the entire Zerg warship fleet entered anti-aircraft fire mode. Countless interceptor missiles. CIWS opened fire, successfully intercepting the elite warship fleet's shells. Boom! 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 The shells and missiles from both sides collided in midair, exploding together. Roar! Attack formation. I let the humans taste the might of the Zerg King of Formations. The Zerg leader roared excitedly. He was arrogant. In every major battle, he wanted to be arrogant. The entire Zerg warship fleet instantly changed formation, transforming into its most powerful triangular attack formation, amplifying its power by 30 times. Charge! Commander, this Zerg warship fleet is elite. I heard they have a formation king whose skill enhances the power of formations. Zhuge Liang, observing the Zerg's battle formation, reminded Haolong. I know. I'm targeting the elite. If I don't, it might harm Jilan's 9133. Order, Vulcan battleship formation, open fire. Blow them up. Haolong's crisp, decisive sentence stunned Zhuge Liang. It's the lady again. Why does the commander keep mentioning her? Ding dong. Mission to kill the Zerg Formation King triggered. Mission complete. Formation King skill card obtained. A familiar voice rang out again, and Haolong froze. Is today his lucky day? A 1 in 10 chance, 2 hits in a row. Zhuge Liang. The commander is really going to great lengths for his wife again. Wang Jian, Here we go again. The commander-in-chief's abilities are truly formidable. His skills cool down so quickly. It's them. Quickly stack the defensive formation. The Zerg King cried out in terror. It had never experienced such devastating artillery fire. A deathly threat pierced its heart. It was going to die. They couldn't withstand this barrage. Boom! Boom! Another shocking scene unfolded. The locked-on Zerg King vaporized, along with the 500 warships gathered around it, exploding. 2 massive shockwaves formed, rushing directly towards the nearby elite warships, their power causing them to retreat rapidly. Ding dong! Zerg Formation King successfully defeated. Mission complete. Formation King skill card obtained. Unexpected, purely unexpected. Everyone worked hard, double the reward. Haolong quickly explained with a smile to the crowd looking over. He had to explain, otherwise he wouldn't be able to leave the command room. And the Formation King skill card. He took it out and looked at it. Good heavens. No wonder that Zerg leader was so aggressive earlier. It turned out he had the Formation King. Formation King skill card. After using this card, gain the Formation King skill. Formation King skill. Passive can enhance the battle formation commanded by oneself by 10 times, and can quickly change formations. Such an outrageous formation. Honestly, if it weren't for the accidental triggering of Dragon's reverse scale, the elite fleet would have lost more than half, or even more. This was no joke. That Zerg leader only knew a simple battle formation. The circular formation only increased defense by 1 time. After being amplified by the Formation King skill, that's 10 times. The triangular attack formation increases combat power by 3 times, amplifying it to 30 times. Moreover, the Formation King skill is a passive skill. The amplification occurs as soon as the formation is set up, with no time limit. This power is simply amazing. Commander-in-Chief, you jest. Actually, we like to see more, Wang Jian hurriedly added. More surprises like this, so my elite warship fleet can have a good time. How will we survive without our commander-in-chief? Zhuge Liang suddenly asked, his hand moving quickly to approve Zhou Zilan's projection. Actually, Zhou Zilan entering the projection didn't require approval, as it was already set as the default, but it would take 3 seconds. Zhuge Liang clearly couldn't wait for the show, so he manually sped it up. Haolong sensed something was wrong. Brother Long, are you doing this on purpose? I just left, and you're back again. Zhou Zilan glared angrily at Haolong. 10 minutes ago, she planned to inspect Camp 9133, but unexpectedly, she missed another devastating energy barrage. She really wanted to tell Haolong, Brother Long, if you have the guts, come again. You can't appease your girlfriend. It was an accident. I just happened to run into the Zerg Zerg King. You think I could let him threaten you? So I thought I'd give him a shot, and you saw it. Haolong hurriedly explained. Zhou Zilan had followed him for a long time, only to see some small scenes of chasing the Zerg flagship. If he didn't explain quickly now, the consequences would be serious. Yeah, I saw it, Zhou Zilan said, both annoyed and amused. Am I that petty? I only missed it 3 times. Maybe I see it next time. This made her lose confidence. Chapter 228. This time the harvest was great. Come and meet me later, and I give you a big gift, Haolong said earnestly. This formation skill is very suitable for Zhou Zilan right now. As long as her battle formation is deployed towards the Zerg camp, the defense coefficient will increase dramatically. Okay, I set off immediately. Zhou Zhilan's expression changed instantly. Let's go. Destination: Area 9233. Halong didn't waste any time and immediately gave the order. Immediately, 500 warships departed, leaving behind a huge vacuum zone, as if telling the story of what had just happened. Fire! Fire! Boom! Boom! On the sailing route, encountering a Zerg warship fleet, Halong still led his ships in a charge, chasing after the Zerg flagship. They even encountered a Zerg warship army, but it was very cowardly, only blocking its last 2 warship fleets, while the rest fled. Soon, in Area 9233, they encountered the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Brother Long, where's my gift? Hao Long boarded the shuttle and entered the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Zhou Zhilan reached out her hand, asking Hao Long for her gift. Let me see. Hao Long seemed to have forgotten where he put the gift and was searching for it. Zhou Zhilan stepped forward, kissed him on the cheek, and then smiled at him. Oh, I remember now, your gift is here. Hao Long suddenly realized, took out the Formation King skill card, and handed it to Zhou Zhilan. Brother Long, what's this? A skill card? Zhou Zhilan looked at the card and asked curiously. Yes, it's a Formation King skill card. It can amplify the battle formation tenfold. Isn't that amazing? Hao Long explained with a smile. A Formation King skill card? Amplifies the battle formation tenfold? This skill is insane. Zhou Zhilan explained in amazement, wondering where Hao Long had gotten so many strange and unusual things. She then asked, how long is the duration? How long is the cooldown? A passive skill. It's amplified as long as you set up a battle formation. Hao Long winked at Zhou Zhilan. Little brat, I just wanted to see your mouth gape in shock and cuteness. A passive skill? Zhou Zhilan's mouth dropped open, and she hugged Hao Long tightly in shock. Then, like a little kitten, she snuggled into Hao Long's arms. Is this real? A passive skill? Zhou Zhilan still couldn't believe it, looking up in shock and asking again. Whether it's real or not, you know once you use it. Hao Long pinched Zhou Zhilan's little nose. It's actually real? Zhou Zhilan excitedly waved her little pink fist. Commander, 2 Zerg warships have been detected in Area 9346. What should we do? At this moment, a message from Zhuge Liang came through the bracelet. Brother Long, let me do it. Zhou Zhilan looked up, eager to take the lead. Having just acquired the Formation King skill, she was itching to fight. Alright, then command is yours. Hao Long nodded, pulling Zhou Zhilan onto the conference screen. Commander Wang, this is my beloved, Commander Zhou Zhilan. Commander Zhou, esteemed Commander Zhou, I long admired your name. Wang Jian stood up and greeted Zhou Zhilan. On the way here, strategist Zhuge had already introduced Zhou Zhilan. Knowing her prowess, he immediately took the initiative to greet her. Commander Wang, Commander Zhou will be commanding the battle later. It's just 2 warships, 1 battle should be enough. What do you think? Hao Long asked Wang Jian. Of course, that's wonderful. I also want to witness your madam's prowess. Wang Jian nodded quickly. With the commander-in-chief present, it would be difficult for him not to cooperate. Besides, he himself wanted to see if the commander-in-chief's wife was as formidable as the strategist had described. Alright, all troops, listen to my command. Form the flying formation. Zhou Zhilan began marking the positions of each warship formation on the virtual screen. The instant the formation was complete, all the warships felt a sense of lightness, as if they had sprouted wings, allowing them to soar rapidly through space. This is formation amplification. Wang Jian explained in astonishment. He had never seen such a powerful amplification from a formation. Experience this carefully. After this battle, you may never experience it again. Hao Long stood proudly, silently thinking, my wife's Formation King skill is mine, there's no need to envy her. But deep down, he was still very envious. How wonderful it would be if he possessed such a skill himself. He finally understood why the Zerg Formation King was so arrogant. He had the capital to be so. When did Madame acquire this skill? It looks familiar. Could it be from the Zerg Formation King? Another masterpiece from the commander. Such a great skill. Why didn't the commander give it to me? I'm more suited to formations. I always been a battle formation prodigy. Why didn't the commander consider me? Sigh. If I had known, I would have joined Madame's warship fleet. Wouldn't I have gained even more that way? Zhuge Liang's eyes gleamed as he looked at the Formation King's skill, his heart filled with envy. No, I need to work harder and get the commander to get me another skill card. Thinking of the previous skill card, Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. His gaze towards Halong changed. Whoosh! 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 Over 500 warships sped along, the smooth motion making Halong and his crew even more envious. Halong was heartbroken. Had he mistakenly given the King of Formation skill? If he had used it, he could easily control the young woman. Oh well, it's already given. Getting her forgiveness isn't a loss. Zhuge Liang wasn't much better off. His eyes were wide, and he muttered incoherently, "Commander, I will serve you to the death. Please, please help me find a skill like this. I be your servant for life." Wang Jing clenched his fists, excitedly watching the rapidly gliding warship. His head was spinning, almost steaming. So the commander's wife is also incredibly talented. If I resign from my position as commander of the elite fleet, would I have a chance to join? The captains of the Fire Phoenix warship fleet were even more excited. When they learned that their commander possessed such a skill, they all cheered excitedly. This meant they could now enjoy silky smooth flight, possess steel formations more solid than rock, the terrifying divine speed illusion formation, and heavy artillery fire. Relying on their flying formation, Zhou Zhilan and her group quickly approached the two Zerg warship fleets. Zhou Zhilan tapped her screen, announcing the positions of each warship group. Change formation. Fire Dragon Flying Phoenix formation. Fire Dragon Flying Phoenix formation. Attack increased by 1x, speed increased by 1x. With the amplification of the Formation King skill, attack increased tenfold, speed increased tenfold. The two Zerg warship fleets also spotted Zhou Zhilan and her group and immediately prepared to attack. Roar, that's the human warship fleet. Form ranks, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shells and missiles rained down on the elite warship fleet, the Fire Phoenix warship formation, and the Vulcan warship formation. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly and gave the order, dodge the shells, fire back. Chapter 229. She wanted to test the battle formation's evasive speed and attack power. Boom! 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 What? What kind of speed is this? The Zerg leader exclaimed in horror. Zhou Zhilan's warships easily dodged the artillery fire, their medium-range missiles swiftly intercepting their heavy missiles. At this moment, they perfectly intercepted all the artillery fire. Retreat quickly. That's the human race's Formation King. I seen our race's Formation King use it before, but none are as powerful as the humans. Another Zerg leader cried out in terror, recognizing the amplification effect of the Formation King. Damn it, if this continues, we can't escape. The Zerg leader was filled with despair. A round of artillery fire had completely missed. How could they possibly fight the human race's warships? Whirl. Whistle. Whistle. Before the Zerg leaders could even finish their discussion, Zhou Zhilan's artillery barrage had already arrived. Boom. 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 Numerous rapid-fire artillery shells and missiles penetrated the Zerg's interception network before the Zerg's mid-range interceptor missiles could react, exploding directly on the Zerg warships. Most of the shells hit the warships directly. Awesome. The speed of this artillery fire is lightning fast. The Zerg can't stop it at all. Wang Jian exclaimed with delight. The Commander-in-Chief's wife's skills are just outrageous. Should I resign? Commander, this old minister has also made great contributions. You can't forget your minister now that you have a wife. Zhuge Liang muttered to himself. He had already decided that he must get the commander to give him a Formation King skill in the future. My entire life belongs to him, so making a request doesn't seem unreasonable. Commander, your skill is awesome. Si Tian and Si Lin laughed heartily. Little Luo Luo's eyes darted around, her little scheme already obvious. Luo Lilua quickly pressed her down. Little Luo Luo really thought skills were as common as cabbages. Didn't she see Commander Halong's outward laughter masking his envious gaze? If he had it, things wouldn't be like that. Feeling sorry for the commander for a second, no more than that, only because she could enjoy it along with the commander. Anyway, that king skill wasn't for her. Brother Long, I carry you from now on. Zhou Zhilan was getting cocky. After all, this skill was powerful. Satisfied, this gift was amazing. Should she throw a little tantrum more often, then she'd get so many gifts she wouldn't know what to do with them. Of course, this little thought was quickly dismissed by Zhou Zhilan. She didn't need to use such clever tricks. She was always the action-oriented type. Zhilan, you're so good. Halong smiled and nodded. He kept reassuring himself that she was his wife. It was the same for her. Everyone, maintain formation, launch a free counterattack, Zhou Zhilan commanded with a smile. A satisfying battle. Twice the enemy's strength. Too many? A crushing defeat. Roger that. The captains were ecstatic, opening fire immediately. Free combat was so exhilarating, Boom! 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 Compared to Zhou Xilan and her team, the Zerg warships fared poorly. Shells rained down from all directions, causing their ships to explode one after another, turning into clusters of flames, and finally reducing them to wreckage. Boom! 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 The Zerg flagships were terrified, ordering their ships to advance and hold the line, giving them a brief respite. As time passed, the ordinary Zerg warships were finally wiped out, leaving only numerous Zerg flagships. Zhou Xilan was overjoyed. The gift for Brother Long, isn't it already here? It's not particularly valuable, but she didn't have anything else to give him. Seeing the captain, already ecstatic, still wanting to attack, Zhou Xilan quickly issued the order, "Cease fire! Cease fire! All of you! Jammers, deploy! Bombers, bomb! Cruiser mechs, deploy! Hunt! Time to strike! All mechs, deployed, commanded by the Fire Phoenix cruiser mechs, capture those Zerg flagships." In space, the stealth jammers, already prepared, surged forward, activating full-power jamming. 10 jammers surrounded each Zerg flagship, a total of 2,800. Looking at the Zerg flagships, completely immobilized by the jammers, Wang Jian's heart pounded. Impressive, impressive. It turns out it's not just the commander-in-chief who's impressive, but also his wife. I learned something new. So this is how you capture Zerg flagships and harvest their hearts of contract. Immediately, numerous bombers swooped down, dropping precise bombs at close range, blasting a large hole in the Zerg flagship. Behind them, a large number of mechs arrived, their onboard missiles raining down, directly tracking the Zerg mechs guarding the entrance. Boom! 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 Charge! The cruiser mechs, shielded by their armor, were the first to charge in, quickly establishing a foothold to cover the entry of the following mechs. Bang! Bang! Crash! Crash! Inside the flagship, numerous mechs clashed. The Phoenix cruiser mechs, relying on their shields, offered no defense, swiftly tearing through the enemy lines and charging directly into the command center. The command center fell, and this flagship entered the final stage of eliminating the Zerg within its ranks. The other flagship was not so lucky. This Zerg flagship may have been prepared beforehand. As the cruiser mech stormed in, it had already begun manually detonating its weapons. Go! This flagship will explode in 1 minute. Immediately, the mechs flew out of the Zerg flagship and rapidly descended. However, it seemed too late. The time was too short. The flagship's self-destruction would affect them as well. Suddenly, a warship arrived. It pushed the flagship forward, using its hull to shield the mechs. Boom! The flagship self-destructed. No! Everyone gasped, anxiously watching the direction of the self-destruction. As the smoke cleared, the Rhino frigate was revealed, its shields nearly shattered, but the warship itself remained intact. Wow! What kind of warship is this? Such heavy armor, and such high shields. It even withstood a T-4 class self-destructing flagship. Commander Wang Jian exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at the frigate. Having faced countless life-or-death situations, if his fleet possessed a frigate like this, casualties would be reduced by a third. The mechs cheered, they were saved. Brother Long, thank goodness you upgraded the Rhino frigate, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Xilan was also startled. Seeing that the frigate was unharmed, she excitedly hugged Haolong and exclaimed, "Of course, I said I'd give you the best of everything." Haolong smiled slightly, and affectionately stroked her head. "Brother Long, you're at it again, my hair." Zhou Xilan, seeing the many gazes, quickly pushed Haolong away. The remaining Zerg flagships were alright, they were completely controlled by the jammers, and had no chance to manually trigger their self-destruction, allowing Zhou Xilan and her team to successfully capture 279 ships. Chapter 230. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Strategist. Wang Jian looked at the 93 contract hearts in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. He didn't know what to say, just a string of thanks. Although he knew that all 93 contract hearts had to be handed over, he was still very happy. He had never captured so many contract hearts in a single war. In his memory, the most he had ever captured was 56, and even then, more than half of them were incomplete. After the battle, Zhou Xilan didn't rush back to Camp 9133. Instead, she accelerated the encirclement and suppression of the Zerg. This time, Zhou Xilan didn't even glance at the 2 Zerg warships. She bombarded them with heavy artillery fire, crippling them in just 2 rounds. The crippled Zerg warships were no match for her. Zhou Xilan led her troops forward, unleashing a continuous barrage of artillery fire. Soon, the obstructing Zerg warships were cleared away, and numerous stealth-jamming aircraft swooped down, surrounding the Zerg flagships. Above the Zerg flagship, a swarm of bombers appeared, unleashing a barrage of explosive cruisers before hurtling off in pursuit of the warship. Boom! 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 Having successfully collected another 200 contract hearts, Zhou Zhilan led her troops towards Camp 9133. This hunt for the Zerg warship was now over, and Zhou Zhilan needed to expedite the construction of the camp's defenses. Halong had already been there for 2 days. It was time to return to Blue Planet. Another important reason was that both Halong and Zhou Zhilan felt they shouldn't attract too much attention, lest they provoke a large-scale Zerg siege. On the space defense line, Halong spent only 5 days simply constructing a defensive line of 10 shields, which were then reinforced by other garrison commanders, who installed additional defensive weapons. He then left the task to others. Afterwards, Halong vanished as if he had disappeared, never to reappear on the space defense line. In reality, Halong had returned to the planet's surface, busy strengthening the planet's shore-based 8-cell missile launchers. These ultra-long-range strike missiles were fresh off the production line, designed, developed, and manufactured by him. They were all shore-based heavy weapons, low-cost, and with extremely high firing rates, perfectly suited to support the space defense line. According to his assessment, manufacturing 200,000 of these missiles would allow them to be combined with the space defense line to form a long-range defense network, preventing the Orc warships from striking the planet's surface. While Halong was working diligently, changes were also beginning to occur on Zhou Zhilan's side. After several days of construction, the entire 9133 area had undergone a dramatic transformation. Thanks to her Array King skill, Zhou Zhilan had maximized the defensive array of her camp. The Zerg in the 9555 area also realized that Halong and his group were bluffing, their target actually being the 9133 camp. Enraged, the Zerg mother herself ordered 2 Zerg legions to besiege Zhou Zhilan. Before the Zerg army even arrived, Zhou Zhilan first transported a batch of T4 grade planet-destroying or materials out. Of course, during the transport, Halong had already instructed Zhuge Liang to lead the warship fleet to clear the way and provide escort. Blade Planet Military Conference. What's the current progress? How much material has been mobilized? In the center of the conference, Princess Dis asked with a grim expression. She had been on Blade Planet for 8 days, and the necessary resources hadn't even been mobilized. How was she supposed to fight? Princess, we are currently lacking a large amount of planet-destroying or materials. According to your requirements, we are currently short 2/3 of the T4 grade planet-destroying materials. Star Destroyer ore is a crucial material for warships, and an indispensable component of fighter jets and anti-tank aircraft. Currently, the Crown Prince has already amassed a large quantity of ore for the Wilderness battlefield, and the Prince's faction, following the Crown Prince's lead in expanding the Western Demon battlefield, has also plundered a significant amount. This has caused the already abundant Star Destroyer ore to skyrocket in price, now 5 times its original value. But there's no turning back now. Since things have begun, Princess Dis can only allocate more star coins to purchase ore from the market. However, the market mostly circulates T1 to T3 grade Star Destroyer ore, with very little large-scale trading of T4 grade Star Destroyer ore, which is causing Princess Dis a major headache. How can there be such a shortage? Dis slammed her hand on the table. This was not what she had imagined. Even if the Crown Prince and the Prince's faction had already plundered a batch, it should still be easy to procure more. A large amount of T4 Star Destroyer ore is controlled by the Crown Prince and the Prince's faction. They won't sell it to us. What about the other families? What about the neutral families? Princess Dis inquired again. Those families are all hoarding. Many have announced they have no planet-destroying ore to sell, or only in small quantities, and at prices often 6 times higher, or even more. We dare not buy at such prices. The vice-captain's answer stunned Dis. A miscalculation. She should have stockpiled materials before entering the market. Now, with 3 battlefields opening up, those families holding resources are taking the opportunity to raise prices, leaving her in a predicament. As for threatening them, that's even more impossible. They all have warship armies at their disposal, and numerous warship production lines. Does anyone have a solution to this problem? Princess Dis involuntarily looked at Xiangyu. Here, Xiangyu, though contributing the most troops, provided the fewest resources. Princess, you know, my 2 planets are severely lacking in materials, and they have absolutely no planet-destroying minerals, Xiangyu said, seeing he couldn't avoid the question. Indeed, it was precisely because neither planet was resource-rich that the imperial royal family was willing to give them to him. One reason was to win him over, and the other was that he had little potential for rebellion. Princess Dis paused for a moment, then quickly recovered, feigning a gentle smile, and said, "Commander-in-Chief, you're overthinking it. I'm not asking you for materials, but rather to ask what your solution is." The other army commanders exchanged glances, seemingly conveying some signal, yet also seemingly conveying nothing at all. "The fastest way is to buy them from the market," Xiang Yu said with absolute certainty. Anyway, he had no planet-destroying minerals, few supplies, and no star currency. In short, he was poor. "Commander-in-Chief Xiang, is this how you share the princess's burdens?" At this moment, Li Xiangtian narrowed his eyes, provocatively challenging Xiang Yu. "Princess, I, Xiang Yu, have always been upright and honest. If I don't have it, I don't have it. Please forgive me." Xiang Yu completely ignored Li Xiangtian. He participated in these battles entirely because of Yu Ji. Now that Yu Ji was healed, he had no interest in getting involved in this mess. Purchasing might not be feasible. The amount of star coins required is too large, and it will be difficult to sustain in the future. "Do you have any solutions?" Seeing that there was no result from Xiang Yu, Dis had no choice but to ask the other commanders-in-chief. Xiang Yu was genuinely poor, but they weren't. Each of them owned mines. As long as they were willing to contribute a portion, her problem wouldn't be difficult to solve. "Princess, my Li family has been working tirelessly for this matter these past few days. We have currently collected 10 million tons of star-destroying ore, including 500,000 tons of T4 class star-destroying ore, which we are willing to offer to the princess." Li Xiangtian suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply, offering a gift to Dis. He looked at Xiang Yu provocatively, wanting the princess to see the difference between him and Xiang Yu. Chapter 231. Good, the Li family is very kind. After I conquer the Zerg planet Kyrak, I will reward them handsomely. Princess Dis was overjoyed, looking at Li Xiangtian with great satisfaction. As for how Li Xiangtian and Xiang Yu would fight, she didn't care. But Xiang Yu was her powerful ally, so she couldn't speak ill of him. "I'm willing to go through fire and water for the princess." Li Xiangtian smiled broadly, and bowed to the princess. The other commanders gritted their teeth, watching Li Xiangtian. It was a good start, forcing them all to contribute. Moreover, the Li family had taken all the benefits, making them feel betrayed. "We agreed to each contribute a little, but you're the one doing this." "Princess, my Zhang family has currently collected 12 million tons of planet-destroying ore, including 550,000 tons of T4 class planet-destroying ore, which we are willing to offer to the princess." "Princess, my Qian family." The more than 20 commanders present all offered a number, and they dared not be too far off from the Li families, as it truly pained them. "Princess, after tallying the materials provided by the various commanders-in-chief, we're still short half." The vice-captain finished tallying, and uttered something that made Dis's smile harden. Still short half? Yes, although the quantities provided by the various commanders-in-chief are enormous, the T4 class planet-destroying materials are still a major shortage. The vice-captain quickly explained that without enough T4 class planet-destroying materials, they simply couldn't sustain a planetary expansion war. They were all T4 class warships. The consumption of T4 planet-destroying minerals would be enormous. Without new fighters and warships to replenish, how could they fight? Does anyone have any other ideas? Dis stared at Li Xiangtian again. Their faces were filled with expectation, their meaning clear. They wanted Li Xiangtian to continue supporting them. The other commanders-in-chief, however, were grinding their teeth in frustration. Another round would drain their entire star-destroying or reserves, a death sentence. Princess, the Li family has only collected this much," Li Xiangtian stammered, flustered by the murderous gazes around him. The Li family was truly depleted. They had previously lost 2 warship armies to the Zerg and Haolong, and were now ramping up production of warships and fighters, not to mention the T4 star-destroying ore. That batch was barely scraped together from the Li family's treasury to appease the princess. "And what about you?" Princess Dis glanced at Li Xiangtian with displeasure. "No, that's all you have? This little bit of resources isn't even enough to build 50 ships." The other commanders-in-chief exchanged glances, each with their own ideas. "Princess, my Kong family has some left, but not much. 100,000 tons of T4 star-destroying material," Commander Kong spoke first. "Princess, my Zhang family also has some, 120,000 tons of T4 planet-destroying materials." "Princess, Li Xiangtian's face turned green. He knew the other commanders-in-chief were responding to his earlier betrayal. A moment later, another round of statistics was conducted, and the vice-captain still shook her head. This was only a fraction of what they had collected. It wasn't much at all, just over half. It felt like squeezing toothpaste. But she dared not say more. Those present were all Army Group Commanders-in-Chief, and she couldn't afford to offend them. Gentlemen, if we don't collect enough planet-destroying ore, our planetary expansion plan will be ruined. Not only will I be in trouble then, but you won't be either. Princess Dis's icy voice rang out, causing the commander's expressions to change slightly. Though it's unpleasant to hear, that's the situation. The princess's early entry into the game was undoubtedly fueled by their meddling. At this moment, the vice captain hurriedly reported to Dis. Princess, urgent report. What is it? Dis glared angrily at the vice captain, demanding an explanation. Didn't she see she was dealing with the most important matter? What could be more serious than this? Princess, Commander Zhou has achieved a great victory, and completely captured one of the Zerg's 9133 camps. The vice captain was overjoyed, oblivious to Princess Dis's displeasure. That's it? Is there anything else? Princess Dis's face turned ashen. What kind of great victory was this? What was so surprising about this? If Zhou Zhilan didn't have any ability, why would she have pushed her to the forefront as cannon fodder? Yes, there's a medium-sized open-pit T-4 Star Destroyer mine at Camp 9133, which Commander Zhou has occupied. She's already had a transport fleet bring back a batch. According to our count, this batch of Star Destroyer ore is approximately over 1 million tons. The vice captain, disregarding everything else, hurriedly reported the exciting news. What? Over 1 million tons? Princess Dis jumped up. Although it didn't seem like much, the amount in a medium-sized Star Destroyer mine was substantial, and this was the amount mined in just 1 or 2 days, even for a warship fleet without large-scale mining capabilities. If they had sufficient mining capacity, they could collect the Star Destroyer material she needed in less than 10 days. Yes, this Star Destroyer ore is of extremely high quality, almost without impurities, the kind that can be used directly to build warships. The vice captain continued to deliver a big surprise. Quickly summon the commander of the escort warship regiment. Princess Dis was also overjoyed, laughing happily. The other commanders-in-chief's expressions shifted from bitter to greedy. They began to calculate. How much of this pie would they get? Xiang Yu's expression changed slightly. He began to worry about Zhou Zhilan. In the 9133 underground star crystal mine, Zhou Zhilan praised Haolong. Brother Long, your skill is amazing. We store T4 grade Star Destroyer ore ourselves, and the ones we get to Princess Dis are all refined from T3 grade Star Destroyer ore by you. The price difference is huge. Of course. We didn't dare use it casually before because it was too easy to be discovered. Now, Princess Dis has provided us with such an opportunity. There are so many benefits. We can refine this T4 grade Star Destroyer ore to T5 grade to sell, or use it ourselves. Have you made arrangements with Dis? Haolong asked with a smile. I made arrangements. Princess Dis wants T4 grade Star Destroyer ore, so we have to put in the effort. My father must be rescued. Zhou Zhilan smiled, but her hands were clenched tightly. Don't worry, she handled it. Haolong gently took Zhou Zhilan's hands, and said with a smile. I also asked Yun to provide Princess Dis with 5 warship production lines, 50 fighter jet production lines, and 80 million tons of various warship and fighter jet production materials. 10,000 reserve crew members, and she's also asked to send me an additional warship corps, a transport regiment, 5 mining warship regiments, and 50 million tons of various supplies. But once that warship corps arrives, you must immediately take control of it. Haolong reminded her with concern. As for the specifics of how to operate, he trusted Zhou Zhilan. She didn't seem like a 21-year-old girl now. Instead, she resembled a seasoned and powerful commander. Both cool and stunningly beautiful. Brother Long, don't worry. I know you're busy. Go back quickly, I can handle it myself. This woman is no longer the same as before. Zhou Zhilan said confidently, then smiled and kissed Haolong, urging him to leave. This Brother Long is so clingy, if I don't kick him out, he could stay here for days. I'm starting to pray for safety on the blue planet. This commander is unreliable. Chapter 232. Blade Planet Military Conference. You're the commander of the escort fleet this time? Ma Yun entered the conference room with poise and grace. Princess Dis asked with a smile. Yes, greetings, your highness. Ma Yun bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Quickly tell me about Commander Zhou's brilliant achievements this time. Princess Dis inquired. She couldn't wait a moment longer. She desperately wanted to know about Zhou Zhilan's situation. Your highness, this is what happened. Our commander dispatched a suicide destruction fleet to secretly attack Area 9400, causing immense chaos. Ma Yun began his description with great confidence, making it perfectly plausible that Halong's main gun was part of a suicide destruction fleet. And then? The vice captain, impatient with Ma Yun's leisurely description, quickly asked. Do you know why my commander-in-chief caused such chaos in Area 9400? Ma Yun remained unhurried. She had another task, to make Zhou Zhilan appear so easily replaceable. So she asked all the commanders-in-chief present. Of course, Xiang Yu wouldn't contradict her. Is this a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? But it doesn't seem like it, Li Xiangtian began, but then felt it was ambiguous, so he shut his mouth. To avoid saying too much and making a mistake. As for the other commanders-in-chief, they kept their eyes down, their noses down, their mouths down, their minds closed, and no one uttered a sound. They couldn't figure it out for a moment, so they just stood there obediently. This embarrassed Princess Dis. Why don't you all explain? She, a princess, felt like she was leading a bunch of fools. Are all 20-plus commanders-in-chief less capable than Zhou Zhilan? What use are you all? Commander, why don't you continue? We truly didn't know Commander Zhou's brilliant strategies. Having received Princess Dis's hint, the vice captain quickly praised Zhou Zhilan and asked Ma Yun. No wonder she's the princess's confidant. She's incredibly shrewd. One hint from the princess, and she knows how to defuse the situation. Then, of course, another warship regiment will self-destruct. Commanders-in-chief, tell me, where will this warship regiment self-destruct? Ma Yun? Asked again, his gaze still fixed on Li Xiangtian. Come on, you guessed pretty accurately just now. Let you guess again. Li Xiangtian met Ma Yun's gaze, and quickly lowered his head. She's a beauty, but why is she targeting me? Princess Dis was speechless. Here we go again! Hurry up and continue. I'm dying to tell you. Of course, she wouldn't dare to challenge Ma Yun, unless she didn't want the T-4-star destroyer or materials. Commander Zhou's tactics are divine. We couldn't have guessed it. Let's continue. The vice captain flashed a strong, eight-toothed smile, trying to appease Ma Yun. To continue. The second warship regiment self-destructed in Area 9466. Do you know why? Ma Yun? Asked again. However, the commanders-in-chief, intimidated by her, remained silent, simply sitting with their heads bowed. Commander, please continue. We don't understand Commander Zhou's tactics, nor can we see through them, the vice captain added. That's the brilliance of my commander. By using 2 warship regiments to self-destruct, he made the Zerg camp at 9133 believe that the Zerg Queen in Area 9555 was under immense danger, thus causing them to hastily evacuate the camp. Jack Ma's lips curled into a wild smile, as he recounted the process of capturing the camp. Li Xiangtian couldn't help but spit out blood upon hearing this. Damn it, he hadn't even realized he'd been tricked. The commanders-in-chief exchanged disbelieving glances. Is this for real? Taking down a Zerg camp so easily, but they dared not speak, mainly because the woman before them was too formidable, lest they bring trouble upon themselves. Dis almost vomited blood in anger as well. After all the twists and turns, the final conclusion was that it was a diversionary tactic. But she still forced a smile. I see. So what's the situation at the camp now? The situation is very bad. What problem? Is the Zerg attacking Camp 9133? Dis asked nervously. That was her strategic resource point, her only chance. She couldn't help but be nervous. Yes, when we returned, the Zerg had already dispatched 2 fleet armies to launch a large-scale siege of Camp 9133. What? Two Zerg fleet armies? Dis was stunned. It's over. 2 fleet armies, a total of 100,000 warships. Can Zhou Zhilan hold out for 3 days? Is it even useful to send reinforcements now? Princess Dis's face paled as she thought to herself. Commander, how long can Commander Zhou hold out? Xiang Yu asked anxiously. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out for long. That's ridiculous. If he can't hold out for long, why is he so openly occupying the Zerg camp? Li Xiangtian mocked. Enough. Everyone has witnessed Commander Zhou's contributions. Princess Dis stood up and stared at Li Xiangtian. The Zhou Zhilan incident started because of her. If she doesn't protect Zhou Zhilan, who will be willing to risk their lives for her in the future? Tell me the current situation at the camp, Princess Dis asked, unwilling to give up. Currently, the camp is under siege by 100,000 Zerg warships, but our Fire Phoenix fleet remains as solid as a mountain. Ma Yun looked at Li Xiangtian as if he were a clown. It was already a fight to the death. She had no reason to tolerate Li Xiangtian. As solid as a mountain? Are you kidding me? Even if I led an entire army group to defend it, we couldn't hold out for a month. Li Xiangtian retorted sternly, believing Ma Yunlu was boasting. What's going on? Continue. Princess Dis glared at Li Xiangtian, silencing him. My commander has built a super large defensive array around the camp. If your highness sends another fleet, we can easily hold out for 6 months. Ma Yunlu spoke calmly, each word deliberate. That confident aura drew the attention of the other commanders. Sending another fleet would hold out for 6 months. Are the 2 Zerg army groups made of clay? Really? Really? Dis asked nervously, terrified. Ma Yunlu had made her extremely anxious, almost to the point of nervous breakdown. Princess, it should be true. The commander would never lie. At this moment, the vice captain subtly hinted. The crew members, who had returned with the transport corps, had already reported to her that Zhou Zhilan was currently holding the camp, but what would happen next was unknown. Of course it's true. My commander has invested all his assets to hold the camp, but... Ma Yunlu looked at Dis and stopped. But what? Tell me quickly. You need reinforcements, right? 1 warship army isn't enough. I send 2 warship armies. Princess Dis was anxious. Ma Yunlu always only got halfway through her sentences. My commander said the camp is cramped. 1 warship army is enough for reinforcements. Ma Yunlu again avoided getting to the point. This made Dis want to vomit blood again. Chapter 233. Continue. She sighed helplessly, forcing herself to stay calm. She vowed to send her trusted warships later, to keep a close watch on Zhou Zhilan. Although the camp can be held, I'm very worried about my commander's health, Ma Yunlu added, almost causing Princess Dis to break down. Couldn't she just say everything? What's wrong with Commander Zhou? Princess Dis asked, genuinely concerned. She couldn't ignore it. Zhou Zhilan was now crucial to her planet-destroying mine. The commander is worried about Commander Zhou, while also leading the battle and holding the camp. Although the commander is confident she can hold out for 6 months, her body can't take it. I think she collapsed in 15 days at most, Ma Yunlu sighed. But her words implied that it was time to reopen General Zhou's case. Within 15 days. Dis stared at Ma Yunlu in disbelief. So this was Zhou Zhilan's condition waiting for her. The other commanders-in-chief also understood the Zerg camp couldn't function without Zhou Zhilan, as she was in charge of the major formation. Princess Dis wanted to start destroying minerals? Fine, she helped General Zhou overturn his case. As for the 1 warship corps as support, that was a piece of cake. After a long silence, Princess Dis slowly asked, is there anything else Commander Zhou needs? Please tell me. Regarding General Zhou's matter, she hadn't decided yet, but the Zerg camp situation definitely couldn't function without Zhou Zhilan. She absolutely needed to start destroying minerals. Yes, I also need 10 warship production lines, 100 fighter jet production lines, and tens of thousands of tons of various warship and fighter jet production materials. 20,000 reserve crew, 2 additional transport regiments, 10 mining warship regiments, and tens of thousands of tons of various supplies. Ma Yunlu spoke while transmitting the data to the vice captain, though her information seemed slightly different from Zhou Zhilan's. Princess Dis's expression remained unchanged, only glancing at the various commanders-in-chief. But each commander-in-chief lowered their head, so she could only say to Ma Yunlu, "Alright, you go and rest first. Prepare these things immediately." After Ma Yunlu left, Princess Dis said indifferently, "Meeting adjourned?" Then she left first. She was furious today. Those 20-odd commanders-in-chief were incompetent. If they were capable, she wouldn't be in this situation. Each of them was a group army commander, commanding 50,000 troops, yet they were no match for Zhou Zhilan's 500 warship corps. Back at her quarters, Dis asked the person behind her, "What do you think of Zhou Zhilan's conditions?" A person appeared behind her. "Promise her. Since we're already involved, rescuing Commander Zhou would be beneficial for us." The man nodded, analyzing the current situation. Dis nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I don't need to worry too much. Then let's act now." "No, wait 10 days, but we can prepare first," the man added. "Why?" Dis asked, puzzled. "Within 10 days, get Zhou Zhilan to transport 15 million tons of T4 Star Destroyer or out, otherwise. You know what will happen." The man grinned sinisterly. "What if she can't do it, or isn't willing?" Dis asked anxiously. The Star Destroyer or was of paramount importance. She couldn't afford to gamble. "No, she'd be willing. We still have her family." The man grinned again, knowing that family ties were a powerful weapon. "I understand." Dis nodded, turning and leaving cheerfully. Camp 9133. Boom! 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 Countless artillery shells bombarded the area, which Zhou Zhilan watched from the flagship. Her Formation King skill was indeed powerful, combined with the camp's defensive fortifications. For Zerg warship armies could easily withstand the attack. As for why it wasn't 20 armies, but 2 warship groups, that was because Camp 9133 had limited space. If the Zerg dared to send more warships, they would be sitting ducks. Once they exploded, there would be no escape. Commander, in these 3 days, we have lost a total of 12 warships and 800 crew members, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. How many people are still planned to be eliminated? Zhou Zhilan asked. Those planned to be eliminated were all people with ulterior motives, as well as those with low loyalty. More than 300 people remain. Assign them to 4 warships, the vice captain replied. Alright, have them defend the 136th position to the east, the 244th position to the south, the 169th position to the west, and the 488th position to the north, Zhou Zhilan said calmly. Defending a camp inevitably results in damage. I hope you will choose to regenerate and fight alongside me in the future. Roger. The vice captain quickly issued the order. How far is the Yunma warship from here? Zhou Zhilan asked. 4 hours left. The main problem is the large amount of supplies. Our sailing speed is slow, the vice captain replied. Zhou Zhilan nodded and issued a new order. The formation will close in 3 hours. Tell all captains to be careful. I will send warships to provide support. Understood, I know what to do. The vice captain saluted. 10 minutes later. Commander, 4 warships have been cleared. Good. Keep a close watch on all 4 fronts. Notify me immediately if the Zerg make any move. Zhou Zhilan cautiously instructed. She didn't know what skills the Zerg might possess, so caution was never excessive. Chief, the humans' defenses are very strong. Thanks to their camp's construction, their defenses have increased tenfold. The Zerg vice captain reported to the Zerg commander. After 3 days of fighting, the humans had lost 16 warships, while the Zerg had lost over 500, equivalent to losing an entire fleet. The Zerg didn't care about this loss. They had plenty of Zerg. But the fact that the 9,133 camp's defenses remained unshaken was a problem for them. Continue the attack. If 3 days isn't enough, then 10 days, 20 days, even 100 days, until all the humans are wiped out. The Zerg commander roared. This time, the Queen Zerg was enraged, and they had to take down the humans at 9133. Suddenly, the Zerg leader seemed to have made up his mind. Also, prepare the hidden Zerg warship fleet. Once the human defenses weaken, send them out to take over Camp 9133 in one fell swoop. Leader, that's our elite warship fleet. Isn't it a waste to use such powerful weapons this time? After all, the terrain is very narrow. If they explode, the entire hidden Zerg warship fleet will be wiped out. The vice captain advised. The hidden Zerg warship fleet is a special warship fleet. Even while sailing, it can remain invisible during attacks, and it's one of the Zerg's most powerful military branches. Acquiring them requires a great deal of materials, and it takes hundreds or even thousands of Zerg to devour and cultivate one. But their combat capabilities are undoubtedly super formidable. The vice captain wanted to dissuade them, because the terrain limitations would make it difficult to unleash their full power, and would result in heavy losses. Chapter 234. Send them out. As long as the Queen is pleased, not only the hidden fleet, but even the hidden army group will be available. The Zerg leader was clearly clever. It knew the importance of pleasing the Queen. Furthermore, it knew that the humans wanted to attack their planet. Coincidentally, the Queen wasn't content to be left out either, and was digging a deep pit capable of burying more than 20 human fleet groups in order to seize Blade's Edge. But creating such a pit was undoubtedly a grand strategy. To convince the humans, many Zerg would have to be sacrificed, and it didn't want to be the one sacrificed. Also, order the hidden fleet to fully load me with heavy cruise bombs. I want to bury the entire human fleet in the camp. The Zerg leader suddenly had a brilliant idea, revealing a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, on Blue Planet, Halong had just finished upgrading a shore-based 8-tube missile cannon when the system notification sounded. Ding dong, Camp 9133 is in crisis. The Zerg have deployed their hidden fleet, intending to wipe out the entire camp. Mission Option 1. Annihilate the entire Zerg hidden fleet, with no damage to the Phoenix fleet. Receive 1 system upgrade card. Mission Option 2. Capture the entire Zerg hidden fleet, with no damage to the Phoenix fleet. Receive 5 random skill cards. Blue Star ship, contact Madam. Yes. In the upper reaches of space, a transparent spacetime communication warship immediately activated. The signal instantly traversed the upper reaches of space, directly connecting with Purple Star's spacetime communication network. On Camp 9133, artillery fire roared everywhere. Boom! 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 Countless Zerg warships continued their relentless bombardment without a moment's pause. After exhausting their ammunition or having their shields destroyed, they retreated to the rear, where another batch of Zerg warships rejoined the attack. Kill! A new wave of Zerg warships surged forward, propelling 8 heavily armored escort ships with tens of millions of tons of external armor. This was undoubtedly another fierce offensive. Without a way to break through their shields, the Zerg warships would advance to the front lines, initiating a direct melee. If it were just melee combat, Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix fleet wouldn't be afraid, as the camp had already considered melee defenses, and could even launch a large-scale counterattack against the Zerg. But being approached by the Hidden God's fleet would be a disaster. If they charged forward, filling the entire camp, they could be wiped out. Skill: 8 cannons combined, 5-star secondary cannons, star-destroying cannons, fire. At that moment, Captain Ma Xiaoling of the Xingtian battleship gave the order. The passive skill's 5-fold amplification, combined with the Xingtian power of the warship's skill, caused the sound of 64 star-destroying cannons firing to fill the surrounding area, momentarily pausing all the warships. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, they rarely witnessed such a terrifying barrage. Whoosh, whoosh. Roar. Quick missile interception. The Zerg flagship roared, its voice filled with fear. The main concern was the sheer density of their entire Zerg fleet. If the main cannons actually destroyed the attached escort ships, they wouldn't be able to escape. But its fear was futile, because the main cannon shells were too fast. Before the interceptor missiles could even reach the sky, the shells struck the escort ships. Boom! Boom! After 8 deafening explosions, 8 more warship fleets exploded, shaking the entire 9133 camp. Even the Zerg leader's flagship swayed. 8 massive explosions erupted, spewing enormous flames, causing the Zerg warships to retreat in terror. Effortless. A warship upgraded by a commander is truly formidable, not just ordinary, but monstrous. Ma Xiaoling praised Halong inwardly, admiring her masterpiece. Actually, she didn't know that Halong had not only upgraded her warship, but also modified and strengthened it, especially the strengthening, which gave the warship a qualitative leap. That's why a T2 class warship could easily contend with a T4 class warship. Ma Xiaoling's attributes: S-class skill, heavy cannon amplification, increases all cannon firepower by 500%, speed by 300%. Xingtian battleship, Qianqian class, special skill, punishment power, capable of attacking with 8 cannons combined, warship level, T2. Forward hull armor strength, 2,800 stars. Both side hull armor strength, 2,800 stars. Warship shield energy, 3,500. Cruising speed, 2,600. Engine, Xingtian engine. X8 length, 2,500 meters mass, 1.82 million ton staff, 85-star warship main guns, 16 by 4,500 mm Star Destroyer cannons, 5-star warship secondary guns, 64 by 3,200 mm Star Destroyer cannons. Medium-range missiles, 50 close and defense guns, 60 reconnaissance aircraft, 10 star mechs, 12 Zerg flagship. At such a distance, the flagship is still shaking. Can someone tell me what level of artillery that is? The Zerg leader was speechless. Weren't they supposed to be playing low-level matches? How could a warship be able to penetrate our heavily armored frigate with a single shot? This has never happened before. Chief, the shell just now had the power of a T5 level main gun, which is why it was able to penetrate our heavily armored frigate with a single shot. The Zerg vice captain, having collected the data, immediately reported to the Zerg leader. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It had identified the warship that fired the cannonballs as a T2 class battleship. However, it had also detected an energy amplification specific to a skill, though it didn't know what kind of skill it was, yet it unleashed the power of a T5 main gun. What? What kind of T4 warship launched such a terrifying attack? The Zerg leader clenched its fists. Damn it, the Terrans have such powerful warships. If a few more like these appear, the Zerg will be completely overwhelmed. B-leader, it's a T2 Terran battleship. The Zerg vice captain projected the battle footage. This is still a T2 warship? Could it be a T4 battleship in disguise? The Zerg leader stared in horror at the massive cannon-wielding warship, the size of a T4 battleship. In truth, it already knew that the warship was T2 class, but it refused to believe it. After all, A T2 class warship unleashing the power of a T5 class main gun was still terrifying, even with skill amplification. According to the contract scanner, it is indeed a T2 class warship, the Zerg vice captain stated, barely suppressing his fear. Even he was afraid if he faced it. This flagship, at the pinnacle of T4 class, wasn't as safe as he had imagined, so his legs were trembling. Perhaps its captain's skill is too powerful, allowing it to unleash such power. Since it still poses such a threat, let's attack quickly, and try to capture the camp as soon as possible. The Zerg leader gritted his teeth and gave the order. What hadn't he seen? A warship? It couldn't withstand the Zerg army. Even if it meant being overwhelmed by Zerg, he would capture the camp. Boom! 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 The Zerg attacked again, first clearing the wreckage in front with their cannons, then sending 8 external escort ships to the front. As for the Zerg warships following behind, they were keeping a safe distance, not daring to closely follow the escort ships. This scene enraged the Zerg leader, but there was nothing he could do. If the previous scene were to repeat itself, he would have to lose another 4 warships. Chapter 235. Long-range missile ships, focus fire. Blow up those 8 Zerg warships. Captain Siasitian of the long-range missile ship casually ordered, arms crossed. No difficulty whatsoever. Before the Zerg frigates even reached the location of the earlier explosion, the long-range missile ships opened fire from afar. Whirlwind, whirlwind, whirlwind. 120 missiles rapidly ascended. Due to the distance, the Zerg warships, unable to reach them, could only wait. But then, they realized something was wrong. The missiles were flying faster and faster, until they disappeared completely. All the Zerg warships were stunned. What was going on? Just as their thoughts formed, the 120 missiles struck the external frigate, and a violent explosion rang out. A heavily armored corvette was instantly blasted through, its hull reduced to fragments, leaving only the thick outer armor plating, a stark reminder to the Zerg warships that a valiant heavily armored corvette had perished here. The other Zerg warships paused again, a wave of sorrow washing over them. The once glorious heavily armored corvettes had become sitting ducks. While the Zerg were filled with grief and terror, Siasitian remained unfazed, unleashing another 120 missiles in a salvo. Seeing the lightning-fast missiles, the Zerg warships panicked, firing missiles haphazardly across the sky above the corvette. Their eyes were fixed on the sky, hoping the barrage of missiles would intercept the Terran's long-range artillery missiles. However, before the interceptor missiles could even detect the long-range artillery missiles, boom! 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 The long-range artillery missiles had already pierced through the heavy armor, blasting the corvette to smithereens once more. Roar! Attack! Fight the humans to the death! Desperate, the Zerg unleashed their ferocity, charging desperately towards the camp. Charge! Soon, 6 warship regiments pressed close behind 6 escort ships, propelling them forward. Had done playing? Fine skill, 12-shot missile barrage. Siasitian smiled slightly, waving her hand. Whirlwind, whirlwind, whirlwind. Before the Zerg had traveled far, 12 waves of missiles were launched in quick succession, piercing and exploding the remaining 6 escort ships. Even the 2 Zerg warship regiments, not following the escort ships, were obliterated. Boom! Boom! More continuous explosions shook the entire 9133 camp once more, and the Zerg warships were forced back again. Sitian, besides the commander's aircraft carrier, your long-range missile ships truly deserve to be called the commander's most meticulous creation. Their ultra-long-range strike, speed, and power are unparalleled, Pang Sihua explained in admiration. Due to the quality of her warships, her hive carrier was always slightly weaker than the others. No, Sihua, who are you kidding? When the commander upgraded and refitted your carrier to make up for your shortcomings, he spent 5 times as many star coins as I did. Peng Yangjun looked at her like she was a villain. 5 times the star coins. If that had been used on her own carrier, it would have been 20 to 30% stronger than her current warship. You guys still have the nerve to say that? Yunlu and I have nothing. Now we feel that our T3 warships are just too bad, they can't even compare to yours. If you all upgrade to T3 warships, we too can consider going to logistics. Lolita glared at them fiercely. To be honest, she felt a pang of sadness. Don't worry, Sister Ta, it be your turn soon. Zhou Zhilan quickly interrupted the group of chattering young ladies. You all need to be more careful, and pay close attention to the Zerg's movements. The Zerg flagship. What kind of godlike warship is this? The Zerg leader asked the vice captain helplessly. It didn't know how many more impacts like this it would have to endure. Were the Terrans really this strong now? Would the Zerg even have a chance to survive before? One of the special warships of the Fire Phoenix fleet, named long-range missile ship. According to the data, it can fire 120 ultra-long-range strike missiles in a salvo. Its captain's skill should be heavy firepower coverage. Why did it take so long to get this information? The Zerg leader turned and strode towards the vice captain, angrily questioning him. Leader, the Fire Phoenix fleet is a newly expanded fleet, established less than 10 days ago, so its data is basically blank. Less than 10 days? The Zerg leader grabbed the vice captain, asking incredulously. How could it have been so thoroughly defeated by a fleet of warships less than 10 days old? How could it possibly face the Queen? Yes, less than 10 days old, the Zerg vice captain hurriedly replied. He was terrified that if he hesitated any longer, the leader would devour him whole. What other special warships does she have? I need detailed information on the Fire Phoenix fleet. The Zerg leader was nearly frantic, and a sense of dread crept in. Most importantly, the Fire Phoenix's warships were incredibly powerful. How was he supposed to compete? Yes, the Fire Phoenix also has 3 powerful aircraft carriers, but we don't have detailed information on their specific capabilities, the vice captain quickly said. Why not? The Zerg leader pressed urgently. That's because they rose to power too quickly. Every Zerg that witnessed their might was annihilated, the vice captain explained. Hearing the vice captain's explanation, the Zerg leader was momentarily dumbfounded. In the past, it never needed to investigate the enemy beforehand, it would simply attack and be done with it. After the attack, all the information was readily available. If it lost, it would simply redeploy its warships and attack again until it won or drove the enemy away. There was no need to investigate the enemy. Of course, the main reason was that the entire Starfall battlefield was too vast, and the enemy's warships were frequently upgraded, making it almost impossible to obtain accurate intelligence. After all, no one knew who their next opponent would be. Leader, what do we do? Seeing the Zerg leader calm down, the vice captain asked weakly. Continue the attack. I need to gather all the information on the Fire Phoenix. The Zerg leader glared at the vice captain. Isn't that obvious? Of course, keep attacking. My Zerg has more Zerg than you do. Its current strategy is to force the Fire Phoenix fleet to use up all its skills. Once the Shadow fleet appears, they'd be annihilated. Kill! The Zerg fleet, following the escort ships, charged again. This time, they adopted a dispersed formation to avoid being repeatedly destroyed by the Fire Phoenix like before. However, the Zerg fleet quickly found itself in trouble again. First, 8 escort ships were instantly destroyed by concentrated fire from the long-range missile ships and the Xingtian battleships. Later, due to the terrain of the camp, the Zerg warships found it difficult to concentrate their fire on the Fire Phoenix warships, and most were intercepted. On the contrary, the Fire Phoenix warships could easily concentrate their fire, inflicting heavy losses on the Zerg fleet. Chapter 236. Quickly, send reinforcements. The Zerg leader, seeing the imminent retreat, hastily ordered. Although the piecemeal tactics had inflicted heavy losses on the Zerg, they had no other choice. Retreat was impossible. The terrain of the camp was such that they could only fill the gaps with Zerg lives. Kill! 8 more warship regiments joined the battle, making the battlefield even more chaotic. At this time, Zhou Zhilan already knew the Divine Concealment warship army was coming, and nervously led the Fire Phoenix carrier on a patrol. She readjusted the battle formation to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Commander, with the Zerg's current offensive, the defense in 3 hours will likely be even more difficult. If we close the formation again, we may not be able to hold out. The vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Yes, I know, but closing the formation is imperative, otherwise, we will face immense difficulties later. Zhou Zhilan said resolutely. No matter how difficult, she would not abandon the plan. Kill! After nearly 3 hours of fighting, the Fire Phoenix's lines finally broke. Quickly, the next fleet of warships charges. The Zerg leader, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately ordered 4 more fleets to be added. Boom! 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 Under the Zerg's relentless attack, they advanced to close-quarters combat for the first time. Good. Order. The next fleet of warships prepare. Charge. The Zerg leader knew he had made the right gamble. The Terrans ultimately couldn't withstand its onslaught. Notify the hidden fleet that they can follow the next fleet. The leader is wise. These Terran warships are doomed. The Zerg vice captain gleefully flattered him. Boom! 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 The Zerg fleet advanced again, and the Fire Phoenix's leading fleet, lacking reinforcements, gradually reduced its firepower. Charge! Kill! The Zerg warships cheered, intensifying their artillery fire. The Fire Phoenix fleet was forced to retreat further, their situation becoming increasingly precarious. Chief, can the hidden fleet be activated? The Zerg vice captain inquired. The situation was currently excellent. The Zerg were advancing aggressively, and within an hour, they would completely encircle the Fire Phoenix fleet, leaving them with no chance of escape. No, their current position is perfect. When needed, they can charge forward and annihilate the entire camp. The Zerg chieftain, unusually in a good mood, leisurely instructed the vice captain. It was no longer in a hurry, the initiative was in its hands, and the war could end at any time, but it still valued the hidden fleet. Why send the hidden fleet if it could achieve the same goal with ordinary Zerg warships? I see. It really is the chieftain, the vice captain praised repeatedly. The Zerg leader, with a sinister laugh, issued the order. Go, send out 4 more warship regiments and continue the attack. A perfect battle. When we return, if the queen is pleased, she might reward me with another elusive warship fleet. That would be perfect. Boom. 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 Commander, should we retreat? The vice captain looked at the numerous data points. Their warship fleet hadn't suffered any casualties, but many warships were damaged. The 2 forward warship regiments were running low on energy and ammunition and needed to be replaced as soon as possible. Retreat. Replace the forward warship regiments as quickly as possible. We still need to hold out for half an hour. Zhou Xilan revealed a resolute spirit. She wouldn't give up. Her Fire Phoenix carriers hadn't yet reached the front lines. They still had a fighting chance. Since they still had a fighting chance, they wouldn't admit defeat. Boom. 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 The 2 warship regiments, enduring the Zerg's firepower, successfully replaced the forward warship regiments. However, the cost was enormous. Nearly half of all their warships' shields were depleted. Even after successfully replacing them, they were still at a disadvantage. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a warship was subjected to a volley of fire from the Zerg warships. The startled vice captain quickly pointed to Zhou Xilan. Commander, warship number 22 of the 5th Regiment is heavily damaged. However, Zhou Xilan didn't cry out, but instead immediately used her skill. Fire Phoenix carrier, use Iron Wall. 2 defensive shields instantly appeared, enveloping warship number 22 of the 5th Regiment and shielding it from a barrage of Zerg fire. Commander, warship number 46 of the 4th Regiment. Before Zhou Xilan could even breathe a sigh of relief, the vice captain reminded her again. Fire Phoenix carrier, use Iron Wall. Commander, warship number 28 of the 4th Regiment. Commander, warship number 35 of the 5th Regiment. The vice captain's continuous reports indicated the dire situation of the Fire Phoenix, as if it could be annihilated at any moment. Send those 4 warship regiments out. Kill. The Zerg leader cackled. The newly formed Fire Phoenix warship fleet was indeed a paper tiger, with only a few tricks up its sleeve. They run out of steam. The leader is wise and mighty. The Zerg vice captain praised again. Boom. 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 More than 10 more Fire Phoenix warships had their shields broken. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. If the Zerg pushed forward just one more step, the Fire Phoenix would be completely surrounded. Commander, what do we do? The vice captain asked anxiously. She didn't know what the commander was planning, but they still had many trump cards. If the commander was willing to use them, this small encirclement could be easily broken. No rush, wait! Zhou Xilan remained calm, but was more concerned about the situation of her own warship fleet. She didn't want her fleet to suffer losses. Just then, a fleet of warships arrived. Commander Jiang, why are you stopping me? If you don't provide support, my Fire Phoenix fleet will be completely wiped out. Ma Yunlu angrily questioned, looking at the steel warship blocking her way. She needed to get to the front lines. The T4 class steel warship fleet, Princess Dis's elite ace force, had fought alongside her for over 10 years. Don't underestimate this single fleet, its strength was terrifying. They had once annihilated an entire Zerg legion, and fought a fleet army group to a standstill. No rush. Look, if the Zerg advances one more step, we can directly infiltrate behind 8 Zerg warship regiments and deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Taijun smiled, pointing to the star chart, looking serious as he analyzed the situation. But his heart seemed to hold other intentions. Bah! You want the Zerg to fight my warships to a standstill, so you can reap the rewards? But aren't you afraid of the princess's wrath? After all, my warships have suffered heavy losses, and it will be difficult to hold the camp later. Ma Yunlu immediately saw through Jiang Taijun's thoughts. That's none of your concern, Jiang Taijun sneered. The princess had already made arrangements beforehand. If Zhou Xilan couldn't hold the camp, he could take her place. With 3 warships following behind as support, this small camp would be as secure as a rock under his leadership. Now it seemed that Zhou Zhilan was indeed as he thought, just lucky, relying on deception to easily seize Camp 9133. This time, it was his turn to prosper. Boom! 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 Countless cannon fire bombarded the camp, and the Zerg advanced another giant step, completely surrounding the Fire Phoenix warships. Chapter 237. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite. Ma Yunlu was extremely anxious, steer his warship at breakneck speed towards the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. This time, Jiang Taijun didn't stop him. Instead, he pointed with his hand, directing the Zerg warship fleet behind. Attack! At this moment, Zhou Zhilan's projection appeared, directly ordering Jiang Taijun. Commander Jiang, the princess sent you to provide support. Please obey my orders. Now I order you to come and support me. You can't go there, that's a trap. Commander Zhou, a general in the field may not always obey orders. I come to support you after I wiped out those 8 warship fleets. Jiang Taijun appeared respectful, but in reality, he didn't listen to a word Zhou Zhilan said. He directly commanded the steel warship fleet to charge towards the Zerg. Kill! Kill all those Zerg warship fleets. Jiang Taijun thought to himself, support you? Dream on. I take you down later, and then I be in charge of the camp. Commander Jiang, come and support me. Don't go there, it's a trap. Zhou Zhilan cried out again, but Jiang Taijun still wouldn't listen. He even disconnected Zhou Zhilan's projection. Quickly, Fire Phoenix warships, charge. Activate the formation. Traps. Zhou Zhilan smiled. The fish had taken the bait. Even though they suffered a terrible defeat, it was worth it. She immediately ordered the Fire Phoenix warships to charge backward, away from the steel warships, and the 8 Zerg warship squadrons in front. The speed was so fast that before the steel warships even engaged the Zerg, the Fire Phoenix had already rushed to the rear and opened fire. Happy as they were, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, they needed to evacuate the area as quickly as possible. Skill, 9 Heavens Phoenix Dance. Long-range missile ships, open fire at full speed. Cietian didn't hold back this time. 260 Phoenix Flame missiles launched and instantly rained down on the Zerg warships behind them. Boom! 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 The Zerg warships suffered heavy casualties, before the Zerg could even react. In space, thousands of Phoenix Flame stealth bombers swooped down, countless heavy cruise bombs falling, reducing all the Zerg warships to wreckage. Charge! Zhou Zhilan continued to command. Instantly, all the warships sped forward, quickly gaining a significant lead. At the forefront of the charge was the Rhino frigate, its 2 nearly 1,000-meter-long wingspans unfurled, and behind the wings, 8 100-meter-long jets of flame shot out, propelled by its incredibly powerful propulsion. The Rhino frigate rammed straight into the Zerg, even tearing through space. Its massive ramming horn smashed through Zerg warships, its sides slicing through the Zerg like a blade. On the flagship of the Steel Warship Army, Jiang Taijun was dumbfounded. What's going on? Zhou Zhilan's gone mad. Wasn't she supposed to be with me to attack the 8 Zerg warship squadrons ahead? Boom! 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 Before he could figure out what was happening, his warship army had already opened fire on the Zerg. His steel army was incredibly powerful, and even with a surprise attack from behind, the 8 Zerg warship squadrons were quickly decimated. 8 mere Zerg warship squadrons, easily dealt with. Jiang Taijun became smug again. So the Zerg are this weak? The Zerg flagship. The Zerg leader, seeing the Fire Phoenix easily penetrate its rear and Jiang Taijun easily penetrate its front, was enraged. The human race has actually sent reinforcements. Order the hidden fleet to deploy and annihilate those human reinforcements. Since they couldn't destroy the Fire Phoenix, destroying the Steel Warship Army would do the same. Soon, spatial ripples spread and surged. The hidden warship army stealthily charged towards the Steel Warship Army. At this moment, the Steel Army flagship's vice captain reported to Jiang Taijun. Commander, something's wrong. There's a large-scale spatial fluctuation. What? Spatial fluctuation? Could it be? Retreat! Jiang Taijun seemed to realize something and shouted in terror. There's a hidden warship army here. Zhou Zhilan tricked me. But why would a small camp send a hidden warship army? He was unwilling to accept this. Zhou Zhilan. Unfortunately, it was too late. The hidden warship army began to explode. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions began, the entire steel army and the hidden warship army exploding together. The camp shook violently, as if it were being torn apart. The Fire Phoenix warship army, which was fighting further back, was also affected, pushed back several kilometers. Formation: Soaring Dragon and Flying Phoenix formation. Zhou Zhilan ordered, and the entire Fire Phoenix warship fleet quickly and orderly arranged itself. As the flames of the explosion subsided, Zhou Zhilan waved her hand. Charge! Open fire and clear the wreckage. The Fire Phoenix warship fleet, already prepared, retreated, using medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems to clear the wreckage. This Zerg stealthy warship fleet is truly formidable. If it weren't for Brother Long's reminder, her own warship fleet would likely have suffered significant losses. Zhou Zhilan led the warship fleet back to its original camp and quickly began deployment. Sihua, lead warship regiments 1 and 2 to deploy to the left. Silin, lead warship regiments 3 and 4 to deploy to the right. Shaoling, lead warship regiments 5 and 6 to deploy at the rear. The 9th and 10th Fleet regiments are resting and resupplying. It felt like everything had returned to 3 days ago, except now there were warship wrecks everywhere, even fragments of the heart of the contract. Zhou Zhilan led the remaining Fire Phoenix fleet, along with the 7th and 8th regiments, forward to form ranks. Looking ahead, she saw 2 Zerg warship regiments pushing their external escort ships forward. The battle was about to begin. This time, however, the Zerg seemed less aggressive, no longer daring to launch a full-scale attack. They were focusing on defense, as if they had some ulterior motive. Both sides engaged in a tedious artillery duel, but the Zerg mostly suffered losses, losing a ship every now and then. Zhou Zhilan didn't issue any new orders. At this moment, Ma Yunlu hurriedly reported to Zhou Zhilan. Commander, the Zerg intend to guard this place, and then send troops to close off our only shipping route, the Yadao Pass. Behind that shipping route are the transport ships that came with us, along with the supplies, production lines, and 20,000 crew members you need, Commander. How many? Zhou Zhilan was stunned. She remembered her plan was for 10,000 reserve crew members. Really 20,000 reserve crew members? I thought Princess Dis would get a discount, but she gave us the whole thing. Ma Yunlu feigned surprise. The conditions she proposed were agreed upon by Zhou Zhilan and the others, to ask for more, making things difficult for Princess Dis, and thus prompting her to exonerate her father as soon as possible. What about the other supplies? How much did she give? Tion asked curiously. She agreed to all the conditions I proposed. You didn't agree to double all the conditions we agreed on, did you? The other captains were surprised. Princess Dis is truly generous. Chapter 238. Yes, 10 warship production lines, 100 fighter jet production lines, and tens of thousands of tons of various T2 and T3 warships, as well as materials for fighter jet production. 20,000 reserve crew members, 2 additional transport regiments, 10 mining warship regiments, and tens of thousands of tons of various supplies. Ma Yunlu raised an eyebrow at the other girls, reporting the figures they expected. Wow, Sister Yunlu, you're amazing. The other girls cheered. Ma Yunlu quickly stopped joking with them, and made a suggestion to Zhou Zhilan. Commander, I suggest we push forward quickly, recapture the high ground on the left, and prepare to receive our supplies. Zhou Zhilan smiled, then calmly said, No rush. The transport regiments and mining warship regiments won't arrive for another hour. Let's rest for a while, and launch an attack as soon as we receive the signal. Commander, what signal? It can't be. Ma Yunlu asked in surprise. Did they have allies here? But then she remembered that they had a powerful backer. On the fork in the road leading to Blade's Edge, 2 Zerg warship fleets sped along, reconnaissance ships swooping everywhere. Besides that fleet, the Terrans likely had other supply and transport fleets providing support. They had received orders from their Zerg leader to destroy those supplies and resupply them. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the 2 Zerg warship fleets ahead triggered landmines, causing a chain reaction of explosions. Whoosh! 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 From the surrounding meteorites, numerous cloaked, lightning-fast flying mines burst forth, causing violent fluctuations in the air. Due to their sheer numbers and cloaked state, the sheer number of these vessels was terrifying. All the Zerg warships used sonar to identify each other, but their sheer number caused them to panic and scramble around. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation, and they had no effective solution for the time being. They didn't stop there. Halong and his men didn't remain idle either. The Divine Speed Thunderships had already crashed into each other. Suicide explosions were activated. Boom! 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 Instantly, the Zerg ships were blasted into pieces. When the explosion stopped and the smoke cleared, Zerg warship wreckage was everywhere, and more than 100 Zerg flagships were forced to stop. Above them, numerous jamming machines spun. Halong nodded to Wang Jian and ordered, "Commander Wang, attack." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Wang Jian responded loudly, beaming with joy. After returning the batch of contract hearts from a few days ago, the other commanders, generals, and even the Commander-in-Chief looked at him with envy, simply because he had enjoyed fighting alongside Halong and had amassed a great deal of spoils. Afterwards, many army commanders and generals secretly approached Halong, asking him to take them along for fun, but fortunately, the planetary commander stopped them in time. This made him admire Halong even more. Therefore, he always worked extremely hard on Halong's orders, striving to do his best. After dealing with 2 Zerg warship armies, Halong quickly commanded his warship army to advance. "Let's go, let's trap the Zerg again." Because the supply convoy behind them could arrive at any time, and he was too embarrassed to destroy their reconnaissance ships, it was best to leave as soon as possible. Immediately, more than 500 warships started up and sailed majestically towards Yadao. Ding dong, Mission 1 completed. Annihilate the entire Zerg hidden warship army. Fire Phoenix warship army suffered no damage. Obtained 1 system upgrade card. System upgrade card? Halong began to study it. Holding the upgrade card, he checked the system attributes. The system skills lit up, indicating they could be used. One of them was the system virtual space, which also lit up. The virtual space's practicality was incredibly strong, rapidly enhancing combat experience. Without him, his Vulcan battleship fleet and Jilan's fleet wouldn't have such formidable strength. System, upgrade virtual combat space. Ding, virtual combat space has been upgraded to super virtual space. Please check it yourself. Super virtual space. 10 days in the virtual space are equivalent to 1 day outside. Crew members will gradually increase their loyalty. From now on, crew loyalty can be monitored in real time. Wow! Halong exclaimed in surprise. Although it was just a simple addition of a few words, the practicality was worlds apart. First, there was the time ratio, then the loyalty. Previously, there were no loyalty values. It all relied on Zhou Zhilan's perception. To prevent crew members from leaking information, he and Zhou Zhilan had meticulously discussed many details, almost driving him crazy. Now it's all good. Anyone trying to leak information, or some ungrateful wretched person, he shoot them on the spot. Checking loyalty is simple now. Just let them enter the virtual space briefly, then come out again. They won't have any physical contact, but loyalty monitoring will be activated. I'm a genius. Halong praised his own idea. Actually, with this system, he could test another idea. Following you for so long without achieving anything, you must be feeling frustrated. Soon, the entire Starfall battlefield will be adored by your reputation. On the Zerg flagship. Has there been any news from those 2 warships yet? The Zerg leader asked again. Not yet. They only sent back a message 20 minutes ago, but there's been no news since. Our reconnaissance ships have also lost contact. The Zerg vice captain had a bad feeling, but dared not speak. Send 2 more warship regiments to guard Yadao Pass. If they spot any Terran warships, have them blockade and intercept them, the Zerg ordered. Currently, they held the advantage. The Terrans hadn't recaptured the high ground, so control of Yadao Pass was in their hands. However, after 3 days of fighting, plus the recent major battle, they had already lost nearly 5,000 warships. Half of their warship army had been wiped out, and the most heartbroken were the hidden fleet. Fire Phoenix carrier. The vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan, "Commander, the Zerg are making unusual movements. They sent 2 warship regiments to blockade Yadao Pass." Blockade Yadao Pass? Can they really block it? Order, warship regiments 7 and 8 increase firepower. Zhou Zhilan gave a simple order, and then continued to wait. This is just training, it's not time to attack yet. 2 warship regiments began to intensify their bombardment of the Zerg warship regiments on the high ground. Boom! 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 Chief, the humans are starting to panic, the Zerg vice captain reported to the Zerg chief. That's exactly what we want them to panic about. As long as we hold onto the pass for 3 days, the Fire Phoenix will run out of supplies, and then they'd be trapped like turtles in a jar. The Zerg chief gave another lecture. That would indeed happen, as long as the Zerg could hold out for 3 days. Chief is brilliant. The vice captain praised. Just then, a series of thunderous explosions rang out. Boom! 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 Where did these fortress heavy cannons come from? The Zerg chief cried out in horror. Fortress heavy cannons. Their power would be enough to shatter the Zerg's core. Chapter 239. Chief, the humans have broken in. They Their space fortress ships have fortress-level heavy artillery. The vice captain quickly received the message. What? Outside the pass, Zhuge Liang's space fortress ship stood out, directly at the forefront. 6,800mm fortress-level heavy cannons unleashed their power, instantly obliterating 7 Zerg carriers on the high ground. This bombardment shook the entire camp. Even Ma Xiaoling's eyes gleamed. This was true heavy artillery. Her own ships required 8 cannons combined to be truly powerful. The Zerg were terrified. Where did these monster warships come from? Bombarded by the heavy artillery, they were filled with fear. How could they possibly fight this battle? Zhuge Liang, feeling the gazes of the crowd, waved his fan with great satisfaction. Indeed, when it comes to heavy artillery, who can rival him? He waved his fan and said calmly, fire. Bombard them. 12 4,500mm fortress main guns and 43,200mm warship guns opened fire, amplified 5-fold by the warship's skill. They still unleashed the power of a T5 main gun. Boom! 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 All 12 Zerg warships were blasted apart, shields and hull shattered. Skill, eternity. Huang Wang joined in, mobilizing the entire space fortress and industrial ship. Boom! 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 Countless Zerg missiles and shells bombarded the industrial fortress, causing its shields to ripple. The Zerg leader nearly vomited blood at the sight. This warship was like a turtle shell. It was impenetrable, not even breaking the shields. Another special warship. Is the human race about to rise to power? They were using its Zerg warships as target practice. At this moment, Zhou Zhilan also ordered, "Fire Phoenix battleships, attack!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first to fire were still the long-range missile ships, unleashing a salvo of 260 heavy missiles, once again displaying their power. Boom! 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 On the high ground, more than 20 Zerg warships were destroyed by missile explosions. Counterattack. Send 8 more battleship regiments to support. The Zerg leader roared upon seeing this. In just one round of shelling, the 2 Zerg battleship regiments on the high ground had lost nearly half their strength. What a disaster! Me too! 8 cannons combined. Ma Xiaoling quickly piloted her battleship into firing range, excitedly joining the individual show. Boom! 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 Then it's our turn, Pang Sihua and Peng Yingjun ordered in unison. Bombers bomb them! Whoosh! 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 Nearly 1,000 bombers swooped down, dropping numerous cruise bombs. Boom! 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 At this moment, Zhao Yun stepped forward to volunteer for battle. Everyone, leave the rest to me. Now, only 7 Zerg flagships remain on the high ground. Perfect timing for him. Alright, I go and flank the Zerg at the pass. Huang Silin, about to speak, responded with a sweet smile. Zhao Yun, skill, cloud-piercing arrow. Instantly, the true White Horse warship shot out like an arrow, arriving on the high ground in the blink of an eye. Before the Zerg flagships could react, Zhao Yun had already used the skill, Sky-Soaring Dragon. The 7 Zerg flagships were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye, leaving only 7 shining contract hearts. Snow! The entire Fire Phoenix fleet was astonished. The true White Horse warship was indeed so powerful. When it comes to coolness, it has to be my brother Yun. Ma Yunlu's eyes shone as he gazed at Zhao Yun with adoration. Retreat! Make them retreat quickly, we move back. The Zerg leader was terrified. Zhao Yun's attack had startled even it. Zhao Yun actually possessed the ability to take down a Zerg flagship amidst a massive army. Boom! 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 The Zerg warships at Yadao Pass were being blown up one after another. Facing the pincer attack from Haolong and Zhou Zhilan, they were already overwhelmed. Upon receiving the order, the Zerg warships scrambled to retreat. They didn't want to stay on this battlefield for even a moment longer. Pursue! Attack the flagship! Zhou Zhilan ordered. Just now, due to the plan, they had been suppressed and forced to pretend to be exhausted. Now that the tables had turned, they naturally wanted to vent their anger. Yes! The Fire Phoenix warships responded joyfully. Kicking a drowning dog is what the humans love to do most. Boom! 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 Countless cannons bombarded the Zerg warships, especially the Zerg flagship, which was frequently targeted and destroyed, reduced to wreckage. Zhou Zhilan was quite thrifty, knowing that war was all about logistics, and she loved earning money for Brother Long to spend. This action also influenced the entire Fire Phoenix warship fleet. They were addicted to upgrading their warships, and were now planning to upgrade to T3 level warships. After driving the Zerg out of the camp's perimeter, Zhou Zhilan and Haolong sounded the drums to retreat. They shouldn't pursue further. Defending the camp was paramount. If they were to be attacked now, it would be disastrous. Halong and Zhou Zhilan had a brief conversation and made significant adjustments before returning. Let's go and reinforce our positions again. With this combat experience, Zhou Zhilan planned to upgrade Camp 9133 again, so they wouldn't be afraid of the Hidden Gods warship army in the future. Phoenix Flame Resurrection Space. Zhou Zhilan entered and inquired of Jiang Taijun, who was in a soul state. Commander Jiang, how do you feel here? Jiang Taijun was greatly excited upon seeing Zhou Zhilan. Zhou Zhilan, this was all your scheme. Why did you do this? Aren't you afraid Princess Dis will hold you accountable? What does it have to do with me? You disobeyed orders and directly destroyed the entire steel warship fleet. I have a projection of the whole process. Do you think the princess can blame me? Zhou Zhilan responded with a smile. The script was already laid out, the play was already done. Then what do you want now? Jiang Taijun asked, puzzled. But he knew Zhou Zhilan wouldn't come to him for no reason. Of course, it's to make you pledge your loyalty. I'm already dead? How can I pledge my loyalty to you? The princess has shown me kindness, I won't betray her. Jiang Taijun shook his head. Since he was dead, then so be it. Then how can you face them? Zhou Zhilan waved her hand, and the entire crew of the steel warship fleet moved over. Meeting the crew's gaze, Jiang Taijun lowered his head. Commander, we don't blame you. Jiang Taijun raised his head again, looking at the crew with a repentant expression, and said, No. I'm sorry everyone. It was indeed his fault. If he hadn't been so ambitious and wanted to seize the camp, this wouldn't have happened. At this moment, Zhou Zhilan spoke up. I'm giving you two choices now. Either choose to be resurrected and pledge your complete loyalty to me, or die. Jiang Taijun didn't choose immediately, but instead asked Zhou Zhilan. You can really resurrect us? What about them? They're like you. If you choose to be resurrected, they be resurrected. If you choose to die, then he... Zhou Zhilan said coldly. I choose to be resurrected. Jiang Taijun said decisively. Since resurrection is possible, why die? Chapter 240. Alright, you will temporarily revive 3 warship regiments. You can arrange the details yourselves. The warships are here. Zhou Zhilan nodded in satisfaction. Brother Long's intelligence was indeed impressive. The princess's elite warship army was under control. As for why only 3 warship regiments were revived, it was to continue supplying the princess to Camp 9133. If it's not miserable, how can there be any meat to eat? Besides, only 3 warship regiments were revived, which was just right. From now on, Jiang Taijun would be her double agent planted within Princess Dis's ranks. Commander Zhou, I have already relayed the situation to Princess Dis. Soon, the revived Jiang Taijun began his work. He didn't bow to Zhou Zhilan, but spoke arrogantly. Commander Jiang, then please guard the right flank. Without my order, you are not allowed to attack. Zhou Zhilan's lips curled slightly. Of course, she would play her part completely. Fortunately, they exchanged a batch of highly loyal crew members with Brother Long, and transferred away a large number of less loyal ones. Although Phoenix is currently short of crew, the Zerg are terrified and dare not make any moves, giving her time. Soon, transport ships arrived, supplies were replenished, 10 mining teams were established, and crew arrangements were made, keeping Zhou Zhilan extremely busy. Fortunately, Halong had left Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueing behind to assist her. With strategist Zhuge Liang in command, the camp quickly and orderly got back on track. The production line was also built underground with the help of Huang Yueing's industrial ship. This made the other girls cheer. Before, when they were put in charge, they were always overwhelmed. The commander is so good, he thought of everything in advance. Blade Planet Military Conference. The vice captain reported to Dis. Princess, we have received an urgent report from Camp 9133. What happened? Dis's face darkened. Only 3 days have passed, and another incident has occurred at Camp 9133. Camp 9133 was subjected to a large-scale attack by the Zerg. After Commander Jiang arrived, he deliberately infiltrated behind the Zerg lines, routing them, but also suffering heavy losses himself. Why did this happen? Commander Jiang said it was because Commander Zhou deliberately attacked the Zerg on the other side. How is the camp? Can it be held? Princess Dis asked with concern. The loss of warships is not important. The most important thing is that the camp is safe. The camp is still intact. According to Commander Zhang's report, his steel warship corps is brave and fearless, and has temporarily frightened and driven back the Zerg, so the camp is safe. Good, a great reward. Dis nodded happily, then asked, "What about the losses of the Steel Warship Corps and the Fire Phoenix Warship Corps?" The Steel Warship Corps lost 7 warship regiments, and the Fire Phoenix lost 2 warship regiments. The vice captain looked at the data with surprise. However, this data was obtained through comparison of information relayed from multiple sources, and the facts were indeed as described. Of course, what they didn't know was that the people relaying the information were now all loyal to Zhou Zhilan. Commander Zhou has also sent back intelligence, but it differs slightly from Commander Zhang's, the vice captain reported, bowing. Indeed, there were some differences. The difference was that Zhou Zhilan gave orders to Commander Jiang, but Commander Jiang did not obey. Although they ultimately drove off the Zerg, the steel battleship fleet suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the Fire Phoenix fleet fought for 6 days before losing only 2 battleship regiments, and its camp remained as stable as a mountain. The difference in strength was immediately apparent. Princess Dis received the intelligence without any expression. She continued to inquire, "Besides this, what else is the situation?" She didn't intend to publicize this situation, otherwise, how could she save face? Her elite warship army was inferior to Zhou Zhilan's. Wasn't that a slap in the face? Of course, those old foxes would find out later, but they wouldn't dare say it openly. Yes, Commander Zhou also reported that a batch of 5 million tons of planet-destroying ore has begun to be transported back. What? Another batch of 5 million tons of planet-destroying ore has been transported back. Dis stood up. She hadn't expected Zhou Zhilan to actually succeed. What? The commanders-in-chief also jumped up, their eyes turning red. If they possessed such a planet-destroying mine, they could easily create 3 or 5 more warship armies. Yes, 5 million tons of planet-destroying ore, the vice captain confirmed. She was also shocked at the time, wondering just how rich that exposed planet-destroying mine was. Quickly, send the order to Commander Chu, instructing him to obey Commander Zhou's orders at all costs. Dis was overjoyed. The planetary war is about to begin. She was already quite anxious, as the Wilderness Battlefield and the Western Demon Battlefield had been reporting frequent victories, and many powerful families seemed ready to place their bets. Continue. Commander Zhou still needs some resource supplies, and another 200 billion star coins. Give it to her, and Commander Jiang will give 500 billion. Disagreed, after all, battle losses needed compensation. As for giving Jiang Taijun so much, it was naturally to allow him to maintain his foothold in the camp, and also to help him cultivate a good relationship with Zhou Zhilan. Buying warships and fighter jets from her was the best starting point. Did Commander Zhou make any other requests? No, but Commander Zhou specifically inquired about Commander Zhou's progress. The vice captain whispered to Princess Dis. "I understand." Dis's expression calmed down. Sigh. Why didn't she have someone as capable as that under her command? Zhou Zhilan's current display of talent makes her a super commander, but why didn't she befriend her before? Honestly, she regretted it a little, because the Fire Phoenix carrier had caused her to have some friction with Zhou Zhilan. Pass down the order. All warships in Camp 9133 must obey Commander Zhou's orders, no matter who it is. Knowing the importance of Camp 9133, Dis reiterated this point. She was afraid. This time was alright. It didn't affect Zhou Zhilan, but what about next time? If Zhou Zhilan couldn't handle it, what would happen to her Star Destroyer or... Yes, sir. The vice captain quickly replied. Commanders, how are your preparations going? Dis then asked the commanders. Everything is ready, just waiting for Commander Zhou to collect enough Star Destroyer ore. Speaking of Star Destroyer ore, they were green with envy. Why should a mere commander be so wealthy? Meeting adjourned. Dis announced, then gracefully departed. Princess Dis's bedroom. Zhou Zhilan is even more formidable than we imagined. 5 million tons in 3 days. She's asking about Commander Zhou again. What should we do? Princess Dis entered her bedroom and spoke to the person behind her. We can act first, keep her calm, let her focus on mining the Star Destroyer ore. And then? Really rescue him? Dis asked doubtfully. No rush, after rescuing him, we can still. The person chuckled sinisterly. Alright, let's do it that way. Super engineering factory on the blue planet. Xiao Yun walked in and said to Halong, Commander, a man named Xiao Feng wants to see you. Who? Xiao Feng? Halong was initially confused, then realized. Xiao Feng, the commander of the Dragon Subduing Battleship Regiment, says he's a friend of the commander. Chapter 241. Yes, he is indeed my friend. Let's go see him. Halong, recalling Xiao Feng whom he had met twice, felt a pang of curiosity about how he knew he was here. Halong arrived at the conference room and saw the tall, imposing man and a beautiful young woman in purple. He quickly went to greet them. "Brother Qiao, it's been a long time, Azzy." "Commander-in-Chief, you're too kind. You are now one of the highest commanders on the planet, while I am still just a fleet commander." Qiao Feng quickly waved his hand, speaking respectfully. He wasn't a vain or greedy person. His respect for Halong was genuine. He and Azzy were from the planet Aquamarine, and of course he knew of Commander-in-Chief Halong's name. During the Battle of Aquamarine Fortress, the Commander-in-Chief had single-handedly turned the tide. In numerous critical moments, the Commander-in-Chief was always there. His reputation had already spread throughout the elite army group and the garrison army group. Every crew member in every army group held Halong in high esteem. With Halong in command, they were all very confident of winning this battle. Their ambition now wasn't just to recapture the Blue Water Fortress, but to seize the Orc Fortress, and even the entire planet. Brother Long, long time no see. Azzy, ever the outgoing one, was the best at socializing. Qiao Feng was just a good fighter. Brother Long, we consulted our strategist. He knew we wanted to join the army to fight for our homeland, and then he told us to come to you. Then please tell us, Brother Long, which army group is worth joining, which group has the heaviest mission, and we join that one. How about joining my Vulcan battleship army? Halong asked directly with a smile. Qiao Feng was a capable general. Recruiting him into the battleship army would be ideal. His warship regiment was quite strong and worth training. Azzy's warship regiment was an add-on, a buy one get one free deal, which was pretty good. Really? Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, we're willing to join. Azzy immediately agreed. She and Qiao Feng had come specifically to join Halong. Commander-in-Chief, Qiao Feng, Commander of the Dragon Subduing Warship Regiment, reporting for duty. Commander-in-Chief, Azzy, Commander of the Dragon Subduing Warship Regiment, reporting for duty. Since you're willing to join my Vulcan warship army, I cover all the warship modifications and upgrades from now on. Halong nodded in satisfaction. Recruiting 2 warship regiments at once and helping them upgrade would also enhance his own combat capabilities. Hearing Halong's words, Qiao Feng and Azzy thanked him in unison. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. It was really good. They had used warships modified by Halong before. Their craftsmanship could only be described as divine. No need to thank me. Come in and bind yourselves to a virtual combat space. This is one of the benefits of my Vulcan battleship army. However, loyalty monitoring is still necessary, just in case. Ding! Qiao Feng 95 loyalty points. Azzy 92 loyalty points. Relieved by the loyalty monitoring, Halong gave his orders. Qiao Feng, Azzy, go back immediately and bring the subduing Dragon Battleship Regiment and the accompanying Dragon Battleship Regiment here. I immediately modify your ships. With the orcs about to attack, modifying the warships as quickly as possible is crucial. Understood, Commander. Qiao Feng and Azzy quickly responded. The main reason they sought out the strategist was their lack of strength. They wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder in the war. Commander, your chosen Dianwei has arrived. Zhao Yun entered with a burly man. This was a captain Halong had selected from Principal Ji's recommendation list. I met the Commander-in-Chief. Principal Yun said you could grant me a Tianqian-class destroyer, Dianwei asked hesitantly. He knew he needed a Tianqian-class destroyer to unlock certain skills. He didn't have that much money, so he approached many people, but all had refused. Mainly because Tianqian-class warships were rare, especially the popular destroyer. Even if others had them, they certainly wouldn't want to give them to him. This time, it was the principal who strongly recommended him, saying, if the Commander-in-Chief takes a liking to me, he'd definitely have a Tianqian-class destroyer for me. If he didn't have one, then no one else could. I do have one, and I can give it to you, but are you willing to be my bodyguard? Halong said with a smile. Dianwei had awakened 3 S-class skills, each more powerful than the last, but he needed a Tianqian-class destroyer contract to unlock them. Tiger King's Overflow, an S-class status skill that doubles the effect of all skills of both characters. Whirlwind Tiger, S-rank active skill. Destroyer firepower enters a sustained burst of 5x firepower, 3x for the commanded Tianqian-class destroyers, lasting 20 minutes, with a 1-hour cooldown. Iron Tiger Guard, S-rank passive skill. Commands Tianqian-class destroyers for escort. The more ships commanded, the stronger all attributes become. Honestly, looking at these 3 skills, Halong himself feels an urge to have them. Especially the status skills. If they were applied to any captain in the Fire Phoenix or Vulcan battleship squadrons, that would be incredible. As for the other 2 skills, they are also amazing. One is offensive, and the other is defensive, a versatile talent. Of course, the prerequisite is that he is given a Tianqian-class destroyer squadron, battleship regiment, or even a battleship army. Commander-in-Chief, I'm willing. Dian Wei nodded hastily. He had been searching for 2 years, but no one had ever been willing to give him a Tianqian-class destroyer, even though his skills were powerful. Good, then you stay by my side from now on, and be responsible for protecting me. Halong nodded in satisfaction. Then he said something that shocked Dian Wei. Come on, bind to the virtual combat space. I give you the destroyer blueprints tonight, you can choose one you like. Commander-in-Chief, I want a Tianqian-class destroyer. Dian Wei awkwardly reminded him. Tianqian-class destroyers are extremely rare, how could there possibly be multiple ones for him to choose from? The Commander-in-Chief couldn't have made a mistake, could he? Ding, loyalty 97. Wow, such high loyalty, not bad at all. I know, it's just a Tianqian-class destroyer. I can build it myself, so you can choose with confidence. Furthermore, after you choose, I will modify it according to your requirements, making it a unique and powerful destroyer just for you. Halong explained casually, but these words left Dian Wei utterly shocked. Commander-in-Chief, listen to yourself. What did you just say? You casually build a Tianqian-class warship? Seeing Dian Wei's apparent disbelief, Zhao Yun quickly said, Brother Dian Wei, what the commander said is true. The lady's warship fleet was entirely upgraded and modified by the commander, and has become a Tianqian-class warship. However, the cost was quite high, as the upgrades and modifications to their warships have all cost over 100 billion, and the lady's even more than 1 trillion. What? 100 billion, even 1 trillion? Trillion to upgrade and modify warships, how powerful would that be? Dian Wei was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood what the principle meant. If Halong didn't even exist, then who would have a Tianqian-class warship? Chapter 242. Commander, I understand. I think it over carefully. Dian Wei quickly grinned sheepishly. Great. This time, he could finally be a captain with skills. Thinking back to before his skills were unlocked, he was just a low-level, insignificant player. He did the most work, but earned the least star coins. He was the only one in his class still at the bottom. Everyone else was a fleet captain or regimental commander. Zhao Yun, go and move all the warships from warehouses 10 to 100. I already built them for you. Take flight. Halong turned around and said to Zhao Yun behind him with boundless pride. Thank you, Commander. Yun will not let you down. Zhao Yun replied loudly, his eyes reddening. Great. He could finally soar. Go! Starting tonight, all crew members will undergo 2 months of training in a virtual combat space. 2 months, 60 days. That's 6 days outside. That's fast. Yes, Commander, Zhao Yun said solemnly, knowing time was of the essence. Dian Wei, I select 9 more captains for you, and you be the fleet commander, Halong said to Dian Wei, who was following behind. Commander, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, and will ruin your plans, Dian Wei quickly explained to Halong. He had never been a fleet commander before, and was genuinely afraid of causing trouble. Don't worry, this is my Iron Tiger Guard. I train you. All Tianqian class? Dian Wei asked incredulously. Yes, when the principal recommended you to me, I selected 9 destroyer captains, and they're a perfect fit for your skills. Halong nodded seriously. Leading Dian Wei's Tianqian class destroyers would be incredibly impressive. Anyway, the Phoenix's little fangirls must be shocked. Military conference on Planet Blue. Planet Commander, Commander-in-Chief, the Orcs have begun a large-scale mobilization of warships. According to intelligence, the Blue Fortress has already gathered 50 warship armies. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tuo projected the intelligence. Currently, due to the harassment from over 20 elite warship armies, the Orcs, unaware of the situation, dared not easily mobilize. They feared Halong would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, gradually weakening them. Closely monitor the Orcs' movements. Report immediately once they attack. Ingzheng looked at the fortress with concern. It was already filled with Orc warships. However, for now, they haven't attacked, seemingly waiting for something. Where is our reinforcement, Commander-in-Chief Sima? Ingzheng asked. He received Princess Dis's order 10 days ago. Commander-in-Chief Sima Zhao was supposed to lead 20 armies to provide support, but why hasn't he arrived yet? Just then, Sima Zhao's projection entered, giving Halong a deep look before saying, Planet Commander, I have been ordered by the Empire to take over all command of the Blue Planet. Instantly, everyone fell silent. What was this all about? None of the other commanders-in-chief, including Planet Commander Ingzheng, have received such orders. Finally, Ingzheng calmly spoke. Commander-in-Chief Sima, is there a misunderstanding? I haven't received any orders to transfer military command. You may not have received them before, but you should have now. Planet Commander, the Empire has issued an urgent order. Due to the Zerg's preparation for a large-scale attack, the Empire is concerned for the planet's safety and has specially appointed Commander-in-Chief Sima Zhao to unify command of the operation. At this moment, the vice-captain's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly reported to Ingzheng. The blue planet was about to change. Well, now that the planet commander has received orders, can you hand over military command? Sima Zhao asked Ingzheng with a smile. He had already surrounded the military conference room with his 1,000 Blades army group. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed on the spot. Planet Commander, we just received news that we are surrounded by the 1,000 Blades warship army group, the vice-captain reported to Ingzheng again. Commander-in-Chief Sima, what a brilliant strategy. I hand over military command, Ingzheng replied calmly. As for being surrounded by the warship army group, he wasn't afraid at all. But the other side had imperial orders, and he had no choice but to hand over. The other commanders-in-chief had no choice but to relinquish their military command as well. After Sima Zhao secured military power, he looked at Haolong and said, actually, I arrived quite early, but I've been observing the commander-in-chief's actions. There's one thing I don't understand. As a high-ranking commander under the commander-in-chief, why hasn't the commander-in-chief appeared? Oh right, he appeared on the space defense line for 5 days, but only conducted simple deployments. Ingzheng's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, Sima Zhao is planning to attack the commander-in-chief. He hurriedly tried to persuade him. Commander-in-Chief Sima. Planet Commander, I'm just stating the facts. Am I wrong? Commander-in-Chief Sima, actually the Commander-in-Chief. Zhao Tua tried to explain for Haolong, but Haolong interrupted him. He calmly looked at Sima Zhao and said, Commander-in-Chief Sima, right? Then I resign from the position of Commander-in-Chief. Is that all right? Oh right. And the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief, I resign from that as well. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Sima Zhao's intentions are obvious to everyone. He's just seeking hegemony and reaping the rewards. That's good. A wise man submits to circumstances. I agree. Sima Zhao laughed heartily. He commands the troops. When has it ever been his place to let outsiders interfere? Planet Commander, shouldn't we also transfer command of those shore-based missile cannons? This way, unified command will surely keep the orcs at bay. He was here to reap the benefits. He had already investigated and confirmed that the space defense line, combined with the shore-based 8-tube missile cannons, could easily defend the blue planet. Does it matter whether the shore-based missiles fall under military control? No, not at all. If Ingzheng dares not hand them over, he makes sure the planet suffers a devastating blow. That's his consistent style. Planet Commander, have you considered this carefully? If the cooperation isn't good, and the orcs invade, don't blame me for not defending it properly. Sima Zhao added a threatening remark. I hand it over. Ingzheng gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice. To prevent the planet from being ravaged by war, he had to endure it. Sima Zhao was an opportunistic and cunning general. If he wasn't satisfied, he was capable of anything. Planet Commander, does that mean the logistics department is also under my jurisdiction? Sima Zhao continued. He always liked to have everything under his control, and the logistics department was no exception. Commander-in-Chief Sima, the Empire has not issued such an order. The logistics director stepped forward, ready to confront Sima Zhao. That was a lucrative position, and some of the accounts were easily auditable. I have already investigated and found that logistics director Li has repeatedly embezzled supplies in large quantities. I am now, in the name of the Commander-in-Chief of the Water Blue Star Resistance War, ordering the arrest of Director Li. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be executed. Why would Sima Zhao fight a battle he couldn't win? Knowing Ingzheng's mindset and the logistics director's embezzlement, Haolong would not yield to anyone. He had already prepared all the necessary preparations. Wait! Haolong stepped forward and said. Chapter 243. Commander-in-Chief, save me! Chief Stewardly cried out as if he had seen a savior. Ingzheng looked at Haolong with some worry, fearing he might do something unwise, and subtly winked at Zhao Tua. No matter what, Haolong couldn't be harmed. He was determined to protect him. Commander-in-Chief. Oh, you're not the Commander-in-Chief anymore. Captain Haolong, are you trying to stop me? Sima Zhao asked calmly. If any other Commander-in-Chief dared to do this, he would have acted directly. But Haolong was different. His achievements were outstanding, and his influence on the blue planet was terrifying. Without sufficient reason, he couldn't, and dared not, act rashly, lest it affect his plans. It's not that I'm trying to stop you, but shouldn't you settle the design, manufacturing, and installation costs of the 200,008 missile cannon? Hao Long smiled and shook his head. How could he plead for someone who had embezzled? But now the logistics department wasn't under Ing Zheng's jurisdiction, so the accounts had to be settled. Yes, Commander-in-Chief Sima, this payment needs to be settled, Ing Zheng added in support. The other commanders-in-chief nodded in agreement. The request seemed reasonable. This is a planet. Sima Zhao suddenly fell silent, as if control of the shore-based missiles had been transferred to him. Commander-in-Chief Sima, there's still some cleanup work on the shore-based missiles. I, a mere fleet commander, don't have that much money for the aftermath. Hao Long responded with a smile, already determined to get the money. I give it. Someone, take Chief Stewardly away. Sima Zhao gritted his teeth and had no choice but to obediently hand over the money. 400 billion arrived. After transferring the money, Sima Zhao glared resentfully at Hao Long before hanging up the projection. Commander-in-Chief, are we just going to let this go? The vice-captain of the Thousand Blades group flagship asked Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao's sinister eyes gleamed. Count? Impossible. I take it back 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Go, issue the order to withdraw all elite warships that are out on the move. Also, send out spies to keep a close watch on all the wealthy merchants on the planet. I need to know the routes their assets are transferring. Yes, sir. The vice-captain hurriedly replied, not daring to ask any more questions. His predecessors, who asked too many questions, are now buried 3 meters tall. Hao Long followed Ing Zheng and Zhao Tua to the office. Commander-in-Chief, I'm so sorry, Ing Zheng said apologetically to Hao Long. His mind had been focused on the orcs, and he hadn't expected Sima Zhao to intervene. It's not the planetary commander's fault. Sima Zhao has imperial orders. It's perfectly legitimate, and we can't refute or refuse it. Besides, I understand why the Sima family suddenly launched such a large-scale support for Princess Dis. He wants to reap our rewards. At this point, Hao Long was barely able to contain his anger. However, Sima Zhao's attempt to reap the rewards won't be so easy. So what do we do now? Zhao Tu asked. Just in case, relocate the people of Water Blue Planet, Hao Long resolutely suggested. Relocate them? I agree. Ing Zheng was a decisive man and immediately understood the importance of relocating the people. Now that all military power is in Sima Zhao's hands, if he doesn't have the resolve to defend it, a major disaster is likely to follow. Then it will be the common people who suffer. Afterwards, Ing Zheng pulled Zhang Lin and other high-ranking officials from the affiliated academies into the projection and explained the reasons. Sima Zhao's intentions are obvious to everyone. Why does the princess want to deal with a tiger for its skin? Zhang Lin sighed. Planet Commander, I'm allocating 1 army group to assist you in evacuating the planet's inhabitants. As the dean, he also had to consider the academy's well-being. The remaining 2 army groups were needed to maintain order and protect the students. Thank you for your support, Dean, Ing Zheng said, bowing in thanks. Report. Planet Commander, something terrible has happened. Commander-in-Chief Sima has ordered the recall of all elite warships, citing excessive risk. At this moment, the vice-captain hurriedly reported to Ing Zheng. What? Damn it! Without the elite warship's diversionary tactic, the orcs easily detected the blue planet. Ing Zheng's expression changed drastically. The bad news was finally about to happen. He earnestly said to Hao Long, Commander-in-Chief, I need your help. Planet Commander, please speak. Hao Long nodded, awaiting further instructions. Lead the reconnaissance warship regiment to intercept the orcs, by me 3 days. The elite army group is at your disposal. All right, Hao Long nodded. If Sima wouldn't help, then they would have to fight for it themselves. Ing Zheng ordered Zhao Tu, Commander-in-Chief Zhao, you will lead the elite army group to obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Yes, Planet Commander. Zhao Tu respectfully accepted the order. Ing Zheng was his longtime superior, and also his elder brother. He had never disobeyed his orders. Then let's set off. Hao Long said decisively, knowing that speed was of the essence in war. Report, urgent report. Planet Commander, urgent report. The 2 army groups deployed at the Jungle Pass have also been recalled. What? The Jungle Pass is a strategic location. Deploying 2 army groups there, the orcs would need to expend at least 10 army groups to capture it, and they're just giving up? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin jumped up. The situation was getting increasingly serious. Ing Zheng was also stunned by the news. What is Sima Zhao trying to do? The Flying Jungle Pass is directly connected to the fortress, making it an ideal location for logistics. If the orcs occupy it, Their logistics will be worry-free. Furthermore, the Orc warships will no longer need to take a detour. They can easily reach the blue planet by passing through the Flying Jungle Pass. This is a major crisis. Withdrawing troops from the Flying Jungle Pass will accelerate the chaos and flight of the entire planet, creating an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Hao Long opened his bracelet, which contained detailed intelligence he had just received from Sima Zhao. The blood-red markings indicated signs of secretly plundering others' wealth. How dare he do this? Ing Zheng gritted his teeth. He shouldn't have relinquished military power, allowing this demon to wreak havoc on the blue planet. But it's too late to say anything now. Commander-in-Chief, you should leave. I have Wang Jian escort you. Ing Zheng was silent for a moment, a bittersweet feeling of a hero's decline washing over him. He looked earnestly at Hao Long. How long? You're still a student of our academy. Come with us to evacuate. We can't defend Water Blue Planet anymore. Zhang Lin also tried to persuade him. Sima Zhao, for his own selfish gain, had become so heartless and ruthless. Without the Jungle Pass, there's no strategic space. He truly believed Hao Long's space defense line plus shore-based missiles were omnipotent. If Hao Long were the commander-in-chief, they would still have confidence. Planet Commander, since Sima Zhao doesn't want to fly over the Jungle Pass, then we will. Hao Long looked at Ing Zheng, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the people, and felt great respect for him. He said something surprising again. We can't leave now. Ing Zheng shook his head with a bitter smile. On the other side of the Jungle Pass, the Orcs had already amassed 4 army groups. That's a fleet of 200,000 warships. How can Hao Long possibly hold them off? They're expected to arrive in an hour, while it will take them 6 hours, a 5-hour gap. The thought alone is enough to make one despair. It has to work out. I can take a fleet of warships and cross over. I need your support, Commander-in-Chief. To provide support as soon as possible, Hao Long offered a solution, though it would be very dangerous. But he had no choice. Too many residents of the Blue Planet had stayed behind because they trusted him. He had to take responsibility. No, that's too dangerous. Whether we can turn the tide of this war depends on the Commander-in-Chief. Ing Zheng shook his head desperately. Without Hao Long as Commander-in-Chief, Ing Zheng truly didn't know who would lead the army, who had the confidence to drive away the Orcs, reclaim the planet, or even launch a counterattack against the Orcs. Planet Chief, don't worry. If things become unavoidable, I simply retreat. Those Orcs can't stop me, Hao Long said resolutely. How would he know if he could stop them if he didn't try? What if it works? All right, then I leave it to the Commander-in-Chief. Ing Zheng bowed deeply. He owed Hao Long too much. Hao Long, this is a matter of life and death. Return immediately. Zhang Lin said solemnly. Dean, I will. Hao Long nodded calmly. Flying over the Jungle Pass. Report, urgent report. 2 human army groups have withdrawn from the Flying over the Jungle Pass. What? Quickly, send out a reconnaissance fleet to investigate. All army groups, depart. The Orc chieftain was skeptical, but still took action. It only takes 1 hour to get to the Flying over the Jungle Pass from here. Chieftain, the reconnaissance fleet reports that the human army groups at the Flying over the Jungle Pass have indeed withdrawn. Soon, the vice captain reported to the chieftain. Quickly, sail at top speed immediately and occupy the Flying over the Jungle Pass. The Orc chieftain was overjoyed. Chapter 244. After the army group had been sailing for 40 minutes, the vice captain reported again. Chief Commander, the Vanguard reports that reconnaissance radar shows no human warships detected at the Jungle Pass. Charge. Although the Chief Commander didn't know what tricks the humans were playing, capturing the Jungle Pass would be a major achievement. Chief Commander, the Vanguard has entered the Jungle Pass. Good, have them search carefully, beware of human ambushes. The Orc Chief Commander became serious. This time they were facing Hao Long, that devil. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the importance of the Jungle Pass. Could it be a trap? Chief Commander, surely not. Would the humans risk the Jungle Pass? The Vice Captain asked incredulously. If they captured the Jungle Pass, could the humans still defend their blue planet? Precisely because of the Jungle Pass's importance, Hao Long will definitely make sure everything is foolproof. The Chief Commander was certain of his guess. That's true. So what do we do? Have all warships increase their vigilance and reduce their speed. The Orc Chieftain, knowing Hao Long's cunning, could only adopt a better safe than sorry attitude. Commander, the Orcs have only sent 2 Vanguard Corps into the jungle entrance. The rest of their army is approaching slowly, showing great caution, reported the Blue Star warship via space-time communication. Since the Orcs don't seem to want the jungle entrance, thank you. 3-tailed White Fox, begin teleportation. Halong's lips curled into a smile. He never expected the orcs to be so cautious, sending only 2 vanguard warships. But that's fine too. It makes it easier for him to deal with them. The orc chieftain is truly a good person. They were prepared for a tough battle of internal chaos and external defense. Casualties were inevitable. Yes, Commander. The White Fox shrank back, recalling its previous battle with Halong, and shuddered. Others, seeing an entire army group, would immediately run, but this guy wanted to withstand an attack from 4 armies. What kind of person was this? The orcs were doomed to encounter him. The 3-tailed white fox muttered to itself, completely forgetting that it was also an orc. Send a message back to the leader. Tell him we have successfully captured the entire jungle entrance and have not detected any human warships. 2 orc vanguard soldiers sent the message back one after the other. Suddenly, a huge white light appeared around their warships. What's going on? That looks like a time-space travel skill. Enemy attack. Open fire. The orcs were terrified and immediately gave the order. Before their orders could even arrive, Halong's Vulcan warship fleet and Wang Jian's elite warship fleet had already launched their attack. Boom! 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 Stealth bombers swooped down, and the divine speed thunderships locked onto their targets, hurtling towards them. Boom! 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 Halong easily annihilated 2 of the orc warship vanguards. Report. Urgent report to the leader. Our vanguard has been completely wiped out. Not far from the jungle entrance, on the orc flagship, the vice captain reported. What? It really was a trap. The orc leader was astonished. The humans actually dared to use the jungle entrance as an ambush. Thankfully, he hadn't acted impulsively. Pass down the order. Surround the jungle entrance to prevent the humans' conspiracy. Inside the jungle entrance, Halong also began assigning tasks. Ruilishi warships, deploy, install shore-based 8-cell missile guns, and establish a second line of defense. Strategist, Xiaofeng, Az, our first line of defense, establish shield walls, and mass-produce the Xinqing flying thunderships from the industrial ships. Fortunately, he had previously manufactured an extra batch of shore-based missile guns. Then, Halong turned and gave the order. Zhao Yun, you lead the True White Horse Warship Regiment out to find your own opportunity to engage. Behind Zhao Yun's True White Horse Warship, 49 silver white warships stood in neat rows. These warships were all cruisers, specially built, with lightning speed, specifically designed to harass enemy logistics. In fact, they also possessed a powerful capability to cooperate with Zhao Yun to cut through enemy lines and take their heads. Halong had begun preparing these plans after the previous fortress defense battle. The necessary T3 grade crystal star ore has finally been found in area 9133. Received, Commander. Zhao Yun tried to appear calm, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his excitement. True White Horse Battleship Regiment, depart. Display the might of our Vulcan battleship army. Zhao Yun roared the order. Yes. Whoosh. The True White Horse Battleship Regiment rapidly activated, disappearing like meteors in an instant. As expected of a propulsion system built with crystal star ore, the speed is incredible. That's the cruiser battleship regiment recently built by the commander-in-chief? But how can the speed be so insane? It's at least 5 times the fastest speed in our army. Wang Jian, a veteran of countless battles, had never seen such insane speed. On the orc flagship, the vice captain reported in alarm. Chief, a battleship regiment has emerged from the jungle entrance. They're heading in our direction, and their speed is exceptionally fast. Fast, too fast. When did the human race acquire such a warship fleet? What? It must be Halong at the jungle entrance. He really is plotting something, the orc said confidently. He felt a chill run down his spine when facing Halong. This demon has finally appeared, and just as the chieftain Tianjiao had suspected, Halong was bound to appear at the jungle entrance, because it was a strategically vital location. Quickly, annihilate that fleet, the orc chieftain ordered hastily. He was absolutely certain that this warship fleet was part of Halong's scheme. Fire! The 4 orc legions received the order and opened fire, blocking the True White Horse warship fleet's path. Boom! 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 Activate high-speed navigation. We charge into the far left. The defenses are weakest there. Zhao Yun led the warship fleet, forming a sharp arrow formation, weaving left and right to dodge numerous cannonballs. They even instantly turned and crashed into the left-hand orc warship fleet's position. Fire! Skill, Sky Dragon. Zhao Yun used his skill, destroying 7 warships in quick succession. The 49 cruisers behind him opened fire, obliterating the orc warships in front. Zhao Yu, use skill. Ship and arrow united, let's go. Zhao Yun quickly ordered, looking at the orc warships closing in on his right and rear. Roger that, bro. Zhao Yu activated his warship skill, propelling the entire fleet like an arrow, piercing through 18 orc warships, and breaking through the first line of defense. Because the true White Horse fleet was too fast, the warships only began to explode after they had penetrated all 18. Boom! 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 Watching the explosions behind him, Zhao Yun excitedly pumped his fist. Exhilarating! This is the battlefield for true men. As for the second, third, and fourth lines of defense that hadn't yet closed in, Zhao Yun easily passed through them, disappearing into the vastness of space. Chapter 245. Bang! Bang! Can anyone tell me what kind of warship regiment they are? Why haven't we heard a thing? And how can their speed be so fast? Are those still T4 warships? The orc chieftain was smashing things. He was terrified. How come human warships are getting more and more powerful? The vice captain carefully examined the data, confirming it was a T2 warship regiment. Reporting to the chieftain, that's just a T2 class warship regiment, not a T4. What? A T2 class warship regiment. The chieftain's jaw dropped in shock. A T2 class warship regiment. How could they have such speed? Is this fake? Or is it a T4 class warship regiment in disguise? The more the chieftain thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and the more frightened he became. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, the orc gritted his teeth and ordered, "We retreat! This is a trap!" "Yes!" The orc chieftains responded immediately. Just then, the vice captain, looking at the incoming intelligence report in surprise, loudly reported to the leader. "Chief, urgent report. Urgent report from the Blue Wildhound." "What is it?" the leader demanded angrily. Without a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't hesitate to rip the vice captain's head off. "This is a matter of life and death. We must evacuate this place as soon as possible." "Chief, according to the intelligence from the Wildhound, the two army groups at the jungle entrance have indeed withdrawn. The humans have a new commander-in-chief, and Haolong has been removed from his position as commander-in-chief, his military power revoked. Haolong has been removed from his position as commander-in-chief, and all his military power revoked." The orc leader asked incredulously, "Are humans really out of their minds? They actually drove away the powerful and cunning demon Haolong. Was that fleet just now a deliberate disguise by Haolong to scare us away?" The orc chieftain became increasingly convinced of this, his anger blazing. That damned Haolong dared to deceive him. "That must be it," the vice captain replied matter-of-factly. "Whose fleet is that at the jungle entrance?" The orc chieftain inquired again. "I don't know, we have no information on that." "Find it. I need information about the jungle entrance. Order the 5th Legion of the Long River to attack it." Although the orc chieftain was furious, he only dared to send another legion to probe. Haolong, that demon, was cunning. It was possible that the blue wild dogs had also been deceived and sent false information. Charge. A legion of hippopotamus orcs, 5,000 warships, charged towards the jungle entrance. "Commander, the orcs are attacking now. Could they have some kind of scheme?" Zhuge Liang asked suspiciously, observing the orcs who were only now launching their attack. They had captured the jungle entrance over 20 minutes ago, and in all that time, the orcs hadn't moved an inch. This made him suspect they had some kind of treachery. Let's keep a close eye on them. In these 20 minutes, we prepare our supplies to deal with them." Haolong stood calmly on his flagship, watching the rapidly approaching orc army. "Fire!" The orcs ordered an immediate barrage as soon as they entered firing range. But Haolong remained calm at the jungle entrance, showing no intention of acting prematurely. On the first line of defense stood 2 industrial ships, 1 space fortress ship, Dian Wei's Iron Tiger Guard fleet, and Xiaofeng and Aziz's 2 fleet regiments. They had now formed a colossal elephant formation, increasing their defensive strength by 20 times. Haolong wanted to see the strength of the Iron Tiger fleet. "Dian Wei, fire with your Iron Tiger fleet this time. Intercept the Orcish artillery fire." "Yes, sir." Dian Wei saluted, head held high, responding excitedly. He had been training in virtual combat space, but this was his first real-world battle. Now was the time to test his abilities. Soon, the Orcish Legion's 5,000 warships opened fire, unleashing hundreds of thousands of cannon shots and missiles. The sheer scale of the offensive was suffocating. Iron Tiger Guard fleet, ships 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, fire. Dian Wei hadn't deployed the entire fleet, only sending 5 ships. This surprised Zhuge Liang, who had never witnessed the Iron Tiger guards in battle. He stared at Dian Wei in astonishment. Were these Iron Tiger guard warships really that powerful? Although surprised, he remained silent. Even without interception, his own space fortress, enhanced with a 20x defense boost, could withstand 2 or 3 rounds of attacks. But Wang Jian, who had been monitoring the situation from the second line of defense, was startled. Was the Iron Tiger squadron under the commander-in-chief really this brave? What are Haolong and the others doing? Only deploying 5 massive destroyers? The orc chieftain asked in astonishment. On the projection, 5 massive destroyers passed Haolong's other warships, standing guard at the forefront. The orc chieftains were also surprised, not understanding what Haolong was up to. But to think that 5 massive destroyers could intercept an attack from 5,000 warships was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Just then, 4,012-cell long-range missiles on the 5 destroyers opened fire, each missile gun firing 10 rounds in a salvo, filling space with a dense swarm of long-range missiles. They quickly intercepted the Orcish fire, detonating in midair. Boom! 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 Seeing all the artillery fire and missiles successfully intercepted, Zhuge Liang even dropped his beloved fan. Commander, with the Iron Tiger squadron protecting you, your safety is guaranteed. How did you manage to build such warships? The main reason is that I recently developed a problem, a fear of insufficient firepower. So this time, I modified the Iron Tigers, enhancing their weapons and upgrading their missiles to make them fly faster and intercept more accurately. Haolong also laughed heartily. He hadn't had time to pay attention to the Iron Tigers before, so he knew they were strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. 1 destroyer can withstand an army of thousands. The Commander-in-Chief's warships have become so powerful? Wang Jian was deeply shocked. Even in his later dreams, he would frequently see images of 5 warships launching nearly 500,000 missiles. He was obsessed, his blood boiling as he watched the Iron Tiger destroyer. That was a warship a real man should pilot. Maybe he should just resign and join the Commander-in-Chief. This can't be. This is fake, right? This is fake. How can there be such terrifying destroyers? The orc chieftain cried out in terror. The demon Haolong was as strong as ever, as unpredictable as ever. He was terrified. How could they fight at the edge of the jungle? He'd have to fight with his head on the line. Didn't he see that Haolong still had 5 massive destroyers that hadn't fired? The next attack would be futile. The other orc chieftains were even more terrified, some even suggested retreating. This battle was unwinnable. Whoever wants to fight, go. Chief, intelligence from the Jungle Pass is out. According to Blue Wild Dog, Haolong has at most 2 warship armies at the Jungle Pass, but an elite warship group is on its way to provide support. Also what? The chief was getting impatient. Why was he stammering? There's something else. The reason Haolong arrived so quickly is because someone in his warship army knows teleportation skills. Chapter 246. Teleportation skill? Doesn't that only allow for the teleportation of 2 warships over short distances? The orc chieftain questioned. That's right, the vice captain confirmed. Chieftain, those destroyers have already used skills, which is why they're so powerful. So, Haolong has been deliberately intimidating us, preventing us from attacking him? The orc chieftain's mind was racing. They'd been played by Haolong all along. That must be it, the vice captain replied, bowing his head. Order. The 5th Legion of the Long River continues its attack. Without orders, do not stop for a moment. The orc chieftain was furious. Haolong had gone too far. He wanted Haolong dead. Order the 5th Legion of the Water Serpent to immediately replace the Long River Legion in the attack on the Jungle Pass. Orders. The enraged orc issued several orders in quick succession. A show of relentless aggression silenced the other orcs. Boom! 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 After another round of interception, strategist, fire. Haolong commanded. He had already unleashed 2 rounds of Orcish artillery fire. It was time for his attack. Yes! Space Fortress heavy cannons, fire! Zhuge Liang waved his fan. It was his turn. Boom! Boom! The 7 heavy cannons bombarded the orcs, instantly obliterating their 7 external escort ships, along with 7 orc warship regiments. Fortress heavy cannons? No fortress heavy cannons, but how could their power be so immense? The orc leader was shocked. Just how many more powerful warships did Haolong have? Could they even begin a normal offensive and defensive battle? Why were Haolong's warships all putting on a solo show? Order the 5th Legion of the Long River to attack with all their might. No retreat allowed? The orc chieftain, seeing his legion already showing signs of rout, issued a death order. Chief, this is the demon Haolong psychological warfare. using the power of heavy artillery to intimidate the entire army. On the road from the Blue Planet to the jungle entrance, the Ruishi army group was frantically speeding along. Quickly, speed ahead. The commander-in-chief is risking his life to defend the jungle entrance. We can't let him down. All warships, overload them. Forget about formations. Whoever's warship is the fastest goes to support the commander-in-chief first. Commander-in-chief Zhao Tu urged frantically. His impatience was palpable. The Ruishi army group's warships were like wild horses, roaring and surging, some even belching black smoke. But they didn't care. The Wanbei army group, about to retreat, was stunned by this sight, and quickly cleared the way. Commander-in-chief Zhao Tu had just projected a warning. His murderous gaze and excited expression meant that anyone who dared to obstruct him would be blasted to pieces. Not to mention their warships. Even the flagship of the army group dared not be negligent in the slightest. Because they could see that Zhao Tu truly wanted to kill. They already knew the specifics. It was about evacuating from the jungle entrance. Commander-in-chief, you must hold on. I, Zhao Tu, am here. Quickly, speed up the journey. Zhao Tu urged again. He dared not delay for a moment. Quickly, all of you speed up. The commander-in-chief is risking his life on the front lines. Boom. 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 Strategist, deploy the divine speed thunderships. How long, looking at the thunderships already overflowing their warehouses, and the Orcish Long River Legion preparing for rotation, gave the order. These Orc legions seemed rather useless. After fighting for so long, the fortress ships still had half their shields remaining. However, since they were already here, it would be impolite not to let them take some gifts, so the flying thunderships were given to them. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of flying thunderships launched their attack, aiming straight for the orcs' hearts. Ah! The demon ships are out. Run! The appearance of the swift flying thunderships threw the orc warships into chaos. They had heard countless versions of the swift flying thundership's reputation, but all versions ended the same way, run at the sight of them. But Haolong and his men showed no mercy. The flying thunderships rammed into their targets, self-destructing. Boom! Boom! After a chain reaction of explosions, only a few lucky orc warships managed to escape hastily. Order the Water Serpent Legion to attack. Haolong has even used flying thunderships. He'd be defeated soon. The orc leader ordered through gritted teeth. He refused to believe Haolong had many devil ships. Those were suicide ships, each one used diminishing their numbers, and they were incredibly expensive. Charge! The Water Serpent Legion charged, unleashing a barrage of artillery fire. The battlefield rapidly escalated, the orcs launching a desperate attack. Haolong made no attempt to hide. From space, stealth bombers surged forward, dropping numerous heavy cruise bombs on the blindly charging Water Serpent Legion. Boom! 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 The entire Water Serpent fleet was annihilated. Idiots! Why weren't there any fighter jets searching and escorting them from space? Order the next legion to charge, and provide fighter jet escort. The orc leader roared. Are you snakes, not pigs? Rushing to your deaths. The next orc legion charged again, but from space, a dense swarm of fighter jets provided cover. Left with no other option, Haolong's stealth bombers retreated. Strategist, deploy our cruise fighters. Thunderships, prepare. Haolong knew the war of attrition had begun. Yes, Commander. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, directing the fighters into action. Immediately, 3,000 cruise fighters took off, meeting the orcs' 50,000 mixed fighters. Haolong finally couldn't hold out any longer, facing our 50,000 fighters with only 3,000. The orc leader gloated, victory seemed to be on his side. Whoosh! 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 A powerful whoosh rose, Haolong's cruise fighters rapidly advancing, instantly entering the firing range. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets sprayed out, filling the entire sky. The orcs' fighters were shot down one after another, exploding. In just a few seconds, half of them had been shot down. The orc leader's laughter abruptly stopped. This is impossible. How can there be so many bullets? The orc leader roared in disbelief. 3,000 against 50,000, 25,000 shot down in a single encounter. Chief, Haolong's fighter jets have 12 Vulcan cannons, while ours have a maximum of 4 and a minimum of 2. The vice captain carefully reviewed the data and dutifully reported again. Just how much does that demon crave powerful firepower? Is this appropriate? Answer me. The chief grabbed the vice captain by the neck, angrily demanding, Chief, it's definitely not appropriate, but their numbers are small. We can exhaust their fighter jets. Look at the projection, we achieved a record of 100 kills. the vice captain boasted, successfully attracting the chief's attention. Then continue sending out fighters. We must wipe out Halong's fighter jets. The chief nodded, agreeing with the vice captain's reasoning. Chapter 247. Their 4 army groups possess at least 20 million fighter jets. They can wear down Halong. Rat-a-tat-tat. Tens of thousands of fighter jets engaged in aerial dogfights, explosions galore. In just 20 minutes, 50,000 orc fighter jets were destroyed. Halong's cruise fighters also suffered significant losses, losing over 1,000 aircraft. Then, 5 orc legions approached, deploying 250,000 fighter jets simultaneously, covering the entire space. They intended to seize air superiority, and also harbored the ambition to completely annihilate Halong's aircraft. Without fighter jets, without air superiority, Halong could not replicate the previous barrage of cruise bombs. Commander, they are trying to completely tie down our fighter jets, preventing our bombers from taking off. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, calmly looking at Halong, awaiting his orders. Send out another 2,000 cruise fighters to wear them down. Halong said nonchalantly. He could replenish 1,000 lost aircraft in half an hour. If the orcs' fighters were wiped out, things would get interesting. Actually, he could have deployed even more fighters at once, but Halong didn't. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2,000 cruise fighters took off, joining the previous 2,000 cruise fighters in 2 groups, attacking the orc fighters from the left and right. Boom! 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 The scene was like 1,000 fireworks. Watching the orc fighters being held back, Zhuge Liang waved his fan lightly, issuing commands with effortless ease. Flying Thunder ships, attack! All warships, open fire! Boom! 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 Both sides began shelling, but Halong's shields remained as solid as a mountain, and the orc warships were occasionally destroyed. The threat posed by the Flying Thunder ships, in particular, made their warships hesitant to fire, rendering their artillery fire weak and ineffective. The orc chieftain could only watch helplessly. The terrain was already narrow, and deploying even 1 legion was the limit. 1 legion against Halong's 2 warship legions would give them a significant advantage, but either way, they would suffer heavy losses. Chieftain, why not send the Griffin Legion? Let them engage Halong in close combat. They definitely catch him off guard. The vice captain, true to his strategist nature, devised a brilliant plan. That's excellent. The Griffins are our elite legion. It's time to send them into battle. The orc chieftain was overjoyed. The Griffin warship legion's strength lay in its speed. They had once single-handedly raided 2 human army groups, causing their complete rout. Brother Long, activate the teleportation. My Fire Phoenix warship fleet is ready. At this moment, Zhou Xilan's long-range projection came in. Alright, White Fox, begin teleportation. Halong nodded with a smile. Since Zhou Xilan wants to fight alongside him, let her come. Immediately, a white light appeared behind the industrial ship, and the entire Fire Phoenix warship fleet was assembled. There were also 2 transport squadrons, seemingly fully loaded with supplies. Dian Wei, including Qiao Feng and Az, who had already seen the T1 class Fire Phoenix warship fleet, were all stunned. What kind of warships are these? Why are their designs so exaggerated? Just looking at them exudes a strong sense of oppression. Xilan, did you bring all the supplies over? Halong asked in surprise. This young woman is indeed heroic and capable, and acts with great generosity, at least towards him. Yes, transport everything useful or not first. The next batch of supplies is coming anyway, Zhou Xilan said, her face beaming with praise. She had repeatedly pressured Princess Dis to give her whatever she wanted, and the princess hadn't dared to refuse. You're really something. But Princess Dis isn't short of money, Halong said with a smile. She was indeed not short of money. With the Sima family's support, she had more money than she could spend. But with Princess Dis ascending to the throne, this empire would soon fall to the Sima family. Time seemed to be running out. Before the 3 emperors seized power, if she didn't have the strength and a planet to rely on, she could easily be wiped out. Greetings, madam. Zhuge Liang, along with Dian Wei, Qiao Feng, and Az, greeted them in unison. Greetings, everyone. Zhou Xilan was secretly pleased by their greeting and responded cheerfully. Just then, a legion of orcs sped out, their speed almost matching that of Zhao Yun's fleet. They accelerated again, their menacing aura overwhelming. The flagship leader of the Growlithe roared, activating the skill, Divine Speed. Instantly, the entire Growlithe army moved with unparalleled speed, like real dogs, sometimes crisscrossing, sometimes accelerating straight ahead, charging towards Halong and his companions. Commander, something's wrong. The orc Growlithe army is too fast. Zhuge Liang, who had been keeping a close eye on the orcs, panicked. Very few things could make him panic, but now there was one. Halong didn't dare to delay, and immediately gave the order. Dian Wei, use the Tiger King buff on me and my wife. Yes. The Tiger King behind Dian Wei roared to the sky, and 2 Tiger King tokens fell into Halong and Zhou Zhilan's hands. The Tiger King's token shone with golden light, quite beautiful. Quickly, form the Flying Elephant formation. Halong commanded, holding the Tiger King's token. Flying Elephant formation, 12x speed increase, attack speed increase. Strategist, issue the order, all artillery fire. Fortress heavy cannons, main guns, battleship cannons, heavy missiles, fire. Zhuge Liang ordered. This was the first time the fortress ship had unleashed its full firepower. Launch all missiles. Xie Zetian's missile ship. However, it didn't use the 12x heavy firepower attack. It wasn't necessary. Xingtian battleship, 8 guns combined, fire. Ma Xiaoling still preferred extreme destructive power, even using her skills, aiming for one-shot kills. 8-barrel battleship cannons, for barrel long-range missile cannons, fire. Huang Xilan also commanded the Matrix Destroyer. Lolita, Phantom battleship, fire your secondary guns. Little Lolita said in a childish voice. Little Lolita is here to help Brother Halong fight the bad guys too. Ferry supply ship, launch missiles. Zhou Zhilan looked at her carrier's attributes and finally chose to hide the Super Phoenix Flame missile. Fire Phoenix carrier, launch heavy Phoenix Flame missiles. Huang Wing looked at hers, which only had medium-range interceptor missiles, and sighed helplessly. She secretly made up her mind that next time she would have hundreds of heavy missiles. Halong also looked at his transformed industrial ship, feeling a million curses running through his mind. He had missed the opportunity to launch hundreds of missiles. The rapidly approaching Griffin Legion was instantly met with a barrage of artillery fire. Boom! Boom! The Griffin commander was terrified, his only thought being, how can these artillery pieces be so fast? And so powerful? Even those with shields were all killed with a single shot, without exception. Boom! Of the 5,000 Growlithe warships, over 3,000 were directly destroyed, startling the Growlithe leader into a rapid maneuver. Leading the remaining warships, it sped away, determined to reach the jungle entrance, even if it meant certain death. Chapter 248. This is a skill? Halong and the others have all used skills. Pass down the order to intensify the attack. They won't last long. The Orc flagship laughed heartily. As for the Griffin Legion, although they hadn't destroyed Halong, their mission was half accomplished. Without skills, what could Halong use to defend the jungle entrance? What could he use to defend the jungle entrance? One more round, everyone. Halong smiled, looking at the rapidly approaching Griffin warships, and uttered 2 words, goodbye. Yes. Fire. Everyone commanded in unison. Whoosh, whoosh. Missiles filled the sky, instantly striking the oncoming Griffin warships. A tragic scene unfolded. The remaining Griffins, like suicide bombers, crashed into the missiles and artillery fire, exploding one after another. Boom! Boom! Of course, that was just an illusion. It was Halong's missiles and artillery fire that were too fast. Even if the Griffin warships noticed, they didn't have time to change position, hence the horrific scene. Next fleet charge. Use all skills. The Orc leader commanded. He intended to use overwhelming numbers to overwhelm the jungle pass. Brother Long, they're going berserk. Zhou Zhilan smiled calmly, watching the Orc fleet already amplified by their skills. With more battlefield experience, she felt no pressure facing a fleet skill charge. Let's wear them down. As long as we inflict some pain, the jungle pass will be ours. Halong also spoke with ease. The jungle pass wasn't large. Facing only one fleet ahead was easy. Of course, they couldn't be too aggressive in the early stages. Scaring the orcs away would be disastrous. Halong ordered. Once they're within range, all warships open fire at normal speed. Conventional firing typically utilizes only 1/3 of the warship's firepower, with long-range artillery and missiles also having their range reduced. The point is to project an image of relative weakness to the enemy. Boom! 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 A barrage of fire descends, destroying only about 30 orc ships. Halong is satisfied. This is how battles should be fought, feigning weakness. The human artillery is too strong. Just one volley has cost us 30 warships. No wonder the Griffin Legion was wiped out. On the attacking orc flagship, an orc mutters to himself in fear. It's afraid, but even more afraid of disobeying orders. So it can only grit its teeth and charge forward. Skill, firepower amplification. The Orc Legion enters firing range, and the leader's skill is activated. Boom! 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 Countless cannon shots rained down, the space fortress's shields being battered and rippled, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Charge! Close in and fire! The Orc chieftain was overjoyed and immediately gave the order. Long-range bombardment. Frankly, despite their numbers, they were no match for Halong. Close-quarters combat was the only option. Now that the space fortress's shields were about to shatter, it felt its opportunity had arrived. Without the space fortress, Halong couldn't defend the jungle entrance at all. Boom boom boom. The Orc Legion approached, and countless artillery pieces clashed in a dense barrage, with medium-range missiles also being deployed. The fighting was fierce, but in the end, Halong and his forces annihilated the Orc Legion. The defenses at the jungle entrance are weakening. Send another legion out? The Orc was overjoyed finally, it saw hope. Charge! Another Orc Legion charged. Brother Long, what do we do? Zhou Zhilan asked casually. While their defense appeared arduous, they hadn't lost a single warship, only their shields had been shattered. Let Commander Wang and his men open fire. We successfully replenished our energy and supplies. That makes sense, right? Brother Long is brilliant. We even deployed the artillery of our second line of defense. From the Orcs' perspective, breaking through our first line is a matter of time. Zhou Zhilan gave Halong a thumbs up, praising him. Whirl, whistle, whistle. Soon, before the Orcs even entered firing range, 2,000 shore-based missile cannons opened fire, launching 16,000 missiles. What are those? Shore-based missiles? The Orc commander was startled. How could there be shore-based missiles at the jungle entrance? This is insane. These shore-based missiles are extremely expensive. Ordinary people can't afford them. Most importantly, shore-based missiles are difficult to manufacture, resulting in a scarcity of them. Quickly, fire the medium-range interceptor missiles. Activate the close-in weapon systems. The Orc commander was frantic. Using such expensive missiles to attack them was outrageous. However, he didn't know that the shore-based missiles were developed by Halong himself, and their cost wasn't high at all. Moreover, with 2 industrial ships under construction, their cargo holds were nearly full. Countless medium-range interceptor missiles were launched, but only 5 were intercepted. The remaining missiles all struck the Orc Legion, causing massive secondary explosions. Damn Halong! How rich is he to use shore-based missiles for bombardment? The Orc commander cursed. Of course, making him abandon the attack was impossible. Continue the charge. The remaining 2,000-plus warships charged. Whirl, whistle, whistle. Another 16,000 shore-based missiles. The Orc commander roared in despair. This is outrageous. How can they have so many shore-based missiles? Amidst the Orc commander's desperate roar, the missiles once again broke through their defenses, accurately striking the remaining warships. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions. Keep charging. The jungle entrance must be taken as soon as possible. The Orc commander-in-chief, losing his composure, issued the order. His shore-based missiles should be running low. Charge. All legions, line up and charge. Those in front suffer heavy casualties, those behind follow. Things seemed to have gone against his expectations. He hadn't anticipated Halong's tenacity, actually holding the jungle entrance with only 2 warship legions. However, the use of shore-based missiles meant this was likely Halong's last resort. But their time was running out. 3 hours had already passed. In another 3 hours, human reinforcements would arrive. Yes, sir. The Orc commanders hurriedly gave orders. Brother Long, they're planning to overwhelm us. Zhou Zhilan looked at the Orcs' formation. It was a reckless, pig-like charge, requiring no further orders, just mindless charging. They would either eventually break through the enemy lines, or all die on the way. Water Blue Planet. Planet Commander, the people on the planet are starting to panic. News has spread from somewhere that 2 army groups have withdrawn, and the jungle entrance has been breached. The vice captain reported to Ing Zheng. As expected. Have our Qin army groups been dispatched? Can they maintain order? Currently, yes. The commander-in-chief's solution is excellent. Those wealthy merchants, knowing their situation, want to survive, and can only cooperate with us to maintain order during the evacuation. The vice captain praised the commander-in-chief's foresight. With only their 2 army groups, and 1 academy army group, they certainly couldn't maintain order. Therefore, they first had the affiliated academy integrate its students, forming 2 student army groups, which, together with the other wealthy merchants' army groups and the warship army, successfully maintain the current order. Chapter 249. Although the army group was a makeshift unit, its unity and combined strength prevented Sima Zhao from openly attacking. That's good. I just don't know if the commander-in-chief can successfully hold the jungle entrance. Ing Zheng waved his arm heavily. He blamed himself for being careless. He hadn't expected the Empire to send such a person to lead the troops. Planet Commander, the commander-in-chief will definitely hold it. After all, he has never lost, and he doesn't fight battles he's not confident in. The vice-captain had great trust in Haolong. Look at his and the strategist's advice. They had weathered the great crisis. Calling him a savior wouldn't be an exaggeration. Indeed, I never seen such a monstrous talent as the commander-in-chief. Ing Zheng smiled, his worries about Haolong lessening. Quick, the commander-in-chief has held out for 4 hours, we're very close. Zhao Tuo looked ahead, as if seeing the dawn. Boom! 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 After a relentless charge, the orcs successfully captured 2 lines of defense at the jungle entrance and annihilated an entire warship regiment. Haolong's firepower is weakening, and our warships are suffering heavy casualties. Order the vanguard to accelerate their advance. We don't have much time left. The orc commander-in-chief was overjoyed. Although his own warships had suffered heavy losses, it was all worthwhile. He said this on the surface, but the orc commander-in-chief had already guessed that this was the human race's plan. However, even if it was a human plan, he was no longer afraid. Just now, Tianjiao had contacted him. It would arrive in 2 hours, bringing 5 army groups, allowing him to use the plan against it. On the other hand, on Haolong's side, under the continuous bombardment of the orcs, Azzi's warship regiment became the first to be wiped out. Fortunately, the crew losses were not significant. Haolong had already ordered his ships to retreat. Commander, my entire fleet has been wiped out. Azzi, please avenge me. Azzi was devastated. She had never imagined that her dragon-slaying fleet would be destroyed simply because of a feigned retreat. Good, new warships will be replenished for you within 10 days, Haolong nodded and smiled with satisfaction. To lure the orcs, he had Azzi sacrifice her fleet. Of course, Azzi was more than willing, the crew had already been relocated. Now Haolong had retreated to the 3rd defensive line, and Wang Jian's fleet had retreated to the 4th, continuing their bloody battle with the orc warships. Next up was Qiaofeng's dragon-slaying fleet's performance. With each orc legion's charge, several warships were destroyed, greatly boosting the orcs' morale. In fact, the battle had already taken place, with the orcs losing a full 12 legions and over 60,000 warships. If they hadn't been given hope, the battle might have already ended. Boom! 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 Commander, the orcs' legionary skills are formidable this time. My fleet has lost a squadron of warships. Qiaofeng projected in, apologizing to Haolong. This is a good thing, making the orcs even more convinced. Haolong nodded firmly. Then he ordered, we fight and retreat, continuing to let the orcs penetrate deeper. It's time to end this battle. Behind them, there were 2 more lines of defense. Intelligence came through the communicator. Zhao Tuo's elite army would arrive in an hour. The strategist had already made arrangements, waiting for the opportune moment. Boom! Boom! Charge! The humans can't hold on any longer. The charging orc commander fought bravely. Seeing that he was about to successfully capture the 3rd line of defense, he knew victory was in sight. Suddenly, another barrage of missiles emptied the remaining warships. Another fleet of warships surged forward, engaging Haolong and his forces in fierce combat. Boom! Boom! The orc commander-in-chief's flagship, the vice-captain, reported. Report, Commander-in-Chief, the 3rd line of defense at the jungle entrance has been captured. The human race's 4th line of defense is also under our army's fire. 1 warship squadron has been annihilated. Good. Order the entire army to continue the charge. Anyone who dares to hesitate will have their entire race beheaded. The orc commander-in-chief ruthlessly issued the order. He was certain to be crowned king in this battle. The sacrifice of even more warships would be worthwhile. Boom! 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 Facing the powerful bombardment of the orc army, the dragon-subduing warship regiment lost another warship squadron. Under Haolong's orders, they retreated towards the 5th line of defense. Meanwhile, Wang Jian's warship fleet established defensive positions at the 6th and final line of defense. The shore-based artillery opened fire again, successfully annihilating an orc legion. Damn it, they still have shore-based missiles. The orc commander roared. How could Haolong be so wealthy? 10 waves of shore-based missiles, severely damaging 5 of its legions. Commander, don't worry. Based on the rarity of shore-based missiles, we estimate there are 8 to 12 waves. That means, at most 2 waves, and Haolong's shore-based missiles will be rendered useless. leaving them without any missiles. The vice captain released the assessment data, confidently telling the Orc commander, "Victory belonged to them." "Good, order the Vanguard Legion to continue the charge. Victory is in sight." The Orc nodded in agreement. He was merely marveling at Halong's wealth, nothing more. Boom! Boom! Soon, Halong, leading the remaining dragon-subduing warship legion, successfully withdrew from the 5th line of defense and retreated to the last line. Deploy 2 legions and continue the charge. Break through the last line of defense as quickly as possible. The Orc commander-in-chief issued a jubilant order. Having already lost 20 legions, 2 entire army groups, and 100,000 warships, he had only one path left, capturing Jungle Pass. But clearly, he had one. Beyond the 5th line of defense, the terrain was wide enough to accommodate an attack from 2 legions. Halong had no chance of turning the tide. Commander Wang, fire the shore-based missiles. Halong smiled as he watched the Orc warship army cross the 5th line of defense. Whirl, whirl, whirl. 2 more waves of shore-based missiles launched, blasting an Orc legion to pieces. Charge. Halong is at his wit's end. Jungle Pass is ours. The Orc commander-in-chief laughed heartily. Without shore-based missiles, what could Halong use to withstand his remaining army? And Commander-in-Chief Tianjao was almost there. Jungle Pass would be captured successfully. Giant elephant formation. Halong made no attempt to conceal his intentions this time, rearranging his formation once more. Zhuge Liang's fortress ship and industrial ship combined to form the vanguard. Fang Ling's frigate also stepped up, blocking numerous artillery shots. The Matrix destroyers were incredibly accurate, successfully intercepting numerous heavy artillery pieces and missiles, severely weakening the Orcs' artillery barrage. Commander-in-Chief, our casualties are heavy. Halong is leading the warships in a desperate fight. The vice captain on the Orc flagship reported anxiously. It's time. Since Halong has lured us in, Jungle Pass will be mine. The Orc commander-in-chief stood up and suddenly said, "Skill, break through the 1,000 armies." The 2 Orc legions still attacking on the 6th line of defense at Jungle Pass suddenly received a skill boost, increasing their artillery firepower 5-fold. Chapter 250. Commander, we can't hold on. We must retreat. Zhuge Liang, seeing the shield shattered by a single artillery barrage, hurriedly warned Halong. They couldn't hold on. He hadn't expected the Orc commander-in-chief's skills to be so powerful. 3-tailed white fox, teleport. Let's go! Halong, watching the 2 Orc legions charging forward, immediately gave the order. Yes, sir. A white light appeared, enveloping the Vulcan warship fleet, the Fire Phoenix warship formation, and the elite warship fleet, then disappeared into the 6th defensive line. Boom! Boom! After Halong and his men disappeared, the Orc artillery fire arrived, striking the empty 6th defensive line. Charge! Congratulations, Commander-in-Chief. Great victory. Halong has escaped. Our army is completely capturing the jungle entrance. The vice captain, seeing the message, reported to the Orc commander-in-chief. That nemesis Halong has finally been driven away. It wasn't easy. Quickly, all legions move out and enter the jungle entrance to defend it. The Orc commander-in-chief was overjoyed and immediately issued the order. Human reinforcements were arriving, and it dared not delay. However, now that the jungle entrance had fallen into its hands, the humans would not be able to take it back. Soon, the Orcs had occupied 1/3 of the jungle entrance, and other legions entered one after another. Fire! Suddenly, a loud, hoarse voice rang out, shaking all the Orc warships. Immediately, the warships of an entire army group appeared, unleashing a barrage of fire that instantly obliterated the warships of 3 Orc legions. Boom! Boom! They had arrived, having sailed at high speed for a full 5 hours, even with Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tui using the skill, endurance and long distance. Many warships still burst into flames and became wrecked wrecks, but they had finally arrived. They finally arrived just in time for the Commander-in-Chief, successfully ambushing 3 Orc Legion warships. They came to kill the Orcs. Charge! Keep firing! Kill them! Zhao Tui, his eyes bloodshot, harshly gave the order. This excellent situation was won by the Commander-in-Chief through a bloody battle. Boom! 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 The Orcs collapsed instantly, never expecting that entering the jungle entrance would be a trap. On the Orc flagship, the vice captain, his face ashen, reported to the Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief, we've fallen into a trap. Human reinforcements are already lying in ambush inside the jungle entrance. How is that possible? Even if the human reinforcements were overloaded, they couldn't possibly arrive in 5 hours. The orc commander-in-chief roared, unable to understand how the human reinforcements could arrive so quickly. According to the information relayed by the blue wild dog, they couldn't possibly have arrived at this time. Keep attacking. Hold off their fire. They're exhausted, we still have a chance. The orc commander-in-chief's eyes were sharp. He already knew the state of Zhao Tuo's warships. They had fought a bloody battle with Haolong, losing 120,000 warships, and then were ambushed by Zhao Tuo, losing nearly 20,000 more. But they still had 60,000 warships left. Zhao Tuo's fleet wasn't faring much better. Sailing at breakneck speed, their warship systems were on the verge of collapse, and many were smoking. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Brilliant. The vice-captain's eyes lit up. The Commander-in-Chief had a keen eye. Whoosh! 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 Just then, a sharp swooping sound rang out, and the orc Commander-in-Chief, Dahai, appeared. He looked up at the sky as countless heavy cruise bombs rained down. No! The Commander-in-Chief cried out, finally realizing that Zhao Tuo wasn't the real threat. The real threat was Haolong. Boom! 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 Countless bombs exploded, decimating the 3 legions still at the jungle entrance. The orc Commander-in-Chief's head buzzed. How dare Haolong? Wasn't he afraid of being caught in a pincer attack by Commander-in-Chief Tianjiao who? What it didn't know was that it wouldn't receive reinforcements. Tianjiao whose reinforcements were being held back by Zhao Yun, unable to sail at full speed. Over 2,000 jamming aircraft landed, silencing the remaining few hundred orc flagships. The already prepared cruise mech swarmed down, tearing through the orc ships' hulls for a swift and satisfying harvest. Flying elephant formation. Haolong looked at the orc legions trying to retreat from the jungle entrance, and smiled contemptuously. The tables have turned, now it's my turn to attack you. Skill, Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Zhou Zhilan coordinated. Fire! Haolong coldly ordered. Boom! 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 The Vulcan Battleship Force, the Fire Phoenix Squadron, and the Elite Battleship Force all opened fire, bombarding the Orc Legion on the first line of defense. Because the previous defensive structures and shields had been damaged by the Orcs, it made it easier for Haolong and his forces to harvest the Orc warships. Boom! Boom! Haolong and his forces unleashed their full firepower, and the Orc warships were swept away like a mob, being destroyed one after another. The first line of defense was easily captured, and the Orc flagships were taken prisoner. Upon learning that their commander-in-chief had swiftly captured the first line of defense, Zhao Tuo's army group also erupted, unwilling to let Haolong bear all the blame anymore. This caused the Orc Legion to scream in agony. Keep in mind, they were still fighting the 6th defensive line, 5 legions against 2 Orc legions. This speed was worlds apart from Haolong's. Following this, Haolong's warships fought with increasing ferocity, breaking through to the 4th defensive line and preparing to attack the 5th. Meanwhile, Zhao Tuo and his men had also reached the 6th defensive line, joining Haolong in encircling the Orc legions on the 5th line. The Orc legions were now trembling in fear. Fire! Haolong, looking at the last remaining Orc legions, didn't hesitate and immediately ordered a barrage. Boom! 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 After a barrage, jamming aircraft were deployed, and cruiser mechs harvested the damage, perfectly linking up with Zhao Tuo's army group. Commander-in-Chief, I'm late. Upon seeing Haolong, Zhao Tuo bowed respectfully. It was respect, but also guilt. Not late. This rapid advance also damaged many of our brother's warships. Leave them all to me to handle. Haolong assured them of the repairs. Currently, he has over 50 repair cards, each capable of repairing an entire T4 legion. With 10 cards deployed, the Ruishi army's warships were completely restored without any losses. Commander, Regiment Commander Zhao has reported that he successfully slowed down Tianjiao's army by 30 minutes. He has now broken away from Tianjiao's army. Strategist Zhuge Liang reported to Haolong. Zhao Yun had successfully engaged Tianjiao, completing his mission admirably. Brother Long, your true White Horse Warship Regiment is truly impressive. 250,000 warships, and you managed to slow down Regiment Commander Zhao. Zhou Xilan praised, also feeling envious. If she had a warship regiment like that, she could handle complex warfare situations. However, she didn't mention it to Haolong. Chapter 251. Xilan, after this great battle, Commander Yunlu's Cloud Horse Battleship Regiment and Princess Lolita's Ghost Shadow Battleship Regiment will be on the agenda. Haolong, seeing the starry-eyed look in Zhou Xilan's eyes, proactively promised. Actually, not only Zhou Xilan, but even Commander Wang Jian was extremely envious. Even the strategist Zhuge Liang was rambling on and on. You could hear him muttering to himself whenever you got close. Commander, what should we do now? Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tuo asked Halong, his attitude one of obedience. He felt he lacked the abilities of Commander-in-Chief Halong and thought it best to follow orders. Commander-in-Chief, immediately complete all the defensive lines, especially the first line, with the second line given priority. In addition, I will leave behind a large number of shore-based missiles, 50,000 flying mines, and 10,000 cruise fighters. From now on, you will be responsible for defending the jungle entrance, and I will provide you with substantial logistical support at any time. Yes, sir. As long as I'm not dead, I swear to complete the mission. Zhao Tuo quickly saluted. Furthermore, issue a global announcement to everyone on Planet Blue. The Jungle Pass is our stronghold and will never be lost. Halong declared in a commanding voice, determined to bolster the planet's inhabitants' confidence. Yes, sir. We will defend the Jungle Pass to the death. Zhao Tuo roared. They succeeded. They held the Jungle Pass, Planet Blue meeting. The vice captain, having received intelligence, immediately reported to Ing Zheng, Planet Commander, something terrible has happened. Rumors are circulating within the planet that the Jungle Pass has fallen, and the Orc army will besiege the planet in 5 hours. Widespread panic has broken out in many places. It's him again. Immediately clarify. The Jungle Pass has not fallen. Tell everyone not to panic. Ing Zheng made a decision immediately. Activate the projection and issue a global announcement. Everyone must maintain order. If the Jungle Pass falls, I, Ing Zheng, will personally lead the army to the front lines. At the same time, issue the order. Anyone who dares to disrupt order will be executed on the spot. He, Ing Zheng, wasn't just benevolent. When necessary, his blade was sharper. Yes, Planet Commander. The vice captain responded loudly. With Ing Zheng's global announcement, the small-scale panic gradually subsided. However, the large-scale panic, guided by those with ulterior motives, intensified, even escalating to the point of attacking the warships maintaining order. Planet Commander, we're out of control. The panic is escalating. Please give the order. Commander Bai Qi, watching the rapidly fluctuating data, bowed and requested orders from Ing Zheng. There was no time to lose. To prevent the panic from continuing, they had to kill. Planet Commander, that's 300,000 residents. Can we send warships to surround them? Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Ing Zheng shook his head, his fiery eyes filled with killing intent. There's no time. Our warships aren't enough to contain them. Pass on my order. Anyone in the western region who dares to disrupt order. At this moment, the vice captain cried out in alarm. Star Commander, the Commander-in-Chief has transmitted back via projection. The Jungle Pass has been held, and the 200,000-strong Orcish warship army has been annihilated. The Commander-in-Chief had indeed held the Jungle Pass. What? Quickly, turn on the projection. Ing Zheng's eyes widened, then cleared. There's hope. As the projection played, the entire breached Jungle Pass came into view, littered with the wreckage of Orcish warships. Even with Ing Zheng and his men's extremely careful examination, they only found a few human warship wreckages. All defensive lines at the jungle entrance were quickly recaptured, and thick shield walls were erected. The elite infantry on the defensive lines were in high spirits, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they watched the approaching Orc army, showing not a trace of fear or worry. At the end of the projection, a fleet of warships, moving so fast they were only afterimages, relentlessly harassed the 250,000-strong army in the distance, forcing them to sail like turtles. That fleet even found an opportunity to break through the Orc Legion in one fell swoop, swiftly destroying the Orc commander's flagship before fleeing at full speed. The entire process was so fast that the Orc warships didn't even have time to react. This caused the Orc army to freeze in shock. This fleet is truly formidable. Whose general is so valiant? Bai Qi's eyes widened, looking at the true White Horse fleet with delight. The elite of the elite, he was overjoyed at the sight. If he also possessed such a fleet, the enemy's reconnaissance fleets would never need to be deployed again. Commander Bai, this is the true White Horse Battleship Regiment under the command of the Vulcan battleship. Commander-in-Chief? The Commander-in-Chief again. Bai Qi sighed helplessly. Ever since his return, he had been hearing the name of Commander-in-Chief Halong. He had been dispatched on a long voyage at the time, otherwise, he would have met Halong himself. I knew it. Who else but the Commander-in-Chief would have such an elite battleship regiment? Zhang Lin praised, which didn't surprise him. Quickly, notify the entire world. The Commander-in-Chief fought to the death to retake Jungle Pass. Anyone who dares to disrupt order will be executed without mercy. Ing Zheng, regaining his composure, excitedly issued the order. As for losing his composure, so be it, he didn't care. Yes, sir. The vice captain immediately projected the message globally. The panic that had disrupted order instantly ceased. The jungle entrance had been recaptured, they could withdraw calmly. What was the point of all the chaos? Besides, there was the planetary leader's warning of ruthless killing. Only a fool would cause trouble. Bang! 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 It's Haolong again! His vengeful spirit won't rest. Is he trying to oppose my Sima family? Sima Zhao smashed things violently. Encountering Haolong meant all his plans were doomed. That was a perfect way to double the Sima family's wealth. However, he was helpless against Haolong. Sending an entire army to kill Haolong was impractical. How many would be needed? And how many casualties would there be? Using the Empire's name to deal with him would be without justification. Commander-in-Chief, I have a plan. The vice captain suddenly offered a suggestion to Sima Zhao. What plan? Sima Zhao became curious. His vice captain was a cunning strategist. The treacherous schemes he came up with were endless. Right now, the ones who hate Haolong the most aren't us, but the orcs. We can. Good. Let them fight like dogs. The more intense the better. Sima Zhao was overjoyed upon hearing this. The vice-captain's plan was brilliant, achieving multiple goals at once. Eliminating Haolong would solve the orc invasion, and he could also reap the wealth of the world. He just wanted to ask, who else could do this? Go, pass the message to the princess. Yes. The vice-captain quickly began to operate. Outside the jungle entrance, Haolong was at a mountain camp, facing off against the orc army. This was his plan, to relieve pressure on the jungle entrance, forcing the orcs to fight on two fronts. However, if they couldn't hold it, they would truly be trapped. Only Haolong dared to do this. Haolong, you are no longer the commander-in-chief of the Blue Planet. Why are you still blocking my way? The projection of the cunning fox's voice was low, barely suppressing the anger of having his wife stolen. Chapter 252. I didn't block your way. The jungle entrance is over there. Just go straight there. Haolong stood with his hands behind his back, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over the direction of the orc flagship, but a barely perceptible sharpness lurked in his eyes. The projection of Tianjiao hovered in the void, instantly alarmed upon hearing this, its triangular eyes widening in surprise. Haolong's words sounded polite, but every word reeked of cunning and opportunism. Why did he allow him to attack the planet? Did he think that just because he wasn't the commander-in-chief of the Blue Planet, he had no right to hunt orcs, no right to protect the thousands of people of the Blue Planet? Tianjiao suppressed its anger, its eyes darting around 3 times, its tone suddenly softening. With a hint of negotiation he said, Haolong, name your price. What will it take for you to stop, and not be my enemy? In Tianjiao's eyes, Haolong seemed mediocre. He possessed neither a world-destroying fleet nor any earth-shattering finishing move. Yesterday, this kid, with only 2 remnants of his army, had single-handedly annihilated 4 of its army groups, 200,000 warships. Such a strange opponent was best avoided if possible. If it could be settled with money, it would be more than willing. Having dealt with humans for so many years, Tianjiao had long since figured out the ropes. What was that old human saying again? As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. There's nothing that star coins can't solve. If there are, it's because you haven't offered enough star coins. Haolong seemed swayed, a faint hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He stroked his chin and said seriously, Give me 2 days to consider, how about that? No way. The Sky Fox refused without hesitation, its shrill voice filled with wariness. 1 hour at most, I need your answer. What a joke. Give this kid 2 days? Who knows what tricks he pull? By then, forget about attacking the jungle entrance. We might not even be able to hold onto our current forces. Haolong shrugged, adopting an indifferent attitude, his tone nonchalant. Do whatever you want. With that, he turned to return to his tent, his unyielding demeanor making the Sky Fox's projection tremble slightly with anger. Half a day. Half a day at most. I can't give it any longer. The Sky Fox gritted its teeth, yielding again, its shrill voice filled with a resentful frustration. It wasn't afraid of Haolong, really not. It was just afraid that delays would cause unforeseen problems and jeopardize its grand plan to conquer the Blue Planet. It understood the principle that delay could lead to unforeseen changes better than anyone. Haolong didn't even turn his head, waving his hand impatiently, Please go back. That aloof demeanor completely wore down Tianjiao's patience and its last shred of pride. 1 day. 1 day at most. Really no less. Tianjiao completely lost its temper, hastily changing its tune, its tone tinged with pleading. It knew perfectly well that it wasn't afraid of Haolong, but rather afraid of a direct, head-on battle that would result in the loss of too many troops from its army group. Then, forget about attacking Water Blue Planet. Even gaining a foothold on the interstellar battlefield would be a question. Fine. Haolong finally turned around, shrugging indifferently, decisively ending this tug of war. Sunlight shone on the deck of the warship in the camp, reflecting a cold luster. At this moment, only the Vulcan and elite warship fleets remained in the camp. Zhou Zhilan had already led the Fire Phoenix fleet, carrying the seriously wounded, to evacuate and regroup at the rear. The wind ruffled Haolong's hair, and the smile in his eyes gradually faded. In truth, both he and Tian Jiaohu knew perfectly well that the so-called consideration was nothing more than a tacitly agreed-upon act. Tomorrow, Haolong would certainly not compromise easily. This negotiation, from beginning to end, was a test between the two sides. Testing each other's bottom line, testing each other's trump cards, testing how many hidden tricks each side had up their sleeve. In the command room of the Orc flagship, the lights were dim. Seeing Tian Jiaohu's grim face, the vice captain urgently reminded him, "Commander-in-Chief, Haolong is simply stalling for time. This is clearly a delaying tactic." He couldn't understand why the commander-in-chief would agree to give that kid a day. Wasn't that blatantly giving the enemy a chance to breathe? Tian Jiaohu slowly turned around, a barely perceptible hint of apprehension flashing in his crimson pupils. His voice was low and strained, as if squeezed from his throat. "You're right, but do we really dare to fight now?" These words left the vice-captain speechless. Yes, dare to fight? In the previous battle, Haolong, with only 2 remnants of his army, had utterly torn apart the defenses of 4 army groups. The wreckage of 200,000 warships still floated in interstellar space. That scene still sent chills down his spine. Now, they had only rushed to the rescue with 5 army groups. Where did they find the confidence to confront Haolong head-on? The vice-captain opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. In truth, it dared not fight. The heavenly fox's nails dug deeply into its palm, a ruthless glint flashing in its eyes. It slammed its hand on the command platform and ordered in a deep voice, "Pass on my order. Send 3 more army groups from the rear. At all costs, trap Haolong here. Only by eliminating him can we still have a chance to take Water Blue Planet." It knew all too well that Haolong was the biggest obstacle on its path to conquering Water Blue Planet. This kid was like a nail, firmly driven into the jungle entrance. Without removing this nail, its army simply couldn't advance. If it could use this opportunity to completely eliminate him, all the better. Commander-in-Chief is wise. The vice-captain's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed in agreement, his tone full of excitement. Once reinforcements arrived, doubling its strength, then not only could it trap Haolong, it could crush his camp to dust. The heavenly fox's projection disappeared into the void, and the atmosphere in the camp instantly tensed. Haolong showed no sign of fatigue. He strode into the command tent, gazing at the flashing strategic map on the screen, and commanded in a deep voice, "All troops, listen up. Immediately activate all combat readiness production lines. Work overtime to manufacture strategic reserves. Energy bombs, repair fluid, protective shields, and the heavy mech parts urgently needed by the Ruishi army group, all must be produced with priority." He needed to race against time, to ensure Zhao Tua had sufficient strength to hold the jungle entrance within a single day. Only then could he free up his hands to leave this battlefield and prepare a devastating counterattack capable of turning the tide of the war. Outside the tent, the roar of warships echoed. Soldiers moved about tirelessly, loading energy bombs onto transport vehicles and stacking boxes of repair fluid neatly. As the sun set, the shadows of the camp stretched long and thin, the silent steadfastness of the soldiers. The next day, as dawn broke. At the same time, the projection of Tianjiao appeared precisely before Haolong. Chapter 253. Today, it had shed yesterday's frustration and concessions. Its tone was several times stronger than yesterday, and its crimson pupils were filled with an unwavering confidence. "Haolong, what's your decision? As long as you're willing to withdraw from the jungle entrance, you can name your terms." Its confidence stemmed from its strength. This was because last night, 3 army groups had already crossed the interstellar wormhole and arrived at the outer edge of the battlefield. Now, commanding 8 army groups, its forces are strong and well-equipped. Even if Haolong refuses to compromise, it has the confidence to wear him down until he runs out of ammunition and supplies, until he surrenders without a fight. Haolong seemed stunned by this display of power. He feigned shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Really? I can open it at will." His expression was that of someone who had received a tremendous windfall, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This was going to be a windfall. As long as it's mine, You can open it. Tianjiao felt a surge of smug delight. Judging from this situation, things were looking up. Even with its greatly increased forces, a war with Haolong would undoubtedly come at a heavy price. To subdue the enemy without fighting, to take the jungle entrance without shedding blood, was naturally the best option. Haolong stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and slowly uttered a number. His tone was calm and even, yet it exploded like a thunderclap in Tianjiao's ears. 5 trillion star coins. He paused, then added, it can be replaced with hearts of contract, or converted into rare resources of equivalent value. High-purity ores will also work. No more, no less, 5 trillion, exactly the ideal price in his mind. This amount of money was enough for him to arm 3 brand new elite fleets. 5 trillion? The Sky Fox's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, as if it had been slapped hard across the face. It shrieked, Could you lower the price? Has this kid gone mad? He's asking for 5 trillion. That's 3 years' worth of military spending for its half-orc empire. No. Haolong interrupted it without hesitation, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Whether they fought or not, he didn't really care. Anyway, Xiao Tu was guarding the jungle entrance, making it impregnable for the time being. But if he could somehow get 5 trillion star coins out of thin air, the thought of that was exhilarating. The Sky Fox's projection trembled violently, staring intently at Haolong, as if it wanted to devour him alive. But thinking of the wreckage of 200,000 warships from yesterday, and Haolong's unpredictable methods, it ultimately suppressed its anger. All right. I trust Commander Haolong's character. Tianjiao gritted its teeth and agreed, its heart aching so much that each word seemed to be squeezed out from between its teeth. It's just 5 trillion. As long as we take Water Blue Planet, this loss can be doubled back sooner or later. Suppressing its heartache, it sent the vice captain to procure supplies, then casually asked, Commander, allow me to ask, why are you suddenly willing to concede and leave? This question seemed ordinary, but it actually concealed a deadly intent. It needed to ascertain whether Haolong truly intended to withdraw, and whether he had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Haolong shrugged, his tone carrying a perfectly measured hint of helplessness, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. I don't want to leave either. But wasn't my position as Commander-in-Chief already revoked? He said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. In that case, why should I stubbornly hold out here? Besides, you proposed the deal first, so we must follow the rules. Don't try to renege on your promise. His gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife, fixed on the projection of the Heavenly Fox, carrying an undisguised warning. That look seemed to say, dare to play tricks, and you face the consequences. Of course, the transaction will proceed as planned. A fleeting thought of regret crossed the Heavenly Fox's mind, but remembering Haolong's methods, it ultimately suppressed it. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Once it takes over the Blue Planet and controls its resources, it will make sure Haolong dies a horrible death. A moment later, a jet-black transport ship slowly departed from the Orcish army's camp, breaking through the interstellar dust, and steadily entered Haolong's camp. The transport ship's hatch opened, and crates gleaming with silver star coins, rare ores emitting a ghostly glow, and hearts of contract engraved with ancient runes were continuously unloaded. Military advisor Zhuge personally oversaw the operation, directing the soldiers and inventorying the supplies. His personal computer word, displaying a constant flurry of numbers. Half an hour later, Zhuge strode to Haolong's side, bowing and reporting, Commander, the star coins, supplies, and contract hearts have all been inventoried. The total value is exactly 5 trillion star coins. The orcs didn't try anything funny this time. Haolong nodded, his gaze shifting to the Heavenly Fox in the void. The Heavenly Fox anxiously pressed, its voice filled with urgency, how is it? Is it enough for 5 trillion? It feared Haolong might make excuses, and say the supplies weren't enough, which would be a huge problem. It's enough. It adds up to exactly 5 trillion. Haolong nodded in satisfaction, then abruptly changed his tone, his voice firm. Once I finish collecting the supplies, you will retreat 3,000 kilometers each, giving me time to withdraw. His tone left no room for argument, not even a whisper of negotiation. Fine, Tianjiao nodded readily. A huge weight lifted from his heart. It's just a retreat of 3,000 kilometers, a mere 10-minute journey. What's a little retreat? As long as Haolong leaves obediently, it's all worth it. Upon receiving the order, Haolong immediately sprang into action. He waved his hand and commanded in a deep voice, all transport ships, listen up. Transport this entire batch of supplies to the elite army group's base at the jungle entrance. The next second, batches of transport ships, laden with star coins, ore, and contract hearts, sailed out of the camp, heading straight towards the jungle entrance. In the void, the previously relaxed expression on Tianjio's face instantly turned ashen. Watching the transport ships depart, it trembled with rage, roaring shrilly, "Haolong! What are you doing? You promised to withdraw from Jungle Pass. You're clearly breaking your promise." This kid had no intention of leaving at all. He's using his own money to arm his allies. "Don't be so hasty." Haolong waved his hand leisurely, a harmless smile on his face, his tone innocent as if he'd been wronged. "These are all supplies for the Ruishi army group. I'm just returning them to their rightful owner before withdrawing. It's perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" He paused, adding, "We agreed that I would withdraw from Jungle Pass, but I never said I couldn't leave any supplies for our allies." Tianjio opened its mouth, unable to find a reason to refute him. "Yes," Haolong said, "withdraw, not can't leave any supplies." Chapter 254. It could only grit its teeth and swallow its anger, forcing out two words. "This is reasonable." "Then please wait a little longer, we leave the jungle entrance soon." Haolong's smile grew even brighter, but the cunning in his eyes deepened. But this wait made the heavenly fox's heart pound with unease, its eyelids twitching wildly. There were simply too many supplies being transported to the jungle entrance. Transport ships were constantly sailing out, as if the load would never run out. It looked at the supplies, its heart aching, but dared not utter a word of protest. It was afraid of angering Haolong, who would then go back on his word, and those 5 trillion star coins would be wasted. Time passed second by second, and the sun gradually rose higher overhead. Finally, the last 3 transport groups made 3 round trips before all the supplies were unloaded. The cunning fox could no longer contain itself. It impatiently urged, "Haolong, the supplies are all moved. Now it's time to fulfill your promise." It couldn't wait to rush into the jungle entrance and seize it. "Don't worry, we leave immediately," Haolong smiled slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. "However, you must first retreat 3,000 kilometers away." "All right." The cunning fox agreed without hesitation. Retreating a bit? A piece of cake. It immediately gave the order, and the warships of 8 army groups slowly turned around, retreating into the depths of space. Watching the orc army gradually disappear into the distance, Haolong's smile deepened. He abruptly turned around and shouted, "All troops, listen up. Vulcan warship army, depart immediately. Advance at full speed to the designated destination." That designated destination wasn't the rear rest base, but the orc army's rear granary. A resource planet stockpiled with massive amounts of energy. "Commander, are we really leaving?" Qiao Feng strode over, his voice filled with resentment. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Are we just going to abandon the elite army group like this, and watch humanity on Blue Planet fall into crisis for 5 trillion star coins?" In his view, Haolong was compromising, retreating. "Don't worry, Commander Qiao," the strategist Zhuge said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He patted Qiao Feng's shoulder and explained, "The commander only abandoned the jungle entrance, but he never said he would give up hunting the orcs, much less stop them from attacking Blue Planet." Following Haolong's deployment and consistent style of operation, he had already guessed that a massive, tumultuous operation was brewing. Abandoning the jungle entrance was merely a ploy to lure the enemy out. Meanwhile, Haolong stood on the bridge of the warship, his fingertips lightly tapping the control panel, his gaze fixed on the direction the orc army had retreated, his heart surging with fighting spirit. A purely defensive posture is utterly tedious. He was already impatient to outflank the enemy and unleash a bloodbath that the orcs would never forget. The interstellar winds blew against the warship's portholes. Ahead lay the rear defensive line of the orc army, and Haolong's warships, like a sharp dagger, were silently drawn, aimed directly at the enemy's heart. Watching Haolong's fleet transform into streaks of light and disappear into the interstellar horizon, Tianjio's heart, which had been pounding, finally settled. A bloodthirsty light flashed in its crimson pupils, its claws slammed heavily on the command platform, and a piercing roar echoed throughout the fleet. "All troops, heed my command. Attack the jungle entrance. Kill!" A deafening roar churned up interstellar dust as countless orc warships, like locusts swarming across the land, charged relentlessly towards the jungle entrance's defenses. Boom! 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 Main cannons roared in unison, blinding flashes of fire tearing through the void, illuminating the jungle entrance's defensive shields with flickering light. Just a remnant of a mere army group? Crush them! The heavenly fox laughed maniacally. In its eyes, without Haolong, its greatest threat, taking the jungle entrance, was a matter of mere blinking. Without Haolong at its helm, the jungle entrance should have been easily crippled by the orcs' frenzied offensive. But amidst the roaring cannons and smoke, an unexpected event occurred. The jungle entrance's defensive firepower was 100 times more ferocious than anticipated. Countless beams of light, imbued with destructive power, pierced through the orc warship's armor with pinpoint accuracy. The explosions merged into a single, continuous burst of fire, like a sea of flames igniting in interstellar space. In the very first salvo, the two leading legions were blasted into cosmic dust. How is this possible? The Sky Fox's laughter abruptly ceased, its triangular eyes widening in disbelief, its mind buzzing with pain as if it were about to explode. It simply couldn't comprehend how an obscure army group could possess such terrifying firepower. Send 2 more legions. I refuse to believe their ammunition is inexhaustible. The Sky Fox roared hysterically, its eyes bloodshot. 2 more legions of warships charged forward under heavy fire. But the outcome was identical to the previous 2 legions. Before the impenetrable net of fire, they didn't even touch the edge of the defensive shields before being completely annihilated. The cold, hard battle damage figures flickered on the command screen. Tianjiao stared at the shocking numbers, finally realizing something was wrong. Halong had no intention of truly abandoning Jungle Pass. Those 5 trillion star coins were clearly intended to arm the garrison. The supplies transported to Jungle Pass weren't simply being returned to their rightful owner, they were practically coating the garrison with an impenetrable armor. Damn it! I've been tricked. 5 trillion star coins. I've thrown away 5 trillion for nothing. Tianjiao trembled with rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. It desperately wanted to lead its army to hunt down Halong, but looking at the impenetrable defenses of Jungle Pass, it could only swallow its anger. Charging in now would only be suicide. Meanwhile, in a luxurious flagship in a distant star region, a faint, sweet fragrance-filled Princess Dis's bedchamber. The vice-captain bowed respectfully before the princess, reporting, "Princess, a secret report has arrived from Aquamarine Planet. Commander-in-Chief Sima has led his troops to besiege Planet Commander Ingzheng, and has taken control of all military power on Aquamarine Planet." Very good. Princess Dis leaned lazily against the soft couch, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. This princess was right about him. With the Sima family's support, the Starfall battlefield will soon be mine. Sima Zhao's actions were entirely within her expectations. This was a deal she had struck with the Sima family. Military power for support, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once she consolidated all the forces on Aquamarine Planet, defending the planet would be a piece of cake. Once she took the 2 Zerd planets, she could return to deal with the orcs, everything would fall into place. Chapter 255. Her slender hand lightly touched the jade pendant at her waist. Suddenly remembering something, she casually asked, "What about that commander-in-chief named Halong? Has Sima Zhao entrusted him with any important tasks? As long as the 2 of them join forces, the orcs will have absolutely no chance of setting foot on Blue Planet." In Princess Dis's plan, Halong was an indispensable link. That kid was able to build an impregnable space defense perimeter in such a short time, demonstrating his profound strategic acumen. With someone like him assisting Sima Zhao, Blue Planet's defenses would be foolproof. The vice-captain lowered his head even further, his tone hesitant. "Your Highness, Commander Halong has been dismissed." "What?" Princess Disa sat bolt upright on the soft couch, her smile freezing instantly, her face filled with disbelief. Hasn't Halong already built a perfect space defense perimeter? Has Sima Zhao gone mad? Why remove him from his post? A top talent like Halong, let alone dismissed, would be treated with utmost care. Without him, who would offer advice? Who would handle the ever-changing battlefield? Intelligence indicates that Halong, before being dismissed, he had already completed the construction of the space defense perimeter. The vice-captain quickly added, inwardly despising Sima Zhao's actions to the extreme. Others painstakingly built the defense line, and he just plucked the peach, pit and all. Princess Dis breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back on the soft couch, her tone returning to its indifferent tone. That's good. As long as the defense line is still there, and the planet can be protected, that's fine. She couldn't care less about Halong's life or death. In her eyes, the fate of a pawn was never important. What mattered was whether the pawn could play its role. But the next second, the vice-captain's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the newly popped-up emergency intelligence on his personal terminal, his voice trembling. Princess. Princess, breaking news. Sima Zhao has ordered the withdrawal of the 2 army groups at Jungle Pass, directly handing Jungle Pass over to the orcs. Crack. The jade pendant in Princess Dis's hand fell to the ground and shattered. She slammed her hand on the table, roaring, "What is Sima Zhao trying to do? Doesn't he know what Jungle Pass means? Jungle Pass is the gateway to Blue Planet. With the gateway wide open, it's vulnerable to being slaughtered. How can this planet be defended? Princess, please calm down, the vice captain said tremblingly. According to intelligence, Commander-in-Chief Seema's actions are aimed at seizing the wealth of Blue Planet's rich merchants. However, Planet Chief Ing Zheng has united many local forces and stabilized the planet's order. He hasn't succeeded. The vice captain looked at the intelligence report, feeling a chill run down his spine. Sima Zhao's heart was truly black. With the nation in peril, instead of thinking of defending against the enemy, he was thinking of enriching himself. What? They even started fighting amongst themselves? Princess Dis was utterly shocked, trembling all over. She had planned everything meticulously, but she never expected Sima Zhao to pull such a stunt. She had entrusted him with guarding the satellite planet, but instead, he was busy seizing power and money. Defending the front lines? Resisting external enemies? Those were probably long forgotten by him. Princess Dis was filled with regret. She had been blind to have entrusted the military command of the Blue Planet to such a selfish and foolish idiot. Removing Haolong from his post, withdrawing the garrison at the jungle entrance. Every single thing he did was self-destructive. Just as she was in a fit of rage, another urgent intelligence report arrived. After reviewing the intelligence, the vice captain finally showed a hint of joy and hurriedly shouted, "Princess. Urgent report. Commander Haolong, leading the elite army group, has fought desperately to recapture the Jungle Pass and successfully held the defensive line. Good. Excellent." Princess Dis slammed her hand on the table again in excitement, her heart instantly settling down, her brows furrowed with exhilaration. In times of crisis, we truly rely on Haolong. As for the residents of Blue Planet who perished in the war, she didn't even blink an eye. Dead they were dead, she had plenty of people in her 3-star systems. She could simply relocate them from other planets. She calmed herself and asked, "Any other news from Blue Planet?" "Your Highness, a distress signal has arrived from Camp 9133. The vice captain's joy vanished, his tone becoming serious. The Zerg have been launching a relentless attack these past few days. Commander Chu's fleet has been almost completely wiped out, and Commanders Zhou and Zhang's forces have also suffered heavy losses and urgently need reinforcements." Princess Dis's face darkened. Her primary concern wasn't the lives of her soldiers, but the very foundation of her empire. She quickly pressed, "What's the situation at Camp 9133? Has the mining of the Star Destroyer Ore been affected?" The Star Destroyer Ore was crucial to her attack on the Zerg planet. It couldn't be lost. According to Commander Zhou's report, Camp 9133 is currently unharmed, but urgently needs an additional fleet and a large amount of war supplies. "Granted," Princess Dis said without hesitation. "Give Zhou Zhilan whatever she wants. Make sure the mining of the Star Destroyer Ore is not affected." Camp 9133 had been engaged in continuous fighting, and its heavy losses were to be expected. She didn't care about these supplies. She paused, then asked, "Any other questions?" "Yes," the vice captain nodded. "Commander Zhou said the next batch of 5 million tons of planet-destroying ore is ready. She's just too worried about her father, and wants to inquire about Commander Zhou's current situation." Princess Dis's face instantly turned cold, her previous good mood vanishing. Zhou Zhilan wasn't her confidant after all. She still had to negotiate things. Was the life or death of a prisoner really worth her concern? She remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh. Now was a time when she needed people, and she couldn't be too demanding. "Pass on my order." Princess Dis's voice carried a hint of impatience, to overturn Commander Zhou's case. "Yes." The vice captain dared not say more, quickly accepting the order and retreating to arrange the relevant matters. Princess Dis stood up, straightened her elegant robes, and her eyes suddenly became sharp as knives. She solemnly ordered the empty hallway, "Convene a military conference immediately. Summon the commanders-in-chief of all army groups." 5 million tons of planet-destroying ore were in hand. The time was ripe to attack the Zerg planet. Once all the commanders-in-chief were gathered, Princess Dis would announce with resounding conviction. 3 days later, the 18 army groups would launch a full-scale attack on the Zerg planet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galaxy, an even more terrifying storm was quietly brewing. Haolong hadn't gone far. He led his elite troops, quietly circling behind the orcs, aiming his sword at the water-blue fortress warehouse. He wanted to retake the fortress, cut off the orcs' retreat, and trap this arrogant army in this star system. The artillery fire of Camp 9133 continued to roar. Zhou Zhilan, leading her remaining troops, was deeply mired in the Zerg's tidal wave of attacks, and was in dire straits. Halong was too lazy to deal with the mess on the blue planet anymore. He let Sima Zhao do whatever he wanted. What he wanted to do was overturn this game and carve out his own bloody path. Chapter 256. The vast starry sky, with billions of stars, like shattered diamonds embedded in its inky blackness, could not conceal the treacherous undercurrents lurking in the darkness. The Halong Vulcan battleship fleet, like ghosts vanishing into thin air, completely disappeared from the Tokus Empire Star Network monitoring network. Not a single energy fluctuation leaked, not a single piece of ship wreckage remained. It was as if they had never appeared in this galaxy. Those Imperial reconnaissance aircraft that had attempted to track them ultimately only received a screen full of static and the commander's furious roar. Meanwhile, another event that shook the Empire's high command was quietly brewing. Commander-in-Chief Zhou Zhinan's wrongful conviction, propelled by a mysterious force, was swiftly overturned. When the document rescinding the verdict reached the prison planet, even the cells perpetually shrouded in gloom were pierced by a faint ray of light. The moment Zhou Zhinan stepped out of his cell, his prison uniform, already faded from washing, still stood ramrod straight. His eyes, weathered by life's hardships, held no trace of the panic of someone surviving a near-death experience, only an unfathomable composure. He boarded the escort ship sent by the Empire to pick him up. The air inside seemed to carry a deliberate air of respect. However, as the warship left the prison planet's gravitational pull and entered an asteroid belt, an unexpected event occurred. 3 ferocious energy cannon beams tore through the void without warning, striking the escort ship's engine room precisely. With a deafening explosion, the ship, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted deeper into the asteroid belt. The Imperial monitoring station quickly received a report. Zhou Zhinan's flagship attacked, all crew members missing. The news escalated through the ranks, ultimately ending with a file marked confirmed dead. No one knew that a split second before the explosion, Zhou Zhinan had been teleported by an invisible beam of light to a small transport ship lurking in an asteroid belt. The aftershocks of this accident quickly reached planet Dis. On the third night after Zhou Zhinan's ship was attacked, dozens of unidentified warships suddenly descended upon planet Dis, raining down artillery fire, their target the Zhou family. The shelling roused the slumbering planet. By the time the Imperial garrison arrived, the Zhou family compound was already scorched earth. No bodies were found at the scene, only craters and traces of residual energy, as if the entire Zhou family had been wiped out in the sudden attack. The news of the Zhou family's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout the Empire. Some lamented, some gloated, but those forces lurking in the shadows sensed something unusual. Camp 9133, a secluded star system located on the border of the Empire, was brightly lit at this moment. A blinding beam of teleportation light pierced the sky above the camp, and the flagship of the Halong Vulcan battleship fleet. The Vulcan battleship was steadily docked in the camp's spaceport. The hatch slowly opened, and Halong, clad in a black combat suit, stood tall and straight like a pine tree, stepping down first. His steps were unhurried, each one seemingly treading on the heartstrings, carrying an innate pressure. Zhou Zhilan rushed in, her face filled with anxiety. Ever since learning of her father's attack and the annihilation of her family, Zhou Zhilan's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Even breathing was painful. She had urgently contacted Halong, hoping to obtain even a sliver of news about her family. Brother Long, my father, and my family. Zhou Zhilan's voice trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddening as she struggled to hold back her tears. These past few days, she outwardly maintained a calm demeanor while handling fleet affairs, but in the dead of night, her dreams were filled with images of her family. Halong stopped, turned around, and looked at the tear-streaked girl before him. The coldness in his eyes melted instantly, replaced by tenderness. He raised his hand and gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her eyes, a reassuring smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, I brought them all out. With that, he stepped aside, gracefully clearing the way for her. Zhou Zhilan's gaze followed the direction he had cleared. From the hatch of the Vulcan battleship, a familiar figure slowly emerged. That upright spine, that steady gait, who else could it be but her father Zhou Zhinan? Then, her mother, sister, uncles, cousins. One familiar face after another appeared. Although they looked weary, they were all in high spirits, their eyes showing no trace of distress, but rather a sense of relief and resilience from surviving a calamity. Father! Mother! Sister! Zhou Zhilan could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed over and threw herself into her mother's arms, choking out the name she had longed for day and night. Zhou's mother hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes also red, patting her back softly and comforting her. Good child, don't cry, we're all alright, all alright. Zhou Jianan looked at his wife and daughter, who were embracing and weeping, his eyes filled with relief. He stepped forward and patted Zhou Jilan's shoulder. "Jilan, I'm so happy to see that you've grown up to be able to stand on your own." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Haolong standing to the side, his eyes filled with approval, even a hint of admiration. "And this son-in-law, I'm even more satisfied." "Dad." Zhou Jilan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, like ripe apples. She called out reproachfully, quickly pulling away from her mother's embrace, instinctively glancing at Haolong, a sweet glint in her eyes. Zhou Jianan laughed heartily, his cheerful laughter echoing across the airport. "Don't be shy, Haolong already told me about your relationship, and I agree." He paused deliberately, raising an eyebrow teasingly. "Of course, if you don't agree, I can find you another suitable son-in-law. There are quite a few talented young men in the Empire." "I agree," Zhou Jilan blurted out without thinking. Only after speaking did she realize her eagerness, her cheeks burning even hotter, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Haolong looked at her shy appearance, his smile deepening. He knew this surprise was the best gift for Zhou Jilan. Above the airport, laughter and cheers filled the air. Sunlight streamed through the portholes, warm and bright on everyone's faces. That evening, in the highest command center of the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. This was the core of the entire fleet, heavily guarded, and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. At this moment, only 3 people sat in the command center: Zhou Jianan, Haolong, and Zhou Jilan. Zhou Jilan and Haolong sat side by side, their gazes fixed on Zhou Jianan, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Just moments before, Zhou Jianan had dismissed all his entourage, leaving only the 3 of them, and had activated the highest level of signal jamming. Judging from his solemn expression, he clearly had something extremely important to announce. Chapter 257. Zhou Jianan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the 2 of them, before finally settling on Zhou Jilan. His eyes were complex and solemn. "Jilan, there's something I kept from you for over 20 years. Actually, our Zhou family is a direct descendant of the great Zhou Empire." His words were like a thunderclap. Zhou Jianan's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated like a thunderclap in the command room. The great Zhou Empire? Zhou Jilan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had grown up in the Tuoka's Empire, and had naturally heard of the great Zhou Empire. It was a dynasty that had been destroyed by the Tuoka's Empire hundreds of years ago, once incredibly powerful, ruling over an entire galaxy. However, with the passage of time, the traces of the great Zhou Empire had long been erased by the Tuoka's Empire, leaving only scattered legends. Haolong's pupils also contracted slightly. He looked at Zhou Jianan, his eyes sharpening. He had always suspected the Zhou family was extraordinary, but he never imagined they harbored such a shocking secret. Zhou Jianan nodded, his tone heavy. "That's right. Back then, the Tuoka's Empire rebelled, and the great Zhou royal family was massacred. Our ancestor led the remaining members of his clan in a desperate breakout, thus preserving his bloodline. For years, our Zhou family has lived in seclusion, lying low within the Tuoka's Empire, quietly accumulating strength, waiting for the opportune moment to overthrow the Tuoka's Empire and restore the great Zhou. Then Jilan." Haolong's gaze shifted to Zhou Jilan, a guess already forming in his mind. Zhou Jianan looked at his daughter's shocked face, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, and said each word firmly. "Yes, she is the eldest princess of the great Zhou royal family." I'm a princess?" Zhou Jilan pointed to herself in disbelief, her voice trembling. She had always believed herself to be just the daughter of an ordinary military officer, but now her father was telling her she was the eldest princess of a fallen kingdom. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. "Silly child," Zhou Jianan sighed, "you are my daughter, with the blood of the great Zhou royal family flowing through your veins. Of course, you are the eldest princess of great Zhou. All these years, I dared not tell you the truth, fearing you were too young and impulsive, and that it would bring you death. Now, the time is almost here. It's time for you to know everything." A brief silence fell over the command room. Zhou Jilan's emotions were a jumbled mess, a mixture of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy feelings. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and a hint of excitement. Haolong quickly recovered. He didn't dwell on this earth-shattering secret, but instead swiftly grasped the key point. He looked at Zhou Jianan, his tone steady yet questioning. "Father-in-law, since the Zhou family shoulders the mission of revitalizing the great Zhou, what are your plans next?" His form of address had subtly changed. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Zhou Jianan's eyes upon hearing the word father-in-law. Since the Zhou family were descendants of the great Zhou, then the Tuoka's empire was their common enemy. Haolong knew very well that from this moment on, His fate was inextricably linked to that of the Zhou family. Zhou Zhinan didn't answer directly. Instead, he changed the subject, looking at Haolong with a scrutinizing gaze, and asked, "Haolong, what are your plans?" He wanted to see what kind of strategies this young man, who had won the heart of his daughter and impressed him so much, possessed. Haolong nodded slightly. He had already conducted an in-depth analysis of the situation in the Tokus Empire. He stood up, walked to the star system sand table in the center of the command room, and with a light tap of his finger, a map of the Tokus Empire star system distribution and the troop deployments of various forces appeared on the sand table. The current situation in the Tokus Empire appears calm on the surface, but undercurrents are turbulent. The old emperor is old and frail, and the three princes are fighting tooth and nail for the throne. This is the so-called three emperor succession struggle. Haolong's voice was clear and calm, each word hitting the nail on the head. Most of the central imperial forces have been transferred by the three princes to their respective fiefdoms, leaving the empire's central power extremely weak. This is the perfect opportunity for us to launch our uprising. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the central star region on the sand table, and continued, however, this plan requires careful planning. Although the three princes are fighting amongst themselves, they might temporarily join forces once they sense an external threat. Our current strength is insufficient to contend with the entire empire. A slight misstep could lead to failure. Haolong didn't make any definitive statements. He knew very well that the Zhou family, having laid low for centuries, must have their own trump cards. He needed to know exactly how many troops the Zhou family had available, and how much hidden power they possessed in order to formulate a foolproof plan. As Zhou Zhinan listened to Haolong's analysis, his eyes gleamed with even greater approval. He stood up, walked to Haolong's side, and pointed to several hidden star regions on the sand table. Indeed, our Zhou family has been secretly deploying resources all these years. Look, these star regions are our secret strongholds, stockpiled with large quantities of grain and weapons, as well as dozens of well-trained army groups. Currently, our people have infiltrated every level of the empire. Once the time is right, we can coordinate an attack from within, and without to overthrow the Tokus Empire's rule in one fell swoop. His tone carried a hint of confidence. Moreover, the current deployment is progressing very smoothly. The three princes are focused on each other, and haven't noticed our actions at all. After a while, once they weakened each other, we can reap the benefits. Zhou Zhilan gradually calmed down. Looking at the markings on the sand table, a surge of passion welled up within her. So, her father's years of forbearance were all for the sake of restoring the great Zhou. However, just as Zhou Zhinan finished speaking, Haolong's brows suddenly furrowed tightly. He stared at the troop deployment map on the sand table, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if he could pierce through the surface to see the conspiracy hidden deep within. Haolong snorted softly, his tone tinged with seriousness. Something's not right. The struggle for the throne among the three princes hasn't even reached its final stage yet, and the three princes' forces haven't been severely weakened. How can the core of the Tokus Empire be so empty? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhou Zhinan's heart. Zhou Zhinan was taken aback, and subconsciously asked, is there a problem? Yes, and a big problem. Haolong's voice deepened, his fingertips tracing the three princes' fiefdoms, and the central star region on the sand table. Have you noticed that the struggle among the three princes seems more like a performance? Although the eldest prince conquered a subordinate planet, he didn't press his advantage.